And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Wait, this is in Hawaii? What's going on? What happened? Where's my palm trees? Where's my breeze? Where's my ukulele? My ukulele. Where is it, Marcus? Where's your bare feet?
Oh.
What are we doing here?
I mean,
it's dark, it's rainy, the Niners suck. Where's Hawaii, dude?
Murph, I can take my shoes off if it makes you feel more comfortable.
Should I do that again?
Yeah, maybe you should start showing off your toes. But man, oh man, it was a week ago where we woke up Monday morning broadcasting in Hawaii, and Murph was pissed off about the Seattle game. I can only imagine your feelings being back in San Francisco and seeing that loss to the Packers yesterday.
It reminded me, that's right. We opened the mics in Hawaii pissed. I was like, how can you be pissed in Hawaii? I can't be pissed in Hawaii. Remember they'd spread out banana bread for us? How can you be pissed when they're spreading out banana bread and fresh Kona coffee? But we were pissed, or at least I was pissed that day. Today, not nearly as much. And first of all, in some ways, it's good to be back. And good morning, everybody. Good to see Young Tone. You can't spend your whole life in Hawaii, can you?
I know. I did love seeing the sunrise of the Hawaiian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, and the sun coming up. But it is nice to see Young Tony's face behind that glass.
Well, on one side, you got the sunrise over the Pacific Ocean. On the other side, you got Young Tony through the glass.
Yeah.
Let's weigh these two sights here in terms of great sights on planet Earth. But no, not nearly as enraged today, because when you get your ass beat into a pulp, what do? You know what? As the great Henry Hill told us in Good, sometimes you got to take your beating. You take your beating, and now the Geno Smith thing, that was unblank and believable. That was me dragging my golf clubs and my roller bag in and having my third hand holding the phone, going, "What just happened? Did he just did Geno Smith just scramble?" I was going to send out a tweet yesterday saying it all started with a Geno Smith scramble. But yesterday, dude, from the jump, what was that? By the way, are the Packers still driving in the first quarter now?
Is Josh Jacobs still running wild?
He just broke a tackle out by Curley in the bullpen.
I think that's his fourth touchdown of the day this morning.
There was a next-gen stat that he broke more tackles than any back in the NFL this year.
15 total yesterday, just from Josh Jacobs alone. Overall, Green Bay Packers had 15 broken tackles in the first half alone, 10 in the first quarter. But yeah, Josh Jacobs, 15 total on the day. He was a juggernaut in the backfield yesterday.
So you know what happens when people are down and out, or when bad things happen to people, they lash out at other people? Like, because I'm hurt and wounded, I'm going to lash out at somebody else. So I'm going to say, Josh Jacobs, Marcus, didn't he used to be a Raider? Oh!
You're not wrong, Murph. He used to lead the NFL in rushing yards in silver and black, but why would you want to re-sign that guy?
Hey, watch out. We might take your draft pick, buddy.
Yeah, careful.
We're racing you guys down. We might take your draft pick.
You guys are going in the wrong direction.
You guys are 2-9. We're 5-6. It ain't impossible. It ain't impossible.
Not that far apart, which is just amazing to even put that sentence together. But Murph, getting back to your original point, yeah, this does not feel maybe as bad as the Seattle loss, because that was a game that the 49ers beat themselves like they've done multiple times this season. This past weekend against the Green Bay Packers, they didn't beat themselves. They got their ass beat.
So let's be honest. When the season opened, that game, these two games, at Green Bay, at Buffalo, those were ones everybody circled as possible 0-2. Like losing at Green Bay is not on paper an unreasonable thing to happen. Losing 38-10, in which you were out of the game maybe from the first drive, that's different. Now, we should say, since we signed off, and our last sign-off was like, were we eating wild boar sausage croissants or something? Were we eating more banana bread, pineapple muffins, the coffee? We took the group photo. At that point in time, we did not know. It wasn't until we landed in Honolulu on the puddle jumper that Tacky, shout out Tacky, said, as a group of us were rolling our bags from group gate B to gate A to get our flight from Hawaiian Airlines Honolulu to San Francisco, Tacky was the one who broke the news to me. We're rolling past one of those poke bowl places, and he goes, "Hey, Brock Purdy's out." That's where I found out. I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, first of all, I'm not shocked. But second of all, here we go." Then we find out
2 seconds later,
Bosa's out.
Nick Bosa rolled out.
At that point, just go get a poke bowl.
And at that point, I'm like, hey, enjoy the poke and enjoy the sunshine here in Hawaii. It's the last time we'll probably see sun for a few weeks. And yeah, it felt like it was the last really opportunity for us to say, I'm flipping my pick over to the Packers. Because without Brock Purdy, without Nick Bosa, I immediately went to my pick 'em pool and I flipped the pick over.
I'm in that pool too. I flipped it over too. We all hit on that. In fact, I should have made that the key game. I wound up making the Eagles the key game. That worked out pretty. In fact, I had a great NFL day yesterday.
Yeah, they look great.
But that's neither here nor there. But once Purdy and Bosa are out, so we already said losing at Green Bay is a reasonable thing, even at full strength. Purdy and Bosa, and then we find out about Trent Williams.
Dude.
So, I mean, are those the three? I mean, George, who are the best players on the team? Bosa, Purdy, Trent, Fred Warner, George Kittle.
Christian McCaffrey.
Who? Who?
Yeah.
Who?
That was a tough fumble.
By the way, Jordan Mason's still waiting for another carry. He's still waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he? Dude, CMC, bro. I mean, let's be honest. We should have figured he's not going to come off bilateral Achilles tendonitis and be the offensive player of the year. He's going to come off bilateral Achilles tendonitis and be rusty and not the same. And that's what I'm seeing.
And it hasn't looked the same. And I will also point out the offensive line yesterday without Trent Williams. We talked about how big of a factor it was to have George Kittle as a lead blocker. But hell, you take Trent Williams off that line also. And really, to me, it felt like that offensive line got exposed yesterday. Without Trent out there, I know Brandon Allen was playing with a broken finger. That's another topic we can get into in a few minutes. But he fumbles in the pocket. He was pressured. And they just got beat on both sides of the ball in the line of scrimmage. But they really couldn't get anything going offensively, especially with Christian McCaffrey.
11 carries, 31 yards, 2.8 a carry.
Bottled.
Jordan Mason, why does it say 3 carries, 8 yards when he had a 16-yarder? Is that right?
Yeah, so I guess he ended up losing 8 yards total on his next 2 carries.
I didn't see that.
Those were just 2 garbage time carries anyways because he had 1 carry until the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Niners rushed for 44 yards. Packers rushed for 169.
42 carries by the Green Bay Packers.
I mean, why not?
That is straight up getting bullied.
When early on, you're on social media and you're kind of exchanging ideas with Niner fans and early on in that first drive, everybody was like, Nick Sorensen. They kept talking about the pass. Why doesn't he blitz? I'm like, blitz? All they got to do is run the ball all day. Yeah, you can run blitz, of course, but I mean, for me, it was like, yeah, we can talk about Nick Sorensen. We can talk about the 2 12-man plays, which is like, you want to just like, if you had to distill everything down to one moment, was it back-to-back 12-man on the field?
I mean, it kind of felt like that was at the kind of the breaking point where you just question, like, what the hell is going on? Yeah. Like, this is not 49er football.
Can we get on the plane now?
Yeah, it's one thing to deal with injuries and, like, not performing to a level of expectation, but to just go out there and just have these boneheaded plays
now
where you're literally shooting yourself in the foot. Like, this is just undisciplined football we saw yesterday.
In Shanny's defense, he thinks the Packers bent the rules. He says that they made a late sub and didn't give the Niners a chance to sub. That's what he was screaming at.
Yes.
People thought he was screaming at Sorensen. He was screaming at the refs, saying, you're not giving us a chance to substitute.
Yeah, and that made more sense on the first 12-man penalty, but then what happened on the second play?
The second one's on them.
Because you also had time to shuffle those guys in and out, but you still had 12 guys on the field.
And then what do you want? You want an Eric Saubert hold on a Debo kick return?
Which I don't really love that holding call, to be honest with you.
That was a bad call.
I mean, he had his hands inside, put the guy on his back.
I totally agree with you. Does that change? Let's say there's no flag on that play. So it's 17-7 in the third quarter. Debo gives that return. And by the way, it was Debo's only moment because the rest was bad. Yeah. But he takes it all the way down to where? Like, was it inside the 30, something like that? Inside the 20?
It was an 87-yard return.
Wow.
Yeah, so he got down all the way inside the 20. I want to say inside the 15, damn near the 10.
Does that change the game?
I think it definitely could lead to a change of the game now. We're talking about an offense that has struggled in the red zone all season long with Brock Purdy, so there's no guarantee that Brandon Allen was going to come in and throw a touchdown pass. But it obviously would have set them up for more points in that situation and an opportunity to score a touchdown.
So, I mean, we can play that game all the time. So, Young Tone says that Debo took it to the 8-yard line?
Yeah, 87 yards.
I'd forgotten about that.
Mm-hmm,
well, I mean, you're inside the 10-yard line then. Okay, maybe. But again, let's be honest. You lose 38-10. Now we're getting into old school territory. Niners got absolutely destroyed by the New York Giants in a playoff game, 49-3. Yeah, that's right. I'll say it, 49-3. And in that game, in the first quarter, Jerry Rice on a post pattern caught a ball. He pulled a Christian Watson where he was all alone and Montana put it right in his hands and he dropped it. And everybody's like, oh. Then they lost 49-3. So there was this revisionist history. What if Jerry had hung on to that ball? And my joke's always been, well, then they would have lost 49-10. Because, I don't know if the Niners would, in any scenario, win that game with Brandon Allen and his broken finger and Christian McCaffrey not doing anything and him not running Jordan Mason and Debo dropping balls and Josh Jacobs doing whatever the hell he wanted to do. By the way, Jordan Love tried to throw some picks yesterday.
Yeah, and it was actually the first game this season where he has not thrown an interception.
He's kind of like, guys, I wanted to keep the streak alive. Why are you dropping
Mustafa had one in the end zone, but it was wiped away by the 12 man on the field. Even Ronaldo Green had one that he dropped. Jordan Love didn't put up a spectacular game by any means necessary, but they just ran the rock so efficiently, they really didn't need Jordan Love.
No, and of course, they held the Niners to 10 points for the entire game. So here's how we end the opening segment by saying, hey, we're not in Hawaii, and where's the banana bread? The Niners are only one game out.
After all
in
that.
the NFC
So you're
West.
saying there's a chance.
Because Seattle beat Arizona, which means Arizona did not pull away, which means that the leader of the West is 6-5, and the Niners are 5-6. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that after all that, they're actually in it. So this is the deal. All right, we will soldier forward like this. We'll obviously talk to you guys all day at 808 KMBR and read your texts at 415-808-5627. We're back in the city. It's good to be home, but we do miss Hawaii. The Westin Hapuna, those guys there's good people there. Waterboy, you said you like to go in the water. Remember Young Tony asked in his What Did Young Tony Ask Hawaiian edition. So I expect to see you out in Ocean Beach where it's about 30 degrees colder.
Yeah, I'll be doing the polar bear plunge challenge, Murph.
Yeah, down at Hyde Street Pier.
Yeah, a little different. I'm not floating in that water.
Oh, man. And not cracking those brews, huh?
I'll still crack the bruise.
Okay, all right. On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning. You can hear that interview live on the KMBR app and KMBR.com. It is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
So you just heard it. The Niners got embarrassed in Green Bay yesterday. And after the game, I kept thinking to myself, where did it all go wrong? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
They give it to Jacobs off the left side, gets spun around, fighting for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Green Bay. They're going to go heavy set here. Fitzpatrick, the tight end, is. They have a jumbo lineman in. They give it to Josh Jacobs off the left side, and they're going to bang on the drum again. Go Pack, go. Touchdown, Josh Jacobs. Second and goal, 1 yard line. Jacobs, the lone back, Love under center, gives it to Jacobs off the left side, powering to the goal line, and this time he's in. He's been banging on that drum all day. Josh Jacobs with the hat trick has 3 rushing touchdowns today, over 100 yards rushing.
Do you always listen to Bob Dylan after a game?
There's times for Bob Dylan.
Yeah, is this one of them?
Yeah, it's definitely time for Bob Dylan.
Kind of calming thing.
Just think about something else.
Yeah, Young Tone. You know, people's like, oh, you crack him too hard for, well, Somewhere Over the Rainbow was driving me out of my freaking mind in Hawaii. And George Kittle provided Young Tone with a perfect opportunity, and he seizes it. I have no idea how Bob Dylan wound up in George Kittle's post-game press conference yesterday. But shout out, that had to be Mike Connell who put that together yesterday on our KMBR Digital, which faded into this song, of course, Don't Think Twice, It's All Right, the iconic, and into a black and white image of Sourdough Sam standing alone in a field. It was kind of funny, man. I retweeted it. You guys got to do it. Plus, anytime you're going to go with Young Tone, you down with a Bob Dylan, a Robert Zimmerman. Good morning. Aloha.
Good morning. Aloha.
Yeah.
Welcome back. And yes, of course, Bob Dylan, one of the greatest of all time.
This is incredible. This is not what did Young Tony learn today. It's what did Young Tony already know today. And this song, of course, the all-time. Ended season 1 of Mad Men with Don Draper sitting on the stairs realizing his whole life was going to hell. Young Tone, Don't Think Twice. It's all right, buddy. I love it, man. Very, very good. George Kittle. If somebody saw the whole press conference to tell me how Dylan came up, it's like somebody raising their hand. Hey, do you listen to Joni Mitchell when you lose? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. You listen to Crosby, Stills, and Nash after wins? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Where did it come from? I have no idea.
That's what I'm trying to put the pieces together. Maybe this is a tradition that we don't know about George Kittle, or maybe he's just being hyped up about the Bob Dylan movie that's coming out next month with our guy Chalamet as Bob Dylan.
Nice.
Chalamet, what up?
And in fact, tried to teach 13-year-old Rory, because it was at this time, it was during the pandemic. Declan was 13, and we had nothing to do. So I started showing him. I said, sit down. And we watched all 6 hours of the Martin Scorsese No Direction Home 6-hour Bob Dylan documentary. The kid was very patient. I was like, talk about having different kids. There's no freaking way Fortnite-addicted Rory Murphy's going to sit for 6 hours of a Dylan documentary.
6 hours, Murph.
It's three 2-hour parts.
You got to break that into pieces.
I know, right? Seriously. So, well, thank you for that, Young Tone. And George Kittle, he's the only guy who really showed up yesterday. The 49ers. Well, let's spin off that. Do you actually agree? Don't think twice. It's all right. Things will be okay if Brock Purdy returns, if Nick Bosa returns, and if the 49ers look at the NFC West, only one game out. They play the Rams. They play the Cardinals. They go to Buffalo this Sunday. They have no chance in that game. But after that, is it don't think twice, it's all right?
I don't know about that, Murph, because I'm thinking about this schedule multiple times, more than twice, more than 3 times. I'm making a list and I'm checking it twice. And it included getting wins over the Green Bay Packers. And now you're going to have to try to squeeze out a win, maybe against the Buffalo Bills or even maybe against the Detroit Lions down the stretch. I mean, we're talking about the NFC West and the fact that the Seahawks won yesterday, so they're still technically one game out. But the Seahawks are playing the New York Jets this week. I'll go ahead and already chalk that up as a W. So now you're playing from behind. You have to catch up, and you basically have to run your schedule. And I don't have confidence in this team right now running their schedule, especially when we don't know about the futures of Brock Purdy, Nick Bosa, and throw Trent Williams on that list also.
Right, we're going to go right back into this whole cycle of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then we have Thanksgiving coming up, by the way. Happy Thanksgiving week, everybody. It's a short work week for all of us. But, yeah, we're going to go into – I mean, listen, the Buffalo game, I don't know what to tell you. They are gigantic underdogs. Is there a spread out in that thing already?
Oh, there's got to be one out already, Murph.
Well, there can't be one because they don't know if Purdy's playing.
The line's always going to be set. I'll check that out for you, Murph.
Generally, Vegas will sometimes say no line until they put the quarterback. It used to be in the old days, they'd put no line up until they knew about the quarterback. Now, maybe in today's betting-crazy America, you got to put a line up.
Everybody's looking for action. I'm seeing opening line, Buffalo Bills -6.5.
God, man. How long? When's the last time Niners were 6.5-point dogs? 2018. That was one of my tweets yesterday. I said, I've seen this game before every week from 2015 to 2018. That's what it felt like. It felt like that Chip Kelly, Jim Tomsula, just the first year of Kyle, when they just weren't even competitive.
Yeah, and it's the stat that I brought up last Friday going into this past weekend's matchup against Green Bay Packers. If Brock Purdy would have played, it would have been the first time that he would have been an underdog during the regular season.
Wow.
So to your point, we haven't seen the 49ers this big as a dog in years since Brock Purdy took over as quarterback. And maybe that's one of the main takeaways from yesterday's game is how this offense looked without Brock Purdy, even though he's always being accused of being a system quarterback and how you can plug in anybody. Well, they plugged in Brandon Allen yesterday and obviously did not have the same success that we've seen over the years with Brock Purdy now.
So one of the many questions is, would it have been different with the pastronaut, Josh Dobbs, because he adds that dimension? Maybe. I mean, couldn't have been much worse. They scored 10 points. And when as the kids would say, bad looks, when Brandon Allen stumbled in the pocket deep in their own end zone and fumbled that ball, and Tom Brady, who's not that bad I know you hate just the mere mention of him, although he's assigned with finding you your next quarterback, buddy.
Oh, who knows? Maybe we'll sign Daniel Jones this weekend.
Might be, unless the Niners beat him to it. Yeah. But he mentioned on more than one occasion, when Brandon Allen hasn't started a game in 3 years, he said spatial awareness in the pocket is something that you don't just pick up immediately. And you could see he basically kind of forgot what it was like to be in an NFL pocket with large, fast, strong men closing down on you in a nanosecond.
An NFL pocket where he doesn't have his best offensive lineman, Trent Williams, protecting his blind side.
Right.
And maybe that's why, I get the discourse and a narrative. I saw it a lot on social media yesterday. Should they have started Josh Dobbs? I didn't have a problem initially when it announced that it would be Brandon Allen after Brock Purdy was rolled out on Friday. But once we got the news Sunday morning about Trent Williams being out, I started to think, man, Brandon Allen's a dead man walking because he's a statue in the pocket, doesn't have that mobility. So maybe because of that reason, I thought maybe Josh Dobbs would have been the better answer because he does have some mobility, can use his legs to get outside the pocket and make some plays. Because yesterday with Brandon Allen in the pocket, he was just a statue.
We're going with the BA on Brandon Allen? I like it.
Old BA is gone. New BA is here.
He only got sacked twice yesterday, which is the same amount of times Jordan Love was sacked, but that doesn't really tell the whole story. He just wasn't able to create in the pocket the way maybe Dobbs could have. But that's kind of Kyle, man. No. My system is my system, and I need the guy who's going to throw the ball better in my system. And, I mean, in fairness, Allen did have a couple of nice throws yesterday. Threw back shoulder one to Kittle. The ball that went off of Debo's hands, while it was not the easiest catch in the history of the world, was a pretty tight window that he gave them a chance, which, by the way, would have put them on the 30-yard line in a 17-7 game in the third quarter. That's something to think about. But again, now that's the lament. Getting back to when you start playing that game, that's the lament of a loser. Well, if this didn't happen and that's what losers spend all their lives doing.
And yesterday,
there's a bunch of teams yesterday that could be saying the same. Well, you're a loser.
And here's the thing. Yesterday to me is not the game where you're nitpicking one or two plays because the 49ers were down 17-0 in the second quarter before they got their first down.
Yeah.
They went the entire first quarter running 3 plays. They got dominated from the tip, from the coin flip yesterday, and it took off throughout the entire game.
Here's the stat. I saw there was the most rushing yards they allowed in the first quarter. Second most rushing yards they allowed in the first quarter since 1991. Ooh. Second most rushing. That's an incredible stat. Yeah, Kevin Burkhardt at one point said, they're getting gouged. I'm like, yeah, that's the word. Gouged. They were getting gouged. That's the word. All right, the other word is our guest list on a Monday. 11-25-24. Thanksgiving week. Thankful for what? I don't know. Thankful for, I don't know. Niners are 5-6. Be thankful for something. Thankful that we have young Tony holding down the fort as he did when we were in Hawaii. How'd the week go with us gone? Quite low-key. Was it kind of nice not having people around?
Well, neither here nor there. It was quiet. We'll say that.
And between Jacob, let's start a war right now. Between Lace Boy Jacob and sexy Kyle Haar, who do you prefer?
Oh, dude, both of them were great.
Yeah,
like choosing kids. Which one do you like better?
Trying to start a rivalry right there. So, all right. And you played golf in the rain yesterday.
I did. It was not raining when I played, but yeah, I did. I was glad I was playing golf during that Niners game.
And it turns out you're a mutter. You said you broke 90.
I did.
Yeah, which means that you're a foul weather golfer.
Now, I know Kyle Parr and Jacob are also in the golf community. Were they involved yesterday, Tony?
No, they were not.
And
no.
even after a whole week of filling in, young Tony couldn't buy him a round of golf, eh?
Oh, man. And we know where you play. You don't pay. So, all right. What else we got, buddy? Here we go.
All right, well, coming up at 6:50 this morning, if you missed anything like I did over the weekend, Hums and Bums is going to start us off at 6:50 this morning. The big hit is going to be at 7:50, and we do have a big hit today. Tim Ryan is going to be at 9:15 this morning. He got in late last night. We're going to give him a little time to wake up. 9:15 for T-Rock. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. And then Brent Jones at 8:50 this morning. He would join us for the first time since the afternoon show. Yeah, big change.
Oh, this is, listen, let's be honest. They say this in English soccer. Somebody's on loan, which I've never truly understood, quite frankly. They're like, oh, so-and-so is on loan to Tottenham Hotspurs. I'm like, what does that mean? But anyway, I just like the phrase on loan. Brent Jones was on loan for the afternoon, and now he's returning to his spiritual home in the morning. So that'll be at 8:50 for good. Okay, what did the Niners have to say after that terrible loss? What did Kyle Shanahan say about 12 men on the field? What did Brandon Allen say about Debo Samuel? And what did Debo Samuel say? Next on KBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Fourth down here. Allen back, throws out left, broken up by Xavier McKinney. He slapped the ball away from McCaffrey. Green Bay takes over on downs. McCaffrey to the left of Allen, throw over the middle, through the hands, and intercepted by Xavier McKinney, running back the other way. Down the sideline, finally pushed out of bounds.
Oh, that is a killer.
Goes in motion, play action to McCaffrey. Allen slipping,
Fall
fumbled
out.
the ball. The Packers dive on it on the 16-yard line. Quick screen out to McCaffrey. Left, Christian gets in the secondary. Big run all the way to midfield. Hold the ball at the end, and the Packers have the ball.
They do.
And they lost the ball.
Oh, man. We going all Dylan today? All Dylan? All right. I like it, though. He's definitely going to chill you out, Bob Dylan. We have to go electric Bob Dylan, Newport, 1965. Listen to this. Bob Zimmerman. Beautiful, beautiful. Young Dylan, too. Anyway, it's all because George Kittle somehow, someway mentioned listening to Bob Dylan after the game. I have no idea where that came from. All I know is it distracted us from the terrible, terrible loss. 38-10. Niners fall to 5-6. Only one game out in the NFC West, which is like, come on, you got to be kidding me. No Brock Purdy, no Nick Bosa, no Trent Williams. They fall behind 17-0. The run defense gets gashed. They have 12 men on the field on back-to-back plays. George Kittle catches their only touchdown. He's really the only guy who shows up here. Eric Saubert with a brutal penalty that negates a gigantic kickoff return, and we're not sure it was a penalty.
I don't think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
at that point in time, you probably don't throw that flag,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, come on. He's got his hands inside. He puts them on his back. To me, that's a pancake block. That's not a penalty.
Yeah, that is a case where refs disproportionately affecting the game, man, for sure. So we're sorting it out. We got Hums and Bums coming up. And good morning, everybody. We're back from Hawaii. Yes, it was amazing. And all you need to know is Ace just put out banana bread for us in the morning. All right, buddy?
Oh, man, and those croissant sandwiches with the wild boar on top.
Woo! Wild boar sausage.
Oh, throwing some linguiça,
Something
Tony.
about a wild boar in Hawaii that tastes just
Dude,
extra good.
Young Tony, how about me having a pie? I had a pizza that had wild boar, bacon, and prosciutto on top. Man, oh man.
Yeah, with a woman doing a beautiful, elegant woman doing a hula dance a few feet away.
I mean, it was phenomenal, but the next morning, waking up with that heartburn, man, oh man, I really am well into my 30s.
She was doing this with the arms.
Is that
and
you doing the
everything.
hula?
Doing the hula. She
You
was
look more
doing all
like
that.
like a wacky inflatable man, like those
Am I
things they
selling
have-
like a car
yeah,
or something?
out in front of the cars. Like that's definitely not the hula, Murph.
I tried to capture the pictures of her silhouette against the sunset. It was gorgeous, man. And he was chowing down on a wild boar. There you go. There you go. We're going to the Hookie Law. No Hookie Law in Green Bay, guys. Just and the weather wasn't a factor. It was like just a standard, crisp, cool evening out there. Like I saw like the DBs came out with their shirts off and they was like, oh, look how tough. I'm like, it's like 45 degrees. Who cares? You can do that.
It was probably better weather in Green Bay this weekend than it was here in the Bay Area.
No joke at all. So what do the Niners have to say after that awful loss that kept them in the NFC West pennant race? Kyle Shanahan on that first half in which they got gouged. That's right, gouged.
I mean, the whole game was. So to label the biggest one, the first half, just the run defense was real disappointing. I thought we got out of gaps a number of times. I thought we had way too many missed tackles. Just them being able to control that clock in the first half was one of the worst ones I've been a part of just for as far as a half. I thought we stepped it up there in the second half, did better, especially in the run game. Offense got an opportunity to get going. They gave us an opportunity to get back in the game. And then to have those 3 turnovers that all 3 led to touchdowns with 21 points. You top that with the penalties and stuff, and that's how you get embarrassed like that.
Yeah, 3 turnovers. We haven't really talked about that, the 3 versus 0 turnover situation. So you had the ball through the Debo's hands. You had the Brandon Allen fumble in the pocket, and you had the Christian McCaffrey fumble after his long 35-yard run. Dude, CMC, bro, it's just not happening. That rocket has not taken off from the launch pad.
No, and he does look a step slower than last year's version of CMC, which is understandable since, the fact that he is dealing with his injury still. I mean, people acted like him sitting out 9 to 10 weeks was just going to make the Achilles tendonitis disappear. There's no evidence that that injury is gone, and he's playing through it right now, which also leads to questions about his usage, and maybe that's why you should spell in Jordan Mason more. especially, since Jordan Mason's first carry yesterday was 1 carry for 16 yards. It does seem like there should be more of an even balance in the backfield, but it's hard to take Christian McCaffrey off the field, even though it's not the same Christian McCaffrey that we saw last year.
What about designing a package where they're both on the field? That'd be kind of fun. He designed one play. The high point of the game was that flea flicker they ran that wound up in that screen to Debo. So get creative. Find a way to use them both, or don't be afraid to rest McCaffrey. You say it's not hard to take him off the field, but it is hard. It's easier to take him off the field when he's not that effective.
Yeah, we saw Jordan Mason be extremely productive. Hell, he was leading the NFL in rushing yards for most of the season without Christian McCaffrey. And so that's why I think in a perfect world, you would be able to use Jordan Mason and Christian McCaffrey like the Detroit Lions are using David Montgomery and Gibbs.
Yeah.
That Sonic and Knuckles backfield that they have out in Detroit that's working so well. They complement each other so nicely. It's the thunder and lightning, the fire and ice. I don't know why the 49ers can't have that same level of production, but when they're going 3 and out and only running 3 plays in the first quarter, it's hard to get into that groove of the game.
All right, next up on this list of blame is the defense and Nick Sorensen, where, I don't know, we're going to have to talk about that. Like 707 Texan says, Wilkes was a scapegoat. It's like the old, was it Tatalia's a pimp. It was Barzini all along. But anyway, the 12 men on the field back-to-back right before Green Bay scores a touchdown. Kyle actually thinks, believe it or not, that he had an argument against it, but here it was.
The first one, they had 12 personnel, 2 tight ends in the huddle, which means we have base defense out. They sent another receiver on the field to sub, which when they sub, they're supposed to allow us to sub. So as soon as they did that, we started to change our personnel, and then they rushed up to the line and snapped it. It was a strategic play by them, but one that I don't feel should have been allowed. They didn't give us time to sub on that, and that's why I was upset on that. And then the next one, because they got away with the first one, they tried to do it again the next play, and that's when I went out there arguing again. This time they did allow us to sub. I was out there screaming the whole time, so I'm not exactly aware of what happened with our 12 guys, but obviously we had 12 guys out there. They gave us time to sub, and we didn't get one off. So the second one was on us.
Yeah, that's the embarrassing part. Is if you have an argument about your first one, you don't have an argument about the second one. It's symbolic of everything gone wrong, of, lack of preparation, lack of focus, lack of sharp. Like the way Josh Jacobs is a great back. Let's give him a lot of credit. A lot of those missed tackles are because he'll do that to a lot of players in the NFL. But it seemed to me from the jump, maybe it was my projection from my couch, but like everybody knew the Niners were going to lose the game before the game started. And when Josh Jacobs started bouncing off tackles, it was like the defense was like, yeah, we're not going to win this game. I know that seems like a silly projection because they're NFL players, they're getting paid, they're pros, they want to win. But sometimes there's just a feel to a game like, yeah, we're not going to win this game. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
Not going to win this game.
And I've heard a lot of people kind of play this armchair quarterback, kind of try to get into like the mentals of all these players, which is something I don't traditionally like to do because I've heard a lot of people say this is just an uninspired team. They're not out there trying. Like these are guys playing for their livelihood, playing for contracts. Of course they're going to go out there and try. But man, oh man, on a day where you had 20 missed tackles, it sure did look like they weren't trying yesterday. And it really did seem like an unmotivated team. A team that went out there and saw Josh Jacobs and the Packers just absolutely gash him on the opening drive. Then they go 3 and out. It felt like they never really had a chance without Purdy, without Bosa, without Trent Williams, and even throw Travarius Ward onto the pile of guys who didn't play this weekend.
And yet you almost want to give them 0.01% of a chance at 17-7 at halftime. I was at least happy, okay, just give me something competitive in the second half. Go lose a close game. I thought maybe that would be the thing. Instead, they get blown out. 530 says, we have to address the elephant in the room. They ran the ball better before McCaffrey came back. You agree? I think the numbers are indisputable, right?
Yeah,
they ran the ball better.
It's hard to argue
before McCaffrey came back.
Mm-hmm.
So
now, again, the last 2 games, one has been without George Kittle, one has been without Trent Williams. So that's obviously an extra benefit to Jordan Mason in those first 5, 6, 7, 8 games, having those guys out there, even though George did miss a game. But I think that obviously factors into too. But overall, just the scheme this year. We talked about it last week. Dan Orlovsky called out the overall rushing scheme and how Kyle Shanahan traditionally would have success going back to Mike Shanahan run the rock. But this year, it just seems different. At least defenses are playing it differently.
I don't know. We go back and look at the first few weeks when Jordan Mason was second in the league in rushing. It was working. Yeah. So here's Shanahan on missing all the players. Bosa, Trent Williams, Brock Purdy.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really not concerned right now about how many guys we missed today. We didn't play good enough, so that's not a factor. But when you are missing some guys, you do have to be better. And when you have those penalties, when we didn't stop the run like we did, and then having those 3 turnovers in the second half, that's how you get embarrassed.
I mean, yeah, you got next man up. But, dude, I mean, let's be honest. Purdy, Bosa, Trent, come on. Like I said, I don't want to say it was a scheduled loss, but like I said, my best hope for them was that it would be competitive at halftime. And when Debo returned that kick, it felt like it was going to be competitive until they called the non-flag.
Yeah, but it's hard to be competitive when you're talking about those flags and the kick return being called back, Murph. 9 penalties for 77 yards. You can't win a game with 9 penalties. You can't win a game with 3 turnovers. You can't win a game with 20 missed tackles. Yeah,
Brandon Allen. So then the big play becomes the Niners actually start driving, and they're across midfield in Packer territory, and he throws what looked like a pretty high-level throw into a tight window off of Debo Samuel's hands. Xavier McKinney picks it. Now, Debo did not speak after the game. Debo's a co-captain. I got to think in NFL hierarchy, like if you're George Kittle and you're the other captains, you're like, wait a minute, I got to go. Now, Kittle's such an upbeat guy. He'll spin positive. I don't know. Maybe behind closed doors he's a red ass. I don't know. But that's bad form by Debo Samuel. You're one of the co-captains. You got to go talk. You're leaving Brandon Allen has to go talk about it. Brandon Allen's like, dude, I'm just here. I got a broken finger. I'm holding a clipboard for 10 games. Now I got to go answer. So here he is on that play intended for Debo Samuel.
Tight window. I haven't seen it yet, so obviously a tough catch. If he was going to catch it, it'd be a really tough catch. But I got a lot of trust in Debo. I'd probably throw it again, but definitely a tough contested catch, tough throw. Didn't work out for us.
415 asks, what has happened to Debo? He is a liability. Has he gotten a little older? Is he a little more banged up? Somebody put on Twitter yesterday a cut of him in 2019 just breaking. Remember just unleashed young Debo?
Yeah.
Oh, he was a lion out there, but he doesn't look that way anymore.
I mean, and that's like the kind of confusing part about the Debo drop-off. All we heard this entire offseason throughout training camp is, ooh, Debo's on a mission. He's shown up in great shape. And I actually will give Debo credit. The first couple games of the season, he actually put up pretty good numbers. But it seems like ever since a couple weeks ago, when he had pneumonia before the game and he had to get pulled out right before the game started, I know that was an illness he's dealing with, but it seems like he's never gotten back since then. And I don't know if that's something that's going to linger on. Again, it's kind of difficult when you're talking about pneumonia and how much of a serious effect that could have on his body. But he hasn't been the same since, whether we're talking about running the rock, catching balls over the middle. It's not the same Debo Samuel, which is going to lead to a lot of discussions about the future of Debo and maybe the future of him not being in San Francisco.
Yeah, I think that's almost fairly obvious. But we talked about when Ayuk got that money, and Ayuk's still out here. So here's George Kittle, who was the only guy who had a little energy after the game, talking Bob Dylan, and also talking about his quarterback, Brandon Allen, but also the run game.
I thought Brandon was great. He was good in the huddle, spoke loud and clear, which was really nice for us. Yeah, and he made some really good passes. Definitely didn't see the back shoulder ball coming by any means. Not something that he practiced at all, but he gave me a chance at it, which was fun. Yeah, I thought he played, very well. And I think our run game has to be better, so we can help him out a little bit. And again, we just had so many penalties all over the field, which is just really hard to win football games like that.
Yeah, so he's giving, Allen, what are we going to say about Brandon Allen? I mean, it's almost like kind of forgettable. He does throw some nice balls. Some people actually, I saw Guy Haberman sent this out on Twitter saying a couple balls he thought maybe the receivers weren't ready for because he throws it harder than Brock Purdy does. He had more arm strength. But Kittle also brought this up about what he thinks the Niners need to do to win. Cut P, Tony.
I would say, without going word for word, that's not Niner football. We didn't play the way we wanted to play. Whether it's missed tackles on defense, penalties. I mean, basically what I already said to you guys. I do a good job of taking what Kyle says and just saying it right back to you guys.
I'm sorry. I thought that was the cut. There's one cut where he talked about what they need to do to win games. And he said they need to win the turnover battle, everybody. He says, and we need to run the ball a ton. He said that after the game yesterday. We need to run the ball a ton. I think he's still trying to tell Kyle, dude, you're not running it enough. That continues to be a thing. So, all right, those are some of the post-game sounds, but that leads to the tradition, the Monday tradition on Thanksgiving week. Hum babies and bum babies, Thanksgiving week style, winners and losers. The tradition continues next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Well, there it is, the iconic open of the Hums and Bums featuring Grandmaster Flash.
Higher,
and the
baby.
white lines there, yeah.
Higher, baby.
Sorry, buddy, I had to turn up my headset a little bit. I need a little volume in that bad boy, man. I like it loud.
Turn my headphones up.
If it's too loud, I'm too young. Matt
Turn my
Barrows
headphones
joins
up.
Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning. And, of course, Amici's brings us our Hums and Bums. It's sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. I just want some Hums and Bums. So here's how it is. Every week, the weekend goes down. We assess. We pick out 3 winners, 3 losers. Your weekend does not end until we do this. Your work week does not begin until we do this. And I say work week in air quotes because it's a holiday week. Dude, how about the demise of American society? Kids now get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of Thanksgiving week off. They have the whole week off.
Wait.
They have the whole week off.
They get the entire week
This has been
off?
going on for years now, too.
Whoa.
Exactly.
I know they have
Terrible.
like ski week
No,
and
they get
like
the whole week
tanning
off.
week
Yeah,
and
the whole
like
week off.
eat your Pop-Tart week.
They got the whole week off.
Now they get Thanksgiving week off?
What is elementary school in America if you're not on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving taking your hand on a brown paper bag
Thank you.
and tracing with a pencil and cutting out that turkey? What is this country? You know what I mean?
What's happening?
Well, hey, no,
to us?
maybe we'll go back to it.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll go back to it. All right, guys, here we go. Top 6. No, not top 6. What am I saying?
Hey, now.
Hum babies and bum babies. So the winner is Marcus. He gets to pick the bum babies. I get to pick the hum babies. So you get to be negative. You're grumpy because you just got back from Hawaii. You're not floating in the ocean with a beer right now. You're walking through rain and traffic. So angry Marcus, who are my losers this
Yeah,
weekend?
the bum babies are me and you, Murph. I'm not broadcasting live from on the Big Island in Hawaii right now, Murph. But you said, I'm a winner this morning, Murph. I feel more like a loser. I feel more like the San Francisco 49ers. And I think maybe for the first time in Hums and Bums history, we can just say your bum babies are your San Francisco 49er and drop the mic. We could probably move on from there because everybody saw what went down yesterday. But let's dive into the specifics and call out that defensive line, the front 7, and hell, overall, the entire 49er defense when it came to trying, keyword trying, to slow down Josh Jacobs and the Green Bay Packers rushing attempt. We saw yesterday from the first quarter on, the missed tackles all over the field. Josh Jacobs ends up getting into the end zone 3 different times on the day. The Green Bay Packers ended the game with 42 total carries for 169 yards. Not so nice, Tony. Not so nice. They accumulated 125 of those yards in the first half alone. We're talking about the 49er offense only having 3 plays in the first quarter because the Green Bay Packers absolutely dominated the time of possession, had the ball for nearly 37 minutes yesterday in comparison to the 49ers only having it for 23 minutes. And I understand this was a completely different defensive line that we saw last year in the playoffs, where it was Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, and Chase Young starting in that postseason game. Guess what? They struggled against Aaron Jones in that postseason game and then missing all of them this weekend with Gross Martos, Malik Collins, Jordan Elliott, and Leonard Floyd as your starting defensive line. They got gashed by Josh Jacobs, and we can get into the broken tackle numbers after you hear the highlights of Josh Jacobs just running wild all over this 49er defense.
2nd and 10, Green Bay on their 33-yard line. Love has Jaden Reed next to him. Going to fake the pivot handoff to him and give it to Josh Jacobs. Big run up the middle, and he's into 49er territory. Love under center. They give it to Jacobs off the left side. Gets spun around, fighting for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Green Bay. They're going to go heavy set here. Fitzpatrick, the tight end, is. They have a jumbo lineman in. They give it to Josh Jacobs off the left side. And they're going to bang on the drum again. Go Pack, go. Touchdown, Josh Jacobs. See if they try it again. 2nd and goal, 1-yard line. Jacobs, the lone back. Love under center. Gives it to Jacobs off the left side. Powering to the goal line, and this time he's in. He's been banging on that drum all day. Josh Jacobs with the hat trick. Has 3 rushing touchdowns today. Over 100 yards rushing.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a good old line. They got a good scheme. They ran the ball well. I mean, when you say we're missing physicality, I mean, we are missing some guys, especially some of the more physical guys in terms of like Greenlaw and stuff, and some of our D linemen, and, losing our biggest run stopper and Jordan Elliott during that game. So when you're missing some guys out there, which makes a difference, but I thought they did better in the run versus in the second half.
Josh Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. His name is my name, too.
Look at you.
Got into the end zone 3 times yesterday. Set a season-high record of 15 broken tackles. 49ers in total missed 20 tackles yesterday against the Green Bay Packers, Murph.
Yeah, the next-gen stats say that Josh Jacobs forcing 15 missed tackles was the highest total by a back in the NFL this year. Yeah. So that's it. You just saw either Josh Jacobs or the Niner D-line problem highlighted there. So, yeah, man. Well, listen, we can talk about Nick Sorensen, too. Everybody thinks Nick Sorensen's to blame. But I saw the stat that only 2 starters from the Niners' playoff win over the Packers were on the field yesterday. Fred Warner and Dima Lenore. That's it. So whether you want to just abuse the Niners for their backups, not having as good of backups because they're a star-heavy team and their depth isn't the thing, or just make them bum babies overall, you can do that. By the way, Papa really working the Todd Rundgren. Young Tone, do you know about 1983 Todd Rundgren? I don't want to work. I want to bang on the drum all day. You know that?
I got nothing now.
So Lambeau, oddly, I don't know why this is their song. It was a 1983 song by Todd Rundgren, has some local ties. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. Da, da, da. I don't know why Lambeau Field adopted that. I have no idea. But they've been keeping that thing for about 30 years now. And you heard Papa. Hey, he's going to bang on the drum again. There it is. Yeah. I don't know. They just adopted this. I don't think he's like a Packers fan or anything. They just feel like it's a party tune, I guess. Yeah.
Josh Jacobs banging that drum all day, John.
Yeah, and so that's what they do. And so, I was there in the 90s covering these games. They were playing this. I was like, why are they playing Rundgren? And they're still doing it in the 2020s, dude. And so you hear Papa, yes, he's just banging on the drum again.
That's another bang.
All right, well, there you go. Bum baby number 1.
Yeah, bum baby number 1, 49ers defense. We can get more into Nick Sorensen a little bit later on the show. But Murph, for bum baby number 2, we're going from Nick Sorensen's defense to Brian Schneider's special teams, because it seems like each and every week there's a special team issue. And I guess it goes even beyond Brian Schneider, because we're not just talking about the penalties on special teams, but the penalties overall for the game. So Kyle Shanahan, come on down. You ain't dodging none of these bullets either. But I do want to start with maybe the biggest penalty of the game. Eric Sauber, the pancake block, negates an 87-yard kickoff return from Debo Samuel that drives the 49ers into the 10-yard line, the 8-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. That gets wiped off the board and really wipes away any chance of the 49ers making a comeback. I didn't agree with the call, but hey, you can't cry over spilt milk. It was just one of the 9 penalties yesterday overall for the 49ers. Ties a season high, which means they were playing undisciplined football. So yes, it goes on Brian Schneider in charge of the special teams, but it also goes on Kyle Shanahan. It also goes on Nick Sorensen, since you're talking about a sequence of plays where the 49ers had back-to-back plays with 12 guys on the field. And you'll hear the explanation from Kyle Shanahan about whether or not they thought it was a legal or illegal substitution, but the optics are terrible when you have an interception taken off the board because you have too many guys on the field, and on the very next play, There's still too many guys left on the field. So overall, from all three units, it was an undisciplined performance all over the field, and that's why the penalties are your second bum babies.
Debo Samuel is back to return the kickoff of McManus. He'll take it on the 5-yard line right, 10, 15, 20, across the 30, 40, 50. Debo's to midfield and down the right sideline. A flag is down. Debo with a big return, still breaking tackles and spinning inside the Green Bay 10-yard line. What's the flag for? It's coming back. It's a hold on the 49ers.
Well, it better not be on Saubert because that was a pancake block by Eric Saubert that helped spring Debo Samuel.
Holding. Receiving team number 82.
It's on Saubert.
It's a 10-yard penalty, first down.
Had a problem with that side judge last week at home against Seattle.
12 men on the field.
Again?
Defense.
Again?
5-yard penalty. Second down.
After a dead ball penalty, how do you re-huddle 12 and leave 12 on the field?
And they're all out there, too.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
That is not good. He just got called for it because it was too late to get the guy off the field, and now it is Devondre Campbell coming off the field.
The first one, they had 12 personnel, 2 tight ends in the huddle, which means we had base defense out. They sent another receiver on the field to sub, which when they sub, they're supposed to allow us to sub. So as soon as they did that, we started to change our personnel, and then they rushed up to the line and snapped it. It was a strategic play by them, but one that I don't feel should have been allowed. They didn't give us time to sub on that, and that's why I was upset on that. And then the next one, because they got away with the first one, they tried to do it again the next play.
Oh, man. It's funny, 12 personnel, one back, 2 tight ends. It hits a little different, 12 personnel, when you get caught twice with 12 men on the field.
Yeah, you can't have 12 guys on the field. Optically, it looks terrible. It was a sloppy performance and an undisciplined performance on all three units yesterday, and that's why the 49ers ended up losing 38-10. But Murph, as I'm going through my bum babies, we're checking them off the list. 20 missed tackles, checked. 9 penalties, 77 yards, check. What's the one thing missing from this magic formula of this beatdown yesterday? The 3 turnovers by the offense. And that's why our third bum baby is the entire offense without Brock Purdy. And yes, we can sit here and debate whether or not it should have been Brandon Allen yesterday or Josh Dobbs, the passer playing QB1. But hell, was that going to change whether or not the fact that Debo Samuel couldn't catch the flu like he caught a couple weeks ago with pneumonia? 2 drops yesterday, one of them that led to the Brandon Allen interception. Then you had B.A. in the pocket like a statue, not being able to escape pressure. That leads to the fumble in the pocket. There's your second turnover. And then the cherry on top, Christian McCaffrey rips off a big chunk on a screen pass. Even he fumbles down the field. So the 49ers offense turning it over 3 times. Yeah, come on down for our third Bam Baby Award.
It's a bunch, but he's way behind the line. McCaffrey to the left of Allen. Throw over the middle, through the hands, and intercepted by Xavier McKinney. Running back the other way. Down the sideline, finally pushed out of bounds.
Oh, that is a killer because they had the blitz beater dialed up. They came with a corner blitz, did the Green Bay Packers. Brandon Allen sees it and just ripped it to Debo Samuel up in front of his helmet. The ball was a little high, but it looked like it hit Debo Samuel in the hands.
Go 85 yards and then do it again. Goes in motion, play action to McCaffrey. Allen slipping, fumbled the ball. The Packers dive on it on the 16-yard line. He lost the ball.
Well, let's see if his hand is coming forward empty or the ball was still in it as he got in his little play action, then slipped and went down. That's going to be a fumble.
Kenny Clark recovered the ball, and he throws the ball into the crowd.
Yeah, that's going to be a fumble.
Tight window. I haven't seen it yet, so obviously a tough catch. If he was going to catch it, it'd be a really tough catch. But I got a lot of trust in Debo. I'd probably throw it again, but definitely a tough contested catch, tough throw. Didn't work out for us.
Oh, Murph, the 49ers offense looks broken without Brock Purdy, but hey, maybe this ends the narrative that any quarterback can be a plug-and-play quarterback in Kyle Shanahan's system.
For us talking about how Brock didn't play well against Seattle and everything, is he costing himself money? Did he get that money back
Absolutely.
Yesterday?
He's sitting there on the sideline collecting checks, not only from his new Paw Patrol commercial, but also because of Brandon Allen's performance yesterday.
How you found that Paw Patrol commercial? I'd never seen that.
So
That's
it was
wild.
all over the screen yesterday,
We'll have to hit that, too. But yeah, man, listen, you turn it over 3 times. They said McCaffrey just staring off into the distance in the locker room after the game because it's been bad since he came back. The Niners are not playing well. They're losing games since he came back. And you're right. In terms of the offense, they were missing Trent Williams yesterday for sure, so we have to factor that in. Jalen Moore didn't seem to get blown up too much. I actually going to say I didn't go down and go through every snap on the film, but I didn't notice that he was so much of a turnstile.
Well, there were a couple plays where Brandon Allen had to dump the ball quickly and just throw it away, where usually we'd see Brock Purdy try to make a play with his legs and escape the pocket.
Yeah.
But then again, that's what led to Brock Purdy not injuring his shoulder.
Allen had that one scramble where he just looked so unathletic.
Oh, bro, he was running in mud.
Yeah. So, should it have been the pass or not? That was the easy call was put in the guy who can scramble behind an offensive line missing Trent Williams.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, Kyle will stick to his guns. He's like, no, I want my guy who goes through his progressions and the guy who has the stronger arm.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of that criticism yesterday saying maybe the Niners win if Josh Allen was the starting quarterback. I don't know. Was Josh Allen going to check in at Mike linebacker?
Josh Allen?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, I would have taken him.
I'll take Josh Allen.
I'll take him, Brandon Allen.
No, you're going to get a lot of him on Sunday.
I know. How about we get like the Dragon Ball Z where you morph together Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs. You create your own Josh Allen. But yeah, the point I was trying to make is whether it's Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs, neither of them was lining up on defense and missing any of those 20 tackles.
That melding of Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen.
Let's get them morph them together, Murph.
All right, based on the clock, let's do this. Let's take a quick break and come back, and I'm going to bring you the hum, baby. I'm going to lift you up now. Enough of this nonsense with the turnovers and the penalties and all that nonsense that Waterboy's down in the mud. We're going to go up into the sunshine. Winners, hum babies. Some good stuff happened over the weekend that'll make you feel good about humanity. Next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And they're going to bang on the drum again. Go Pack, go. Touchdown, Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, Sock Bigalow Tea, we're back at KMBR. We have the Bigalow Tea in the studio. Every season is Bigalow Tea season. Bigalow is the number one tea in the Bay Area. Number one, said Tony Salvador. One of the first things I do each day is reach for that mug and get that English breakfast or that chamomile. Shout out Gwen Stefani. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. It's perfect for someone who makes a living behind a microphone, soothing those pipes. So, keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps KMBR going, our cup of Bigalow Tea. So, grab a mug full of your favorite Bigalow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Back from Hawaii. Is that a hum baby or a bum baby? It's definitely a bum baby. A hum baby is the banana bread and coffee and wild boar sausage croissants they would lay out. Oh, not to mention that sunrise over the Pacific. Young Tone, our backdrop today, maybe not as glorious as it was back in the day.
No, but how's the lighting this morning, Young Tony?
Hey, somebody will wake up Thin Tim and get him to do the lighting. By the way, if one of these days we'll tell you guys the whole story of Thin Tim trying to sort of justify his existence on the island by spending, I don't know, 10 to 15 hours telling you about this light that he was going to bring in. You're like, bro, this conversation should have been over about 15 hours ago.
No, I think I wasted 3 days in Hawaii talking to Tim about a second camera that was a part of our show for like 3 hours because it didn't even work.
I mean, this kid is something else, man. All right, shout out Thinny for making his first trip to Hawaii and making an impact. He's not a hum baby or a bum baby.
Maybe
He's
his
neither.
last trip, Murph.
All right, well, listen, hum babies are a living, breathing organism. And I sent in the hum babies yesterday without realizing what was going on my TV Sunday night. And like I said, a living, breathing organism because Sunday Night Football kicked down the door, stormed into my living room and said, you going to forget about me as a hum baby? My name is Saquon Damn Barkley. Did anybody go to bed early last night? If not, you missed one of the great performances in recent NFL history by a running back who is looking like an absolute monster. And when I say monster, that starts with an M. Do we stay on the M and say MVP? A running back hasn't won it since 2012. There was talk of Derrick Henry earlier this year, but Saquon Barkley last night went off. Now, we got to thank him. He beat the Rams to keep this muddled NFC West into a total mess last night. The Saquon Barkley-led Philadelphia Eagles, that's a whole nother topic, destroyed the Rams 37-20. So, what do you need? 255 rushing yards, okay, the ninth most in NFL history, all right? The most by a player since 2009. Not to mention 47 receiving yards. That's 302 scrimmage yards. That means in the last 2 weeks, he's accumulated over 500 yards from scrimmage. And the last guy to do that was Walter freaking Payton in 1977. I'll say that again. 500 scrimmage yards or more in 2 weeks in a row. The last guy to do that, Walter Payton in 1977. Bringing me all the way back. Young Tone, you know about young Walter Payton? You know about sweetness, buddy?
Oh, absolutely.
You do?
Yeah.
God, we're hot today. Bob Dylan, Walter Payton. He's 2 for 2. All right, here he is. Easily hum baby number one and maybe even more. Saquon Barkley.
Here's the snap. Hurts turns, hands it off. Barkley runs along the right hash up to the 35, 40, 45, 50. Down the right sideline. Barkley to the 30. Saquon Barkley is gone. Touchdown Eagles on the opening play of the second half. 3rd down and 6. Here's a handoff. Barkley left side finds a hole. 40 to the 50. Saquon Barkley is gone. 20, 10, 5. Touchdown Eagles. An exclamation point for Saquon Barkley.
Certain numbers are hard to ignore. Like 255, man. When I say that to you, that's what goes through your mind.
I mean, yeah, it definitely puts a smile on your face. And, you know, they told me on the sideline that I broke the Eagles franchise record. So these are things that I train for. I'm big on, you know, visualizing stuff, visualize success. So when stuff like this happens to me, you know, I kind of ready to put it out there and, you know, let it come to light. But I'm just in a spot right now where I'm happy, thankful for the organization to bring me in here and just being consistent, seeing how consistent I can be. And, it's all great now, and getting MVP chance and rush for 255 yards. But the beauty of the NFL is you got to get ready for next week, and we got to get ready for the Ravens.
Saquon and the Eagles, there's a lot going on here. So if the Niners are not going to make a move this year, we just sit back and grab our popcorn and watch the NFC, which would appear to be the domain of the Detroit Lions forever until last night. I started thinking, Eagles, Lions, NFC Championship. That's a good ball game now. Mine, Niners, nowhere near that game. So 26 carries, 255 yards, 4 catches, 47 yards. Hey, Marcus, does anyone want to value a running back anymore? 3 years, $38 million. That's like, he's making less money. Let's count the Niners who are making more money than Saquon Barkley. I mean, that's nothing. 3 years, 38. And how about the New York Giants willingly letting this guy go? The Shane, I mean, who's the GM for the Giants? Schoen.
Schoen, I believe.
Schoen. Anyway, there's that footage of him when they submitted to that offseason Hard Knocks where he says, yeah, Saquon, we think you should go test your value on the market. Ooh, baby.
How's that working out for the New York Giants?
And the New York Giants, by the way, just now with Dan Jones released, is he coming to San Francisco? I don't know. But, dude, Saquon Barkley, running backs. And, one last note for you before you give me your take. He now, last night, going into the game, was 60 to win MVP. After last night, he shot up to plus 550, fourth in the NFL, only behind Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Jared Goff.
Yeah, Murph. And we're talking about earlier this morning, we had the discussion about the Raiders moving on from Josh Jacobs after he led the NFL in rushing yards. They decided to franchise tag him for a year and then let him go to the Green Bay Packers. We're just in the day and age where running backs are not valued. They're never going to get that second big contract. But man, oh man, what a bounce-back season for Saquon Barkley. Murph, I'm looking at some of the odds this morning. I've seen him now surpass Jared Goff for the third favorite on the list, plus 500 odds. To your point, before this week, you could have got him at plus 4,000 odds overall to win MVP. I know it's a quarterback award, but man, oh man, Saquon Barkley is putting up one hell of a season. And I will give a shout-out to Young Tone and our Fantasize This podcast, where we had to give hot takes week 1. And I said, I'm probably staying away from Saquon Barkley this season because Jalen Hurts and the tush push are going to take away touchdowns, which could lower his fantasy value. First of all, that's a freezing cold take by me, but I will say Jalen Hurts has 11 rushing touchdowns this year. That tush push is still taking away TDs away from Saquon, and that could ultimately cost him in the MVP race.
That's good stuff. But you're right about, if you want him in fantasy, Derek Papa had him 49-point night for fantasy last night. Incredible. By the way, in terms of like this NFL MVP going to the QB all the time, I heard Rex Ryan on the way in. He goes, come on, man. He goes, give it to Saquon. He goes, it's not the Davey O'Brien Award. Now, that's a deep pull. The Davey O'Brien Award is this old school college football award that's given out to the best quarterback every year. It's like one of those awards. Every year there's like awards. Every December there's awards you've never heard of. There's like a Lou Groza Award for the best kicker. There's a Fred Biletnikoff Award for the best receiver.
It's my favorite.
Right? But there is a Davey O'Brien Award for quarterback, and Rex Ryan's like, give Saquon the damn MVP. This ain't the Davey O'Brien Award. So I like that very much. Anyway, it's fun to watch this guy. And boy, what does that say about the New York Giants O-line? And also, for Niner fans who have been wondering about O-line, look what happens when you have an O-line, because that is an amazing. The Eagles have beef up front that the Niners do not have.
I mean, the Eagles' offensive line, the Detroit Lions' offensive line, you're seeing it around the league, just mauling opponents.
So Niners, I understand, it's open for criticism.
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers' offensive line, throw that on the pile also.
Yeah, right? All right. Hum Baby number 2, we're going to Saturday, man. You know me, Saturday Murph. Come on, man. That was pretty fun out in Berkeley, wasn't it? The fun big game where California in front of Aaron Rodgers. I'm here, man. You guys excited to see me here, man? He's walking around like he was like it was a blessing to see the guy. Yeah, you get the camera on me because I'm Aaron Rodgers. Dude. Anyway, Marshawn was there. Deshaun Jackson was there. Jeff Tedford was there. Some hardcore Cal fan said, I forget, whoever tweeted this out, I got to give you credit. He goes, turns out Dad loved us all along. He kept the jacket. I was like, what? Dude, Tedford showed up at the game on Saturday wearing this white windbreaker with a gold Cal script on the left breast. Some guy found a picture of him from like 2004 wearing that jacket on the sidelines. So Tedford was like their guy. He brought them to more glory than anybody since like freaking Pappy Waldorf, right? They never got to that Rose Bowl. They could have gotten there, but Tedford's kind of that guy. And then they had the bad falling out, which led Aaron Rodgers to not like him. But the guy tweeted out, turns out Dad loved us all along. He kept the jackets because he was wearing it on Saturday.
He came back from the liquor store.
But let's be honest, Stanford went and punched him in the mouth. They're up 21-7 in the second half, but here came Cal, led by this kid, the charismatic quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. He's been fun all year. If you followed all his press conferences, if you followed all their games, he's been a really enjoyable kid to follow. He's got a lot of guts. He's not perfect. He's blown some games. He's also won some games. I mean, they were 5-5 going in. But having the ball on the 2-yard line with 7 minutes to go, 7:39 to go, and leading the 98-yard drive that ends with a 22-yard touchdown pass to Jonathan Brady with 2:40 left. Cal's defense does the rest. 52,428 storm the field, but somehow Mendoza finds time to do a hit with the ACC network that immediately goes viral. He's Fernando Mendoza. He's hum baby number 2.
Mendoza, another blitz coming. He tries to step up. He throws toward the end zone, reaching out to make the catch in the end zone. Brady touchdown, California.
Fernando, this team was down 21-10 at the start of the fourth quarter. What did it take to come back?
Hey, first of all, I want to give all the glory to God. That was an amazing comeback. It's a testament how tough we are as a team. I love my boys. It's amazing. I'm so proud of everyone's team. We're 6-6. We're bold bound, and we retain the axe. Go Bears forever. Let's go.
You are so emotional right now, Fernando, in this moment. What's bringing out these emotions for you?
We worked so hard. We worked so hard for this. I apologize for getting emotional, but it's so hard. As an offense, we've done everything that we possibly could have throughout the summer. To being down, having a close game, this has to be the most special moment in my life to date.
Look around at these fans in this moment. What will you remember most from this victory today?
I remember going 98 yards, my boys. 98 yards at that moment. We told them, this is why we did the camping trip. This is why we did every Saturday walkthrough. This is why we stayed late until 9 p.m. watching film together. And so that meant so much to me to go 98 yards against a defense that's been playing great. And we ended up scoring in the clutch.
Fernando, you told us yesterday you just want to hold that axe. So go hold that axe and enjoy this.
Thank you. Go Bears. Let's go.
Mendoza winning hearts and minds, man. People are ear-to-ear grin, maybe even a little slight tear in the eyes. You see a college kid just so happy. Now, we won't talk about the NIL deal and all the payments going on. But let's talk about Saturday. Murph loving his Saturday football. That was so great. But the phrase, 98 yards with my boys, is now already iconic.
I remember going 98 yards, my boys.
I saw the Cal fan that's going to be on shirts, hats, everywhere. And by the way, he will go, it's 2024. He will be at the 2074 big game. Because what is he, 20 years old now? He'll be 70 years old. They're going to introduce him, and the place is going to go freaking nuts. He's a big game legend.
And they're going to start chanting, 98 yards with my boys. 98 yards with my boys.
This is why we went on the camping trip.
Dude, I love that pulling out of his pocket. Like, next time, like, we sit down for, like, our ratings meeting, I'm like, this is why me, John, Joe, and Murph went to Hawaii. This is why me and Young Tony went to Dreamforce.
No.
This is why we do all this.
This is why I went to the old ship on Friday and got housed. Yeah, that's so good.
This is why I drink all night and wake up and do the show hungover. For moments like this, Mike, for moments like this.
Oh, that's good. That sounds like a viral video waiting to happen. Digital boys, get on it. Please don't destroy. So anyway, that by the Morgan Uber, she did a good job of bringing out the emotion from ACC Network. That was really fun, man. Really, really fun. All right, and finally, hum baby number 3. Dude, I don't know. This hit my algorithm on Saturday when I was on. So my Saturday, by the way, was college football. We got back from Hawaii late. I went Saturday morning, Harvard-Yale. Always an incredible game, by the way. Yale wins. God bless them. Right into the big game, Cal-Stanford. Hell of a game, and Stanford covered. You're welcome. And then Saturday night, SC-UCLA.
Ooh.
You want me to swear again?
Ooh.
Soap's up, bro. Fight on, bro. Anyway, but all of a sudden on my phone, I start seeing these clips from the Shark Tank late Saturday afternoon. I'm like, why is the shark showing up on my... Turns out that they were retiring Joe Thornton's number 19 in teal, going to the rafters. I got sucked in. I started watching all these speeches. I'm getting emotional like Fernando Mendoza. Then I'm like, damn, did I give Joe Thornton his due when he was here? I don't think I did.
Wow.
I don't think I gave Jumbo Joe his due. Classy, legendary, talented. They never won the cup, all right? But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The guy's one of the great athletes in Bay Area sports history.
And they were always in the mix with Jumbo Joe. I believe they never missed a postseason when he was on the squad.
They lost it twice out of 15 seasons. They also had the best regular season in his 15-year run, the best regular season record in the NHL during that run. So shout it out Saturday at the SAP Center. Patrick Marleau was crying. Thornton was crying. He was wearing a hat. He looked like something out of There Will Be Blood, like wearing that thing here. But anyway, joins Thornton's number 19, joins Marlowe's number 12 as the only jerseys retired in Sharks history. They played 13 years together. He's first all times in Sharks history with assists. He's second in points. He's third in games played. There were tears. There were cheers. So hum baby number 3, Jumbo Joe, goes to the rafters.
Now Couture gives it back on the wing for Joe Thornton. Thornton slides it ahead for Setaguchi. Devin Setaguchi behind the Kings net. Brings it back out. Far side. Thornton. They score! Joe Thornton and the Sharks win the series in overtime!
Unbelievable equilibrium between being great people and also superstars. I got a phone call, 3 years into my career. I was asked to come and help move a family. I drive to the address, and there we're moving into a 2-bedroom apartment in San Jose. And I'm like, who's living here? So we get traded for a player or something? Like, no, it's a mom with 2 kids, and she was homeless and she needed a place to stay. But you can't tell anybody about this. So now it's been such a long time ago, so now I'm gonna break the trust and tell everybody about this, but there it was, moving into homeless mom, 2 kids. Nobody ever knew. That's who they are.
Patty, Mr. Shark, we went through the draft process together when we were 17. Never in my wildest dreams did I think we'd become teammates, but you welcomed me with open arms to your team. You were gracious enough to share that responsibility with me, and I'm so grateful for you for that. It was truly an honor to be your teammate, friend, and roommate. I'm absolutely humbled to have my number up there next to yours.
Yeah, he starts crying, and Marlowe's crying. And then meanwhile, that story by the Sharks GM Douglas Murray, the Thorntons are out here saving homeless moms on the streets and moving them into apartments. He's like, don't tell anybody. And now he's like, now I'm going to tell the story because that's who the Thorntons are. I guess they have Macklin Celebrini at their house now, and he told a story about how Macklin's helping his kid with his 6th grade homework because Thornton says, I can't do 6th grade homework. And by the way, I'm with you, Joe. I can't do 6th grade math either. So anyway, it's good to know that he's raising the next generation, and I've just always liked the guy. And he was always incredibly nice to Ralph and Tate Barbieri, that's for sure.
I mean, we're talking about a San Jose Sharks legend, and to your point, I think we actually had sound from Macklin Celebrini in the Cooler of Content a couple weeks ago when he talked about living in Jumbo Joe's pool house and how he would get down on the sticks and how they would either hop on like Call of Duty or Fortnite or one of those video games.
Yeah. Were you, when you said you grew up under the kind of the Sharks umbrella, were you a Thornton guy?
I mean, how could you not be?
Yeah.
I mean, you think San Jose Sharks, you think Jumbo Joe, you think Patty Marlowe. I mean, these are the guys that kind of brought Sharks hockey to that next level, despite the fact that they never won the big Stanley Cup.
They cracked the hum babies because there certainly weren't any Niners going to make hum babies. So Jumbo Joe going to the rafters. Fernando Mendoza going 98 yards with my boys.
With my boys.
And Saquon freaking Barkley. Those are your hum babies, guys. It was nice to get away from the Niners for a segment. But we'll go right back in. 808 KMBR is the phone number. How are you feeling about this 49ers season? Are you buying one game out in the West, or are you done with this season? 808 KMBR. And those are your hums and bums. On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I remember going 98 yards, my boys. This is why we did the camping trip.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Monday morning to talk to you about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat each and every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
And that'll be the last play. Niners will walk out to midfield, and Kyle Shanahan will greet his friend Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur has beaten the 49ers 3 or 4 times now in the regular season. But, of course, 0-3 against Kyle in the playoffs, and that'll be the game. The Niners wind up losing here in Green Bay by a score of 38-10.
And as good as Jordan Love is as a young, talented player, he's still trying to figure it out. Didn't turn it over today. The 49ers helped him out by dropping a few of those interceptions. But I promise you, Matt LaFleur, looks like there's a little scuffle out in midfield. I promise you, with Juwan Jennings, Matt LaFleur is going to lean on that horse, Josh Jacobs, and continue to give him the rock as this year goes on.
There it is, the final call from a depressing 38-10 loss. We'll get into it, roll up the sleeves, and dive into where these 49ers are at 5-6 going into Thanksgiving week and at Buffalo on Sunday. What are you treating me to here, buddy?
Oh, this right here is one of the new tracks from Kendrick Lamar's new album, Murph. This right here is Squabble Up.
Is this the one with the mariachi singer from Dodger Stadium?
No, that's a different song.
Right.
Maybe stay tuned, but this does have a sample from Debbie Deb in it. When I hear music, it makes me dance. Da 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 da.
So have you gone through the whole album, start to finish?
Oh, dude, Murph, on the flight back, actually, on Hawaiian Airlines, I know I was a couple rows behind you, but maybe John Joe saw me. I was just dancing. Like the last 2 hours of the flight, I was just gigging the new Kendrick album.
Dang, I should have been in your row. I was too busy groaning as I sat in my chair. By the way, that made me laugh all week. That when I collapsed into that chaise lounge under the umbrella, a guy about 20 yards away goes, "I know that groan anywhere." I said, it was Marcus there holding a pen. I said, "Are you writing in a journal?" He said, No, I'm not writing in a journal.
I'm working on my latest haiku, Murph.
He's holding a pen.
Just hold out the Q part.
So anyway, he said, "No, okay, well, I guess I'll have to dive in." So you give it a thumbs up?
Oh, I give it 2 thumbs up, Murph.
Okay, all right.
I think it's a great album.
Young Tone, are you down with the new Kendrick Lamar here?
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing is, too, the Warriors have won a championship every single year Kendrick has dropped an album.
Well, how does that explain blowing a 17-point lead to the Spurs on Saturday night then?
That did not work out.
Well, we couldn't make the Warriors bum babies because they actually on Friday night clinched their spot in the NBA Cup quarterfinals. How about that?
NBA Cup season,
All
Murph.
right, we'll get into the Warriors. They play the Nets tonight. We'll get into that a little bit tomorrow. Today is 49er Day, and man, oh man, from the jump when you heard that no Brock Purdy, no Nick Bosa, no Trent Williams, and man, it just seemed like no chance from there. And it seemed like the way the 49ers played. Now, no, of course, they're professional athletes. They're there to get paid big money. Their livelihoods are on the line. They're putting tape on the line all the time. But the way Josh Jacobs ran at them in the very first possession of the game indicated to me the 49ers were not ready for that smoke. Mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. And yet, after all that, falling behind 17-0, 12 men on the field, back-to-back plays, 3 and outs with Brandon Allen, all that stuff. And yet, there was this brief moment where they made it like 0.01% competitive. 17-7 at half. Debo returns the kick on the second half. Saubert penalty brings it back. Next thing you know, ball off of Debo's hands, in for an interception. Then you're done. 24/7, you're cooked. So it was like never a game. Then it was like a game for like a second, and then it was never a game.
Yeah, I'm with you, Murph. Yeah. Once we get the news of no Purdy, no Bosa, no Trent Williams, no Travarius Ward, it was essentially no dice. Yeah. And no chance for the 49ers to win this weekend. Now, to your point, they did keep it competitive. George Kittle scores a touchdown before halftime. They get the traditional Kyle Shanahan double dip. And who knows if the game plays out differently if the Eric Saubert pancake block doesn't get called as a penalty. But here we are crying over spilt milk in a game where it looked like the 49ers got dominated from the first snap of the game, and that's on both sides of the trenches, Murph.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs breaks 15 tackles. Next-gen stats say that is the most by a back in the NFL this year. So is that on Nick Sorensen? Is that on their tackling technique? Is partial credit to Josh Jacobs, who's a hell of a back. He's not Saquon Barkley, but he's a hell of a back. Again, he leads to a 17-0 lead. Gouged was the word Kevin Burkhardt used.
Bro, it was 17-0 in the second quarter before the 49ers had their first down of the game.
Yeah, they didn't get a first down until 6 minutes to go in the first half. Did you buy into it at all when they finally scored the touchdown, 17-7? By the way, they dialed up that nice little double reverse flea flicker screen to Debo. That was like the high point of the game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was nice to see some creativity there. Like, ooh, I forgot Kyle Shanahan can dial that up. Because this year it does seem like he's kind of simplified his own offense with all these shotgun sets, which is confusing when he's had so much success over the past 4, 5, 6, 7 seasons now.
But it looks like it was all about the run defense, not stopping them at all. 87 yards in the first quarter, I read, is the second most. This is a great stat. Second most they've allowed in the first quarter since 1991.
Whoa.
Fred Warner had an ominous quote. He said, they had different looks we didn't prepare for. Now, is this the beginning of the Nick Sorensen sabotage now? Is that what's going down?
I mean, Murph, I've brought up Nick Sorensen's name a few times throughout the year. I mean, the fact that you've blown 3 fourth-quarter leads to your division opponents, to me, has to put some type of spotlight on this guy. And then yesterday's performance, yes, we could talk about not having Nick Bosa out there, not having Hargrave in the middle of your defensive line, but to get gashed like that over and over again and to have no answer. I mean, we saw this last year even with the 49ers defensive line. Even with those guys on it, they still got ran against. But we were calling out Steve Wilks. Where's your 5-man front? Yeah. Where's the blitz specifically designed to stop the run? And it did seem like there was a few times where the Packers had misdirection in the backfield. Then Josh Jacobs gets the little dive run from Jordan Love. And then next thing you know, he's just ripping off 10, 15, 16 yards, spinning off of guys left and right.
Yeah, here's the Fred Warner cut I was talking about after the game.
No, I mean, other than that, I don't think there was a ton of miscommunication throughout. I think they presented some different run looks than we had prepared for in the first half, which we adjusted to as the game went on, and which was helpful, but we got to be better from the jump.
So there it is, that they were. And the fact of the matter is, and for what it is worth, listen, Nick Sorensen, let's be real, he was like their 5th choice. Mm-hmm. I mean, they tried to get Ulbrich, they tried to get Belichick, they tried to get Saleh. Pardon me, not Saleh. There's a third name I'm forgetting. But anyway, the point is he was low down on the list of guys that they were looking to get. By the way, Brandon Staley was supposed to be helping all this out, too.
Well, I'm wondering if they decide to maybe make this shift and maybe let Brandon Staley start calling plays on the defense side of the ball.
Well, the interesting thing is they did adjust. If you look at the second half, the only touchdown they allowed, one of them was a short field, 3-yard, what was it, a 9? It was after the interception. When Keyshawn or Xavier McKinney ran it all the way down, they got the ball down to the 26-yard line. They only gained 9 yards. They gained 17 on penalties. So the defense only gave up a 9-yard touchdown drive. And then later in the game, after the fumble by Brandon Alley, it was only a 3-play, 16-yard drive. So they really did clamp down in the second half, believe it or not. But again, too late. They gave up 17 in the first half. So, yeah, you get some credit for adjusting, but you get lots of negatives for giving up 17 to begin the game.
And that's like the bigger issue, I guess, when you look at Nick Sorensen's defense this year. If you look at the stats, it's not like this is a terrible defense when you're talking about allowed yards per game, points per game, and all those stats that we traditionally look at. But the key for me this year has been third down, getting off the field. And yesterday we saw the Green Bay Packers convert on third down 6 different times. And so whether or not you're talking about the overall performance a week ago against the Seattle Seahawks and kind of bottling up the canine in the backfield, what did it come down to? That 11-play, 80-yard touchdown drive from Geno Smith where they couldn't get off the field on third down. So to me, that does come down to the play callers, but also there needs to be a lot of blame on the players who are out there missing 20 tackles this past weekend.
707, and this is something we didn't talk about all, and this is on me. I owe you listeners an apology that we didn't ask John Lynch about Robert Saleh being in the building. I meant just, things happen during an interview, and sometimes you blow it, and I blew it. We should have asked about Robert Saleh. I wonder what role he played in all this, because 707 says, what do you guys think about Saleh's role in scoping out the 49ers? Did he have any say in all this? Maybe. Quite possibly. You get Saleh and LaFleur. You get two of Kyle's frenemies ganging up against him. So, quite possibly.
Yeah, and why is Saleh hanging out with the Green Bay Packers instead of the 49ers?
Well, maybe because the Green Bay Packers gave him a call. Yeah. And the Niners didn't, because Niners have Staley in the building.
How could they not?
All right, Brett in Walnut Creek is just starting us off here in this segment, although we got a big hit coming up where you guys can keep calling 808 KMBR. We'll get Brett. We'll take a break. We'll take more of you guys on the other side. Brett, how you feeling, man, after the 38-10 loss in Lambeau Field? Third worst point differential loss of Kyle Shanahan's Niners career. Good morning, Brett.
Hey, good morning, guys. Welcome back to rainy, gloomy, and gray Northern California.
We like it, though. We like it. Yes.
Pretty much indicative of the 49ers season, how it's gone, and the only real question is just the calm before the storm. Really what I think, two things really stood out to me more so in this game that have been kind of a theme and carrying throughout the year. First and foremost, I think we all realize, not that we didn't before, is Brock Purdy's a really good quarterback. And system quarterback, I'm pretty sure doesn't apply because Brandon Allen, while he did have some good moments, looked completely overwhelmed, dominated, confused, jittery, and quite frankly, did not look like an NFL quarterback. And defense, which again has been a theme throughout the year, is the lack of any sort of creativity, aggressiveness, ability to make plays when you need to make plays. I mean, I think we might have blitzed maybe 1 or 2 times yesterday, and I think the one time we did, or maybe twice, we sacked them, put them down on the ground. But 3rd and 9, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 7, 3rd and 5, doesn't matter. We go 4 guys, soft zone, can't tackle. They ran the same little run where they had the guy go in motion and Jacobs up the middle. I don't know. They ran that play about 7 times. I could see it coming every single time sitting on my couch. But we got to do something on D. We got to bring someone that can bring some creativity, some aggressiveness. I mean, funny thing is, I actually felt less bad yesterday than I did the week before because we didn't even belong on the same field. We were not even there at all. And, I don't know. We need to slap ourselves in the face and look at ourselves because we didn't even play with any energy, any passion, nothing. I didn't see a single guy get excited about a single play, and maybe because we didn't have any plays to get excited about. But, wow.
Yeah.
That was rough, guys.
You checked it all, Brett. You checked all the boxes, man. We appreciate the call. I will say this about Nick Sorensen. In the first drive, when he didn't blitz on a 3rd and long, he went with the 4-man rush, and they couldn't get and they converted. Then he dialed up a blitz on the next 3rd and 9, and Jordan Love beat it to Romeo Doubs over the middle. So, you kind of have it both ways. They did get pressure in the second half. Len Floyd got to him a couple times. And again, they did adjust in the second half. Fred Warner said they did some looks we weren't prepared for, meaning LaFleur outcoached the Niners on that case. But he's right. We'll talk about it. Listen, that leads into the big hit, which is where you guys are at. Are you ready to give up? Or is one game out and the possible return of Brock Purdy enough to keep you guys alive, that the NFC West, nobody's running away with it, and that this could be one of the all-time ugly division wins of all time? And go win it at 9-8, something like that going forward here. They're 5-6, 1 out, or no, stop, shut up, shut it down, get your rest, come back roaring in 2025. 808 KMBR is the phone number. That's our big hit next on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. And do you want your savings to grow safely with results you can count on? Well, discover Pick a Term certificates from Provident Credit Union. Yeah, you can earn up to 4.00% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term. Put your money to work and see your savings grow. Don't miss this limited time offer. Get your Provident Pick a Term certificate today. If you're looking for a little guidance to get started, the Provident team is excellent and can walk you through the process and make saving easy. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. This rate is effective as of November 14, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
See if they try it again. 2nd and goal, 1 yard line. Jacobs, the lone back. Love under center. Gives it to Jacobs off the left side. Powering to the goal line, and this time he's in. He's been banging on that drum all day. Josh Jacobs with the hat trick. Has 3 rushing touchdowns today. Over 100 yards rushing. That was the number 1 item on what you had to get done defensively, Tim. And the Niner defense has been much better in the second half. But Josh Jacobs is winning this game for the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, and they've just been put in some bad situations with their backs against the wall after turnovers by the offense. And if you can't get Jacobs off his track as he's getting to the line of scrimmage, he's going to carry even your big guys in, as he did that time on Gross Matos.
I don't want to win. I just want Josh Jacobs to break tackles all day. There it is. That's my remix. I just made that up on the spot. Good morning, everybody. It's our big hit. Okay, first and foremost, let's address, yes, Tim Ryan is usually at this time. We have listeners saying, wait, this is my T-Rock time. Well, they had a late night last night. They got in, so we gave him a little sleep-in, little sleep-in bonus. He'll join us at 9:15. So if y'all can mark your calendars, put yourself an iPhone alarm. Actually, put it for earlier. Actually, just listen all day. Then you don't have to worry about anything. But if you do have things to do, 8:50 Brent Jones, he was on loan. We loaned him to the Tottenham Hotspurs or the whoever, Man City. He's back with the guy who his 30 years now, Brent and I have been going. I loaned him to Tolbert for a few years, but Brent's back at 8:50 with us this morning. Tim Ryan at 9:15. So there you go, Marcus. 2 big football voices. But right now it's the big hit. 808 KMBR is the phone number, and I threw it out there. I'm on Twitter this morning, and I follow the LA Times beat writer Gary Klein, who's an old colleague of mine. He says here, Rams, here it is, Rams takeaways. Even after loss to Eagles, NFC West well within Rams' grasp. So there you go. That's what everybody's saying all over the division. We're in it, baby. We're in it.
I mean, technically, yes, the 49ers season is still alive, which is crazy to even think about after the last 2 shows that we've done on Monday mornings, post-Seahawks game, and then this morning after the Green Bay Packers. And it was a week ago today where Murph was telling me, Marcus, the season is toast. And I was like, Murph, come on, just unplug the toaster for at least another week. Well, we saw what happened this week, but I'm still kind of feeling like the brave little toaster. And I don't know if you know that reference. It's like a 1980s Disney movie about an animated toaster who goes on an adventure of a lifetime. That's kind of what this season feels like. It's been a roller coaster. There's been highs, there's been lows, but you're still telling me there's a chance, despite the fact I think they're going to lose this weekend to the Buffalo Bills, then they would be 5-7. But we are talking about a team that made it to the NFC Championship game a few years ago with a 10-7 record in the NFC West, and that could be good enough to win a division.
Unbelievable. We're back on the toaster. You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Bro, get your Cope Slaff ready because you would not believe this, but the Woodman does have a rant on beating up a toaster.
No.
I'm not kidding you. He has a whole bit of
toaster.
He has a whole bit. It's an incredible bit about how he and appliances don't get along, and appliances are always acting up on him. And then finally, a toaster malfunctioned on him, and he hit the toaster, and it felt good, so he beat the hell out of it. Then he got into an elevator the next day, and the doors closed, and a voice from the elevator he had in it said, "Are you the guy that beat up the toaster?" And then the elevator starts going up and down really fast and throws him out on the floor and all this. The appliances gang up on him. Anyway, the point is that the Niners season. Listen, I've been saying since the summer, guys, the bummer summer. No Brandon Ayuk, no Trent Williams, no Christian McCaffrey. And it's just like, I kind of said since that February overtime loss, since the coin toss heard around the world, I did the show with you that Monday morning. All you wanted to talk about is how Kyle blew the overtime. I was numb. I was walking around going, but they had the lead. And you got to close it out. And then Mahomes and this and that. And then you guys told me, I haven't gotten to this part on receiver yet on Netflix, but you guys told me that Purdy and, Kittle and Debo are shell-shocked on that thing, right? Don't they? Isn't there some audio of them just like staring off into the distance like, yeah, that sucked or something? So
yeah, they lost another one.
Listen, this is what happened. This is why. Now, most Super Bowl losers, Josh Dubow did a whole list. A lot of them make the playoffs and then get bounced early. And that's kind of what I thought would happen to the Niners. Maybe I had 10-7. Win the West, get bounced in the first round by a better NFC North team like the Packers or the Vikings or somebody who doesn't win the division. But right now, I'm not shocked this is happening. And I'm not shocked they lost yesterday. And to be honest, without Bosa and Trent and Purdy, I kind of went in going, you know what? Just take this one on the shorts. That said, do you guys draw something bigger out of it? Is there something bigger to determine from yesterday? Or just it is what it is? Brandon Allen went to Lambeau and got smoked.
Hell, I think Brock Purdy's paycheck got bigger. If that's one takeaway from yesterday. I think there's been a lot of kind of criticism about Brock Purdy being a system quarterback. He kind of put that to bed yesterday with Brandon Allen stepping in. Now it's one game without Trent Williams, without some of your playmakers. BA had no BA out there, no Brandon Allen to Brandon Ayuk connection. But we knew that was going to happen before the game even started. So you look overall at the offense. I'm more concerned about the rushing numbers that we've seen over the past couple weeks. I don't know if there's a big takeaway because my takeaway would be they have to run the table. But are we confident in this team going up to Buffalo and beating the Bills, come off a bye week? The answer is no. And then you look at a matchup down the road against the Detroit Lions. Like, that's another tough matchup, too. And then you still have to take care of business in your own division, taking care of the Cardinals at the end of the year. I mean, nothing's guaranteed, but you're telling me there's a chance.
I don't even want to go in there, but they don't have to run the table. No way. They don't have to run the table. They could lose one, maybe even two games and still win the West.
Even with two losses, they could still get in?
Yeah, because the rest of I don't see any of these teams getting hot. I don't see the Seahawks, Arizona, or the Rams getting hot. And the Niners have a chance. They'll play the Rams on a Thursday night here. I mean, but again, they could tap in by that. And if they tap out, it's okay. I mean, Tim Kawakami wrote about it in the SF Standard this morning. He's like, man, it's not the end of the world. I was even joking with Marcus. His Raiders are 2-9. I was looking at the NFL playoff ladder. The Niners are 5-6. I'm like, we're only 3 games back at you for that draft pick, buddy. Yeah. We might be coming for it. There's only 3 2-9 teams. It's like the Raiders, the Panthers, and there's another one I'm forgetting. But you guys are right in the mix for that number 1 pick.
Yeah, but I tell you, there's nothing worse than being one of those teams that's not good enough to make the playoffs, but not bad enough to get a top 5 or top 10 pick.
It's the 16th pick.
Oh, dude, no man's land.
16th pick.
You're just sitting there with absolutely nothing on the table.
They've had it before, and it's like so dull, and it's no impact. It's disgusting. Think about it when you're watching the NFL draft. And after they get through pick 7, 8, or 9, then you're like, yeah, I'm going to get some beers and hang out. I'll come back near the end, see what happens.
Yeah, I'll come back at the end and see who the playoff teams added to the roster.
Yeah, exactly. Who'd the Chiefs get? Xavier Worthy?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. All right, there's phone calls to get to. There's a lot of texts to get to. Let's just go through the 916 says, how is Steve Wilkes looking now?
Ooh,
how about that?
Is he still up in the booth?
650 says, I agree. We need Nick Bosa back as soon as possible. 707 says, the Niners are Super Bowl or bust. That's the expectation. So this season is over, even winning the division. I'm a sad 90s kid who has not seen them win a title. 209 says, in my opinion, every GM in sport is judged by their ability to acquire talent or get rid of talent before overpaying for damaged goods. I'd say Lynch is good at the first part, but what about the second part? 408 says, Fred Warner on numerous post-game occasions has said they had some plays we didn't see. That's preparation. Think about that one. 209 says it all started with the Dre Greenlaw injury. They never properly replaced him. Nope. That's true. 5-3. Well, they thought they had Kendricks. Remember, and he slipped away. These are the little things that happen. 5-3 says Marcus Blank. Yeah, brave little toaster for life.
Oh, hell yeah. There's my brave little toaster crowd.
831 says the Niners are the Eagles, just a half a season behind. Solid team packed with talent. Suffered a brutal Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs. Fell off the face of the earth. Now they're back. The Niners are in the same hole the Eagles were in. They'll snap out of it. I did hear from my buddy Schmitty in Philly. He's like, I know what you guys are going through. We did it. We did the same thing. It's true.
Yeah,
it happens.
I kind of thought about that also last year, seeing the second half collapse for the Eagles. But it definitely feels like the Niners are dealing with more injuries, and they at least have some hope of bouncing back. But then again, we don't really know what's going on with all these injuries.
315 says, morning, gang. I think we keep it going. Roll out the starters for at least one more game, mostly because I have good seats for the Niners-Bills game. Signed Forrest from Syracuse, New York. We guys texting in from Syracuse. Happy Thanksgiving out in Syracuse. 408 says, one slice of optimism is they're getting a good look at our rookie class. If there's strength in the underclassmen, they know which contract players they can trade moving forward to pay Brock Purdy.
I guess maybe that's a positive when you look at Mustafa, who should have had an interception if there weren't 12 guys on the field. I thought he made some good plays yesterday, and of course that relates to the future of a guy like Talanoa Hufanga, who has a payday coming up, but also Huff has been kind of injury-prone the first couple of years.
The one guy who's been getting praise all season long actually had maybe his worst game yesterday, and that was Dom Pooney. 3 penalties. He and Brandon Allen were not on the same snap count. He also had a damaging hold, and he wore it after the game. Unlike Debo, he talked to the media.
I mean, we all know how to play football. It's just we got to be better. Flat out, I got to be better. I can't have 3 penalties in one half. efficient football. It's hard to win a football game when one guy has 3 penalties. So I just got to be better, really.
So there he is. He wore it too. McCaffrey said the same thing. I got to be better. Apparently McCaffrey sat in his locker and stared straight ahead because it hasn't been happening for Christian McCaffrey. Now here's a different take on the Brock Purdy, Brandon Allen. It was us saying that Brock made money yesterday. 916 says Brandon Allen should not set the bar over whether Purdy is a good quarterback or not. So this season has shown Purdy is not in the same league as the top 6 quarterbacks in the league. So that's an interesting take. It is true. It's easy for us to say, oh, well, Brandon Allen's so bad, you got to pay Purdy. He's like, no, don't judge him by Brandon Allen. Judge him by Jalen Hurts. Judge him by Jared Goff. Judge him by Jaden Daniels. Judge him by Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that's fair, but I also think there is a counterpoint when Brock Purdy is being judged based off of Kyle Shanahan's system. So I guess that's where kind of the clapback is this morning of people saying, oh, look, he's not just a system quarterback. And whether or not you do want to give credit to Kyle's system or not, it's the take I've had since Brock Purdy took over as the starting quarterback. He's ran this system better than any other quarterback that Kyle has had here in San Francisco. That includes Jimmy. That includes Brandon Allen yesterday. That includes any single quarterback you want to name that has lined up under center and taken snaps here in San Francisco. Brock Purdy has taken that system to a new level. And yeah, you can look at the numbers this year. It's not quite the success that we saw Brock Purdy having last year, but I still wouldn't sit here this morning and by any means say that Brock Purdy has had a bad season, just not as good as the season as we saw last year.
His numbers are down for sure. He should have gotten at least a field goal off against the Rams. He should have had the 4-minute offense succeed against Seattle. There has been some flaws this year. By the way, I can't get over Geno Smith running that ball as I'm rolling my bags across that frickin' hotel room door, which is hard because the door keeps trying to close on you when you're trying to roll the bags in, and I had no help too. And then I got my phone out and Gino's running in and I'm like unblank. What are you, blanking kidding me? I just got to Hawaii and Gino's running in the end zone with 12 seconds left. What was that? 209 says, Marcus, I reference the Brave Little Toaster at work all the time.
Hell yeah, 209.
Says my Gen Z coworkers look at me with a blank stare on their faces.
Dude, I knew I was throwing that one out there. I was like, no chance young Tony knows Brave Little Toaster. I'm guessing you didn't. He's like, John Joe Curley, Brave Little Toaster. Even John Joe gives me a thumb down.
I'd like to keep aware, like when you make certain references to, Hey Arnold, things like that, I'm down. But I got to be honest, Brave Little Toaster, what did OG Murph learn today? What did young Tony learn today? Is there a theme song we can play or something?
We might have to look it up. There's got to be a song. This was maybe late 1980s, early Disney animation. I guess not that early, but still.
Yeah. Okay, we told you guys texts. We told you guys calls. The calls are coming in. Greg is on the San Mateo Bridge, or at least he was when he called. So, Greg, you are next up at 8:08 KMBR after this awful 38-10 loss at Lambeau. Good morning, Greg.
Hey, what's up, Greg?
Morning, guys. What's happening?
Well, we're back from Hawaii. That's what's happening.
Pretty good. Talking about a toaster, that seems kind of weird, but that's all right. I got to blame Lynch on a lot of this stuff. The team was ready to go, right? Already fired. He let these guys hold out, and he ended up paying them anyway, right? He paid them anyway, and we came into the season just not ready to go, worried about injuries with, everything. The team was fully ready to go, and he just kind of let it slip through his fingers.
So you're saying what? You're saying the Brandon Ayuk negotiation, the Trent Williams negotiations? Are you talking about?
Absolutely. Two of the most important positions on our team. And he just let them come in. He didn't learn from Bosa last year.
Well, it takes two to tango. He expressed frustration to us that he thought he was making Ayuk the offer. Remember, we asked him, what's taking so long? He goes, I wish I knew. So remember, we did the whole Steve Lacy, I wish I knew. Mm-hmm. So anyway, well, Greg, listen, you're right. At a certain point, when you're 5-6, everybody gets some form of blame. And if you're throwing it at John Lynch, we will note that down in the notebook and move forward. So thanks for the call, Greg.
Yeah, but also at the same time, I think maybe we should give John Lynch some credit for, drafting these guys originally. And now he's actually making these contract extensions midseason like we saw last week with Diamador Lenore. So maybe they're trying to adjust. I've had the same criticism after watching the Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Debo Samuel contract extensions kind of linger all the way into training camp. I think everybody wants to get those deals done early, but to your point, it takes two to tango. If the guys want to hold out, unless you're just going to break bank and give them everything they want, that's part of the negotiations.
I know it seems like an excuse that I'm making with the Super Bowl hangover, and I know I say it so much, and I'm not making an excuse. I'm just describing what happens. This is what happens. This is what happens when human beings and athletes and teams go through things like this. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like the Giants. Like, they are what they are. And kind of the Niners are what they are, coming off this Super Bowl loss with no Dre Greenlaw and with Ayuk's going to hold out. He's just going to hold out. And in the Niners, I don't know. We can go through the particular negotiations of that. I mean, to be honest with Trent Williams, you truly don't. I mean, maybe I don't want to say I'm excusing that one, but he's the kind of guy who doesn't necessarily need a training camp at that point. We're starting talking about the McCaffrey bilateral Achilles tendonitis. And as somebody pointed out, the elephant in the room is the run game has gotten worse with him back. And that's a tough deal.
Yeah, and that's a tough deal. And that's an issue. And I don't know, maybe just for me personally, it's hard to keep going back to the negotiations over the summer for the reason why they're not closing out games in the fourth quarter. Like, we're at a point now, we're 12 weeks into the NFL season. I don't want to hear about training camp legs, getting back in shape, and being unprepared for when the season starts. No, they got off to a slow start, and maybe you can put some of that blame on guys not being ready to go in training camp. But we're 12 weeks into the season now. There shouldn't be these same excuses.
I sent a tweet out it just ain't their effing year, man. It just ain't their effing year. Sometimes you just got to fall back on that. Ben is in Lake Elsinore. We don't get calls in Lake Elsinore very often. So, Ben, good morning. You're on KMBR. How are you, man?
Yeah, what's up, Ben?
Good, man. How are you guys?
What's going on up in Lake Elsinore, man?
Oh, man, just a little June gloom, kind of weather, a lot of clouds, similar to probably what you guys are doing, but, makes sense after that loss yesterday.
Yeah, you're down in Southern California.
Oh, yeah, you got a big following out here.
I love it. All right. Well, what do you got, Ben? What's your take, man?
You know what, man, at the end of the day, I'm hearing all this stuff, and I heard, kind of late on the last week, and I think at some point, man, the axe has got to fall because I look at this team and I see a lot of stagnant. It just doesn't look like we have way too much talent to not be competing. And at the end of the day, just like any job, it falls on the head guy. So the 12 men on the field, I get it. You have assistant coaches. But at some point, you got to be the guy who's got to prepare your team day in and day out. And if you're having this kind of stuff happen, it shows me lack of preparation. If you fail to prepare, you're preparing to fail, right? John Wooden said that.
Yes.
And I don't see Shanahan the way he was. He just looks really disconnected. He looks tired. He just looks like his heart isn't in it anymore. And to me, that kind of reflects on how this team is playing this year.
Ben,
I think, honestly, the axe needs to fall, and I think we need to bring in Bill Belichick next year with this talent.
Ooh, calling for Belichick. All right. See, I was going to say, everybody always says, well, when you fire a coach, who do you want to bring in? So you're saying you'd bring in Belichick?
Absolutely. I think he watches this team. He knows this team has talent. He knows what he can do with it. So I think at some point, man, I love Shanahan. I was happy when him and Lynch first came in. I thought it was a great pairing. But at some point, I just look at this team, and it looks like either, A, they've given up on him, B, he doesn't seem like the same guy. He's not having fun. And at the end of the day, if you're not having fun, what are you doing it for?
Hey, Ben, you know what, man? You're dropping some pretty heavy takes there that aren't necessarily that far off, in my opinion. I want to expand on that. And, hey, we appreciate the call. Shout out Lake Elsinore down in Riverside County, down in Southern California. We appreciate that. I've been hesitant to say this because I don't want to be, as an old beat writer, you got to be responsible about what you say. You can't just throw things out there. But I would agree with Ben that the optics, I want to stress, again, the optics of Shanahan this year have not been great. He has looked tired. He has looked emotionally exhausted. The team is not performing at a crisp level. They're blowing fourth quarter leads. I would agree. So, that is a very vague thing to say, he's lost the team or he's not into it. Of course he's into it. I mean, he cares a ton. I know he does. But there are optics this year that are discouraging as a 49er fan. He does look... It just looks disconnected. He does look tired. And that's kind of a stupid take to have. If you're an old sports writer and you got to have evidence and quotes and reasoning behind what you're saying. But I understand what Ben's saying is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and Murph, you've kind of had these takes since the preseason where Kyle Shanahan wasn't calling plays.
Yes!
I remember saying,
I thought about that this morning.
Calm down a little bit. It's not that big of a deal.
Why is he not calling plays?
Here we are now.
I mean, let's just summarize it this way. I know he cares. Of course, I'm 99.99% sure he truly cares, all right? I think he's having a bad year. I think he's having a bad year. And you can owe it to any number of things. But the big question is, do you fire him and move on? Okay, here's the one thing. Bill Walsh used to say, 10 years and you got to go because they tune you out. So Kyle got here in 2017, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. This is his 8th season. It's not 10, but how many coaches? So Mike Tomlin, Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll was in Seattle for a long time.
Johnny Harbaugh.
Andy Reid was in Philly, John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there you can do it, but there are lots of guys who move on. Now, somebody put that out on, I was like Diana Rossini or somebody said, if they fired Kyle Shanahan, owners would stop him in the parking lot on his way to the car. But if you're anti-Shanahan, you'd be like, yeah, so what? I get it. It's just that his time here is done, which I disagree with. You stay with him. You can have a bad year. I've said this a million times.
Yeah.
Joe didn't win it in 82. He didn't win it in 83. He didn't win it in 85. He didn't win it in 86. He didn't win it in 87. He didn't win it in 88. He didn't win it in 90, which I'm still not over. So that's 7 times that Joe didn't win it, right? So,
and also, the last coach that, was taking the 49ers to postseason success, Jim Harbaugh. They got rid of him. How'd those next couple of years play out?
That's a pretty good call. All right, we'll continue. Big Hit continues on the other side. You guys are calling in 808 KMBR. We see the phone numbers. We'll get to you guys real quick on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning. You can hear that interview live on the KMBR app and KMBR.com. It is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
So obviously the 49ers got embarrassed in Green Bay. After the game, I just kept thinking to myself, where did it all go wrong? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, we got Steve Moskowitz bright and early on a Monday morning, Thanksgiving week. Steve, we want to be thankful for your help and what to do if you didn't get your ERC check.
The big 3 with ERC. 1, are you growing old? Are you getting a long white beard waiting to get paid? There's 3 different ways to hurry up the government. And I'm concerned that when President Trump takes power again, maybe he'll do away with ERC. Who knows? I don't want your listener to have to take the chance. 3 good ways to hurry him up. Or you got a nasty gram. Said no ERC for you, don't qualify. Right now, in our very own circuit, the Ninth Circuit, there's been a lawsuit filed accusing the IRS of using AI and denying people. They don't even know if you qualify or not. So if you got that disallowance, call us. Or if you're being audited, they want the money back. There's so many programs. There's even a program where they say, if you absolutely are not entitled to it, they'll give you 20%. Anyway, there's so many different things. Bottom line is, anything with ERC. You didn't get your check yet? You were told you don't qualify, or you're being audited? Call us. We have a free consultation. We have a lot of experience with this. And all you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me my money.
Well, there it is. Steve Moskowitz on Thanksgiving week. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. Should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold it now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I don't want to tackle Josh Jacobs at any point all day. That's me. I don't know. I told you I'm asking AI all these questions now. So I said, how did Bang on the Drum become the Packers song? I don't understand it. It says here, here's the answer from the robot. I don't know if the robot's right. It says, Mike McKenna, a producer for Packers games, began playing it after Green Bay touchdowns in the mid-'90s. The song is now an iconic part of Packers fan. Yeah, but why did Mike McKenna start playing it? That's my question.
That's the problem with AI, Murph.
Oh, here's another AI robot part. It says the story also includes wide receiver James Lofton, who loved the song and thought it would motivate the team. Okay, we're getting multiple theories.
See,
Lofton,
I'm not
producer.
sure. See, I like the days when Murph would do his own research and find out the answers himself. Now he's gone full Farhan Zaidi with the advanced analytics.
Saw the Giants sign Max Stassi to a minor league backup catcher contract. Dude, I can't believe my algorithm has anti-buster stuff going on right now. I don't even want to start. Who? All right, guys. Well, listen, we asked for the calls. They're pouring in here. 808 KNBR. We'll go to the ones waiting the longest. Eddie in Tracy, our big hit about where this team is. Only one out in the West. Eddie in Tracy. Eddie, good morning.
What's up, Eddie?
Hey, good morning, Murph and Marcus. How y'all doing, man?
Well, we're back from Hawaii and the Niners stink. That's how we're doing.
I hear you, man. Listen, Seattle did us a favor yesterday by keeping the NFC West nice and even a little bit. I wish we had another shot at the Seahawks this season, but we do have a shot at the Rams and a shot at the Cardinals. I think it will come down to that final game in Week 18. I'm hoping. Listen, there's a lot of teams that would love to be in our position right now, man. 6 games left, 1 game out. I mean, let's look at the glass half full here.
Man.
Eddie, think,
you're being optimistic. You're looking at the bright side here.
I'm super optimistic, bro. I'll tell you how optimistic. Back in the day, the 2 times I ever did fantasy football, I drafted all Niners defense, Niners kickers, and that's how optimistic I am. And I know I'm not going to win, but I want to see all Niners on my fantasy draft.
Eddie, you sound like my buddy, the super fan at UCLA. All Bruins, dude.
Yeah, dude. That's how I roll. But check this out, man. Another thing that bothers me is that there's just teams out there playing harder, and they're doing more with less. I mean, the Panthers taking the Chiefs to overtime. The Titans, Will Levis throwing bombs, beating C.J. Stroud and the up-and-coming supposed Texans. There's just, it's so simple to say that it's one player that is affecting this entire team since we lost them at the Super Bowl. Is it Green toughness and that not letting people bully our defense around and just? Is it as simple as just Dre Greenlaw not being there, man, firing this team up week in and week out? And another point to that is it's only going to take one spark, I think, for this team to come back. Travarius Ward maybe coming back, making a pick six, contributing it to his daughter. I don't know, bro. But
well, Eddie, I appreciate you. We got more calls to get to. So, Eddie, he was kind of like he played two stories there. The one was he's like, we're in it. Then he started calling out, our defense is weak and soft and gets bullied. You can't sort of have it. Maybe one of the reasons you're not in it because your defense is getting bullied. So, I mean, Eddie, listen, Nick Bosa has not had an awesome year. He got hurt. Javon Hargrave is out for the year. They lost Eric Armstead, who did miss several games last year, but still was a presence when he was on the field. Yes, Dre Greenlaw is a monster part of that. And more important, the replacements for Dre Greenlaw have not been close to Dre Greenlaw's level.
No, not at all. And the replacements that we saw yesterday, not only for Nick Bosa, not only for Dre Greenlaw, but the list goes on and on and on. And we could talk about the replacement yesterday for Brock Purdy and whether or not Brandon Allen had any chance in the world to go out and win that game yesterday. A lot of people just kind of chalk up a backup quarterback as a scheduled loss. But you look at a team like the Green Bay Packers, Jordan Love went down earlier this year, and Malik Willis won back-to-back games for them. So good teams find a way to win. But it felt like the 49ers showed up yesterday not knowing that they were going to play a game against the Green Bay Packers. Meanwhile, the Green Bay Packers and Coach LaFleur had this game circled on the calendar. It looked like this was a get-back game. They didn't give a damn about the 49ers' injuries, which is the bottom line in the NFL. Nobody cares that you're dealing with injuries. Everybody has to deal with injuries. Point taken, the Green Bay Packers early in the year with Jordan Love, and they still went out and won games. So yesterday it almost felt personal with Josh Jacobs breaking off tackles, with them kind of running up the score, putting up 38 points. This was a message that the Packers wanted to send, and it seemed like the 49ers damn near left this game on voicemail and never really received that message.
Well, Josh Jacobs said after the game on Fox how he wasn't with the team last year. He said, I saw how important it was for these guys. As I knew how these guys, their season had ended. To your point, here was the quote from, I found it here, Keyshawn Nixon about the Niners missing all their players. It's the NFL. It's not an excuse. We didn't have our quarterback and we won 3 games, so we don't want to hear that. We came to play. They should have come to play. He's got scoreboard, everything he says there. Now, Eddie from Tracy was like optimistic. So there's 2 people that are optimistic, Eddie and Tracy and George Kittle.
But no, my optimism is not broken by any means. We still have a lot of very talented players. We will get some guys back. And I still have full trust in this coaching staff to put our guys in position to make plays, and I got no worry about that. But definitely uphill grind, and gonna see what we're made of, which I'm looking forward to.
We're seeing what they're made of. They're made of a 5-6 record.
Yeah, looking forward to this game in Buffalo.
We got more calls. Joel is checking in all the way down in the ATL, Atlanta, Georgia.
ATL in the building.
Joel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
how you guys doing?
Well, good, man. I love that you're calling from the ATL. What you got? What's your Niner view from there?
All right, longtime Niner fan. Since 94, that's when I became cognizant of what a 49er was. And I've been a fan ever since then, since a little kid. But I want to say this. I went to school out in Maryland, and it made me very well acquainted with the Redskins, but more with the Ravens. All of my best friends are from Baltimore and things of that nature. And one thing I learned about that team is the culture of that team. It doesn't matter who's on the roster. It doesn't matter who's up to play. You're going to watch a competitive football game, and they have a chance to beat any team in the NFL at any time. That's the culture of the Ravens. That's something that the 49ers have to adapt towards. I think they win because they have the psychological advantage that we have all these stars and all these all-pros. And, somebody's hurt, we're going to lose. Like, they have to lose that psychology, and they have to get more like the Ravens culture, which is the brand of football we play wins the game. It doesn't matter who the players are. It's the style of football we play and the type of team that we coach out here. That's what wins us the game. I think the 49ers need to change their culture to be more tough, hard-nosed like that, and win in spite of adversity instead of winning because they have an embarrassment of riches. That's what I believe.
Pretty interesting call, Joel. And what you're talking about right here is John Harbaugh versus Kyle Shanahan, the way they go about their business. And to that, you can throw Jim Harbaugh into this list too. Yeah. You're talking about the Harbaugh style, which is we are true old school. We're going to look at the Chargers right now. I mean, they're out here beating teams that they shouldn't beat because Jim Harbaugh has instilled a culture. John Harbaugh has instilled a culture. But Joel, I would say Kyle's culture has been, I'm going to out-scheme you every single time. And it has been wildly successful. They have, I think I looked it up, they have the 4th best record in the last 5 years in the NFL. So something about that. So it's a difference between, like, you're talking about mindset versus playbook. And the playbook has been working for the Niners.
Right, but right now, because of injuries, it's like, my playbook can't work because I don't have the guys to perform when I know the game tape on all the players that they have out there. I'm like really into it, and these players are good. These players, their college tape is amazing. A lot of these guys were stars in college, but they were low draft picks, but they were good players. And they on the field, they do not show up. It looks like we were shadows out there. So what I'm saying is that's a culture thing. That's like we don't expect anything from you guys. When our stars come back, then we can compete. And I think we got to lose that mind state. I think it's got to go back to the fact that we're going to win because we're supposed to, because we're prepared to win this game. And it doesn't matter who puts this jersey on. I'm going to put you in the right spot, and we're going to kick their ass. Excuse my language. But
You're good, Joel. I appreciate it, man. We got to get to more callers. And, hey, I like it. You're a good caller. You can call again sometime and give us more takes. But interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting take on the culture. And I guess my kind of counterpoint would be is Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have established a culture here in San Francisco. It just feels like the culture is missing this season. Because this is a team where last year we were talking about them dominating the trenches.
And how every team they played would lose its next game.
Exactly. We were talking about the Yak Bros each and every week. This year, their Yak numbers are down. They're losing the battle in the trenches. They don't have that same identity. But when we're talking about the culture and the system, it's a system that we've seen Kyle be successful with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy. It's a system that we've seen Kyle Shanahan had success with Raheem Mostert or Christian McCaffrey or Jordan Mason earlier this season. So I think we can't just throw away the culture and the scheme that has been so successful over the past 5-6 years. Just for whatever reason this year, the culture is not clicking.
Yeah, I'm with you a little bit. So a little slight disagreement there with Ryan in Atlanta, but we appreciate the call anyway. The calls, time's flying by. We're up against it now. We got the cooler of content with all the sounds from the weekend. Then Brent Jones at 8:50. He's back, baby. And then Tim Ryan at 9:15. So Tim is later today because they got in really late last night. We gave him a little extra sleep-in time. So Tim Ryan at 9:15, Brent Jones at 8:50, and the best sounds from the weekend next on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, happy Monday of Thanksgiving week. I can't wait for What Did Young Tony Ask today on Wednesday. Is it going to be a Thanksgiving edition? Who knows? He did his Hawaii edition last Wednesday. Hey, it's fun to talk about something other than the Niners because, man, it's been a morning of the Niners. I get it, but that's what we do. We gather around. The NFL rules our lives. I sat on the couch in various states of sort of numb and observation, and, yeah, we knew they were dead. No Purdy, no Bosa, no Trent, but there were interesting things that happened, and we'll continue to talk about those with Brent Jones at 8:50 and Tim Ryan at 9:15. How do you feel about being out of Hawaii, buddy?
It feels bad, to be honest with you.
Feels bad, baby. Feels bad.
It feels bad. I mean, waking up, not seeing that sunrise. But hey, Murph, we're back in San Francisco in a studio talking sports.
How do I feel about
Life
me?
is not that bad.
So I did 3 things that I never do there. One, I wore T-shirts every day on the broadcast, except for the last day. I had to collar up for the flight home. So me wearing a T-shirt was a shocker to you, right? Mm-hmm. Number 2, I'm in short pants during all those broadcasts.
And also, you called an audible saying you had to go back to your room on Friday to put pants on the fly.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand.
Well, we can talk about that later.
Murph is ripping me for flying in shorts.
That's a better Tuesday
He's
conversation.
like, I don't want to see your hairy knees. It's like, Murph, I've been staring at your hairy toes all week.
Larry David, curb your enthusiasm. We'll get into it.
I can't fly in shorts. Come on.
And number 3, I was broadcast a fair amount of shows barefoot. Mm-hmm. So, but here we are. We're back. Jacket, collar, shoes, laces. Back on the mainland, brother.
Murph's strapped up, ready to go.
No banana bread, no croissants with wild boar sausage, no pineapple, no Kona coffee, no sunrise over the Pacific. Next year, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
All right.
Key word.
All right, but I got home. Saturday was all college football for me. I don't know what you did. Did you just heal up, rest up? I don't know what you did. Listen to your Kendrick album. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you went and saw your mom and dad or you saw your buddies in San Jose, but I went. It was rivalry Saturday. So for us old heads, the Saturday before Thanksgiving is rivalry Saturday. It was always Michigan, Ohio State in the morning, USC, UCLA in the afternoon, and then you'd get reports from the Oregon State game, the Washington State game, all the rivalry games. Of course, the big game, I should mention. So I watched Harvard-Yale in the morning. That was a really freaking good competitive game. That game's always good, by the way. I'd turn you guys on to that one. That's a hard-hitting good game. Shout out the Bulldogs. Then I roll into the reasonable Saturday afternoon kickoff. All rivalry games should be played Saturday afternoon. Every single one of them. Because I had to stay up late into the night to watch Deshaun Foster frickin' soil the sheets against a bad USC team. I mean, a bad USC. That USC, dude, Notre Dame SC this week, take the Irish. Anyway.
What happened in the fourth quarter, Murph?
We're bad. We're bad. We're bad team. Sloppy, penalties, terrible. Anyway, the big game is what it was all about. And I enjoyed the heck out of it. I also had Stanford plus 13.5. I got the cover. But shout out Cal. I will say this. Mike Silver and Amy Trask, that was a great win. They drove 98 yards with 7 minutes to go. It was great. It was a good win. Let's be honest. Two pretty mediocre to sub-mediocre teams. Dude, this is like the moon landing and the Dwight Clark catch had a baby. And it was the win.
Stop.
Dude, I love Mikey, but his social media activity after this game is, dude, a bit, shall we say, a tad extraneous, dude. Did Gutenberg invent the printing press, or did a 5-6 Cal team beat a 3-7 Stanford team, dude? Did the Magna Carta get signed, or did Mendoza throw a touchdown pass? I mean, he's been writing the most extravagant things about what an unbelievable, unforgettable day in our lives, and da-da-da. I'm like, bro, I mean, it was a nice win, bro. Trust me, it was a nice
Murph,
win.
it's the big game.
That's a big game, man.
Now, that said, the one thing that was cool was Fernando Mendoza gets the win. He's a charismatic quarterback. And even though the students are rushing the field, he peels off with the ACC network reporter, Morgan Uber, and gives this totally heartfelt interview that leads off the cooler content.
Fernando, this team was down 21-10 at the start of the fourth quarter. What did it take to come back?
And first of all, I want to give all the glory to God. That was an amazing comeback. It's a testament how tough we are as a team. I love my boys. It's amazing. I'm so proud of everyone's team. We're 6-6. We're bold bound, and we retain the axe. Go Bears forever. Let's go.
You are so emotional right now, Fernando, in this moment. What's bringing out these emotions emotions for you.
We worked so hard for this. I apologize for getting emotional, but it's so hard. As an offense, we've done everything that we possibly could have throughout the summer. To being down, having a close game, this has to be the most special moment in my life to date.
Look around at these fans in this moment. What will you remember most from this victory today?
I remember going 98 yards with my boys. 98 yards at that moment we told them, this is why we did the camping trip. This is why we did every Saturday walkthrough. This is why we stayed late until 9 p.m. watching film together. And so that meant so much to me to go 98 yards against a defense that's been playing great. And we ended up scoring in the clutch.
Fernando, you told us yesterday you just want to hold that axe. So go hold that axe and enjoy this.
Thank you. Go Bears. Let's go.
He's a great kid, man. Really likable kid. Fernando Mendoza, pure heart. That went viral nationally. Everybody's like, "This is college football, man." And it's true, but it's pretty funny. Just to crack Mikey and Amy a little bit at one because we're 6-6, man. You mean you're 6-6?
We're bowl bound, baby. We got the ACCX, Murph.
But it was great. The 98 yards with my boys is an iconic line and will live in big game lore. Now, big game lore, I put that in air quotes because the big game usually means nothing. You know what I mean? It's usually between two teams going nowhere.
But Murph, we talked about it last Friday with John Lynch. This was the first time that they got the chance to play for the ACC Ags. Cal Bears undefeated in the ACC big game.
I don't know if you watched that whole rally committee stare down thing that Kate Scott used to take part in. With 3 minutes to go, the two rally committees stare at each other. Bro, it's like an SNL skit, man, isn't it? It's unbelievable.
Well, then Fernando almost sounded like an SNL skit after the game. Like he almost went like full like Ron Paul. Like we're gonna go to North Carolina. We're gonna go to the White House. We're gonna take this over. Howard Dean, excuse me. Dropped a couple. Cal football.
Which one do you want to go to next?
And honestly, like I do want to give some love to Fernando, giving the shout out to his boys and going 98 yards with his boys.
98 yards with my boys.
This is why we went camping, Murph. This is why we went camping.
That's why we took the kids to the West Point Inn.
Yeah, like could you imagine if we did that in our workplace, like the next like meeting we have when we do our show meeting? Like Mike Kohler, this is why me, John Joe, and Murph went to Hawaii. This is why me and young Tony went to Dreamforce.
I remember going 98 yards with my boys. This is why we did the camping trip.
This is why I tell Oppo he can move my car anywhere in the parking lot.
This is why we go day drinking at Gino and Carlo.
This is why we go to the old ship. Catch a buzz. This is why I go to the break room and buy those hard-boiled eggs when I forget them at home. Yeah. All right. Did you see Brock Purdy's in another commercial?
Dude, Paw Patrol.
Okay, we have video. YouTubers and Twitchers. This is, I did not see this until Marcus sent this.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy alone in a locker room in the dark. Here it is.
Hey, Chase. Hey, Rubble.
Hey, Brock Purdy. What's the matter?
I'm just really feeling the pressure today.
What pressure? The sky-high expectations? The worry you don't have the speed to survive out of the pocket?
Yes, that.
Then let's do the thing.
Ow.
Louder! More! No!
Thanks for the pup talk.
No job too big?
No pup too small.
Dude, he just did a Paw Patrol ad.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
The pup talk.
That hit differently on a day he's on the sidelines. They're losing 38-10 to the Packers.
Yeah, immediately when I saw that commercial during the break, it goes, Brock, what's the problem? Yeah, I got a banged up shoulder, Paw Patrol. But I can't play this weekend.
That's a little too close to home. And they're like, sky high expectations?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah. I'm like,
not fast enough to escape the pocket?
Yeah.
How do they know about Jake Brendo and Colton McKivitz?
By the way, my younger kid was in the Paw Patrol generation. And he had Paw Patrol sheets. He had Paw Patrol backpack, Paw Patrol. And then there came a time when it was just, no more. You hit that point, it's like you leave Paw Patrol behind.
Well, Murph, I got to the point where Uncle Waterboy was routinely buying like Paw Patrol like gifts for like the young kids. Next thing you know, I show up to a birthday party and Paw Patrol is no longer cool.
Dude, hey, who saw Inside Out? The scene when she leaves Oingo Boingo behind? And come on now. Young Tone, you saw Inside Out, right?
No.
Pixar?
No, I know the movie. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, she has to leave her. He has to leave her little stuffy behind. And then next thing you know, well, you know what happens next.
The sadness. Well, real quick, also, I hate to bring this up. I don't want to be the one to be the messenger of bad news, but do you know about the Aaron Judge Paw Patrol curse?
No.
So this happened earlier this season. Aaron Judge made an appearance in the TV show Paw Patrol as like an animated character, goes deep, hits a bomb, and then he went into one of his biggest slumps of the season.
Oh, my gosh.
And everybody blamed Paw Patrol. And the numbers going back to his appearance on Paw Patrol. All I'm saying is Brock Purdy filmed this commercial, doesn't play this weekend, and the 49ers lose. It might be the Paw Patrol curse part 2, Murph.
Oh, my God. 209 says, my 4-year-old daughter lost her S during that Purdy paw control commercial, dudes. 831 says, no more commercials, Purdy. It's getting to Baker Mayfield at this point. Oh, boy. All right. And then finally, here it is, the Bang on the Drum Todd Rundgren song, which I don't know why the Packers adopted it 30 years ago, but it's their song. He has no connection, Todd Rundgren, to the Packers. It's not a very Wisconsin-y song either, but they played it, and Greg Papa kept saying, well, they're going to bang on the drum again. So it caused young Tony, our producer, to get into the lab and get his DJ on. Here it is.
Banging on that drum all day.
I don't want to play. I just want to
banging on that drum all day.
Okay. All right.
Banging on that drum all day.
All right.
Banging on that drum all day.
Okay. Not bad, Tony. Not bad at all. I almost want to ask for a remix with the sad one, where he's like, they're banging on the drum again. But that's pretty good.
I like
Hit it again there for the crowd out there. Here you go.
Banging on that drum all day.
I don't want to play.
Banging on that drum all day.
Oh, my God. That's pretty good, kid. Pretty good.
It's phenomenal. I will say great work by Tony, but it's not as good as the masterpiece he made the other week with Greg Papa about singing on the same side the mic was on.
On the same side the mic was on. On the same side the mic was on. On the same side the mic was on. On the same side the mic was on. On the same side the mic was on. On the same side the mic was on. On the same side the mic was on. On the same side the mic was on.
Wow. I got to say, that
That's
might
the
be
gold
the
standard,
slight
Tony.
bigger banger. Oh, man. Very good. And by the way, the Inside Out police are coming for me. I guess it's Bing Bong.
Bing Bong.
Did I say Oingo Boingo, which is an 80s new wave band? All right. This is what happens, man. We get up early. All right. Here's the deal. That was a good cooler of content. And now Brent Jones coming home. You know Brent's not going to hold back when he assesses these 49ers. Next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, Marcus Boucher here with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I've reached my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, what a way to welcome 84 back to his true spiritual home with his boy Murph and my boy Marcus. Brent Jones is sponsored by the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, seeking highly motivated people to join their diverse and growing law enforcement agency. Apply to join ACSO.com. We would have heard this in the mid-'90s when he had some wins, he had some losses, but you're back. BJ, welcome back to the morning, brother. Good morning.
What's up, Brent?
It is great to hear your voice, Murph. Marcus, awesome to talk to you. Heard a lot of great things about you, buddy, and so it's a treat to be on, but I wish it was a more joyful time in our lives.
Well, this is why you're back, baby. I know. I said, hey, Brent, welcome back. It's been a while. Now start ripping the Niners. Holy moly.
Oh, my gosh. You know, I don't think I have to say anything. I think anybody that watched the game yesterday could form a relatively sophisticated opinion on what some of our issues are. And it's been weird because I never saw it coming for this season. Just never, ever. And I think that makes it more frustrating. But it's been a few years that we've been in this situation. And we have too many great players on this team to let it go down like this. And I'm just scratching my head, you know, every Sunday saying, what is going on? I just can't. I'd say it's one thing, but it's more than one thing, obviously.
Well, it's funny you say you didn't see it coming. I kind of did. I'm one of those Super Bowl hangover guys, and they've been playing so many games, and Dre Greenlaw's out, and Ayuk held out, and McCaffrey was out from early August. Like, I kind of felt like this was going to be max 10-7, minimum 9-8, like not necessarily their year, but you came in thinking, no, these guys can make a run at it, huh?
Yeah, you know what? I just think that there's too much great athleticism on this team, too much great skill, and even though we were going to be missing a few guys here and there, that the collective team would still be able to rally. It's not like the Rams are invincible or the Cardinals or whoever else that we've lost to along the way. Now, certainly the Packers, the Lions, there's a few teams that we're going to play that maybe if we're understaffed could be a challenge. But I figured that come playoff time, we'd be qualified and healthy, and we would be the team that maybe nobody wanted to play. Right now, we're on the outside looking in, and that's what I didn't see, Murph. I just did not see not qualifying for the playoffs, and we are looking at it dead square in the face right now.
Yeah, and Brent, I know I'm hosting a show with a dead man walking, but when it comes to the 49er season, is this roster just full with a bunch of guys who are dead man walking towards the end of the season, or do you think they still have a chance to turn around and maybe make a postseason push? Marcus, what an outstanding transition and way to use that. I like to call him DM Dub, but
that's what I hit you with on a text. I said the DMW is going to call the DFW because you're down in Dallas-Fort Worth, buddy.
Yes, and sometimes you say something on the radio and you're like, you think it's funny and you're like, yeah, I probably didn't need to say that, but that was more of a salary cap related comment.
No, you're good, buddy. Believe me, you are 100% good.
We loved it. Yeah. But Marcus, I do think there's a few guys, and I just, whether it's tenacity or desire, there's some guys on this team right now that don't have it. And I think, these next several weeks, on top of, playing for our lives, I think we're also going to be playing for roster spots next year. I think this team, especially on the defensive side of the ball, is going to look different next year. We have struggled against the run all year. A lot of it's interior defensive line, some of it's linebackers. It's been really weird. I thought Fred Warner was the best linebacker in the league 5 weeks ago, and for the last 4 or 5 weeks, he hasn't been the same. And I get it. There's issues with the defensive line, maybe the other linebackers, maybe he's trying to do too much. But when your super stud is struggling a bit, then it's across the board. There's things that need to change. So it's and I'm not talking Fred. I'm just saying, sometimes a linebacker is only as good as his defensive line, just like sometimes defensive backs are only as good as the pass rush. And we've seen a lot of those situations materialize over the last several weeks, and it shows you this is still a team game. It is not an individual game. Things have to work right. Guys have to do their jobs. Players have to stay in their lanes, and if they don't, it affects everybody.
It is so great to have Brent Jones back on the morning show here. Now, Brent and I go back to 94, 30 years ago when I was a rookie beat reporter, and they were winning a Super Bowl. By the way, last Super Bowl, the 49ers won 30 years ago. So the things that happen, Brent, that go into a winning season, and dude, listen, football's the same in 1890 as it is in 2024. Can you run the ball? Can you run the ball? So here's the question. Since Christian McCaffrey's come back, and we all know this guy's an elite, borderline Hall of Fame talent, if not automatic Hall of Fame talent, but it hasn't been the same in the last 3 weeks. Is it possible that they actually got worse at running the ball with the return of a slightly diminished McCaffrey?
Well, we haven't had the same success running the ball with Christian back, and it's just you kind of have to go through it. You got to give him the reps. You got to get him back. Do I think he'll be 100% this year? No, but I don't think anybody expected to him. Will I take a 90% Christian McCaffrey all day long? But maybe I'd like to see a little bit more mix-up with Jordan Mason in there, just because he's a little bit more of a pounder, and maybe get that part of the offense going. And it's just one of those tough things when you're hurt, and the extent of Christian's injury this year. But I have no doubt that he's going to be back 100% next year. Now, does that help us this year? Probably not. But maybe if we can somehow fight and battle and gnaw our way into the playoffs, maybe he'll just be another half step quicker, because you can see him hit some holes, and I think, okay, here he is, and he just gets tripped up. And then maybe it's that half step or that lack of complete burst that he's always had that is keeping him from breaking some big ones. But he's right there. I still have no problem with having him out there. Maybe just spell him, now and then for a series or so, just to get Mason in there and keep him, pounding away, because we've got to use both of those guys. And I wouldn't mind, in all honesty, seeing them both in the backfield at the same time.
Ooh, we talked about that a little bit earlier today, Brent. We can follow up on that after I tell you you're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Brent Jones, a Super Bowl champ, is on the UMA guest line, back with Murph and Marcus. Marcus.
And of course, we saw CMC out there yesterday running behind an offensive line that did not have Trent Williams, and the week before was running behind an offensive line without George Kittle. But since we are talking about the trenches, Brent, I would love your breakdown of the lack of success it feels like we're seeing this year when it comes to winning the line of scrimmage, and then overall your breakdown of the offensive line yesterday without Trent Williams.
Well, first of all, it's always tough, Marcus, without Trent Williams. That guy's such a stud, and he's just a full-on beast. And I think it takes away from certainly your running game. We run a lot of plays to the left side, obviously with Trent there, and so that is always going to be a challenge coming in. It's funny. I know our offensive line hasn't been spectacular, but there are points in time this year where I think they've been decent, and it's not like it hasn't been as glaring maybe as some other years, but I think that overall guys are working together pretty good. Pooney's been an unbelievable addition. I think Colton McKivitz actually has played better this year. There's some, pass blocking situations where it's not been perfect, but, I think sometimes, we've maybe struggled a bit at center. But outside of that, I kind of feel like there's been so many other issues. It's not the main issue. But, yeah, would I like it to be a little bit more pronounced, a little bit more strong in pushing the line of scrimmage? Because typically we've been able to do that in the run game. Our challenge has always been pass blocking. But I'd give the line this year maybe a B-, C+. But there's just so many other things that feel out of sync. And the other thing is we can't have dumb penalties. I think we lead the league in dumb penalties. I'm just, whether it's offense or defense, we've got to. It's not just penalties; it's dumb penalties, things that you don't need to do during the course of a game that you're better than. And so, but Marcus, that's kind of my assessment. Like I don't want to just say it's the offensive line. But it's a combination of things this year, and it's just frustrating. You can hear it in my voice.
Yeah, okay, so let's go to the guy who's not on the field other than on the sidelines, Kyle Shanahan. And listen, you played for Mike, man. You know the deal. So Kyle's been great. He's been 2 Super Bowls, 4 NFC championships, you name it. Seems like pressing the wrong buttons this year. Seems like unable to close out those fourth quarter leads against the Rams, Cardinals, and Seahawks. Unable to get anything going yesterday. Now, again, without, Trent and Brock. I get it. But your take on Kyle Shanahan, I don't know. Is he different this year at all?
So I think Kyle probably is a little different this year. And my guess is he's had to account for these typewriter, there's a key missing this week. There's a key missing the following week. There's 2 keys missing the third week. And so having to account for, a couple games without George Kittle, Ayuk out for the season, having to account for Debo missing a game, who, by the way, I have 2 words for, lock in. So for the season, by the way. So there's things that have kind of been in probably going against Kyle's typical way that he'd call plays. So there's just been a lack of continuity. And I think when you have new players at key positions and you have backups, it feels like we haven't had the whole offense, and I'm sure now looking back, we haven't on the field, the starting offense from last year on the field at the same time. And so when you start having to account for that, maybe you end up relying on things that you've done in the past or some of the core plays that you've used, and they aren't as fresh or dynamic or intricate, and it just feels like maybe we're just calling some of our usual plays this year, I guess is the best way to describe it. But I've had a couple people complain to me about Kyle Shanahan, and the weirdest thing is, yeah, you're frustrated, and I realize the frustration can go to the head coach, but I think sometimes we lose track of what we have and what other teams have. And so when you compare our head coach to the other head coaches in the league, yeah, there's a few head coaches that are hot and got a playoff streak going, but man, I wouldn't want to lose Kyle because we've had a frustrating season across the board. And so I think you need to step back, take a deep breath, look at what he's accomplished over his career, and know, just like some guys that have been banged up, he's, in a sense, I think Kyle's been playing hurt this year, hurt by the roster.
Yeah, and yesterday he was out there without his starting quarterback, which brings me to my next question. Brent, did you have any thoughts or issues with Kyle deciding to go with Brandon Allen instead of Josh Dobbs yesterday?
It's interesting because out of the gate, I would have thought Josh Dobbs just to have a little bit more mobility, but when a guy is sitting and watching his quarterbacks day in and day out, and I'm not, I'm going to rely on Kyle on that one. And so he had a reason. Obviously, I don't think Brandon Allen was the reason we lost yesterday. I thought he was serviceable at times, and at times, made some nice plays. It's just you got to have the rest of the offense, cooperate. Debo drops a couple of balls. One would have been a big play. Dumb penalties, putting us in tough situations. The running game really never got on track. So all those things stack up against poor Brandon Allen. So I know he was out there battling. So I don't want to put it on him. But, yeah, it was a little – I thought maybe Josh Dobbs would get the nod initially. But, like you said, it's tough, you guys. Unless you're there day in and day out, seeing what a guy does and seeing what his capabilities are, it's tough to really make that call. But I know that's the beauty of the Internet and social media. Everybody has an opinion. And that's the way of the world now. And it's just part of it. I'm just glad I had real softies when I played, like Glenn Dickey, Lowell Tone, and Ira Miller, and Murph. Marcus, now you can see why I was friends with Murph.
Yeah.
He was the only guy that I actually wanted to talk to.
I was about to say, Brent, I don't know how you would have done, because Brent heard it all. Brent had he used it all as fuel. I don't know how you would have done in the social media. If guys just coming at you you're flying home from Green Bay after losing 30, and you're on your mentions, and guys are killing you, Brent, you might have snapped, buddy.
I could have snapped, Murph. I could have snapped for sure. I'm glad. I would have had my ears in other guys' dugouts for sure.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's really the key. You just got to. If you keep your ears in your own dugout, you're okay. But the reality is, if you say, "Hey, I'm not going to pay attention to Twitter or X or this or Facebook. I'm not going to or Instagram. I'm not going to care." It doesn't matter if you don't listen, because everybody else does. So either your parents, your family, your friends, "Oh, did you hear about what that guy said about you?" Other guys on the team. Everybody's always plugged in. Even if you think you're not going to be, people are still in your face about it. And I got to say, it's a challenge to be a professional athlete nowadays. I would do my best to probably not be online, but yeah, I think I played with a few guys that could have snapped as well.
Yeah, and Brent, to your point, it's not only the fans, it's not only family members, but it could be former athletes in some situation. I don't know if you saw the story last week of T.O. calling out Debo Samuel, but you pretty much said the same thing about Debo needing to lock in. That's the message, right?
It really is the message. It's a standard that he just hasn't played to this year. And there's been a few guys, and you don't want to make it about one guy. But if you're going to be the guy, getting in the kicker and the snapper's face, who are the least offensive guys on the team 100% of the time, then you better be locked in as well. And I just feel like he hasn't been all year playing to the standard that the 49ers expect. So that's been frustrating. That's been hurting us too, especially once Ayuk went out with the injury. So we needed guys to pick it up. So I'm hoping Ricky Pearsall, shows his face. I thought we were going to get an opportunity to get some more targets and him more into the action, but it hasn't seemed that way. But I think we're gonna need him, ironically, to step up down the stretch if we're going to have a shot. And I'm a big Juwan guy, and I'm a fan of all these guys. It's hard to not call it like you see it when you see it week in and week out. And there's some guys that are just laying it on the line. Like George Kittle is an all-out stud. I mean, if I was young, I'd want to be hanging out with that guy. And he's got some great energy about him. He's an encourager. He's a baller. He's always there. He's always showing up. He's never putting anybody down. And I just got a lot of respect for him and the way that he handles himself.
Dude, it is so great having you back. I'm stealing. That's it. You're back. You're here. You're on the morning, buddy. You're ours.
I'm back.
And let's do it. Let's do it again next Monday, brother.
Oh, dude, you can't sneak me every week. But I'll come on. I'll come on here and then. But I want to come on when I can talk positively. When I can, give me a W to come on and pump guys up.
Did you just rebuff my attempt to book you for next Monday? Is that what you just did?
Yeah. So Murph, you have a special place in my heart after all these years, 30 years ago. Like we went through some stuff together that was fun, exciting, crazy, and nobody would believe us if we told you. But I can't get back into the every week thing.
All right. I'll let you go, buddy.
You know where my loyalties are, but I'm right there. You guys need me, you give me a shout.
We'll do that. We'll let you lay low. Give Dana a big hug for Thanksgiving, man. You know, root against the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. And then, dude, we'll see what happens in Buffalo. We'll see what happens down the road. And then I'll send the flare when the time is right. How's that?
Perfect. You send the bat signal, I'll be ready to roll.
It's so great hearing your voice, buddy, and good stuff, man. Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving,
Happy
Brent.
Thanksgiving, Murph. Marcus, it was a pleasure, bro.
There he is.
Keep Murph in line.
That's
it
right.
was a tough job.
The dead
I had to do it all
The
those
dead
years
man
ago.
walking lives through the segment. I live through the
I love
segment.
the dead man
I'll
walking.
keep him alive, Brent.
All right.
DMW to
Thanks,
DFW on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
For Debo, who, by the way, I have 2 words for, lock in.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning. That's 10:50. You can hear that interview live on the KMBR app and KMBR.com. It is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
So you just heard it from Brent Jones. The Niners got embarrassed in Green Bay, and after the game, I just kept thinking to myself, where did it all go wrong? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, now Young Tony will let me tell you about Provident Credit Union. So I want to tell you guys, your savings can grow safely with results you can count on. Yep, discover Pick a Term certificates from Provident Credit Union. You can earn up to 4.00% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term. So put your money to work and see your savings grow. Do not miss this limited time offer. Get your Provident Pick a Term certificate today. If you're looking for a little guidance to get started, the Provident team is excellent. It can walk you through the process and make savings easy. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. This rate is effective as of November 14, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It's a bunch, but he's way behind the line. McCaffrey to the left of Allen. Throw over the middle, through the hands, and intercepted by Xavier McKinney. Running back the other way. Down the sideline, finally pushed out of bounds.
Oh, that is a killer because they had the blitz beater dialed up. They came with a corner blitz, did the Green Bay Packers. Brandon Allen sees it and just ripped it to Debo Samuel up in front of his helmet. The ball was a little high, but it looked like it hit Debo Samuel in the hands.
Huge play in the game. I said, man, in a game with zero margin for error, that was a gigantic error that happened right there. So, okay, listen, first of all, good morning, everybody. We're back from Hawaii. Can't say we're overly excited to be back. It was really nice there. And hey, if you guys are like, hey, man, I don't want to hear about it, just win the contest next year. If you did want to hear about it, then thank you. And I think we made for some good YouTube and Twitch viewing because that Pacific Ocean sure is nice. Right now, the view behind us, Marcus, not quite the same.
Yeah, it's not as quite luxurious as the view we had in Hawaii. And one thing we're missing this morning is our live studio audience. Once again, thank you to all of our KMBR listeners who won the contest. And, of course, everybody who listens every day. But the 10 winners and their plus ones, man, oh, man, that was a hell of a group out in Hawaii.
I missed seeing Petaluma Mike there at 3:59.
I know.
Petaluma Mike, dude, guys turned up. I was on a Chaise Lounge groaning, by the way. Marcus heard me go, ugh, when I sat down. That was probably my favorite moment of the week. And like from about 20 yards away, I hear Marcus goes, I know that groan anywhere. I look up, I see Marcus on a Chaise Lounge. He goes, dude, I was like, did I groan? You go, yeah, you do it every time you sit in a chair.
Yeah, 20 feet away. I'm like, dude, that's Brian Murphy.
Then I looked over, Marcus had a pen. I said, oh, are you writing a journal? No, he said, no.
Yeah.
He said, this isn't the pen you think it is.
Yeah, different kind of pen, Murph.
Yeah, different kind of pen.
I'm working on a couple of haikus out here. Keyword high.
Oh, man. Anyway, the other thing we missed by being in Hawaii is the rectangle that features young Tony.
That's it.
So good to have you going there, buddy.
But you're right. I need Petaluma Mike in the box just to fact check young Tony or maybe teach the kid a few things because every single story that we mention, like over the last 18 years, 20 years of Murph being on air, Petaluma Mike had the receipt and had all the stories, young Tony.
He did. This guy's... He's I don't know. He was like he came with a mission to establish himself in Hawaiian KMBR lore. And Petaluma Mike, you succeeded, bro.
Mission accomplished.
I think he's going to be on Mount Listener Hawaii more, maybe, perhaps. But we'll get into it. All right. Well, listen. So here's the deal. Just to reestablish everything, Tim Ryan is usually at 7:50s on Mondays, but because it was a late flight, we gave him a little extra time. So we said 9:15. Then because we went long with Brent, we're going to try to get him at 9:30. However, there's a problem. Timmy's not answering his phone.
Ooh.
So we'll see what happens there.
Who does this guy think he is? Jimmy Garoppolo?
Or Marcus Boucher.
Yeah, that is true.
So Brent was great to have. We just had Brent Jones on. If you missed it, you can get it at KMBR.com. He had a lot of things to say. But he took aim at Debo Samuel, who ironically, the aim was there from Brandon Allen. Pretty good ball. Brandon did throw a couple good balls.
Yeah.
He did. A couple to Kittle. Couple to Juwan, and then that play in particular, it's 17-7. Now, do I think the 49ers are going to win the game? No. Would I like to see them maybe just kind of fight to the end? Yeah. And to be honest, after that disastrous start, they kind of settled down a little bit. Scored the touchdown. Allen had some nice throws on that drive, including a 3rd and 6 conversion in the red zone, too. That was really impressive. And then they got the ball. to start the second half. Debo returns the ball to the 8-yard line. Called back on a Saubert penalty.
I don't like that penalty, Murph.
I know. Does anybody?
I mean, it's a pancake block. We should ask Brent Jones about it. Like, this is a tight end, got his hands on the inside. That's how you're taught to block. And because the guy got put on his back, it's a holding call?
That's a tough call. That's
tough.
a really, really that said, they overcame it and drove into Packer territory. And then that's the play where he throws it to Debo and it goes through Debo's hands. Now, Debo right now is getting some heat because he, famously went after the kicker and the long snapper, which, as Brent said, is like the most harmless guys on the team. And you put a spotlight on yourself now. Debo, the last 2 weeks, buddy, production has not been there.
Hell, I'll say Debo the last 2 years since he got paid has not been the Debo Samuel that we've all kind of grown to know and love. And I don't know if it's his body breaking down. I know last year he dealt with some shoulder injuries. This year he actually came out the gates, had that big game against the Minnesota Vikings where he had 8 catches for 110 yards. A couple weeks later up in Seattle, had a couple big plays, had over 100 yards. But to me, the way I've kind of diagnosed it is going back to that game against the Kansas City Chiefs where he had to tap out before the game even started when he started talking about pneumonia. Next thing we know, Debo Samuel's in the hospital. So I'm not using that as an excuse by any means. Debo has not lived up to his contract. That's 100% clear. But that to me is kind of like the mark of when the season started to turn to Debo. Now, again, I don't know if pneumonia has that long-term effect on your lungs going throughout the season, but the facts are the facts. Debo Samuel has been a shell, if that, of his former self.
Yeah, and so we knew, remember last summer when the Brandon Ayuk contracts was going down, and we were talking about, like, if they sign Ayuk, that means Debo's probably one and done, and it's looking that way. We're coming to the end of the Debo Samuel era in San Francisco. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe they renegotiate something like that, but that's why they drafted Ricky Pearsall, which leads me to Ricky Pearsall, which we haven't mentioned him all day. Now, there's a reason we haven't mentioned him all day because he didn't do anything.
Where is he?
He didn't catch a ball for the second straight week. Now, my question is that because he's not getting open, or is it because Brock didn't look for him last week, or Brandon Allen didn't look for him this week? But it's either way, it doesn't reflect well. I mean, Eric Branch wrote a great story on him this week about his comeback from the shooting and all the emotion and spirituality that went into it. But, bro, how does that happen now? 2 weeks in a row, no catches. How does that happen?
I mean, it's a great question, especially after he got into the end zone 2-3 weeks ago. First touchdown of his career, and we're like, oh, this is Ricky over the middle. Brock Purdy threw a dime, threw him wide open. He dances into the end zone. Like, okay, this is a nice little wrinkle and a guy that can maybe step up in the absence of Brandon Ayuk. But where has he been the last 2 weeks? He had a couple punt returns yesterday, but those got negated by holding calls anyways. It's like this is a guy that you invested a first-round draft pick in. This is a guy that you should be using on a week-in, week-out basis. Like another guy that got drafted right around the corner from Ricky Pearsall, Ladd McConkey. You'll see him tonight, Monday Night Football from the LA Chargers. Him and Justin Herbert are developing a chemistry that looks fantastic right now. The Niners didn't draft Ladd. They went with Ricky instead. And Ricky has shown some flashes, but you'd think you would see more from a first-round draft pick.
Yeah, man, you go through the wide receivers that Kyle has drafted through the years. It's, there's been some misses. By the way, don't give Ladd McConkey any energy. I'm in an extremely low-scoring showdown with Jacob Leisboy in our fantasy league, and he has Ladd McConkey and Derrick Henry tonight. And so I'm thinking I'm going to lose, but if those guys come up slightly small tonight, I could win an ugly game. So easy on the Ladd McConkey hype.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets more targets than Ricky Pearsall did yesterday. A whopping 0.
0 targets.
0 targets. They didn't even look for him. There's a point where they had Chris Conley running a street downfield. I'm like, why not take a chance with Ricky P?
And also, Allen threw that one to the wrong shoulder. Conley actually broke to Conley's right, and he threw it over Conley's left shoulder. That was a tough one. All right, so, listen, that's some of the stuff to get to. There's so many different things. Brent defended Kyle. A lot of people calling for Kyle's head, which is crazy, right? He's just not having the year. And he said he's trying to write a script without keys on the typewriter is what he said. So just when you get Christian McCaffrey back, you lose George Kittle. You get Christian McCaffrey back, you lose Trent Williams, right? So you lose Brock Purdy, right? So all these things to talk about. Still, after all this, one game out in the West. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. They could even lose this Sunday in Buffalo and still be in it, believe it or not. So we'll get into that on the other side, and the connection has been made with Tim Ryan. So we're going to finish the show strong with the great Tim Ryan. Takes from Green Bay. He's back in the Bay Area. He was at Lambeau yesterday, and he's with us next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
That's crazy.
Faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, a little bit later because that late flight, but we are delighted to do it nonetheless. Just talk football, man. He was there. He was at Lambeau Field. Tim Ryan, sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium. Tim's also sponsored by Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. Timmy, good morning, dude. How are you, brother?
Morning, Tim.
Man, I missed that foghorn, boys.
Well, you're back, baby. You're back.
Yeah, morning to you.
All right. Tell us a story. What happened?
Where do you want me to start?
You
Look,
choose. Your choice. Dealer's choice.
Yeah, well, I will start with the against all odds, matchup. That's certainly one I thought this team could go in there and try to get one, certainly be more competitive than they were. And thought there was opportunities to do that, but you knew, being absolutely wounded like they are, that they were going to have to go in on the road playing a good football team that, without question, had this game circled on their schedule from the day the schedule came out because of what happened last year in the playoffs and then previously in the playoffs as well. You knew it was going to be a major gut check, it was going to be a big challenge, and knew that, at least for me, that on both sides of the ball they were going to have a good start to start the game, and that didn't happen on either side. And then when there were opportunities, they just couldn't make plays to flip the momentum. Certainly in the second half, but coming out and again, when you're so wounded, you cannot self-inflict. It's got to be clean, and there were too many penalties early that were negative plays, and frankly, the 49ers just couldn't overcome them. After 2 drives on each side of the ball, I think it was like 126 yards and 10 points for the Green Bay Packers and 21 yards and no first downs for the 49ers. So it was obviously a rough start. Defensively, I said it all pregame, and you could just tell by the way they play. They are committed to the run. They've got a beast at running back in Josh Jacobs, who is, no surprise to anybody. The 49ers have played against him before, and he is just a perfect fit for their scheme. LaFleur is on top of it with his play calling, on top of it with his wrinkles, on top of it with his creativity in the run game, and knew, at least I did, and I, the 49ers did too, if they did not contain Jacobs early, it was going to be a rough day in terms of the number of running plays they were going to see if the Packers were having success. And in the end of the day, it ended up being 42 carries for them. They beat the 49ers at their own game. 49ers had 16 rushes in the game and not nearly enough production. So just weren't good enough. Again, with all the injuries, at the end of the day, there's a sign up in video ops where I do all my prep work over at the facility, and it says, nobody cares, work harder. And that's kind of where they're at. So hopefully guys can get healthy. Obviously the rest of the schedule is going to be a task, especially if some of the primetime players can't get back on the field sooner rather than later. So it'll take a little more mental toughness and a lot more execution.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs ended the day yesterday by forcing 15 missed tackles, the most by any running back in the NFL so far this season. At the end of the day, the 49ers had a total of 20 missed tackles, Tim. So is that something where it comes down to scheme and the way they design to try to slow down Josh Jacobs? Is it a lack of effort? Is it fatigue? What can you tell us about these missed tackles?
Well, it's definitely not a lack of effort. I didn't see any lack of effort by the 49ers in that game. There's, to me, no doubt about that. Well, a few different things. Number one, it all starts with whipping the guy's ass in front of you. I know there's some scheme runs and they can get you outnumbered on one side of the ball or the other in terms of cutting your defense in half. But at the end of the day, you got to whip the guy's ass in front of you and take care of your responsibility. And that didn't happen enough. Clearly there was some good runs, especially with some of those, 2 back sets and some of the orbit, they motion and the quarterback does, the whole spin pivot and then hands it off to Josh Jacobs going the other way. And if you take one false step and bite on any of that cheese and that candy and on those, that eye candy on those fakes, you're going to be a little bit out of position trying to get to your fit. And if you're late to the party in terms of getting to your gap on time or getting there early, because you're a little apprehensive, because your eyes are, the focus isn't exactly where it should be in terms of maybe it's different plays that you anticipated, or you're just trying too damn hard to go make a play and you take the bait. If you're late to the party against Josh Jacobs and he gets to the line of scrimmage, Marcus, without you getting him off his track, and then the ability that he's got to jump cut and the spin on contact for him is wicked good. You got to get that guy stopped really before he gets started in terms of getting penetration, being early to the party in your gaps and in your run fits, and that goes with all the linebackers and the safeties, the corners, all of them, because when you play a run game like that, everybody's got a responsibility. if you're an edge defender and you're out there playing corner and you peek inside and you get out leveraged by their blocker, and those guys can bounce it. Doesn't matter who the back is there, but especially Jacobs. And I know that Emmanuel Wilson had a nice bounce run as well. You got to play with great discipline and great trust, and you can't be late to the party or you're asking for trouble. And then with the missed tackles, I mean, that guy forces a lot of missed tackles. But again, I think a big part of it is if you're a little bit late, you're a little bit off track, and instead of making, squared up, drive your feet, body rocking tackles, and allowing your teammates to show up and swarm to the football and gang tackle him, you're out of position, you're sticking an arm out, you're off balance, and you're just not going to bring that dude down like that.
Well described, Tim Ryan, talking about that tough day with Josh Jacobs yesterday. He definitely got the better of the Niners on this particular day. So many different little things to hit. I'd love your breakdown on the back-to-back 12-man situations. Kyle explained his, give me, I know, you go. Take it away.
Yeah, I might want to hit you right now, Murph. It was, obviously it wasn't good, and I think Kyle was right on the first one in terms of how the substitution was working. And the 49ers weren't sure if they wanted to be in, their regular nickel, which is 4 D linemen, 2 linebackers, and 5 defensive backs, and clearly that's the structure when you're playing against 3 wide receivers, and then they subbing in and they're getting a 2 tight end set in there. Now they want to be in their 5-1-5 nickel to help stop the run with 5 down linemen, 1 linebacker, and 5 defensive backs. And it was, it was a little snafu by them in terms of those guys, ran in late. 49ers did not have really the referees didn't give them enough time to substitute. Now I have to go back and watch it on tape. And Devondre Campbell's the guy that's got to be off the field. An extra D lineman comes in, the second linebacker goes off, and they ran up and they snapped it, and he was a foot from the sidelines jumping in the air. His foot was still on the ground. He was still on the field of play when the ball was snapped. And it was unfortunate, and, maybe Jordan Love just put it up thinking he had a free play. They had their own penalty on the play with the illegal shift with Jaden Reed not getting set before the ball was snapped. So, unfortunate that, Malik had the interception, and then there's obviously it's nullified, penalty on both sides. Thought they got hosed on that one by the referees. I thought they really got hosed on the kickoff return, and we'll get to that. And then on the next one, it was just an error. I mean, I think they wanted to be in the 5-1-5 again. Devondre Campbell ran back on the field. I don't know the whole process of why that happened or what was called. The play actually should have been whistled down earlier. The rule in the NFL is you can't have 12 on the field at any time defensively in the huddle, and they should have snapped that play off right away in terms of the whistle and gave them the foul. But they ended up getting to it, and that was obviously a mental error. And Jacobs ended up, I think, punching another one in at that point. And again, he's just. The run fits down on the goal line. I mean, it's hard to stop that guy when he's inside the 5, and you got good fits, and you're there, and he's still got the power with, blockers next to him helping him out, but to drive people into the end zone for the pay dirt.
Yeah, those were 2 of the San Francisco 49ers' 9 total penalties yesterday for 77 yards. And to your point, Tim, it just wasn't on defense. It was also the penalties on offense and the penalties on special teams. We heard your call of the kick return by Debo Samuel. To me, I thought it was a clean pancake block, but what was your breakdown of that kick return and the holding call that got placed on Saubert?
Well, go back and I don't know how many times you guys, you're probably getting quite a few laughs out of it, knowing you guys on that call that I had. It was a momentum stealer for the 49ers, and to come out in the second half, and it was a very good drive that they were able to get on the board before half, no question. And thank God Christian Watson dropped that go route that hit him right in the grill.
That's right.
So the 49ers were able to go in just down 10, 17-7, and you come out and you have an 86-yard kickoff return, and it's Debo Samuel. Say what you want about him and his production over the last couple of weeks. The dude wants to rock. He wants to contribute, and he wants to do his thing. And so he goes 86 yards. I think they punched it down near around the 10 or I don't know where it was.
The 8-yard line, I think, yeah.
The 8-yard line. So, you're potentially looking at a 17-14 game at that point if, being that close. Hopefully, I know they have the red zone challenges, but hopefully they would have been able to get in. And I saw it happen right away, and I'm like, Papa's, hooting and hollering, having a good old time with the call on the 86-yard return, and I'm like, there's a flag. And then I said, if they call this on Eric Saubert, I'm going to be pissed. This is because I saw the whole block kind of work out, and you do not draw up a pancake block any better than that. Hands inside, grip tight. The guy was clearly unable to get off and go either way. He was going north and south, straight to his nameplate on the back of his shoulders. If I was coaching a pancake block in space, that's exactly how I would coach it. I don't know what else Saubert could do. But another example, and it's no excuse, but the 49ers have been on the wrong side of these calls all year long. Either bad call, no call, or even if they send it to review, they seem to be able to manage to jack it up. So I was agitated on that. Clearly that was a huge momentum play in the game and an opportunity for the 49ers to get right back into it, especially the way they were playing defense in the second half. Clearly Nick Sorensen made some adjustments. The first half, they couldn't stop the run. They couldn't get off the field on third down. Too many routes on air with some of their route runners. Romeo Doubs is really good, obviously. They got clever little ways to get Jaden Reed the ball in space, so it's hard to get a body on him. But in the second half, I think they had 107 yards of offense. Now, the 49er defense did give up the touchdowns with their backs against the wall after the turnovers, and they weren't getting help from the offense, who was self-destructing, certainly late in the game, with turnovers on downs. I think that maybe 5 of the 6 drives in the second half ended on a turnover. 2 on turnover on downs, 1, 2 lost fumbles, the McCaffrey fumble, the BA lost fumble in the pocket, and the interception. And I thought the interception was another huge flip in the game in terms of the momentum. Again, the score is 17-7 at that point. And I thought BA made a great read, read the corner blitz, threw it to the right spot. Looked like it was a good throw up on the crown of the helmet of Debo Samuel. It was hot, and the ball was cooking, no question, but you got to make that catch. Tips and overthrows, that was a huge, huge play for them. But they could just never, ever capture the momentum and get it flipped. 2 opportunities, 1 in the first half to get an interception. I think it was Malik. It would have been a tough catch, but certainly one he could have made. And then 2 in the second half, the Renardo Green tip where he got both hands on it, the ball went to the ground. And then the great play by Jair Brown where he was, kind of bluffing that he was playing out to the flat and then jumped under the hook and got up in front of the ball and he dropped that one. So despite all that and despite what the score looked like, there were opportunities for the defense. And you can't go into a venue like that, especially against a defense like that. And they've had a lot of turnovers. I think they have 22 takeaways on the season now, but you can't. And they earned one of them. They certainly earned the one that Nixon knocked out of Christian McCaffrey on the perimeter screen. But the tip should have been caught. It was a huge play. And then, Brandon Allen slipping. I don't know what cleats he was using, but he was slipping all over the place and slipping, trying to step back up into the pocket. Got his elbow hit on the helmet of their pass rusher. I think it was Van Ness, and the ball just came loose. So it was not good, fellas.
I know,
especially
dude.
with all the challenges, and you knew you needed to go in there and play well and play clean, and and execute, and they were just unable to do that.
Well, we'll see that field again on Thanksgiving. The Dolphins are going there on Thanksgiving night, so we'll see that another dose of the Packers. See what's up. I know we're out of time, Timmy. Just I guess kind of a big one to leave for the end. But did they need Brock back in Buffalo to have a chance?
Well, I'd love to get Brock back. They got to run the ball better, man. They got to defend the run better. That's this game at the end of the day, and I say it all the time, it's basketball on grass and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the horses up front, you're really not going to move the wagon very far. And the inability, the 49er run game really hasn't clicked in 4 of the last 5 games for a variety of reasons. And then on the defensive side of the ball, just they're going to have to stop the run against Cook and Josh Allen, and you're going to have an extra guy in the box all the time. You always got to count him as a runner. He's hard as hell to tackle. So they're going to have to win the line of scrimmage, especially on the road if it's windy and it's howling and it's cold. You know, who knows if it's going to snow or if it's a wintry mix, as Papa likes to say. I don't know, but at the end of the day, they're going to have to play better up front on both sides of the ball.
All right, Timmy, thanks for hopping on. We know it was not a fun one, and then you guys get to hunker down, have a great Thanksgiving, and then head out to Buffalo. So, dude, happy Thanksgiving to you, brother.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Still a lot to be thankful for, man. Give your best, and everybody enjoy, all the listeners, enjoy time with your family if you can. It's important.
There it is. All right, bud. We'll look forward to next week, man. Thanks to Tim Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
On the UMA guest line. By the way, my quick look at the Buffalo iPhone weather app. No snow on Sunday, but 32-degree high, 24-degree low. It's a night game, right? It's a Sunday nighter?
Sunday night football.
So it'll be in the 20s.
Yeah.
It'll be in the 20s.
With the Buffalo Bills coming off a bye week. Can't wait.
I'm laughing, so I'm not crying. Can they go 5-7 and still win the West?
What?
I mean, saying lose this game, be 5-7, and come back and still win the West?
I mean, they have won the West before with a 10-7 record, and they made it just to the NFC Championship game just a couple years ago. I mean, the way that the NFC West is playing out now, who knows, Murph? 9-8 could get you in.
9-8 could do it. Don't forget that year that the 7-9 Seahawks won the West,
and they got the upset win.
That's because of the guy who was at the big game on Saturday, Marshawn.
Beastquake, baby.
Doing his thing. All right, well, listen, we got through it. We're back from Hawaii. The Niners lost. There's no banana bread and coffee here, and there's rain outside. Kind of sums it all up, doesn't it? On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What's the flag for? It's a hold on the 49ers.
Well, it better not be on Saubert.
It's on Saubert.
All right, every season is Bigalow Tea season. That's right, Bigalow Tea. My friends at Bigalow Tea want to remind you that they're number one. Bigalow Tea is the number one tea in the Bay Area. We reach for it here at KMBR. English breakfast, chamomile. Shout out Gwen Stefani. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make a living behind a microphone. We have it here at KBR in the break room. Keeps us going. Look no further than our cup of Bigalow Tea right here at KMBR. So join us. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigalow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I saw somebody ask for this on the text line. You're granting them a little manic Monday. No, it's just more like a depressed Monday because the 49ers did not compete in a 38-10 loss. Got a Warrior game tonight. Taking on the Nets. The Brooklyn Nets in your hood. You going to go down?
I might have to take a couple steps down, go to Chase Center, catch at that game tonight. But it's funny because I was talking to young Tony, thinking that I was going to get one more Kendrick rejoin before we entered the show. And he's like, no, our guy Dustin has been requesting Manic Monday all morning long. And first of all, thanks to Dustin for some of the Hawaiian rejoins that Tony used last week. But I said, young Tony, Manic Monday is the most overplayed song on Mondays. It's essentially the Somewhere Over the Rainbow by Brother Is.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We didn't hear that once today, and I want to thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate that. Although, you guys saw my little nod on my Instagram post. I put that on there. And those who knew. Oh, no, dude, don't, bro. Don't stop.
Here it is, Murph. Still have those Big Island vibes.
Dude, Tacky's been asking for this all morning long.
Well, you don't have to give Tacky everything he wants. You know what I mean? The guy got to go to freaking Hawaii. Kill this and get back to Bob Dylan. Don't think twice. It's all right. Which, by the way, Mike Connell was hot. Our digital guy. Please don't destroy boys. Okay, enough of this nonsense. But I'm going to start swearing on the air, and you're going to have to dump. All right, buddy? There you go. Which I did Friday, by the way.
Yeah, we went down that road. Trouble in paradise for Murph.
Mike Connell yesterday with the Bob Dylan, George Kittle one was outstanding, leading to the Sourdough Sam black and white shot. And then, two, when he just said blanket, Brandon Allen highlights. And push the envelope out there. Got people a little riled up.
Definitely. And I think he definitely trolled some people because initially I was like, what the hell are we doing posting Brandon Allen highlights? Turned out it was the same highlight, the touchdown pass to Kittle on loop, and it just kept playing over and over and over again.
I thought my computer was glitching, but it was not. All right, time for Young Tony and all of us to learn something today. What do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
All right, sponsored by Bigalow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So this morning, it was pretty surprising. He knew Bob Dylan, Don't Think Twice is All Right. He knew Walter Payton. 1977, the last guy with as many yards from scrimmage in 2 weeks as Saquon Barkley's had. But then we were talking as the day went on, man, the Packers kept playing that song, Todd Rundgren. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on my drum all day. And I still don't know why it's a Packers song. We asked Google, AI, robots. They said some producer of Packers telecasts liked it, so he played it. James Lofton said the team would like it. I don't know. It's just what they play at Lambeau Field. I asked young Tony about it, and you said you weren't totally down with this tune, right? Or
it's got a great beat, by the way, just a toe tapper. But I've heard the song. I just didn't realize it was like a Packers all-time banger for them.
So we learned that. And then did you notice if you listened to Papa's calls yesterday, he started to play into it. He goes, that's still banging on the drum. And he's going to bang on the drum all day. So he just went with it. So young Tony said, well, not only am I going to learn, I'm going to create DJ Tony here.
Drum all day. Bang on the drum again.
The two verses really work. He starts out down, they're banging on the drum. They're banging on the drum all day. Give me that one more time here. I want to hear the whole thing.
Bang on the drum again. Banging on that drum all day.
Wow, that really hits. Yeah, nice work. We got to come up with a handle for DJ Tone, DJ Young Tony, DJ YT,
DJ YT,
DJ Young Tizzy,
PYT, Pretty Young Tony.
Ooh, there you go.
Ooh.
DJ Young Tiz. I don't know, something like that. So anyway, well, that was good. Well done, kid. Well done. That's not almost up there with your Steve Lacy, I Wish I Knew, or the Greg Papa, I'm a sing on the side the mic was on. We need maybe some of that before we get
Young
out of here.
Tony's coming around with these mashups now.
DJ Young Tiz. What do we got? We got Lynch, or do you got or
on the same side the mic was on. 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 On the same side the mic.
And now Lynch, yes.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew, I wish I knew. 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 I wish I knew.
Oh, man. All right. Well done, young Tony. Made everybody chuckle in the end. Good to be back, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving week. John, Joe, Young Tone, and Marcus. Stay tuned, everybody, for Papa and Silver. It's sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Yeah, it's definitely time for Bob Dylan. Just think about something else.
I remember going 98 yards, my boys. This is why we did the camping trip.
Banging on that drum all day.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
They give it to Jacobs off the left side, gets spun around, fighting for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Green Bay. Had a problem with that side judge last week at home against Seattle.
12 men on the field.
Again?
Defense.
Again? After a dead ball penalty, how do you re-huddle 12 and leave 12 on the field?
And they're all out there, too.
McCaffrey to the left of Allen, throw over the middle, through the hands, and intercepted by Xavier McKinney, running back the other way. Down the sideline, finally pushed out of bounds.
Oh, that is a killer because they had the blitz beater dialed up. They came with a corner blitz, did the Green Bay Packers. Brandon Allen sees it and just ripped it to Debo Samuel up in front of his helmet. The ball was a little high, but it looked like it hit Debo Samuel in the hands.
Yeah, Jacobs, the lone back, Love under center, gives it to Jacobs off the left side, powering to the goal line, and this time he's in. He's been banging on that drum all day. Josh Jacobs with the hat trick.
Can I also say that I would like to not work and bang on the drum all day, but my banging on the drum would just be out of exhaustion, exasperation, frustration, whatever you want to call it. That was not a very fun Sunday. The morning games were actually pretty good, a lot of fun endings there, but then reality set in with a 1:25 Pacific kickoff, and the Green Bay Packers took it to the San Francisco 49ers. All we can do now is spend the next 4 hours together. We're all in this together, and we got not one but two Gregs to try to process this one. So I am Greg Silver, but of course we are joined by Greg Papa, who is fresh off of the airplane. And hey, I know it was a long Sunday for you, Pop, but it is good to see you back in Northern California soil.
Yeah, kinda.
And
this
Pop,
song.
He's got the Todd
Who
Rundgren.
actually did this song? Do you know what artist? This is a famous artist
Todd
did this song.
Rundgren.
I know it was a Hokie Packers song. This is Todd Rundgren. Every time they scored a touchdown, we had to hear this yesterday. It's better than the "Ahoo" in Minnesota when they sound the skull horn every time they make a first down. But this time, and he was banging on that drum all day. So I don't want to work. I want to bang on my mug all day. That's what I like. So I got the coffee going. So it was a long night, obviously, coming home after yesterday. And a lot of thoughts on the game. We have to keep it in perspective. You didn't have the quarterback. You didn't have the left tackle. You didn't have the rush end. You didn't have the shutdown corner. I understand that. That was just some of the injuries. We could go back and bring in the Gravedigger and Talanoa and Brandon Ayuk, your ex-wide receiver, and all that. But that's not what yesterday was about. That was, you realize that I always feel like this team can bounce back. And I still believe they can at 5-6 after the Seattle loss. I thought they'll lose the next two and then run the table and try to win the division at 10-7. And then after the game yesterday, watching Seattle, beat Arizona, watching Washington lose to Dallas, Philadelphia beat the Rams last night, and Saquon going for 255 and a couple of long touchdown runs. Made me feel better. But the reality is there was a lot of symbolism in yesterday's game, despite all of the injuries. The 49ers and Packers played yesterday, Greg, for a seventh time. since Matt LaFleur has been the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. And the first time, obviously, was that Sunday night game, Week 13, when Aaron Rodgers was overwhelmed by the gold rush, and you could see it in his deep, dark eyes before he was in a darkness retreat and doing ayahuasca. It's right after that, I think he went to ayahuasca. But he just, his look in his eyes were, we can't block these guys. We got no chance. And that was D4. That was a young rookie Nick Bosa. That was the Oregon Tall Furs inside, Armstead and Buckner. And that was the original gold rush, as we dubbed them. They were overwhelming. The line yesterday, nothing like that. You don't have Nick Bosa. Hell, it was nothing like the line we saw last year against Green Bay in the divisional. And that line got trampled a lot. So it's just, but that was the first time that the 49ers beat Matt LaFleur that year. The second time was at a game called the NFC Championship game. And I actually felt bad for Matt LaFleur. Mike Pettin was their defensive coordinator then. They had a linebacker named Blake Martinez, local guy, and I think he retired prematurely after getting a big contract with the Giants. What is he, a gamer or something now? Guy's making like $11 million a year in video games. I don't know. Anyway, they got trampled. They got completely run all over. 49ers passed the ball 8 times with Jimmy. 220 yards rushing by Raheem Mostert. He actually started that game as a gunner. He made a tackle on special teams to begin that game. Tevin Coleman, who had 105 yards rushing the game before against Minnesota in the playoffs, got hurt. So here comes the best gunner in pro football, actually named his firstborn Gunner. I said, name him running back, bro. You're going to be a good back in this league. And he had one of the greatest playoff games ever. Broke Kaepernick's record against Green Bay for yards rushing in a game, 220 and 4 touchdowns. He could have had 520 yards. The only thing that stopped him was the goal line. They never laid a finger on him, and Blake Martinez, the middle of the defense, was the culprit. It was so bad that day. And Green Bay just has not been able to solve their rush defense. They've changed coordinators. They went to Joe Barry and now Jeff Hafley. They're still not a great run defense until yesterday. I mean, Christian McCaffrey had 4 yards rushing in the first half on 3 carries. He got going a little bit in the second half, but he's just not getting anything at all. He's getting like a half a yard before he's contacted. He just can't get loose at all. And then on the other side, felt so bad for Matt LaFleur's defense and couldn't stop the run. You had to feel for Nick Sorensen and Kyle, and we'll get into what they did with the orbit motion and moving linebackers over a gap and the missed tackles. Devondre Campbell, the former Packer, who they brought in part to replace Blake Martinez a couple of years later. Just not the same player that was a first-team All-Pro with Green Bay in 2021. So the end result was an absolute trampling. We use that term a lot. The 49ers trampled them. They ran all over them. 30 runs, 35, 40. Yesterday, Green Bay ran the ball 42 times. Ooh. And they trampled the Niners. The Niners played better in the second half, but it was a complete role reversal from LaFleur's team, from previous matchups and Kyle's teams, and they just weren't very good. So the reality is that's what I saw. Since I joined the Niners in 2019, that is the worst loss they have had. They were beaten. We were not talking about a 4th and 6 or a play here or there late in the game, lose a game in a heartbreaking fashion, missed field goals. They still won that game in Tampa, but, just all the fake punt in L.A. or Jake Moody getting hurt after a kickoff after you had a scoop and score and went up 23-3 in that game, and you lost that game. It was none of that. It was 17-0 with 6 minutes to go in the second quarter, and you hadn't made a first down. I got more excited for Juszczyk's first down than I did for Kittle's touchdown. They got back into the game, but it was going to be an uphill climb, obviously, and the Debo mistake, the holding call on Debo's return, and Ricky never getting going, and it went on and on and on and on. So I always feel like this team can turn it around, and I think they still can at 5-6, even if they lose Sunday in Buffalo, and I think they'll be more competitive in Buffalo, but we know how good the Bills are, and they're coming off the bye. We all know the situation. I think they can bounce back and still win the NFC West. Washington's loss leaves it open to be a wild card team, but, Jim Moore is just in my ear, like, you're talking playoffs, just trying to win a game. I mean, they may not win a game. The way they're playing right now, they are not good enough to beat any team. Yesterday, they just were not good enough on all levels. A system-wide failure, and the players know that. They got to put it together today. They're back in the building looking it over, and they got to, getting ready for another road trip to the East Coast with a Thanksgiving coming on Thursday is going to be difficult. And then what's the reality in Brock being able to come back and play? How many MRIs is he going to have? And then Trent and obviously Nick with the double obliques, what's ever going on there, and can Charvarius come back? Renardo Green was playing so well. Hey, he's not played well the last couple of games. He got picked on a little bit yesterday in all regards, both in the run game and matching up with Romeo Dobbs. So, we'll work today. We're not going to – I don't want to work today, but it's not really work talking football with you for 4 hours and working on no sleep. So I'm not a drummer. I'm not going to bang on my drum, but I will bang on my mug and stay in the office and work and try to grind it out. But even it always feels like these great players will flip it at any moment. You just wonder, do they have that in them? Is it like the 2020 pandemic Warriors? And, that was Clay already got hurt. Kevin Durant got hurt. He moved on. But, Aaron Baines falls on Steph. And you wind up with 15-50. And you wind up the worst record in the league and don't even get the first pick. And you get Wiseman. All that. So is it the accumulation of these 5 straight deep playoff runs where you played, 20 games a year? It's just been tough. So yesterday they looked like a tired team. We'll get into the schematics of all of it. Matt LaFleur just was smiling and dialing all day. He had the Niners, especially in the linebacker level, spinning and toppling over, and they ran all over them. So you got to keep it real. I'm not an optimist. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. And I know what I saw yesterday, and what I saw was the Green Bay Packers. Matt LaFleur's Green Bay Packers, who could not stop Kyle Shanahan's running game. It all flipped, and the 49ers got trampled yesterday at Lambeau.
Well, I think Greg Papa said it best. We don't want to work today. We do just want to bang on our drum or our mug. But the good news is we're getting to talk about football together, and it could be a lot worse here on this Thanksgiving week. So 808 KMBR to join the conversation. You can ask Papa a whole lot of things from what he saw out at Lambeau Field yesterday, which I get the energy's not going to be all that great, but this is what we do. We're talking about it as a group. We're happy if you're able to join us. Also, shout out to the YouTube chat because I love the YouTube chat here on KMBR, and we're going to get into every which aspect of the game. We got Matt Barrows joining us at 10:50. Larry Krueger will be back on a Monday to join us at 11:50, and then Cam Inman at 1:30. That's all coming up next, and we got Walter back in the studio. It's Walt, it's Greg on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, that was a brutal one. Are the 49ers cooked? After another loss to a quality team, the 49ers dropped below 500, but they're only one game out of the NFC West with 6 games remaining. How are you feeling, faithful? Let us know on our YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans sound off and join the conversation instantly on KMBR, the sports leader.
I think the Bay Area is collectively waking up a little tired today. That's obviously the performance yesterday in Green Bay could be a big part of it, but it could be your mattress. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? The Sleep Number Smart Bed uniquely contours to your head, neck, and shoulders for more comfortable sleep. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Bed sleepers report better sleep quality versus non-smart bed sleepers. So the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you adjust your bed so it's firmer or softer whenever you need, so you can get the quality sleep you need to boost recovery and performance like a certain football team that we know. So we are heading into the holiday season. You're going to be having long days and nights, so you want to be able to get your best quality sleep. So pick up a Sleep Number bed, and you could do it this week during Sleep Number's Black Friday sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base of any kind. It ends Monday, a week from the day, December the 2nd. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Second and 10, Green Bay on their 33-yard line. Love has Jaden Reed next to him. Going to fake the pivot handoff to him and give it to Josh Jacobs. Big run up the middle, and he's into 49er territory. Clever action there. They had Jaden Reed as their Debo Samuel next to Love going left. He went in orbit motion. They faked the handoff to him. It was underneath downhill to Josh Jacobs for a gain of 18 yards.
And caught the 49ers in a stunt. Defensive line was going the other direction. Everybody slanted to the right. The action started the other direction for the Packers, and then Josh Jacobs came back inside, and a wicked spin move on Jair Brown in the open field. The safeties are going to have to tackle him in the open field.
Wow, did the free agent signings for the Green Bay Packers just kill the 49ers yesterday? Xavier McKinney is someone we talked about a lot with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan, and Josh Jacobs, another one of those headliners who ran for 106 yards. And this is a good stat from Walter, who is killing it on the graphics. If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see it right there. That's the first rusher to go over 100 yards in 55 regular season games against the San Francisco 49ers. That's the longest streak any team had held since 1955. And Josh Jacobs ran for 106, felt like he ran for about 296 last night. And before we get back into the mess of what was yesterday at Lambeau Field, I do just want to give a little bit of a shout out to our guy Mark in San Bruno. He was our first caller last week, and he gave us a little call during the break. Mark, a.k.a. Mort, always spreading the good love, and I know that it's been a bit of an up and down time for him as well. So just want to say, Mark, glad to have you listening to the show. You're a great guy. Hope we can meet you out in person when we do some KMBR events, and I'm glad that this show's a good place for you to come hang out for the next 4 hours. And we'll get back to Josh Jacobs and the Packers, Greg, because, yeah, like I said, 106 yards on 26 carries, the 3 one-yard touchdowns. It sure felt like the Raheem Mostert of the 2019 NFC Championship game, where this 49er defensive line, that, granted, very different defensive line than the playoff meeting, but they had no answers whatsoever.
And on that play, and it's not just the defensive line, it's the front, and it's the linebackers and how they fit the run behind it. And you heard my call. They ran this play over and over and over again. Jaden Reed, number 11, is their Debo Samuel, second receiver from Michigan State. They put him in pre-snap motion a lot. They lead the NFL in motioning at the snap. I thought the Miami Dolphins did. And Miami, by the way, is on the schedule right before Christmas. And I thought that game maybe one the Niners could get. Now, another, former 49er assistant coach that majors in running games, and Mike McDaniel, and he's the reason that Matt LaFleur was hired in Houston because Mike left. Anyway, he loves the cheater, the exit motion, but they had the tight end Tucker Kraft going one direction. They lined up Jaden Reed next to Jordan Love, and Josh Jacobs was on the other side, and they ran that orbit motion. You hear us talk about it a lot. Hopefully you know what it means by now. Orbit is when a offensive player, and a lot for the Niners, it's mainly Debo, sometimes McCaffrey, goes behind the quarterback and the other running back if there's one, and kind of goes in orbit. They did it all day. And what it does, you got Tucker Kraft going left, you got Jaden Reed going right, and the linebackers just widen out a little bit. And then you heard Tim's call. I don't know. We watched that play back on the All-22 10 times flying home last night. That was the second play of the game. Jordan Love missed an outcut on the first play. They run this play, and it's just a downhill run for Josh Jacobs. But because of the movement and the fact the 49ers stunted the front where they went one direction, they all got washed off to one side. And then Devondre Campbell's got to fit in behind it. And he just ducked his right shoulder inside. They left a gaping hole right in the middle of the front. When was the first time Josh Jacobs was contacted? When he spun off of Jair Brown. And that was the first missed tackle of the day. Pro Football Focus, Jeff Daney sent me the numbers. Not quite the same as what Fox had, but they had 19 49er missed tackles yesterday. It's just alarming. And they kept running that same action where they just got you out of a gap, and then Josh Jacobs is so good jump cutting from gap to gap, but that subtle motion, they ran it all day, where they had Jaden Reed going away one way and the orbit motion, tight end going the other way, and a simple handoff. They even ran the jet sweep, to Christian Watson, and he jumped over 49er Renardo Green. And so to get trampled like that, but it was different. When the Niners trampled them, they ran some power in that game, but it was really outside zone, inside zone. And Kyle's got a very sophisticated running game, but with this pre-snap motion and just not able to fit behind. And, then, obviously Malik Collins or Jordan Elliott had the concussion. He left the game, and you don't have the Gravedigger, and they just didn't fit in behind. Fred's not playing the same. And then, obviously, Devondre Campbell, without Dre Greenlaw, they are picking on him in all regards. He was playing a little bit better the last 3 games going into yesterday, but the Packers know him. They royally pissed him off when they cut him last year, and the Niners signed him and got him in here after Eric Kendricks didn't come. So it was just trample. How many explosives do they have? And it was Josh Jacobs breaking tackles. And that graphic, you're going back 1955, it was the streak of 55 games. But and the guy who actually ran for 100 against the 49ers the last time in the regular season, Aaron Jones did it last year in the playoffs. And it was the Green Bay running game, and it was a different version of how they ran. They ran the flip 90 where they faked a jet sweep going one direction and then flipped it to Jones on a counter going the other way. Charvarius, where Chase Young let that play happen, and then Charvarius ran him down to save a touchdown, and they blocked a field goal, or Anders Carlson missed a field goal, and it wound up saving the playoff run right there. But it was Aaron Jones over 100 last year, so Matt LaFleur has had consecutive 100-yard rushers. But in the regular season, we're going back to Justin Fields at Soldier Field Halloween of 2021, and he's not a running back. He's a quarterback, and he had that one insane run where he had Eric Armstead spinning all around. He started one way, he went the other way. It was just a Justin Fields, how do you believe it run. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts did run for over 100 against the Niners a few Sundays before, but that was during the bomb cyclone, the atmospheric river. We were out pulling out our Pineapple Express that night after the game, and so it's been a long time. That's why it's just so hard to watch a running back, and it wasn't just him. Emmanuel Wilson, they ran the ball 42 times against the 49ers, 42 times. The Niners don't get run on 42 times. They're the ones running the ball 42 times on the Green Bay Packers and Blake Martinez. So to watch them with the complexity of the run game and the action going one way, that's the Niner version of the run game with, the split flow. One guy's going one way, you go the other way. But in any event, it was just hard. But that play, the second play of the game, really epitomized what they were going to do. And LaFleur said, oh, that worked. Let's try that one again and again and again and again. Like Herb Brooks in Miracle, you just couldn't stop them. So the playbook overloaded our system for several weeks and months on this show, but I think we're going to load just that one player, maybe one other, and break it down for you in the playbook. But that was the misdirection that really undid the 49ers yesterday.
808 KMBR to join the conversation, 415-808-5627. We're going to catch up with Matt Barrows at 10:50, but before then, if you'd like to get in and ask Papa anything about yesterday's game, good or bad, although I'd say it's probably going to be mostly bad with how things went yesterday. And yeah, Greg summed it up pretty nicely there. The running game, second play of the game, Matt LaFleur set a tone, and the passing offense for Green Bay Packers really was not all that impressive, and nor did it have to be with the way that Josh Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson and the rushing attack as a whole just stomped on a decimated 49ers team. We'll keep this conversation going on the other side. We're going to take a quick break right now. It's Papa and Silver, and we got a long way to go to process this one on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Happy Monday, I suppose, after a 38-10 stomping at Lambeau Field. 49ers dropped to 5-6. It's Greg Silver. It's Greg Papa. I mentioned that we got the phone lines open. 808 KNBR, the number to chime in. And we got Matt Barrows joining us about 18 minutes or so. So we got a good 15 to talk. And I see the phone lines have lit up. So as Greg Papa comes in with his little carnival-style propeller hat for the 49ers.
This is Banjo Man's hat. You know,
Banjo Man.
So he's got the propeller on top, and it's kind of like the linebackers yesterday. They were spinning this way, they were spinning that way. Whichever way the jet sweeper went and the wind blew at Lambeau. So this is for Banjo Man.
So we're going to call it the linebackers hat moving forward. Let's head out to Tyler in Rockland, who wants to chime in. And Tyler, welcome to Papa and Silver. You're on the Sports Leader. How are you?
How you guys doing?
Oh, you know,
What's
we're
up,
pretty good
Tyler?
for a Monday.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to touch base. I'm here. I kind of just wanted to touch base a little bit on like the DC Sorensen.
Yeah, Nick Sorensen.
I know he's having a rough job, or he's doing kind of rough right now. But I kind of like who we had last year. You know, maybe Steve Wilkes wasn't the problem. I just kind of feel like he was scapegoated last year. I know we have a lot of injuries this past week, but I don't know. It just kind of seemed like we had Brian Hoyer at quarterback again.
Okay. All right, Tyler. Well, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Brian Hoyer.
And, yeah, okay, here's the thing, Greg, and I'll let you get into the weeds on this one, but I do think, you know, the internet loves to overreact, and that's what we do on the radio, too. Like, it's an overreaction business in sports. But if we're going to compare the days to Brian Hoyer and Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly, it's like, okay, times were a lot worse for San Francisco not that long ago. Not having your starting quarterback, look, they probably weren't going to win the game with Brock Purdy yesterday, but it's a big difference if you lose that game 38-10 with Brock Purdy than with Brandon Allen starting.
Yeah, we'll talk to Matt Barrows, and I mean, obviously you want Brock back, but I thought Brandon Allen played fine. He made some high-quality throws. I mean, throws that Brock can make, but, you know, at the shoulder right now, he can't make. Can he make that seam route throw, the back shoulder to George Kittle, the one over the middle? Even the one to Chris Conley down the field that I know he kind of twisted and turned him a little bit. I don't know if Conley tracked that ball well when he got matched up with Xavier McKinney on the bang 8, the skinny post. The least of our problems is the quarterback, but it'll come back to the quarterback. But we want Brock to play. There's no doubt. So what's going on with the shoulder? How many MRIs is he having? I heard today he's having another one after we got home. And, you know, what is the plan? Is Orchard Park going to be Allentown? Or they're closing all the factories down in Bethlehem Steel and Lackawanna, not just in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Is it going to be Josh Allen against Brandon Allen? And that's a tough Allen matchup. We need an Allen wrench to deal with that one. So I thought Brandon played fine, but you want him to play. You want Trent to be able to play. Did the ankle get worse by playing out of against Seattle? What's up with Nick? Double oblique is interesting, and then, you know, Charvarius Ward, and then some of the other injury. I think there's a chance Dre Greenlaw begins to practice this week. I'm not saying he's going to play in Buffalo, but he could play when the team comes home for I think the pivotal 4-game stretch when they come off this trip, where they've got Chicago at home and then the Rams on Thursday. You've got to win both of those games in any scenario we have where they could slip into the playoffs. So as far as Nick Sorensen, it was a bad look yesterday with 12 men on the field back-to-back snaps. We could get into the play calling. The defense did play much better in the second half, but they got spun around yesterday. Renardo Green did not have a good game yesterday. Romeo Dobbs just turned him around with his route running. Nick did call up the 1 3rd and long blitz the one time they didn't score a touchdown. They kicked a long field goal. He brought both Devondre Campbell and Fred Warner and Malik Mustafa, and he didn't drop anybody out that I saw. Okawano came in untouched. He brought 8 in 8-man pressure, and Jordan Love, who likes to throw off his back foot, but he wasn't going to get that step back daddy off. He was falling over. He could barely get it to the line of scrimmage. with Devondre, if he's not going to be able to cover and they're going to pick on him, just blitz him. You know, the Seattle did that a number of years ago with Bobby Wagner. I thought Bobby just can't cover anymore, and then we go there and play them, and he blitzed in the A-gap the entire game. Like, that's smart. Ken Norton Jr. and Pete Carroll, he can't cover anymore, and he's gotten better. But Devondre is just, he didn't move well last year with the knee and the ankle and the neck injury. He's moved better, but they went at him a little bit yesterday. And then, I don't want to pick on Devondre all day, but he was the guy on both of the 12 men on the field. And the first one, that was not his fault. And I think the league will offer an apology because clearly Green Bay did a late substitution. There's no doubt what they were doing there. They went to an extra wide receiver. I thought the Niners were going to a dime defense, which they do have a dime defense. They were playing when Charvarius was here and before Green was playing a lot, and Ike Yadam went in to play linebacker, and they went to a 4-1-6. I think what they were doing yesterday was going to a 5-1-5 because it was closer to the goal line. You needed more big bodies in there because they could run it. It wasn't quite first down yet. But anyway, they subbed late. And by rule, if you're going to sub late, you got to get the sub back the other way. They snapped the ball. They got up on the ball. And I saw them do it against Chicago. They did it on their first touchdown drive at Soldier Field the week before, and he hit Jaden Reed for a touchdown. So they got a turbo mechanism in their offense where they just jump right into a no huddle and they try to trap you. And they saw Devondre did not get off the field. He tried to jump to the sideline, but you got to get your entire body out of bounds. Otherwise, you're still in bounds. So he clearly was the 12th man of the field. They got a break because Jaden Reed wasn't lined up properly as well because they went so fast. Now, that took away a red zone INT. Malik Mustafa intercepted the ball. How many interceptions did they flat out drop yesterday? Renardo had one. It was a tip ball. Jair Brown, undercutter route, should have had it. So we thought Jordan Love, who's a reckless player at times, he makes the most insane decisions. We talked about the one against Detroit. He had one against the LA Rams that was benchable. He was going to get sacked in the end zone. Byron Young came free as a free hitter. It was going to be a safety in the end zone. He didn't want to take the safety. It reminded me of Kyler Murray in that playoff game against the Rams a couple of years ago, one good year when Arizona was good. And he threw a pick six on his goal line. It's like, what are you doing? Anyway, he threw a couple that were up for grabs yesterday, but, not as bad. He paid more attention to the ball. Anyway, Malik had a pick there. He didn't get it. And then after a timeout, the Niners went to a goal line defense there. They went to a 5-1-5 defense. And the one is the linebacker, and it's Fred Warner. And Devondre Campbell didn't know that, so he stayed on the field. They didn't even run a snap. If you huddle 12, you're in violation. Now, there was a game earlier this year where the opponents huddled 12, and it was not called. And we were really up. There was a lot of calls going against the Niners. So you just got to be aware of that. So that does not look good on the defensive coordinator, obviously. They have two plays back-to-back, and then all the missed tackles, and it's not all him. But when you're getting moved in the gaps and guys are forced to come screaming downhill and there's no resistance till they get to the safety level, you are going to get missed tackles there, especially on a cold day. So, but did I hear it right? They want to go back to Steve Wilkes? Is that where we are with the Niners defense? I mean, statistically, Greg, you'd have to say last year's defense, although it gave it up here and there, they had a hard time with the nickelback position last year and other issues. Obviously, the cover zero blitz in Minnesota and all of that. But statistically, last year's defense was and is better than this year's defense, correct? By far.
Yeah, for sure. And injuries have a lot to do with that. And I do think Steve Wilkes is a good coach. I also think it wasn't a great fit. And despite Wilkes having a great performance in the Super Bowl, I think his fate was probably sealed regardless. And if you're Kyle Shanahan and you lose the Super Bowl like that in overtime, you're not going to be worried about the optics of maybe scapegoating somebody. And instead, you're trying to find the right fit. And who knows how far down the list of choices he had that Nick Sorensen ranked. But, yeah, defense did perform better last year than this year. Let's sneak in one more before we go and talk to Matt Barrows. And you mentioned Devondre Campbell and the penalties. Well, Dave out in Los Angeles wants to talk a little bit about penalties and maybe where the blame falls. Dave, you're on The Sports Leader. Welcome to the show.
Well, every time there's like a holding penalty, and these things seem to kill every team, every game, but especially the Niners. every time it happens, I yell and scream at the referees, and then they show the replay, and it's like, yeah, he was holding. Now, you can use your hands as an offensive lineman, but you can't grab anything. And yet they always grab. Is this just a lack of coaching, a lack of discipline? What's going on with these guys?
Wait, are you talking in the offensive line? Or are you talking about Eric Saubert's hold on the kickoff return by Debo, or just generally what the Niners? I thought the Saubert one, although he did hold, if you do it inside the framework of the body where you don't get outside the shoulders, if you do it inside on the shoulder pad plate, inside on the chest plate of the shoulder pad, I should say, I think you get away with that. But just, are you being specific to Saubert's play or just generally the way the Niners block?
Just generally with offensive linemen. And as I understand the rule, you can push, you can throw, you can toss, but you can't grasp. And they're always grasping, even inside the shoulder pads. They're grasping shirts. Yeah. They're grasping uniforms.
I think the way the rule book is written, material difference, material grab. Now, it doesn't mean literally material like the cloth of the jersey, but does it have a material impact on the player's ability to disengage? What they often do is try to grab inside where it's hard for the officials to see it. If you grab outside of the defensive player, the special teams player trying to bring you down outside of their shoulder pads, it's obviously easier for the officials to see. So they do get away with it more inside. Now, the play was Saubert, and Tim went crazy on the play. We saw the flag right away. Chris Babcock, who was a high school football coach at Monte Vista High School, and a good one with Craig Bergman, Tolbert's buddy from Arizona, is our statistician and right-hand man. He made the mistake of mouthing to Tim on that play, "It was a hold," and Tim went crazy. It was not a hold. It looked like a pancake block, and it was on their best special teams player. It was on Zane Anderson, number 39, who leads them in special teams tackles. He's one of Versace's main guys. But Brian Baldinger was also to the booth to our left. And right after that play, I looked over to Baldy, and Baldy is a former offensive lineman, and he got all mad, like Tim, like it was inside. It was a clean block. He put him down on the ground. That's the way you coach it. It was literally, Jeff Saturday may do it on the morning show on ESPN, Greg. He may do it was a pancake block. So that may be the one pancake that actually turned into a flag. But what did that cost the Niners? Not just the 86, 87 yards on the return. They would have had a 1st and goal to go on the Packer 8-yard line, trying to make it a 17-14 game. How big was that call yesterday?
It was massive. And I good call from Dave, by the way. I also love Dave's honest fandom that he's sharing. Like, I'll be screaming at the refs, mad at everything. They'll show the replay and be like, you know what, you were right. But yeah, Greg, it was a huge call, and it made me laugh in a way because I'm thinking how last week we're like, we're going to name the show 4th and 6. So I'm like, what's this week's name? Second half kickoff, Eric Saubert.
Holding, number 82.
We're going to have to play that call a little bit later because that actually did give me a good laugh, the dynamics between you and Tim and how furious he was at the pancake block, as so he deemed. But right now we're going to take a break so we can get to Matt Barrows on time. Matt Barrows of The Athletic will be joining us, and we're going to get a third perspective. He wrote a really good column in this one off of what was a very ugly loss when hope seemed pretty much dead from the get-go. And that's all next. It's Papa, it's Silver, Matt Barrows next on The Sports Leader.
Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity line. Greg Papa here. Listen up, homeowners. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. One client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project that is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto and see how much you qualify for. Imagine this time next week you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. Call 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
See if they try it again. Second and goal, 1 yard line. Jacobs, the lone back. Love under center. Gives it to Jacobs off the left side. Powering to the goal line, and this time he's in. He's been banging on that drum all day. Josh Jacobs with the hat trick.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver. If you're watching us on the stream, you could see us banging on our cups, our mugs.
Mug. Damn.
No drums in the studio, and that's probably a good thing. But we're going to break this all down with Matt Barrows of The Athletic, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, our first guest of the week. So tip of the cap to you, my friend. And Matt, I would say, how are you? Travel's good and everything, but Kind of a tough one to watch, huh?
Yeah, lots of things to talk about if the subject is 49ers errors and slippages, including slippages. I mean, it was a second straight game against the Packers where the 49ers were on the ground quite a bit, and the Packers seemed to be fine. That was the case, if you guys remember, in that divisional game last year at Levi's. It had rained that week. It was a new turf that they had installed. It was great, but the 49ers couldn't stay on their feet. The Packers had no problem, and it was the same thing yesterday. I mean, Brandon Allen alone had 3 instances where he slipped and sort of had to scramble to keep his feet, and one of them ended up in a turnover, and another one nearly did.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It started to rain also, late third quarter when he had the one slip, but he had one earlier in the game, and he wound up fumbling on the first series of the game. We'll get into the defensive breakdowns and the holding calls and just everything, but you started with Brandon Allen, and that's the big news now. So we haven't added you on in a while. Just what is your intel on what's going on with Brock Purdy? I saw today he's having another MRI on the shoulder today, so he had 2, I think, last week. A week ago today, he had one after the Seattle game, then another one later, and is he having a third one? And they said no structural damage, but another MRI? What are they looking for there? So just what are your thoughts about Brock, the shoulder, and if he's going to be able to play in Buffalo or be able to play at all the remainder of the year?
Yeah, I checked in yesterday on that matter, and this is before this latest MRI was scheduled. And I don't really know what the latest one means, whether they're just sort of covering their what's just to make sure that the first one was correct and that there is no structural damage. But when I checked in yesterday, the report I got back was that everything's fine, that he's probably going to do some light throwing early this week, and the expectation is that he would be back at practice on Wednesday. I don't know back in full on Wednesday or if he's limited, but the thought was that he would play in Buffalo. So Kyle Shanahan's going to talk later on today. I think that'll be probably topic 1A about where Purdy is and what the plan is for him this week.
Talking to Matt Barrows on the UMA guest line. And Matt, the lead of your story yesterday, very nicely done, was about Fred Warner saying that's about as bad as it can get. And Fred Warner, of course, was part of the last Super Bowl losing team when there were a lot of injuries in 2020. He was also part of the 2018 team that went 4-12. So he has seen some rough seasons play out. Do you sense that there is just a lack of energy, a different kind of defeat, maybe mental and emotional exhaustion that hasn't been there in some of these past years?
Yes, I do. I think that's the underlying issue here. And, we saw that at times last year. I remember that game against Cincinnati at Levi Stadium. They look lethargic out there. That was one of the rare times when I thought, effort is an issue. These guys just don't have it. And to their credit, they snapped out of it. And they snapped out of it in a big way following their bye when they went to Jacksonville and then really just took out the Jaguars, who were actually a good team at that point. My point is that we've seen that from this team at times in the past, even beginning the playoffs. The game in Green Bay that I just referenced, the first half of the game against Detroit didn't feel like the 49ers were kind of fully in tune. They weren't sharp, but they were always able to sort of work their way out of those lulls. This year, it's been a season-long lull. I think I've described this in the past on the show, but they've looked like their 2023 selves for exactly one quarter this year, and that was the third quarter of the game against the Dallas Cowboys. And then in the fourth quarter, they almost lost the game. They reverted back to their selves this season, and it's just I don't know. You can describe it a lot of ways. A funk, fatigue. I don't know what it is, but the best guess is that it's the result of all those extra games that this team has played in recent postseasons finally catching up to them, because they just do not have the sharpness. They do not have the four quarters that you need to win in this league consistently this season.
And certainly not having Brock and Trent and Nick. And then, Charvarius Ward in this situation, like to get him back at some point. Renardo Green was starting to take playing time away from Ike Adam, and he was. And now they moved him over to Mooney Man's side, so he's playing left corner on the offensive right. And he was playing really well. But the last two games, Seattle picked on him. There's no doubt he was playing too soft and off. And yesterday, although there was not a big number for Jordan Love, 163 yards, Renardo Green could not cover Romeo Doubs in certain situations. That guy's an elite route runner. But my question is, because I love my Tuesday staples during the football season, is the Matt Barrows Minute Minutia. And he was off the field yesterday a lot. And Renardo did have a neck injury, and was that part of it? But the Niners were on defense, 72 snaps yesterday, Matty? And he played 47 of the 72, so 65%. Rock Yassin, who came in Tampa, made the big third down breakup late. He played the most he's played as a Niner. He played 26% of the snaps in 19, so he took a little playing time away from Renardo. Do we look at it as though he had a neck injury and that was it, or was he taken off the field because he was not effective yesterday?
Well, I think it's the neck injury, and that'll be something to follow up with Shanahan. And I think you're right, and this is something that we've seen from other cornerbacks. They'll look good for a while, and then rookie cornerbacks, I should say, and then they'll have a bit of a setback. And I think Renardo Green is going through that right now. And if Renardo Green needs to talk to anybody about that, there's a great resource just a few lockers away in Diamador Lenore, who was up and down. Certainly his rookie season and probably the second year as well, and then sort of got into the right stride and has been really good ever since. I just think it's natural. I think it's the issue will take care of itself when Charvarius Ward is back full time, and that would put Renardo Green back into that mold as the third cornerback, the guy who's not out there the whole game, but comes in nickel situations. But you're right. Teams have, and you understand it. If you're an offense and you see the lineup that the 49ers are putting out there, and you see a rookie, that's the guy you're going to attack. And the Seahawks did it, and the Packers did it yesterday.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Moving on to hour number 2 here with Matt Barrows of The Athletic. And Matt, you wrote a big story back in March upon Nick Sorensen's hire about his coaching career in Seattle, all the steps that led him to become the 49ers DC, how much the players liked him. I don't want to put everything on Nick Sorensen, considering that the 49ers had 2 of the same starters as the divisional game and against Green Bay last playoffs, and Diamador Lenore, who got banged up on the first drive, and then Fred Warner, the other feature of your article. But do you get a sense that Nick Sorensen maybe has had some tension with some of the defensive captains, or is the relationship good, but it's just a matter of execution?
Yeah, I think it's more of the latter. Of all the reasons why the 49ers lost this game, I think the defensive preparation is probably up there, but it's not at the top of the list. What you just noted, the fact that they're missing so many starters, so many defensive linemen too, really kind of killed this team. And it was all, really the first quarter where all this happened. So, I mean, I think what you're asking is, could we see the 49ers make a change at defensive coordinator for the second straight year? And I think the answer is yes. I don't think that the problems are Nick Sorensen related necessarily, but there may be candidates out there that Kyle Shanahan simply likes better than Nick Sorensen. One of them was in the Packers coaching booth yesterday, and that's Robert Saleh, who was let go by the Jets earlier this year and will be available and could come back. The guy that the 49ers were really after, looked into, last offseason was Jeff Ulbrich on the Jets, who's now the interim coach of the Jets and who also could be looking for a new job at the end of the season. So I think it's going to depend on how the 49ers do from here on out, but probably more so on who's available. And I think that Shanahan has been pining for Jeff Ulbrich for a little while now. Ulbrich is from this area. His wife is from this area, so it would make a lot of sense for him to come back and run this defense if he is indeed available.
So obviously, as you wrote in your story, which side of the ball was more culpable yesterday? And you got to throw special teams in there and the hold on Saubert, although that wasn't a great call. But offense or defense, and we've touched on the defense. The offensive side, I mean, these rushing numbers are amazing to me. 42 carries for Green Bay, Matt. 169 yards. That's a 49er Kyle Shanahan game plan against Matt LaFleur. And then conversely, the 49ers and J.P. Mason had the one good run, the 16-yarder, but they couldn't get anything going at all on the ground, and McCaffrey was ineffective. So what are you seeing from Christian? The numbers are not good. Pro Football Focus broke down Jeff Genie. I'm sure he sends it to you as well. 11 carries for 31 yards yesterday, as we know, but only 26 of them were after contact. So of his 11 carries, he was being contacted 6 yards from the line of scrimmage or a half a yard before he gets contacted. Are they blocking for him? Is Christian playing as well? There was one blitz pickup when Allen fumbled the ball, when Lucas Van Ness hit him, that Christian slipped and did not pick it up. And then I think the very next offensive snap, he took that screen down the left sideline, the block by Jennings and Jalen Moore, and then he fumbled after he gained 23 yards, and he knew he fumbled. He walked right off the field. So the number, I mean, he was the offensive player of the year last year. I think he was the best player overall in the entire NFL on either side. He's nowhere near as productive. Why?
Why is a great question. I mean, I think it goes to missing the first 2 months of the season. You just can't expect to come in and pick up where he left off. I mean, last off season, two players really jumped out to me. One was Christian McCaffrey, because he was practicing in May and June like he was getting ready for the Super Bowl. I mean, he was all out. And then the other guy was Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk had as good an off season as I've seen anybody have in the Kyle Shanahan era, and that led to huge seasons for both of those guys. And then this past off season, neither of them practices in the summer. I know Christian McCaffrey had a few practices, but certainly not to the extent that they had the year prior. And that matters. I mean, if you're not out there in the off season practicing, you're not going to have a good regular season. That's just the way it works. And so, McCaffrey had that disjointed off season, and then missed the first 2 months, and now he's back. And it's not all him. There was no Trent Williams in this game. You had a Packers defense that was facing Brandon Allen, and frankly decided that the running game was the bigger threat. So they were overloading on that. I did think in the third quarter there were a series of runs where I thought, okay, Christian McCaffrey is warming up. He's starting to look like he did last year. Then the game got out of hand. Then the fumble happened, and he was out of the game. The running game was basically a moot point at that part of the game. They just couldn't run the ball anymore. So I think that was the main reason why the numbers were so modest yesterday. They just let the game get away from them, and they couldn't do anything about it. Buffalo will be interesting. If the 49ers are going to win in Buffalo, if they're going to win the following week against the Bears, this running game, which has sputtered since midseason, since Christian McCaffrey came back into the lineup, it's going to have to come awake. And so far, it just hasn't.
Yeah, there's no question about it. A couple more minutes here with Matt Barrows, and I don't want to take yesterday's loss and all of the injuries as some larger symbol of everything's done, the window's closed, it's over, etc. And, it's Overreaction Monday, which happens here on the Sports Leader and beyond. But I do want to ask you, Matt, whether the 49ers turn things around and make the playoffs or they don't, which is looking like the more likely option, what does Kyle Shanahan need to reevaluate at the end of this season, whether that be what we just discussed, Nick Sorensen and the defensive coordinator, whether that be a lot of the contracts that they have, maybe getting rid of some of those. They're paying a lot of guys a lot of money, and there's been a lot of football wear and tear on some of these bodies. For a variety of reasons, it hasn't worked out. Where does Kyle Shanahan need to look in terms of his primary reevaluations?
One of the constant themes this year is that defenses are playing a lot more man coverage against the 49ers. And I think that explains a lot of the dips in Brock Purdy's production that we've seen. His completion percentage isn't quite as high as it was last year. He's running the ball a lot more than he did last year. And that may have been, we still don't know what caused the shoulder injury. That could have been a result of one of the runs that he had against the Seahawks. And he's also holding on to the ball longer. Sort of the automatic throws, the things that made Brock Purdy and this offense so good, just aren't there as readily this year versus previous years. And I think a lot of it has to do with teams kind of figuring out what the 49ers have trouble with. I think that's something that Kyle Shanahan has to really assess. Which of your receivers is good against man coverage? In the past, it's been Brandon Ayuk. Like I said earlier, Brandon Ayuk did not get off to the same start in 24 as he did in 23. So he's among those that struggled against man coverage this year. Debo Samuel, not great against man coverage. Ricky Pearsall, hard to say yet. He's still kind of getting his feet wet. Juwan Jennings has been their best player in those situations this year. Not getting a lot of separation, but he's Juwan Jennings. So you throw him the ball even when he's closely covered, and he's been coming down with it. So, it's sort of a chess move type of thing. Defenses are definitely making a move on the board, and I'm not sure whether Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers have kind of figured out the appropriate response to that move.
All right, so the reality is they're 5-6. They got 6 games to go. So the season could go any one of a number of different directions here. They could still win the division. They could still get in as a wild card with Washington's slump they're in and their tough loss to Dallas. But let's be real here. I'm not an optimist. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. But I need your years of covering this team, your sage wisdom. So we're all pointing to the 2020 year. They were just ravaged by injuries. We had a global pandemic. A lot of people died in this world, in this country. It was bigger than football. So that year was just weird. But the injuries are mounting up, and, the quarterback and Nick's, hopefully going to come back. But I turn to more the 2014 Niners, Matt Harbaugh's team. And we got the Harbaughs going at against each other tonight, the brothers. 11, 12, and 13, they went to the NFC Championship game 3 straight years. Won one of those, went to a Super Bowl, had their heart broken. That was an older team, but this now is an older team. In 2014, it all crashed and burned. They went 8-8 that year and did not make the playoffs, and Harbaugh was gone. So as you look at it, is it nothing like that, and they're going to bounce back like they did when they went 3-5 and 3-4 and make their run come January? Is it the 2020 year where they're just so damn injured they don't have it in them? Is it a compilation like the 2014 team that just had these deep runs in 11, 12, and 13, and they're just collectively tired? What do you see from the 2024 Niners, Matt?
It's so funny that you mentioned that 2014 team. That was the first column that I wrote to basically start out this season. I was trying to set the plate on what this season might look like. And, the conclusion on the 2014 team is exactly what you said. This was a team that had a lot of talent on it, but also a lot of mileage on it. And after that game in Seattle, the NFC Championship game for the 2013 season, which basically decided the Super Bowl winner, whoever won that game was going to come in and destroy the Denver Broncos. And the Seahawks obviously outlasted the 49ers in that game, and the 49ers fell apart physically. Justin Smith fell apart. Navarro Bowman was never quite the same. Patrick Willis unable to continue through the foot injuries that had plagued him his whole career. And there was also a tremendous weight that team carried, been really close to the mountaintop so many times, and they had this onus, this burden to begin the season, and I felt like the 49ers had a similar burden going into this one. Close so many times, we have to do it this time, and I wondered whether that onus would become too heavy for them, just the way it did for that 2014 49ers team. And I think that's it. I mean, I just think that there's a fatigue factor, a kind of a weight, a responsibility factor that just weighs on a team. And the 49ers are merely the latest team to kind of succumb to that. I mean, for a while, they really reminded me of last year's Eagles squad that had gone to the Super Bowl, had done really well, lost to the Chiefs, and then just couldn't find it the following season. That Eagles squad, though, did better than the 49ers are doing right now. I think they did make the playoffs, but you never really thought that they were serious contenders that year. That's what happens to a team after they go deep into the playoffs a lot of times. They just cannot find it for whatever reason the following season, and I think that's what's happening to the 49ers.
Always good catching up with our friend Matt Barrows. You can check him out in The Athletic every single week, multiple times a week, and you can follow him on social media at his name, Matt Barrows. Matt, we appreciate the time, and we'll do this again soon. Have a great Thanksgiving week.
I enjoyed the Gregs. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Matt.
We enjoy the Mats.
We enjoyed the Mats.
We should have a Greg versus the Mats, Mayoko and Barrows.
We got a lot of Mikes. We got a couple of Mats with Mayoko. We got 2 Gregs on the reg, as you put it so kindly last week. And we're going to keep this conversation going. Actually, on the other side, we're going to introduce a little bit of a new show element. I like to keep everybody on their toes. It's day 6 of Pop and Silver here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, yet again, another rough loss for the San Francisco 49ers, and their playoff hopes dropped from 35% entering Week 12 to 17% after their loss to the Green Bay Packers. How are you feeling, Faithful? Is this a 49er playoff team, and do we have football in January? Let us know on the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans sound off and join the conversation instantly at KMBR, the sports leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. Greg Silver here, and it's a good Thanksgiving week. I, for one, am thankful for our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. And today, Steve, we are talking about the ERC. What's up?
That's right. 3 areas. 1, if you're growing a long white beard, growing old, waiting for your check, there's 3 different ways we can hurry them up. And I'm concerned that President Trump, when he gets into office, might do an executive order canceling the program. I don't want your listeners to lose the money they're legally entitled to right now. Second one is if you got a nasty gram that says you don't qualify, no ERC for you. Right now, right here in our own Ninth Circuit, there was a federal lawsuit filed accusing the IRS of using AI, doing batch disallowances on people they didn't even know if you qualify or not. And the third one is if you're being audited, and there's so many different programs. One of the programs, if you're absolutely not entitled to a penny, they let you keep 20% anyway. There's so much going on here. So in those big 3 areas, you're waiting for your check, or they said, no, you don't qualify, or you're being audited, call us. We have a lot of experience with these. We have a free consultation, and all you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get me my money.
Thanks so much, Steve. You can catch Steve at Moskowitz LLP. For more, give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAXDEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Papa and Silver here on a Monday. Greg Papa banging on his mug. Greg Silver banging on his plastic cup. Todd Rundgren and the Green Bay Packers banging on the drum a little bit too much yesterday. 38-10, your final from Lambeau. Injuries decimated the 49ers from the get-go, and that was pretty ugly all around. I mentioned before the break, we're going to introduce a new element to the show, and workshopping some ideas with our guy Walter. Something clicked in his brain. It was a total light bulb moment, and he said, I know what we're calling this. Silver Linings Playlist. That's right. Every day. I'm going to try for every day right now to hold a different song lyric to describe the mood of Bay Area sports. So we had a lot of contenders.
Silver Linings Playbook, that incredibly depressing motion picture with Bradley Cooper in it. It's not that.
Well, this is actually our ploy to get Bradley Cooper on the show eventually. The morning show is
He's an Eagle fan. That's not happening.
Morning show has asked for more extreme guests. I'm just going to put that out there. You know, John Joe Curley and Young Tony have more on their plate request-wise than Walter does. And I guess myself, too. That's partially an indictment against myself trying to get Bradley Cooper on the show. But
he's an Eagles fan. We don't want him on.
We don't want him.
He was there last night at SoFi for Saquon going 255.
Yeah,
we are going to get, speaking of Niners-Eagles, we're going to get for who, for what tomorrow. And he's a Hall of Fame finalist. We're going to get Ricky Waters on the show tomorrow.
Ooh, good little tease there from Papa. And yeah, Bradley Cooper, major Eagles fan. Going to love his Deshaun Jackson jersey throughout that movie. And quick little shout out to the California Golden Bears with a nice little comeback. That made my family very happy on Saturday. Not a lot of good news in Bay Area sports this weekend, but that was a nice nugget. And I would say probably half our listeners are very happy about it. And the other half are like, oh, great. Thanks for reminding me of something else that just kind of stunk. The song of the day is obviously Todd Rundgren, Bang on the Drum. And then the Please Don't Destroy Boys on the digital team also had a nice little edit of George Kittle talking about how he listens to Bob Dylan after losses with a little don't think twice, it's all right. I am going to think twice because it's not all right today. And the song that I'm choosing is going to be from one of my favorite bands. I'm all about the Gallagher brothers and Oasis. They've reunited. My life is almost complete. And in 2000, on their fifth album, Standing on the Shoulders of Giants, they did have a song titled, Where Did It All Go Wrong? The first verse is, you know that feeling you get. You feel you're older than time. You ain't exactly sure if you've been away a while. My youth has come into question a lot in the last 6 days. I'm okay. I'm here for it. I'm aging by the day. I feel very old after watching that game, and that's going to push me over to you, Greg. Where did this thing all go wrong? Was Purdy, Bosa, Williams?
Can we hear this song as a backdrop to get me in the mood? There we go.
There you go.
Good job, Walter.
But where did this all go wrong for you? Was it doomed from the beginning? Was Purdy, Bosa, Williams just the final straw? It hasn't felt right this entire year.
No, and Fred Warner actually called Tails Never Fails, and it came up a winner yesterday, which never happens. But I think LaFleur would have taken the ball anyway. He often chooses to go on offense. Where did it all go wrong? I think I played that for you in our second segment of the show at 10:15, and we'll do not a Silver Linings playlist, but maybe a Papa's playbook tomorrow. I think it was that 18-yard run by Josh Jacobs on literally the second play from scrimmage of the game, when they went with the orbit motion with number 11, Reed. He went one way, the tight end went the other way, Tucker Kraft, and the Niners slanted the front, and the linebackers did not fill in behind it, in particular Devondre Campbell. We don't know exactly what the play call was, but there was a gaping hole right in the middle of the defense. So where did it all go wrong? I mean, a lot of different pivotal plays in the game, but that play just set the tone for what they did in the first quarter and a half. I mean, it was 17-0 Philadelphia, or Green Bay. I'm thinking of Silver Linings playlist here. Playbook. Very dark movie. When we play the Eagles, I often watch that. But anyway, what Green Bay did, and they had 13 first downs. The Niners had none. The Niners had 21 total yards up until the Juszczyk first down converter in the left flat. So where did it all go wrong, Oasis? I would say the second offensive play of the game. Now, they did get back into the game. What play would you pick? Debo Samuel letting the ball go right through his hands, intercepted by Xavier McKinney. That was a big play even earlier in the half. The Debo Samuel kickoff return, the hold by Eric Saubert. If that is not called a hold, you're down 17-7, first and goal, 8-yard line. How about the 4th and 3 when Xavier McKinney slapped the ball away from Christian McCaffrey? What a great play that was. That was a great play. And Juwan Jennings was open on the in cut there when they drove there. And the way they traded that off where McKinney, the safety, got on McCaffrey was just a great play. So I would pick the second play from scrimmage, the 18-yard run from Josh Jacobs, the way the line slanted, the way the linebackers did not fit in behind him, and missed tackle by Jair Brown. But would it be the Debo hold, the Debo drop? There was a lot of plays where it continued to go wrong all day yesterday.
I think if we're looking at this from a season standpoint, I would say this really went wrong when Christian McCaffrey was inactive week 1 and was pretty clear he was going to be out for longer than just a week. We haven't seen the 100% version of Christian McCaffrey since he did come back. The 49ers paid the price. I think life became a lot more difficult for Brock Purdy as a result of not having his Offensive Player of the Year and, yeah, my MVP from last year. Yesterday, Greg, I'm going to go with the interception to Xavier McKinney because I think Christian Watson dropping what was going to be a wide open touchdown right before the half kind of left the door open for the Niners to maybe do something and mess around and make this a game. We've seen Shanahan underman teams play up to their competition before. And then when that interception happened and McKinney returned it to the Green Bay 26, the offense, which was doing nothing in the third quarter, hardly had to do anything at all to get Josh Jacobs in position to punch it in. And from there, it just felt a little bit out of reach.
Yeah, a lot of things went wrong. So you're going back, you're taking more of a macro view of the season. They did beat the Jets that night. I know they kicked 6 field goals, didn't score 6 touchdowns, but they were 4-4 after beating the Cowboys coming out of the bye. They won to get to 5-4 in Tampa. I mean, the Seattle game, to me, Bosa getting hurt, if you want to go macro view, but you're going all the way back to Labor Day weekend and McCaffrey and not being able to practice, and then the week after going back for installation day and McCaffrey having a good day on Wednesday and Thursday and then not practicing later. So you're going back. It all went wrong before the season even started?
They haven't really looked like the true 49ers for most quarters this season, and I think Christian McCaffrey not being out there has kind of bled into a larger effect of the offense not performing up to its standards. You know, Marcus loves to say this on the air. Purdy for 30, that was the mantra last year. It's been Purdy for 17 a lot of weeks, and that has not gotten the job done one bit. So it's a lot of things. It's never just one thing. It rarely is. But I would say McCaffrey's injury and inability to be out there until after the bye was a big problem that's kind of stuck with the 49ers, maybe not until the day they die, like the song says in the chorus, but it has stuck with them.
The season dies.
Yeah, until the season dies for sure. So that's kind of where I stand on it.
All right. The one thing about Christian is the production's just not there, and I know how frustrated he is. I thought he played well in Tampa, even though he didn't get in the end zone. The Seattle game wasn't really like him, and then yesterday they just keyed on him. He had 4 yards rushing at halftime on 3 carries. He got going in the third quarter there. He had like 20 yards the next 3 runs. And but that 4th and 3 option route, that's the play we've been looking for all year on 3rd down, 4th down. He didn't get any separation. The ball got slapped away. And then the missed block on the play where Brandon Allen lost the ball. Lucas Van Ness hit his helmet on the ball and he fumbled. Kenny Clark recovered. And it was a tough field. But Christian does everything well. There's not a thing on a football field he can't do. He came across the formation to pick up the blitz there in Van Ness. He did not get him blocked. And when you watch it, he wound up getting bull rushed and pancaked. McCaffrey wound up getting knocked down on the play. You just don't see that. And then the very next offensive snap for McCaffrey, they design a play for him and they stack him behind Jennings. It was kind of a, they did a lot with Trent where it's a tunnel screen. The left tackle gets out. You get a block from 2 of your best blockers, Jennings, the ex-wide receiver, formerly Ayuk, and then, obviously Trent. He gets down the sideline, picks up 23 yards, looks like McCaffrey. And what happens? He fumbles the ball before he hits the ground. I mean, those back-to-back plays were rough. So I don't know if he's quite himself. He looks like he's running the same. You'd have to see the GPS and the catapult equipment to see, exactly how he's running. But the production's just not been there. We pointed all year to when CMC comes back, when he comes back, and then this offense the red zone will be the gold zone again. And it's just the bottom line is they won the first game in Tampa scoring 23 points, and they scored just 17 at home against Seattle. And how many points they get yesterday? 10. 10 points. Gave up 38 points. That's not 30 for Purdy. That's not even 17 for Purdy. They scored 10 points yesterday.
10 for Allen. I liked all your Allen puns, by the way, with Allentown. I had a fourth grade teacher who was awesome. Shout out to Mr. Felton. His name was Allen, and he ends up moving away to Allentown, Pennsylvania after the fact. So it's just an Allen fest here.
Yeah.
And you even threw in the Allen wrench in there.
Yeah, so we later in the week when we get into it, and Josh Allen is from Firebaugh, California. So he's a Central Valley guy. Fresno State didn't even want him. He wound up going to Wyoming, and the way he plays. So we'll know more a little bit, but it's possible it's Brandon Allen against Josh Allen, and we are going to Allentown. And then you can do your playlist, Silver Linings playlist. I may do mine, and I love Billy Joel, one of the greatest artists of all time, and a lyricist, and just brilliant. But his song, Allentown, and I know the significance of that. They're closing all the factories down, and I'm from Buffalo, and that's what brought my city down, was when they closed Bethlehem Steel and Lackawanna, and I feel the pain of Allentown. But that is undeniably the worst Billy Joel song ever recorded, with the ooh, ooh, ooh to start. And then, I mean, it may be the worst song ever recorded in history. Like, what is the sound of this song? Even Billy Joel with Christy Brinkley on his arm cannot make this cool. So if we do have a full-blown Allentown later in the week, we got to make that part of the playlist.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving me material already. This is great. I hope the listeners get involved in this too, by the way. If Tony's Pizza ever comes in big with a sponsor, and I know you're very tight with Tony Gemignani.
He may come to Buffalo. Bocce Pizza in Buffalo, I would put right up there with Gemignani.
Well, then we'll go with Billy Joel's really Scenes from an Italian Restaurant. How about that?
We could do that, a bottle of red and a bottle of white. But Allentown, did Billy Joel write that? It's not. It's just a ooh, ooh, ooh to start the song. It's like, well, where are we going with this?
Well, Walter, I know what you're going to rejoin with after the break, and that's exactly what we're going to do right here. Larry Krueger coming up at 11:30. If you would like to chime in on this conversation of where did it all go wrong, 808-KNBR is the number to do so. That's all coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's Jordan Love. Going to drop back to pass. Going to throw a deep shot. Open is Christian Watson. He dropped a touchdown.
Oh, my goodness.
He got behind Ike Adamy at a touchdown. What a beautiful throw by Jordan Love, and Christian Watson flat out dropped the ball.
Well, that was one potential turning point I thought might happen when Christian Watson was wide open for what was going to be a 49-yard walk-in touchdown, and he just let it slip through his hands. Unfortunately for us here in San Francisco, that did not end up meaning a whole lot. It's Greg Papa. It's Greg Silver. We're going to talk to Larry Krueger coming up shortly here. Big shout out to the YouTube chat, by the way. I see Buco Sports, one of our regulars, chiming in on the turning point. Says, remember all the commercials Bosa, Debo, CMC, Kittle, and Purdy did in the offseason? They're all off limits except for the Paw Patrol one. I know that was kind of a big one that the morning show was running with. Anyway, Greg, I thought Christian Watson...
How about the Madden cover?
Oh.
Are you taking it back to then? The Madden, and we're going to think about Coach Madden this week and their turducken on Thursday for Thanksgiving, and it's going to be a Madden celebration on all three networks from morning till night watching football. But I don't know, just watching Christian get off the field, and he was so angry after the game after that fumble. Do we trace it back to not even right before the Jets game when he couldn't play? Do we trace it back to when he was put on? And that's a huge honor. There's really never been a 49er on the cover. Garrison Hurst was for an international version of it. In any event, I mean, we go back as far as the Madden cover for Christian McCaffrey to curse this year.
Well, I'm upset about the Madden cover discussion because it's not wrong, but Patrick Mahomes got to be the cover of Madden 20, and that didn't seem to be a whole big problem. So I'm thinking, why does it have to impact us? And then the Chiefs just get to do whatever they want all the time. Antonio Brown, Madden 19, that might be the biggest Madden curse of all. You think so, Walter? I think Antonio Brown may be the biggest Madden curse of all. We're not just talking about football. And yeah, he won a Super Bowl with the Bucs, but I'm just talking about life in general. He changed. We'll say he was a changed man.
I think that was always him. We just saw him act that way a little bit. So yeah, that was a good one. I mean, Sean Alexander, it's mainly been running backs that have suffered the Madden curse when you look at it, because quarterbacks have overcome. Obviously, Mahomes has been on the cover. Josh Allen's been on the cover before. Would you say he's cursed? Not being able to, Buffalo still can't get back to a Super Bowl after losing 4 in a row in the 90s. So it's mainly been a running back curse. So I was thinking Christian McCaffrey's not just a running back. He plays all these different positions. But if you're looking for when this all slipped away, when did it all start? Does it go back to the Madden cover for CMC?
Greg, what do you make of Debo Samuel yesterday? Because we haven't gotten into him too much. And not speaking to the media. Since the bye week, he has particularly struggled in what has already not been a great season. And that's not ideal when Brandon Ayuk goes down with a torn ACL. He's had just 10 catches since the bye, no touchdowns, 3 drops, just 13 rushing yards. And then yesterday, we had the incident of the ball going through his hands. I do think Brandon Allen put some heat on it, but still something that a $21 million a year player probably needs to at least get his hands on and bring down. So I don't know. Debo, it's been weird. It seemed like he was great going into camp. The energy was good. His fitness was good. And now the emotion has been coming out in all the wrong ways with Debo.
Well, he had an interesting offseason, different than Brandon Ayuk's, but in some degree similar. And your dad reported that he was up for trade, going on not only the first day of the draft, but the second day of the draft, that they could have possibly traded Debo Samuel to Pittsburgh. It never happened. But was he out there with the Ayuk contract situation, and then was he available even into August, and while Ayuk was in limbo? And I thought coming into camp that he was going to have a big year. He is by far in the best shape of his NFL career. He looks so good. He's running routes so crisply. I think he took it personally, the whole what Spags did to him in the Super Bowl, the McDuffie and the man coverage, and he was determined to beat man coverage, and for a while in camp it looked like he was doing it, and he's just not had a very good year. I mean, he's just not played well. He scored a touchdown early in the year, and then he had the 76-yarder in Seattle when Julian Love, the safety, was late to come over. He cannot get free in the run game, and the play yesterday should have been a catch. There's no doubt. But when you watch it back, the ball arrived, and it was a catchable ball. It was more Isaiah McDuffie, the linebacker, number 58, also got there right when Debo got his hands on the ball, and it forced Debo to kind of spin out of the catch, and I think it cost him to make the catch. If McDuffie was not there and it was a clean look at, I think he would have caught the ball. But the combination of going up, exposing his body over the middle, and McDuffie lurking there altered his ability to catch the ball, and it got deflected and intercepted. Now, they had a pass that was deflected as well earlier in the game, and Renardo Green could not reel it in. It was a terrible ball by Love. It came out of his hand sideways. Debo also flat out dropped the ball later in the game, and they did put him back on kickoff return, to his credit. He may have, in fact, asked to go back there, knowing this situation, needing a big kickoff return to jumpstart the second half. That was a great return. I think he needs to do it all the time now. It just takes away. Now that we're later in the year and you're going to Buffalo, you're going to Green Bay, it's going to be, even at Levi's, it's going to be hard to touch back these kicks in colder weather. Very tough to hit basically a frozen ball at Lambeau and likewise in Buffalo. So put him back there. The ball's going to be in the field to play. Garendo's good. I'd put him and Garendo back and take J.P. Mason off. But in any event, he's not had a good year. He's had his worst year in the NFL when you look at it. There's been years where he's missed a lot of time, but this year he did have the pneumonia, the Chiefs game that morning, and then he also missed another game early in the year with a calf injury or whatever it was. But he's just not been productive. He's not catching the ball the way he used to. He's not breaking tackles the way he used to. As far as talking to the media, is he going to do his podcast tomorrow? Will he do that? Probably on Tuesday he does that. So there is a forum for the athletes to get in. A lot of times you don't want to talk right after a game because you say things you shouldn't say. But if he's going to have his own podcast, you would like him to talk to the mainstream media as well. He'll take a hit for that from the people that cover the game. So the bottom line is, Greg, he's had years where he's been hurt and ineffective. And he's a thick-bodied athlete, so he's got a lot of soft tissue injuries, always missing time with calves and pulls and muscles. But with the exception of a couple of games, he's been able to play. He's having his worst year as far as pure production in the NFL this year by far.
Well, we're going to get into the Warriors a little bit more tomorrow as they play the Brooklyn Nets at home tonight. But maybe if that game goes poorly for the Warriors, Draymond and Debo should immediately get to the studio and start just the anger podcast, ripping it off together. Who knows? But yeah, Debo should have his podcast tomorrow. It's going to be interesting, and we'll be keeping an eye on audio to see if anything interesting comes up out of that. But right now, it is time for Larry Krueger. Walter, I'm a little bit scared of what Krueger is going to enter with, considering last week he let out a massive groan that kind of made me jump back from my seat a little bit. I have no idea what Krueger is going to give us for an intro after a 38-10 whomping. But we're going to find out in about 5 minutes. It's Papa, it's Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Was that a moan?
Well, that's a nice little intro into Larry Krueger, who's going to join us right now, courtesy of the UMA guest line on a Monday. Last week, we're doing our first ever Papa and Silver. We got Larry Krueger on. I'm feeling pretty good about how the show's moving along. There's a lot of things to keep track of. And then Krug comes in and just hits us with the groan of a lifetime over the top.
Was that a moan?
I'm a little scared of what we're going to get right now, so I'm just going to say, hello, Larry. Welcome, and how are you today?
Lock in, Silver. Lock in. Wait a second. Wait. What? I just heard in my ear the 49ers have just missed another tackle.
Yeah, lock in is a good way to put it. They
just missed another tackle.
Lock in's a good way to put it. So the run game absolutely trampled the 49ers. I know there's a lot of injuries. I know circumstances have not gone in their favor, but there's a lot to criticize. So what was the biggest problem of many for you yesterday?
Well, I mean, I was joking about it, but I'll start right there. Missed tackles. I thought the missed tackles were, I expected it to be a challenge. Jacobs is a tremendous back. The Niners are beat up. They look tired. Fred Warner didn't want to admit it to me in the locker room, but I said, Fred, you're looking gassed. He's like, I never get gassed. But the reality is he's gotten worn down. And if you want to call it a trade, their trade of Dre Greenlaw for Devondre Campbell is not necessarily working out great. And they missed just an awful lot of tackles in this game. So I thought that was the thing that really, obviously the two penalties for 12 men on the field, that stands out too. But that was more of a, an aberration, I think. 15 missed tackles in the first half, almost 20 for the game. That was not an aberration. That was real.
And 10 in the opening quarter. And Pro Football Focus had him at 19, although Fox had him at 20. So you mentioned Devondre, and he was involved in the 12 men on the field, both plays. They wanted to go to a 5-man front and leave 5 DBs in the game and go to a 5-1-5 defense. But That means Devondre comes off the field. The first time they just quick snapped him, and they should have been allowed to sub. So that may be something the league acknowledges. The second one, he just didn't get the call. I don't know. But going back to the missed tackles, and do you watch the All-22 yet, Beck?
Yeah, no, the All-22 wasn't out last night, so I've only gotten a look at it for about 15 minutes this morning.
Well, watch the second play of the game from scrimmage, and I think that's where, and Devondre's involved, and it's
the
just the
16-yard run to Jacobs.
18-yard run by Josh Jacobs, but it was the pre-snap motion. They did it all game. And everybody does it. The Niners do it with Debo. Mike McDaniel in Miami does it with Tyreek and others. But using Jaden Reed, number 11, as the motion man, the orbit motion man behind Jacobs and Love, and also having Tucker Kraft, the tight end, go one direction, and Reed out of the orbit goes the other, and the Niners are spinning. And then on the second play of the game, they call a stunt on the line where they all get washed down. They go one direction, and the linebacker's got to fill behind it. And Josh Jacobs just running downhill, didn't get touched until Jair Brown hit him, and that was 8 yards down the line of scrimmage. That's a missed tackle, but that's hard to tackle that guy. He's hard to tackle in the box. He's difficult when he's got a full head of steam coming downhill at you at 223 pounds. So just all the orbit, you're going to see more of it. Buffalo's going to do it. Obviously, Miami majors in it. The Niners do it. Just the way they were able to move the linebackers out of their gap, did not have gap integrity, I think opened it up for them to miss so many tackles. So just what are you? It's not just the front. It's the front seven. It's the way the linebackers fit in behind. It's all of them. I mean, they all are culpable with getting trampled the way they did yesterday in Green Bay.
Yeah, and it's also a fatigue factor. I mean, Fred's played a lot of ball. I hate making excuses because excuses are just that, right? Excuses. But here's the reality. This is a fact. This is not an opinion. This is a fact. The 49ers have played 12 playoff games since 2019. I mean, that is almost an additional season. And it really is starting.
4 of the 5 years, yeah.
Yeah, it is coming home to roost. There is an impact of games. You talk to football players and coaches, they'll tell you, man, there's only so many games in a body. There's only so many games that you can play in a year. So the schedule makers did them no favors. They got 4 teams off the bye. Buffalo will be the 4th. No other team in the league's got 2, but that sounds like sour grapes and probably is. But it's gotten to that's a factor. That's one of the factors. But there are many factors. And I was just going through it in my head. What are the factors? I mean, their schedule's been brutal. They have O-line. They have holes on the O-line. CMC looks to me to be diminished. I don't think Shanahan's made the adjustment to that. Ayuk obviously done for the year. Debo has clearly lost a step. They haven't used Pearsall effectively at all from scrimmage yet. For whatever reason, Kyle has gone completely away from Mason and Garendo since the return of McCaffrey. Special teams, huge penalty on Eric Saubert on the hold. And it was legit. It was a legit hold on the Debo 87-yarder. That was a crusher. Yeah, I mean, the D-line's definitely been in decline. They're not as deep there. And they've made some questionable decisions at the cut down the last couple of years on some good young corners like Deshaun Jameson and Sam Womack for veteran guys like Yadam and Isaiah Oliver. I don't think that necessarily has worked out. But I think if you said the number one thing, I just think that they've depleted some of their depth of the Hargrave. They missed on those number ones, and they've played 12 playoff games since 2019. And I think the combination is just it's taken a big bite out of their personnel and out of their energy.
Larry Krueger joining us, and I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. 2 down, 2 to go here, and Krug is hanging out with us to help us process a 38-10 beatdown at Lambeau Field. You just mentioned a lot of the factors. It's not one thing. It is a lot of things that have contributed to a really difficult 49ers season. Some of them are unfortunate parts of the game, like injuries. Some have extended to unfortunate out-of-football matters, like Ricky Pearsall not getting a true rookie season. We talked about this with Matt Barrows about an hour ago, and I want to ask you the same question, which is, make the playoffs or not, I'm not saying the season's over, but it's not looking great. The bottom line is the 49ers will have a lot to reassess in this coming offseason. They got a lot of guys on high contracts and a lot of players with a ton of football mileage on their bodies. If you're Kyle Shanahan, and yes, I don't think he's going anywhere, if you're Shanahan, what need to be the areas that you focus on and address, whether that be roster-wise, scheme, different coaches on your staff? Bottom line is good franchises find different ways to evolve and reinvent themselves. How do the 49ers evolve from what has been a really sour season here?
Well, I mean, I'm not in the camp of and there's a lot of people screaming, fire Kyle. I mean, guys, can we try to remember that this guy turned the 49ers around from the tire fire that they were in 2 years and got to the Super Bowl, that they've been to 4 or 5 of the last NFC title games, that he's 8-4 in the playoffs, that he's gone to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo and Purdy. And, Kyle Shanahan's a good coach, but they definitely need to make some adjustments. And to me, the first one starts with Kyle. It's like, how's Kyle personally feeling? Obviously, he just doesn't look right to me. And he looks really, really tired, and he looks really, really worn down. So, I think the first thing is just, how is he physically feeling? How is he physically, going to do all this? It's a ton of work. Is he up for it? So that's the first thing. He's a young man. I think he's a lifer. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think he should go anywhere. But the first question is, Kyle, how are you feeling? The second thing is, does he need a star defensive coordinator, or at least an accomplished defensive coordinator? I don't think it's fair to put it all on Nick, because I think this is more about personnel, to be completely honest. But does he need somebody who's proven in that, a little bit more of a proven entity there? And then overall, I think they really missed all those picks that they moved off of. They got to start hitting. Think about it this way. They've missed on 8 number ones. If they had hit on half of them, they were still missed on 4. If you missed on 4 number ones, you'd have 4 first-round draft choices spread throughout your roster right now. I think it would make a significant upgrade to the roster. So they just have to start hitting at the beginning of the draft. They're really good on day 3. They're really great after the draft. They're really good on a lot of moves, but they've really struggled on day 1 and day 2 of the draft. And and this draft was very, very good. But one draft doesn't overcome 2 or 3 drafts where you swung and missed a lot. And I think that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, yesterday was just a unmitigated disaster in every regard. They got outplayed. One of the worst losses. It's the worst loss since I've been with the Niners in 19. Kyle had worse losses in 17 and 18, but they didn't have the roster. It all changed when you got Bosa and Debo. So yesterday was just what happened. But you didn't have the quarterback, you didn't have the left tackle, you didn't have the premier rush end, you didn't have your shutdown corner. But still, it was bad. But the main reason, going into the bye, they were 4-4, not 6-2, was special teams. Just a disaster in all but 2 games, the Jet game and the Cowboy game going into the bye. Otherwise, every other game you had a fiasco, and a couple of them, many of them, which leads to, and I perked up when you said we had a couple of holds on Ricky. Ricky Pearsall ran the ball well on punt returns, and that's a job I think he takes over for Jacob Cowing now, even when Jacob comes back out of concussion protocol. Ricky's a natural catcher of the ball, and he just feels it. But they held on both of his returns. But the long one by Debo, 86, 87 yards, whatever it was, to start the second half, if there's no flag on that, it's 1st and goal on the 8-yard line. I got, calling the game, I got Tim Ryan to one side, and Tim Ryan went crazy. Called it a garbage call at least 10 times. During the play, after the play, on the post game, on the flight home, he kept saying garbage, garbage, garbage. I turned to my left, and I know a guy that you respect a lot, Brian Baldinger, is calling the game on national radio on Compass Media. He turns to me right away. He's an ex-lineman. He's like, he's got his arms inside. He pancaked him. He lifted him up, and he put him right on the ground, and it was Zane Anderson, number 39. I have not heard many people take the other side of it. You think that was a hold on Eric Saubert, Krugs? I want to hear your reason why you think that was a legit call.
The hands were definitely in, which is what they coach, right? They coach the hands to be in. So his hands were in the proper spot. But there's no doubt that he had 2 full fistful of jersey. I didn't like it in real time because to me, it wasn't outside of his body. He wasn't restricting the movement. He did have 2 hands and he drove them into the turf. I mean, I agree with Tim. At full speed, doesn't look like a hold. At half speed, it looks ticky-tack. When you slow it down and you see he's got 2 hands of jersey, if that's not a hold, I don't know what is. You're holding on to the guy. If he goes down, you go down. I didn't love it just because it was inside. He had the proper technique. So I didn't love it from that standpoint. They reward you if you have the proper technique. If you try to restrict a guy or pull him from side to side and don't let him restrict his movement, the flag goes up. To me, he was on him and directing him, but he definitely had 2 hands full of jerseys. There's no question. He had both jerseys in his grasp. You could see it. But I understand what Tim's saying, because Tim's saying, hey, look, he did it the way they coach you to do it, which is grab the inside of the shoulder pads and drive the guy. And he did that. But, I mean, how can you have a special teams play for the 49ers that doesn't draw a penalty? I mean, my goodness, it's amazing how frequently they are flagged on special teams.
A few more minutes here with Larry Krueger. You can catch him every weeknight from 6 to 7 right here on KNBR for Niners Nightly. I should also tell you that it will be a YouTube-only stream tonight for Niners Nightly because of the Harbaugh Bowl. Ravens, Chargers, Monday Night Football is going to be on the airwaves for KNBR, but that doesn't mean you can't find your Krug. Just go to YouTube or Twitch for KNBR, and he can continue this conversation he's having with us here. Larry, in terms of roster changes and reconstruction, right, Brock Purdy is going to get paid this offseason. I think that's probably a foregone conclusion, and yesterday, for any of the doubters, I think is another reason why Purdy is going to be on this roster, because without Brock Purdy, that was a darn near hopeless game. When you look at some of the moves they might have to make, contracts they might have to get rid of, is there a particular area beyond just the lines of scrimmage? Because I would say that's the big one for me, offensive line, defensive line. What are the other areas where you think this team needs to retool? Because they still got a lot of young talent. When you look around, it's just not clicking together right now.
Well, they got to find some. The tight ends are a major part of this offense. You have to have better talent at tight end than you have right now. You have George. He's obviously incredible, but he's going to be 31 next year. And then you have Saubert, who's a strong blocker. But the other guys have got to emerge. I don't know if it's Tongas. I think it's Pline. But you got to find one receiving tight end, and you got to go out and find a real blocking tight end that will free up George, because George means more to you, I think, as a receiver. Without some of the receivers that you got to have him as a receiver. So you got to find somebody who can replicate what he does on the line of scrimmage, which is really hard to do. So I would say tight end is one spot, and then the wide receiving core is going to have to be fleshed out and figured out, because Ayuk's not going to give you anything next year. Debo looks like he's lost a step or step and a half. Pearsall is not getting good separation. They're not utilizing him a lot, but he's not typically getting good separation if you look at the numbers of his separation on targets when he's been targeted. So he's got to grow. Cowling's got to grow and get stronger, and they probably have to go find themselves another significant player at wide receiver. So to me, wide receiver and tight end, I think, are vitally important.
What did you think of Brandon Allen yesterday? And I asked that twofold. Daniel Jones is going to clear waivers here in the next 50 minutes. He's going to clear waivers at about 1 o'clock our time. So nobody's picking up that contract, obviously. Sure. So once he's a straight free agent. And I think the claiming teams, it goes to record. And the Niners being 5-6, all of a sudden they're closer to the front. Now, he wants to go to a team that has a chance to play in the playoffs. I don't know if he's going to. He probably wants a platform to be able to play, but he's not going to be a starting quarterback in the playoffs. He'd be on somebody's roster. So what did you think of Allen proceeding forward? Is he a backup? Is he more of a third? And if you're John Lynch, would you put a claim in for Daniel Jones based on what you saw in the draft? And a couple of years ago, he went to Minnesota, won a playoff game with the Giants, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that he led them to like 9-6-1 and a playoff victory over the Vikings. So everybody sees things as they are in the present. Almost nobody can ever see things as they potentially could be. But credit Sam Darnold. He saw the way things potentially could be, and he came here, and he's benefiting from having been here. And I think it's partly the organization, partly Kyle's offense, but partly I think also, if you ask Sam, honestly, it's about working with Brock and seeing his preparation because he's so detailed. So I think it would be smart of the 49ers to take a look at Jones just because he is big and strong and fast and athletic. And, guys, I think people forget, everybody sees things as they are, but Alex Smith did not become Alex Smith at all until Jim Harbaugh showed up. That was Alex's 8th year. I bring up Alex because Jones is a lot of similar traits. He's big. He's very, very straight line fast. He's very athletic, and I think he's definitely better than Dobbs or Brandon Allen, and I think the 49ers should take a look at him. As far as what I thought of Allen, I thought he did the best he could do in that situation. I understood that Kyle was going to go with him over Dobbs. I don't agree with the people who were like, it should have been Dobbs. It should have been Dobbs. All I would say to those people is you're arguing with total certainty about a player who's 3-11 in his career. So, I mean, just remember that. I think Allen operated this. I was at every practice this summer. I thought Allen was the better player in the practices. I thought Dobbs may have outplayed him a little bit in a couple of the games, but I thought Allen outplayed him, and I knew Kyle would go with Allen. I thought Allen did okay. He did okay. You gotta put the ball away in a crowd when you've got bodies around you. He made that mistake where he's trying to extend plays. The ball popped out a couple times. It's Green Bay. It's cold. He hasn't played a lot. So I want to give him a pass. I thought overall, he delivered the ball well. He played with confidence. I don't think he, wet the bed or the moment was too big, but he's just not a huge talent. He's just not a huge talent, doesn't have a huge arm. And really what was noticeable is that he doesn't have anywhere close to Brock Purdy's escapability, right? So when Brock leaves the pocket, man, stuff happens. When Brandon leaves the pocket, not so much. So I liked him. I think he's a good backup, but I think he's more of a 3.
Larry, real quick before we let you get out of here, you buying this momentum of Ha-Seong Kim possibly coming to the Bay Area?
Oh, it makes all the sense in the world. It really does. I mean, the Giants need a shortstop, and Ha-Seong Kim's got a good relationship with their center fielder, who they really, really like, and I thought really looked good defensively. So, I think Kim, Adames is going to cost you a pick. Is Kim going to cost you a pick? I don't know about that, but I know Adames would have cost him a pick.
Money. Do you worry about he's coming back off a torn labrum? I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee's got a bad shoulder as well. What kind of offense is he going to be able to give you, Ha-Seong Kim?
Yeah, that's a great question. And then how many games can he play at shortstop? And then do they want to play Fitzgerald there a little bit? Do they want to play Luciano there a little bit? Or are they moving those guys off that position altogether and they want an everyday shortstop? But if Kim checks out physically, I think he does enough good things to help you. He can play either side of the bag. He can move a little bit. He's got a little bit of thunder in his wrists. I think he's got some good years ahead of him. I think this is a good fit for him. I think they'll probably wind up having to pay him more. I would say a 3-year deal would be ideal. I think it's probably going to be longer.
All right. Well, Larry, have a great show tonight. Appreciate you stopping by with us, and I'm looking forward, for your sake, to getting to interact with all the callers to want that Krug take on a 38-10 shellacking.
Yeah, well, we won't do calls tonight because we'll be on the YouTube, but we'll read lots of juicy chats. But we'll be back tomorrow night taking a lot of calls. Just Niners Nightly, of course, this week. Monday on the YouTube, Tuesday, Wednesday on the radio. No Thursday, Friday because of the holidays. So, but we'll get through it. We'll get through it. I mean, the 49ers, this is not familiar territory for Niners or Niner fans, but all is not lost, and I'm not in the fire Kyle category. I'm just not.
Yeah, no, me neither. And I think we're workshopping a way to be able to take calls on YouTube-only shows. But anyway, have a great show and appreciate your time.
Figure it out. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Double Greg.
I was like, why is he repeating himself? Larry Kruger.
I'm going to call Greg way more than I ever have. What happened to Pop?
Pop and Sub Pop.
Popping me anymore because they're Gregging us.
Well, we can go Pop and Sub Pop. Bring back the hats from last week.
Like that.
And we'll play Allentown every segment in the rejoins. All right, coming up, we're going to keep this on the Niners as 808 KMBR is the number to chime in. And I see Mark out in Auburn already on the phone line, so we will take his call coming up next. You can ask Papa whatever you like, as long as you keep it within the boundaries here of our FCC violations. It's KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brent Jones joined Murph and Marcus to discuss how the 49ers didn't look like a playoff team after the disappointing loss to the Green Bay Packers. Check out that podcast and more on the KMBR app, YouTube, and KMBR Social.
I think the Bay Area is collectively waking up a little tired today. It's obviously the performance yesterday in Green Bay could be a big part of it, but it could be your mattress. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? The Sleep Number Smart Bed uniquely contours to your head, neck, and shoulders for more comfortable sleep. 94% of Sleep Number Smart Bed sleepers report better sleep quality versus non-smart bed sleepers. So the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you adjust your bed so it's firmer or softer whenever you need, so you can get the quality sleep you need to boost recovery and performance like a certain football team that we know. So we are heading into the holiday season. You're going to be having long days and nights, so you want to be able to get your best quality sleep. So pick up a Sleep Number bed, and you could do it this week during Sleep Number's Black Friday sale. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base of any kind. It ends Monday, a week from today, December the 2nd. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. See store for details.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I mean, the whole game was. So to label the biggest one, the first half, just the run defense was real disappointing. I thought we got out of gaps a number of times. I thought we had way too many missed tackles. Just them being able to control that clock in the first half was one of the worst ones I've been a part of, just for as far as a half. I thought we stepped it up there in the second half, did better, especially in the run game. Offense got an opportunity to get going. They gave us an opportunity to get back in the game. And then to have those 3 turnovers, that all 3 led to touchdowns with 21 points. You top that with the penalties and stuff, and that's how you get embarrassed like that.
Yeah, one of the worst halves of the Kyle Shanahan era for sure, and especially considering that he has a lot more guys than he did when he started back in this journey, and they were losing a lot of games before they got Jimmy G. We're going to get out to the phone lines in just a moment. Mark in Auburn, we see you. Don't go anywhere. Greg, we talked about the 2019 NFC Championship game and how that was one of the best halves of the Kyle Shanahan era. It was 27-0, and Matt LaFleur and that Green Bay defense had no answers for the rush whatsoever. It seems like it's happened in reverse yesterday, and that half could have been even worse if Christian Watson had come down with an easy 49-yard touchdown.
Yeah, that was a great ball by Jordan Love, and Ike Adam, got beat, which leads to when Charvarius Ward does come back, and hopefully he's of more sound mind and he gets his body back, and spiritually, emotionally, physically he can do this. How do they align? Does Renardo Green go back on the other side? Ward will take his side on the offensive right at left corner. Demo goes in the slot. I think that's the way they'll go, but Ike Adam just got run by. And Christian Watson, that guy's 6'4", and he runs a 4.3, and he runs mainly verticals and crossing routes. He's not a great route runner. He's kind of like Xavier Worthy in Kansas City, but he got behind. He just flat out dropped the ball. I know you remember Aaron Rodgers, his first game in the NFL with the New York Jets. Similar play going down the opposite side with the Green Bay Packers, now with the Jets, and he hit him right in stride for a touchdown at Lambeau. He flat out dropped it. So he does have drop issues, but he's got big-time speed. But anyway, just listening to Kyle, it to me, and this when I joined the Niners in 2019, they had the goal rush. And they got off to an 8-0 start, and no one has run on them like this. I'd have to go back. I mean, last year, Arizona ran for, 234 against them, and the Terminator, James Conner, they put up a big number, but the Niners won the game. It wasn't like you lost the game because you just got trampled. And to me, they got Shanahan. They got Ninered. That's what's so hard about it, is that Green Bay beat the Niners at the Niners' philosophy. Time of possession, not just 30 runs, 35, not just 40 runs. They ran the ball 42 times. Is this Horning and Taylor and the Lombardi sweep? What the hell's going on around here? Everybody's grabbing. I mean, it was just brutal. And this goes back to 17 and 18. Kyle's first 2 years when Todd Gurley ran this league. You forget how good Todd Gurley was, the Gurley man. And I remember them coming in with Goff and Gurley and the left side of that offensive line with Whitworth, and they had Roger Saffold at left guard. They had John Sullivan at center. And they're a lot like what Green Bay did. Yes, I remember they would roll right out of the huddle. Remember they'd huddle, then they'd run to the line of scrimmage and snap the ball before you ever even set. It's like Gurley just got a 6-yard touchdown off left tackle. Nobody laid a finger on him because the linemen never got out of their set, out of their stances. This game kind of reminded me of the 17-18 Niners team, the early Saleh years when you were building the defense. You didn't have Nick Bosa then. Armstead and Buckner were young. You didn't have D. Ford. Fred was Fred, but he was young. He was just learning how to play Mike. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Arizona's trampled them. There have been a couple of games. When Arizona came in 2021 and dropped the Niners to 3-5, they got run on. So they have gotten run on, but this one was just different. This was a systematic, automatic. Just we're gonna run right at, and we're gonna do it with all the illusion of one guy going this way, one guy going that way. They call it a split flow where he's going that way, but we're not gonna lead behind him. We're going the other way, and you just get stretched out. The box gets lighter. You don't have big play Dre to erase it all by coming up and thumping it, being the law, and it's just bad. So I'm sure, and they're looking at it today. They're all in the building. They're gonna let them get out early, and it's Thanksgiving, so you got to let them have Thursday. So they got to work a little harder beginning of the week, but I can't imagine. Kyle is brutally honest when he puts on the film in front of the entire team and he shows them, gentlemen, this is why we lost yesterday. Do you want me to show you every play, or do you want me to show you a half dozen plays? Because they took that second play of the game and ran the motion against you, the orbit motion, the tight end going this way, all the stuff the Niners do. When Kittle comes in motion, that sift motion where he starts right, comes across the formation left, Debo goes that way. I mean, and you practice against it a lot. They just couldn't stop it. So it was hard. And he's going to be, one thing about Kyle, when he gets in front of the team, he is brutally honest. And he just says, not a yeller and a screamer, I don't think, maybe today, but just, look, this is the way we play. This is the way we fit the run. We can't play that way. And then on the other side, they just can't run the ball. The McCaffrey rushing number. I mean, you get outrushed like that in a single game, Greg, let alone you were a -3. We haven't even gotten to the turnovers a whole lot.
Don't worry, we still got an hour and a half.
I know. I can't bang on my mug all day. I don't know. It was bad yesterday, but, you didn't have the quarterback, the left tackle, the defensive end, the corner. You don't have your weak side linebacker. You don't have Talanoa Hufanga racing all this. Some of the guys are coming back, some aren't. I don't know. So you don't want to overreact, but you've got to react. To go to Lambeau and just get tundred like that, just beaten into the ground, it's demoralizing. And these guys are physical guys. They're prideful guys. They felt like they were the best team in the NFL last year, and the Super Bowl was taken from them. Now they got to realize, where are we in this league? Where are we in the NFC? Where are we in our own division? Right now, it says last place. You went from being the best to being the worst. Is that what's happened in this short period of time?
Sure seems that way, and I would say the eye test is not the failure in that as well. I think you said it really well. They were beat at their own game. They were beat at their own system. 169 total rushing yards for Green Bay. Season low, 44 for the San Francisco 49ers. Christian McCaffrey, 11 carries, 31 yards. Before we take this break, I did promise our buddy Mark up in Auburn that I wanted to take his call, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Mark wants to talk about some possible changes, and he joins us on The Sports Leader. How are you, Mark?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So this isn't going to be popular, and God, I wish Salty Baldy was still alive today to call in. Let's face it. Our special teams is bad. Our defense is bad. Our offense is bad. Our running game is bad. Our receivers are not doing well. We need to make some changes, guys. And you know what? I am not a big fan of gimmick offenses, and I don't care how many Super Bowls Kyle Shanahan has been to. It's not about getting there. It's about winning them. He has shown time and time again in clutch situations that he nuts up and that he can't get the job done. We've seen it with Kansas City. We've seen it consistently throughout the year. Yes, they have injuries. I get it. But, so do other teams. This is the time of the year where you have to deal with the injuries. This gimmick offense that Shanahan runs, I mean, obviously the league has figured it out. I mean, when you see good teams like we used to be, like with Kansas City, they make it seem so simple when they get in the red zone. Yes, they're not playing too well this year, but some teams just make it look simple. Why is it that we have to make it look so difficult in the red zone? We lead we can't even get in the end zone when we're in the red zone. How many field goals have we kicked? Getting in the red zone.
He scored 24 touchdowns all year in 11 games. So we hear you, Mark. What are you getting to? What is the point you're making?
What I'm getting to is I think that Shanahan's run his course. Yes, he could be, he's not the Shanahan that he was. But it's about winning rings, guys. It's 31 years running. Okay, we've gotten there. And we haven't been able to pull the trigger and bring a Lombardi Trophy home. I think it's time to move on, guys. It's time to move on. Bring somebody else in. Why do we have Sorensen still, the D coordinator? Come on, guys.
Thanks for the call, Mark.
Don't hang up on him. I want him to respond to this one question. So, are you still there, Mark?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
So you're calling it a gimmicky offense. What did you see from the Green Bay Packers offense yesterday with Matt LaFleur? We've been detailing what they've been doing with the orbit motion, the motion of the tight end from one side to the other. That's all staples in the Kyle Shanahan offense. You basically got beat yesterday by a gimmicky offense. And that offense, 18 of the 32 teams in this NFL run a version of what you call a gimmicky offense. Andy Reid brought in a spread game coordinator and Brad Childress years ago. I don't want to say Tyreek and him invented the jet sweep. I think it was more James Jett and John Gruden and the ghost motion we used to call it. But, I mean, don't you see this offense around the NFL? The Niners may not be executing their own offense, but I could make the point the whole league has gone to this gimmicky offense.
Okay, so why did these guys scout? They know what the heck's going on. They know the defense knows the offenses they're playing against. Why was it that Green Bay made it look so simple yesterday? Why is it that people are getting to Warner, getting to the linebackers? Why, Warner needs to run free, and obviously he hasn't been running free lately. It's Shanahan's offense. If you look at it, it's more of a bunch offense. Why are you running Debo Samuels east and west instead of north and south? How many yards does Debo Samuels have running east-west? Hardly any. This team is in flux right now. They can't even make a catch. 4 yards for CMC yesterday in the first half. Yes, Trent Williams is out. I get it, but the thing is, it's not working, guys. And getting to the Super Bowl is one thing, but winning them is another, and we're not doing that. And it seems like Kyle, he did it with Atlanta. He gets into the last part of the game, and he kind of nuts up, and he can't perform. And it's not something that's made up. You see it time and time again. You've seen it in 4 Super Bowls. I mean, we had Kansas City beat 6 minutes left in the game, and we couldn't even close the game out. I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, thanks for the call, Mark. We got a lot to chew on here.
seconds to go in the game when they ran 2-3 chip jet wasp. I mean, right now we'd love to be losing a Super Bowl at the end of the game. Right now, the Super Bowl is so far from reality. The one thing I would say, Fred Warner had a quote after the game that really did disturb me on some level. And I don't know what he meant by it, but he said, it may be exactly what I'm talking about with the orbit motion and their use of Jaden Reed and the tight end, but the whole league is doing these motions. But he said, I think they presented some different run looks that we didn't prepare for in the first half. What exactly is he talking about there? What was the run looks they presented that they didn't prepare for? Because I watched just about every single Green Bay game. That's all I had to do all weekend after I left you at 2 o'clock and flew to that godforsaken frozen tundra. We do love Green Bay, but it's different there. What do you do there in April and May? Anyway, what's he talking about? They run Jaden Reed. I saw him going orbit motion all year, and they give it to him what are you going east and west? It's called jet sweeps. The NFL runs them. High school, they call them fly sweeps. They all run the jet sweep. That's a play the Niners have been plagued. Kansas City ran it with Cole Hardman a couple of years ago, scored 3 touchdowns on that east-west run you don't like so much. The jet sweep stretches the field horizontally. But the one thing what is Fred talking about? They presented some different run looks that we didn't prepare for in the first half. If I'm ownership, I'm looking, we weren't prepared for those run looks. What are you talking about? I saw those same actions. Now, there may be more intricate things that I don't understand that they were doing subtly to get them misaligned in the gap. But I think more than anything, that one concerned me. But otherwise, what I saw, this gimmicky run game that he's talking about, isn't the whole league running Kyle Shanahan's gimmicky offense? That's part of the problem, is the other teams run it so much, their defenses practice against it all week. And I think that's part of the issue, is that Kyle's offense is so prevalent out there, it's not special. It's not unique anymore in the NFL because most of the NFL runs it. That may in itself be the problem, or maybe you have to yang a little bit because everybody else is yanging in the NFL.
We're going to talk about this more on the other side. We are due to take a break, and 808 KMBR, I see a couple of people waiting on hold, so we'll continue taking your calls and hearing your thoughts. Very passionate stuff there from Mark up in Auburn, and we'll hear from Fred Warner on what you were just talking about, Pop. That's all coming up next. It's Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver here?
No, I mean, other than that, I don't think there was a ton of miscommunication throughout. I think they presented some different run looks than we had prepared for in the first half, which we adjusted to as the game went on, and which was helpful, but we got to be better from the jump.
Yeah, so that was actually intentional. As Fred Warner's talking about miscommunication, Walter's like, it'd be funny if we have our own miscommunication. I'm going to tell you to start the segment and then play some Fred Warner sound. It's Papa and Silver here. We had a great call from Mark up in Auburn talking about Shanahan needing to make some big changes. Maybe the change even being Shanahan. Papa got into it with him about gimmicky offenses, what Green Bay did to kind of just squash any hopes of a Brandon Allen pulling off an upset in his third start in 3 years. And we got a couple more on the line. This is going to be a pretty quick segment so we can keep things going with the clock. But Joel out in Modesto has a direct response to the Mark discussion. So we want to welcome in all perspectives today. And Joel joins us here on The Sports Leader. How are you, Joel?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty well.
All right. So, yeah, tough loss last night, but whatever. Look, fans like Mark, they need to stop it. Shut their pie holes. Trust the process. Shanahan is Andy Reid Jr. He's going to figure it out. He's got us to 2 Super Bowls, championship games, the best team in the league. I mean, generally speaking, this is normal for him. He's going to figure it out. We're going to have multiple Super Bowls by the time he's Andy Reid's age. Imagine if we get rid of him and he wins Super Bowl somewhere else. How dumb will we look? So fans like that need to just stop it and trust the process. Get on my nerves on the social media. I love it how our fans are all on the stands wearing red and we're taking over places, but a lot of them need to be wearing red dunce caps because their takes are ridiculous.
Joel, it's hard to be on the level-headed side of things when you also look at the internet. And I'm not saying that the level-headed side is always right, but frequently in the sport like football, in a season in which the 49ers are 5-6 and very much underachieving expectations, it can be hard to be the guy that's like, yeah, they shouldn't get rid of Kyle Shanahan. There's a lot that's gone wrong. I'm very much with you, Joel. I think Kyle Shanahan needs to learn to adapt. Maybe that includes different hires. And I think Jeff, our friend in the YouTube chat, said one thing he was tired of is people just screaming, they got to get rid of Schneider. They got to get rid of Sorensen, and it's like all these sort of changes, but what's the solution? And I think that it really depends on, okay, they can get rid of Nick Sorensen, but do you have a plan of who you want to bring in? Papa mentioned earlier, maybe it's Jeff Ulbrich, a guy they really like. Maybe it's bringing someone back like Robert Saleh, who is going to be a free agent in this next coaching cycle. Greg, your thoughts on what we just heard there from Joel?
I didn't mention Ulbrich. It was Matt Barrows. But Ulbrich is a guy they wanted to be the DC here, so we'll see, what happens to him at the end of his run at Florham Park. And Robert Saleh, so to say he's Andy Reid Jr., and I understand, there was a time when Andy was thought of as a brilliant play designer, a little bit gimmicky the way he ran the Philadelphia offense. They threw the ball 65% of the time when he was winning the NFC East every year and winning the NFC and going to Super Bowls, or lost a lot of championship games. But, he had Brian Westbrook, Charlie Garner, and he kind of, used the running back as an extension, very similar to what Coach Walsh did here with Roger Craig. But Andy could, and Andy was a poor game manager. There were a lot of games where he lost just with timeouts late in halves and late in games and couldn't finish. But before I'd call Kyle Andy Reid Jr., I think, he is the son of Mike Shanahan, is he not? And Mike had a head coaching job offer by Al Davis's Los Angeles Raiders. We know how that went. 1 year and 4 games, and a variety of reasons. And a lot of it was the outside zone. Al just did not like Alex Gibbs, and the godfather of the zone blocking scheme in the outside zone. And, Al had the line about just win, baby, but that wasn't true. He wanted to win his way. He didn't want to win your way, and he just didn't like that. So he got fired, and then Mike had to reinvent himself, and he came to the Niners as the offensive coordinator. And before they broke through and he won a Super Bowl as an offensive coordinator, he lost. championship games in 92, in 93 to the Dallas Cowboys, and how about them Cowboys and losing at Candlestick, and then going to to Irving and losing. They finally broke through and beat him in 94 to get the monkey off his back, and then he became a head coach and won 2 Super Bowls with John Elway in that running game, and Terrell Davis and Coach Gibbs there, and Bobby Turner was there. So, I understand because Andy Reid is doing what Andy Reid is doing, but that's his father. So if you're going to liken anybody's career path, it would be to Mike Shanahan for Kyle. But I do hear a lot of anti-Kyle talk. I hear it constantly from 49er fans. They're frustrated. I mean, the one thing Mark said was, and that's why I'm wearing my Super Bowl going back to Miami T-shirt and hat. I mean, come on. I mean, right now, wouldn't you take going to the Super Bowl even if you knew you're going to lose the game? I mean, they're 5-6 and at the crossroads. I think a little bit spoiled the last 5 years. Damn, we can't win the championship. I understand that, but a lot of franchises can't get there. And now you're getting on his inability to close games when you were down 17-0, getting caved in. Yesterday, that was not the problem. So let's live in the now, right now. But he is a brilliant play designer. He's taken his dad's offense and Bill Walsh's offense, and it's become a state-of-the-art running game. I mean, it's so futuristic. Part of the problem was, and is that so many of us coaches, and going back to the Washington days, we talked to him about Matt LaFleur and hiring him in Houston and the Gary Kubiak, and Gary was on Denver's staff, obviously, as a backup quarterback and an offensive coordinator. I think the issue right now, and your dad wrote a book on this, Greg, is that the whole league is running Kyle's offense, or a version of it. And it's all a version of his dad's offense and Coach Walsh's offense. And the West Coast offense, when Coach Walsh started, the league has just been going on for decades. It's Andy Reid's offense. It's Mike McCarthy's. I mean, it goes on. And right now you have so many teams running a version of Kyle's offense with all these brainiacs, whether it's LaFleur or McDaniel or, throughout the league. And Zach Taylor's taking a spin at it in Cincinnati, and it's just everybody. I mean, 18 of the 32 teams are running a direct version of it with their coaching connection to whether it's Sean McVay or Kyle Durant, whatever. So it's no longer special. I think that's what struck me yesterday was the Niners had the sophisticated run game. They were the bullies on the block. They would come in with that run game. With Juszczyk would get an angle where, George Kittle, where you had fullbacks and tight ends and wide receivers blocking in space. And it's like, who does this? Well, the Rams did it a little bit when they had Robert Woods and they had Cooper Kupp. They had wide receivers that would block like interior linemen. And they got out on the edge and they created angles. They were so sophisticated. The Green Bay Packers, the only guy that won't block for them is Romeo Doubs. Otherwise, those other wide receivers, they all block. They are tough guys. Wicks and Reed and Watson and Heath and Melton. That's why those guys, Heath and Melton, are on the team, because they block. So I think the gimmicky offense he speaks of, and you can make points about Kyle's offense and all of it, they're not scoring. And that's his job, to get in the end zone. They've scored, 24 touchdowns this year, all year, 11 games. That's just not good enough. He knows the 10 points, you can't win that way. Now, you didn't have the quarterback, I understand it all, but they're scoring 17 too often. They're not getting 30 and 35. It is what it is. The numbers are there. The red zone, whatever it is. But I think the real issue is the league has copied your success. And although your head coach has not won a Super Bowl, either as a head coach or an assistant coach, it's a copycat league. It's a copycat society. And they've stolen. A lot of the coaches off his staff has been hired, or McVay's staff, and they're now running their own teams. They're running a version of it. So what you're doing is no longer special. Everybody's doing it, or 2/3 or more than half of the league is doing it. And those defenses practice against it. The one thing that strikes me is if you're seeing it so much, what exactly is Fred Warner talking about? They had some run action there, and I don't want to dwell on it too much, but Fred is the heartbeat of this team. They presented some different run looks that we didn't prepare for in the first half. What exactly is that? That orbit motion, I've seen it. Green Bay do it. They were prepared for it. The Niners do it all the time. So exactly what was the looks they were presented with, which got them so misaligned, lost their gap integrity, and forced them to miss 10 tackles alone in the first quarter yesterday.
49ers scoring 23.6 points per game through 11 games. You mentioned the 24 touchdowns in 11 games, Pop. And we're going to continue this on the other side because we got to sneak in yet another break here in the 12 o'clock hour. But I see Sam out in Arizona on the line. Definitely would like to hear from him and wants to talk about the 49ers window and possibly signing Brock Purdy and the implications of that. So more Niners, and then we got some Sounds of Silver in the 1 o'clock hour as well. It's Papa, it's Silver, it's Walter, and it's a party here on a Monday, kind of, on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, that was a brutal one. Are the 49ers cooked? After another loss to a quality team, the 49ers dropped below 500, but they're only one game out of the NFC West with 6 games remaining. How are you feeling, faithful? Let us know on our YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans sound off and join the conversation instantly on KMBR, the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
No miscommunication? We're good? Okay, Fred Warner approves. It's Papa and Silver here. Hour left to go on a Monday after the Green Bay Packers won 38-10. You know all about that by now if you've been listening to KNBR today. And as Greg starts to change his outfits, it's making me realize I don't need to necessarily change every segment, but I really do got to up my game somehow because I'm trying to get 4 hours worth out of my Manning cast / Brian Murphy quarter zip. And the Harbaughs do play tonight. That'll be fun. And we'll talk about that coming up here as we do some Sounds of Silver. But before we get back into the conversation, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Greg, it's been all about the 49ers, the offense, some of the play calls. Debo Samuel got his 121-yard catch, and Copes is out there going, that's the most creative play call I've seen in a month. We also got Sam in Arizona, who we're going to get to in just a moment. But, yeah, the offense was looking a little bit stale, and I know you got a backup quarterback, but I do look at the skill players they still have. And, sure, maybe Debo Samuel is not number 19 Debo Samuel, and he's now number 1 Debo Samuel. George Kittle's still looking pretty good out there, and he's playing through injury. Ricky Pearsall should be getting a lot better, and Jawan Jennings has been pretty reliable, too. It's not like you don't have personnel. It is frustrating that this is a 23 points per game kind of offense, and they're sitting at 4th place in a not very good NFC West.
Yeah, that's why you got to be real of who you are. If this was an ordinary year, 5 and 6 would have you buried, but you have a chance to win your own division. We've been talking about that. The Ram game on that Thursday night is going to be critical, and I think it may come down to the last game of the year against Arizona. But if they don't start playing better, it will not. And then, Washington, their current state. Green Bay solidified with their win yesterday to push their record 8-3 and drop the Niners to 5-6. And now they're 3 in front of you, and they have the tiebreaker, the head-to-head. So it's going to be hard to catch them. And their division is just Minnesota going to Soldier Field, what Detroit did yesterday with Gibbs running the ball so well. Those 3 teams are obviously all going to be in the playoffs. But as far as the play call, people love to, and they've been doing this forever, breaking down play calls. I'm sure Bill Walsh had it, the year they were 6-5 in '88. But we're in a Madden video game era where, people are making their own play calls and playing along with it. The Debo play was a reverse flea flicker screen, which you don't see a lot of. The Lions actually did it last year. In a game right before the Niners played Dallas, and the Niners did it to Kittle. It wasn't a screen to Kittle. It was more of a rail route or an out and up. But that was a creative play, handoff to Debo. And then Debo hands off to Ricky going the other way. That's the reverse part. And then you've already got blockers out in front to get him to bite on the Debo part of it. And then you flip it back to the quarterback, and then you throw it out to Debo, who's already there with a wall in front of him. Nice run, 21-yard gain. So that was clever, but I think people, and we all do it, I do it, I think we fixate too much on the play call. It's still a game of blocking and tackling and shedding blocks, and it's the basis of football. When John Madden did Thanksgiving Day games, it wasn't so much the clever play call here, was just blocking and tackling, the essence of football. And that's where they weren't good enough yesterday. Dominic Pooney's had a great year. Yesterday, not only the 3 penalties, the false start, the hold, and the false start, and that first false start took a 2nd and 1 to 2nd and 6. I don't want to say where did it start? Did it start on that? But you can't make those kind of mistakes on the road. And it's hard to tell, but Pro Football Focus has given him his first sack against in the NFL, and it was an end that got out. You have to go back and see how the blocking scheme was, but the bottom line, Greg, are they good enough in the interior lines, the offensive line, the defensive line? Why is McCaffrey getting a half a yard and then he gets contacted? Are they in the line? I think has played better than people want to give him credit for, but you didn't have Trent Williams yesterday. They're always picking on Jake Brendel, Aaron Banks, and Pooney and Colton. I mean, is the offensive line moving people the way they need to move people? The defensive line, Bosa did not play yesterday, and just look at what the defense has done since he went down to injury, starting with the Seattle game, touchdown. You got a third down and the fourth down stop. Debatable whether you stop Geno on third down. And then obviously the game-losing drive. No Bosa. Right away. They scored 3 times. The one time he got off the field yesterday is when Sorensen brought a jailhouse blitz. He brought 8 on the one play. Both inside backers went and Mustafa. You do that a lot, you're going to get burned. He got away with it, but don't do that too much. You can't. Anyway, I mean, we're getting into the play call and orbit motion and all this. The essence of football, blocking, shedding blocks, tackling. Are they good enough? Is this group good enough right now? And even put Bosa back in it. Say Nick comes back from the double obliques. Are they just good enough in the core elements of football?
I think definitely not, because the teams that they have played well against have been teams that we will not see in January. And the teams that we might see in January or will see in January, Seattle's the only one that the 49ers have had any kind of success against. And we don't want to talk about that most recent game, although they did put up 36 in Seattle. And that was probably one of the wins I would feel the best about for this group in this season. As far as the penalties go yesterday, Greg, and the offensive line in particular, I'm actually not terribly concerned with that, just because when you're on the road and you do have a backup quarterback who hasn't made a start in 3 seasons, that's kind of difficult. And Dom Pooney is a rookie, and he had 3 of those penalties. The Niners had 9 total. I thought he did a great job in postgame, owning the fact that he had the 3 penalties, standing up in front of the media, taking the responsibility. And Dominic Pooney is going to be a really good player for this franchise for years to come, I believe. So not having Trent Williams and having a backup quarterback is a cause to get some penalties for the offensive line. I don't think that in particular concerned me too much. Now, the 12 men on the field, the second one, that's a different story. But let's go out to Sam in Arizona, who's been waiting on the line, and I want to make sure we can get him in here in this segment. Sam wants to talk about the window, and he joins us on the Sports Leader. How are you, Sam?
I'm great, fellas. 2 quick comments before I get to the window. But one, we've got 11 games to look at. It's a pretty large sample size. A, I don't know why we still have the same special teams coach. And B, I don't know why Mason isn't getting more playing time. 1 or 2 runs a game. He gets through the line. He runs hard. He's not running tentative. I'm not blaming anything on McCaffrey. Coming back after 2 months off is tough. To the window, though, and here's my point. Papa talks a lot about the basics and blocking and tackling. I don't think it's Kyle's offense that's the problem. And this is where I get to the window comment. On the field yesterday for the Niners offense, there's one guy who can get open, and that's Kittle. Debo can't get open. Right now, your rookies, I don't know if they are going to be able to get open. Without Ayuk there, you're not getting anybody open down the field. So you can talk about all the offensive play calling and everything, but if we can't get open for a quarterback to find you, then none of the rest of this matters. And I don't see much separation except for Kittle. And that gets to my window comment. If, in fact, Kittle is near the end, Debo clearly doesn't have much left. He's either injured or can't get open. We paid a lot for Ayuk. Are you going to pay $60 million to Brock Purdy, who I love, by the way, on a team that at a minimum is retooling and as a maximum rebuilding? It sounds a lot to me like what the Cowboys did with Dak Prescott. And I don't want the same results that we're going to have. We're going to have to give up we're going to have to give up the opportunity to sign good players, young players, if we pay Brock what we're going to need to on a team where I think the window is closed. Interested in your thoughts on that, Papa.
Yeah, good stuff. So Mike Shanahan had a line years ago when he was talking to a wide receiver in training camp that had a hard time getting off man coverage. Son, if you can't beat man coverage, you might as well go sell cars because you can't play in the NFL. But that was an era when it was a lot of man. They played almost exclusively man coverage in the NFL in the early 70s. And then they went to a lot of zone. Darryl LaMonica of the Raiders was forced out of the NFL because he couldn't read his own defense, and Kenny Stabler could. That's why Joe Montana was so brilliant. Then you get into the Tampa 2 and the Monty Kiffin era of football. Those are zone defenses. Then you get into what Pete Carroll brought into the NFL with Dan Quinn in Seattle and their success, and Robert Saleh working there and coming here, and Gus Bradley. And now all of a sudden the whole league is cover 2. It's a Monty Kiffin defense. It's a cover 3. So you know what, son? You don't have to go sell cars. Can you settle down in a zone now? Because they're not playing as much man. So it just kind of flips. For the Niners, you go into a Super Bowl against Steve Spagnuolo, and he has nothing but great man cover guys. He had L'Jarius Sneed and Trent McDuffie, and they man you up, and you couldn't uncover. So now you're getting a lot of man. I'd have to look at it yesterday. I don't think Jeff Hafley and Green Bay played a lot of man. They didn't have Jair Alexander, their best cover corner. They went with a lot of other guys, Keyshawn Nixon and Valentine. Stokes even got on the field. Javon Bullard, a safety, was playing nickel. I have to see the breakdown, but I don't think they didn't play a lot of man. It was more zone. So I hear you, but I think the league went that way because of the success of Monty Kiffin and cover 2 and cover 3 and Pete Carroll. So now is it going back to man? I don't know. So you need to be able to do both. You need to be able to run away from man and be able to find soft zones. The one thing about special teams, and believe me, you don't even know who Brian Schneider is. I've known Brian for a long time. He ran the Raiders special teams for a long time. He ran Seattle special teams for over 10 years. It bothers me when people have no real knowledge of him and what he's been about in this league criticize him. You've got young players that are playing on special teams. You've had a lot of reasons why the special teams have been a disaster, and he's mad. He's changed everything with it. So the one thing I would say, when I'm watching Green Bay, and they had monumental special teams problems, way worse than what the Niners have had. They've been a special teams joke for a long. When the Niners went there in that snow game in January of 2022 after the 21 year, the Niners won that game because they blocked a field goal, they blocked a punt, and they made a 45-yard field goal through the snow. They cleaned house. They hired Bisaccia, who should have stayed with the Raiders interim coach. But the one thing I see from watching so many of their games this weekend is, wow, they got a starter. They play so many of their starting players on special teams. They do. And I thought, how do they? That's dangerous. That guy gets hurt there. It's a special teams play, and he tears an ACL running down a kick. That's the one thing I would say is, do you want to start playing your better players, your starting players on special teams? I asked Dante Whitner that question a couple of weeks ago, Greg, and he said, I was terrible at special teams because I didn't make it a priority. I was tired because I play on defense. I'm not good at it. You got to have a guy give his undivided attention. Everything is specialized in sports. In the sub packages, guys come in certain down and distance, both on offense and defense. So are you asking too much to have your best players? Like, you don't think Diamador Lenoir would be great on special teams? Malik Mustafa started the year as a gunner. So did Bernardo Green. Now they're starting, so you can't play them on teams. I mean, if you want to get, the bottom line is, if you want to play better, you need better players. Yeah, you need some better plays, but really, you need better players. So should you think about playing your best players on special teams? That's a trade-off. Now you got Debo returning kicks. He gets hurt on a kickoff return. What's going to be the outcry there? But when I see other teams, in particular what Bisaccia and Green Bay do, they play some of their starters on special teams.
That's a really good point, Greg, because you look at the Packers and you got Jaden Reed and Keyshawn Nixon returning all the kicks. And Jaden Reed is probably the best receiver on the offensive side and a huge part of that motion we discussed a little bit earlier. Keyshawn Nixon is a corner who, with Jair Alexander now dealing with this PCL injury, you need him out there along there with Eric Stokes. And then you got Valentine and Ballantyne, which one of the great name duos for a depth chart, but that's a different day. Keyshawn Nixon, by the way, kind of firing some shots. He said, it's the NFL. It's not an excuse, talking about the 49ers injury. He said, we didn't have our quarterback and we won 3 games, so we don't want to hear that. We came to play. They should have came to play. Ouch.
And he got into it. I saw them right before the game where the Niners at midfield had the whole team scrum together, get right to midfield, and I saw Green Bay. I just saw some video. I did not know that Keyshawn Nixon and Diamador Lenore actually went face mask to face mask. And, of course, Jawan Jennings was right and involved in that, and Jennings they had to control him, as the gun went yesterday. But Keyshawn Nixon has a background at South Carolina with Debo Samuel. Obviously, Romeo Dobbs grew up with Diamador Lenore, young kids running in Southern California. So Keyshawn Nixon, just keep an eye on what that guy has to say. If we do face them, whether it's next year or sometime in January, if the Niners do find a way to win the NFC West, and they may come back to Levi's. But there was a lot of sniping going on between Nixon and a lot of the 49ers yesterday.
Well, it's something that I was planning to ask our buddy Cam Inman about, but we're going to have to check a couple of things on the schedule after the break because Kyle Shanahan's conference call just got moved up, it sounds like, and Cam Inman was supposed to join us coming up in about 15 minutes, so we'll figure out what we're going to do schedule-wise there. One thing we will have for sure, whether it be next segment or sometime before the 2 o'clock hour, we're going to do some Sounds of Silver and play some sounds related to the San Francisco 49ers, other just related to sports landscape in general. That's all coming up right here. It's Papa and Silver on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brent Jones joined Murph and Marcus to discuss how the 49ers didn't look like a playoff team after the disappointing loss to the Green Bay Packers. Check out that podcast and more on the KMBR app, YouTube, and KMBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, so we're back on Papa and Silver. About 40 minutes left to go before we hand it off to Adam Copeland, and Dieter Kurtenbach, I believe, is his co-host today. Kyle Shanahan was originally supposed to have a conference call at 3:30. We're now being told that's getting moved up to right now, so he should be on any moment, and when we do get some audio, we'll carry that live. But for now, we're just going to keep talking about Brock Purdy, as is going to be the main focus of this call, Greg, with the shoulder injury. We don't know what the status is, if it's still day-to-day. And I want to go back to Sam and his call about Brock Purdy and comparing it to a Dallas Cowboys-like situation. I think Dak Prescott is a fine quarterback who's had a really brutal year and now another injury that's going to keep him out for the season, but I do not see these two as equals. Dak Prescott is 31 years old. He has had a history of injuries, and like Brock Purdy, Dak's name was getting thrown around in the MVP conversation last year. Bottom line is most quarterbacks, except for the really, really special ones and a lot of Aaron Rodgers' tenure in Green Bay maybe, they struggle without a run game. Dallas has had zero effective run game, and it's made life really hard for Dak Prescott. I think Brock Purdy, in his second full year as a starter, yeah, it's hard to replicate the year he had last year, but I think he's going to be the quarterback of the future for this franchise. And you saw just how valuable he could be by what it was like with a fine backup yesterday on the road.
Well, Dak did finish statistically at a brilliant year last year, and he was second in the MVP behind Lamar, and Brock wound up fourth behind Christian. And going into the Christmas night game, it was a toss-up. Brock had a great year statistically and played better in the playoffs, obviously, than Dak has, not just last year, but the 2 years he's been in. But I think the point that was being made is what are the Cowboys, and they did have a tremendous win yesterday in Washington, but what has become of their overall roster and the players that they've been forced to lose because the quarterback jumped in salary so much? But Dak had things in his contract where you couldn't franchise tag him, you couldn't trade him. They almost backed themselves into a situation where they had to give him, the richest contract in the history of the NFL. It will be interesting to see. First, I want to hear from Kyle. We don't normally take this it's a teleconference on Monday. It's not like when he's at the auditorium at Levi's and the quality is fabulous. This is going to be sound like a phone call. The reporters all step all over each other, so it gets awkward. We don't often put it on the air because it's so-called bad radio. But I think the first thing is Brock's health and where he is and how he finishes up the year and what's the nature of the shoulder injury and the multiple MRIs. John Lynch admitted the MRI last week. So did Kyle when he was on with Copes. But they had a second one, was the report, and apparently there was one being done again today. So I think we wanted to take this live, Greg, just to get the latest. We'll talk about Brock's contract, but I think first and foremost, can he play in Buffalo? Where's his shoulder at? Can he finish out the year? Are they going to have their quarterback, who they love so much in that building, play quarterback the rest of the year? So I think that's the main reason we want to take this live today. One, it's during our show. A lot of times it's after the show, and now they're going to do it any minute here. But I think at least the beginning of it will be a lot about Brock's health.
Yeah, and I think that the conversation of whether or not Brock Purdy should be shut down for the year, if his health is that bad, yes. Otherwise, absolutely not. Like the NFC West, Greg, we've talked about this many times, is very much up for grabs. The 49ers have a lot to fix internally, but this is a division that could still go 0-4 collectively next week. I think the Seahawks play the Jets off of a bye. The 49ers play Buffalo, and we know that,
Arizona's
obviously.
got Minnesota next
Arizona has Minnesota, and then that leaves the Los Angeles Rams, who got pounded by Saquon Barkley and Philadelphia last night. And David Lombardi had this info. They've got the Saints, who are coming off a bye and have been playing better with the Rizzler, their interim coach. So it could be still, it could still be a division.
Rizzler? Is that where you're going there?
That's exactly where I'm going.
Nobody's shutting down Brock Purdy if Brock Purdy's healthy. No one's doing that. I mean, the reality is that the Niners are 5-6, and Arizona's now 6-5, and so is Seattle, and the Rams are 5-6. What if the Niners were 8-3, and Arizona and Seattle was 9-2? Would you shut your quarterback down? Now, I know right now you're trying to find a way to win a damn football game. So I'm not blind to the way they're playing. They've got to play better. But if they can find a way, and Kyle's way of looking at it is just get into the tournament. If we get in by winning the NFC West, great, we get a home game. Maybe we get more if these other seeds behind us, 5, 6, and 7, upset. That could very easily happen now in the NFC. You may get a second home game. You may host the NFC title game. What does it matter? But you've got to find a way to win, and being this close to a division championship, you're one game out. I know you're not playing winning football right now, and you got beat by 4 touchdowns yesterday, not 4 points, but the reality is you're one game. No one's pulling the plug on this season, and Nick's going to fight like hell to come back. So will Trent. So will Talanoa. So will, I think another injury update we'll get from Kyle. Are they going to open up the practice window for Dre Greenlaw this week, which does not necessarily mean he'll play in Buffalo, but it means he may play when you come back from Buffalo and the calendar turns to December and you got Chicago and the Rams on that short week. So I know the record's not what you want it to be, but nobody's is in the NFC West. If this was the NFC North, you'd have no chance. You'd be almost mathematically eliminated right now, but you live in the West. You don't live in the North right now.
I would also add that while the 49ers, again, have a lot of internal problems to solve, there's a lot of struggling play callers league-wide, and a lot of teams who you'd think were in a really good position kind of struggling a little bit right now. Niners, of course, on the list. The Rams, the Miami Dolphins had a really bad skid without Tua, and now they're starting to warm up. And then Bobby Slowick out in Houston, they just gave away a game to Tennessee yesterday, and they got Nico Collins back. Like, I don't see that as an excuse at all when you got your number one receiver, and CJ Stroud has just looked to really struggle at times too. And then, Washington just dropped a game to Dallas, who looked helpless, and that Kevontae Turpin spin move was one of the highlights of the day after looking so ridiculous in slow motion. It's like he did that move, Greg, and then he just darted away for green grass. The last 3 minutes of that game with 4 total touchdowns. Hey, the 49ers special teams has not been great this year, but they were not the Washington Commanders of yesterday.
I know. Well, Herman Edwards said it's the worst special teams game he's seen in the NFL in years. I'm like, whoa. Woo. Has he watched any Niner games this year? But how about Austin Seibert missing the extra point? And at the time, I felt bad for Washington because I've been pulling for them. They got Adam Peters, their GM. They got Bob Myers, our friend. And Adam is as well, right there. But the reality is Washington struggles right now. And their 7-5 record, we talked about winning the West is the only way to make it, and you're still behind them. But Washington right now is the 7th seed in the NFC. They're very catchable. So the NFC West is up for grabs. That 7th and last final playoff spot in the NFC is up for grabs. So you just got to get healthy and start playing a little bit better here. I know going to Buffalo is going to be daunting. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan and his teleconference right now.
All right, guys, injuries from the game. Aaron Banks will be in the concussion protocol. Jordan Elliott also in the concussion protocol. Renardo Green hurt his neck. He's going to be day-to-day. Flanagan Fowles, knee, he'll also be day-to-day. And then Pooney had a shoulder. We're still waiting for the MRI to get back, so still being evaluated on that. And same situation with Debo, who banged knees in the game. We're still waiting on his MRI to get back too. That's it from guys from the game. Go ahead.
What about Brock Purdy? Did he do any throwing today, or Will he do any? And what's the plan for him early this week?
Yeah, he did some light throwing today, and it went all good. He had, we didn't push it that hard, but did some light throwing, which was a good sign that the pain hadn't come back, and we'll rest it tomorrow and see how he feels as the week goes.
It was reported over the weekend by Jay Glazer that Brock Purdy had a second MRI on his shoulder. Is that true? And if so, why a second one?
Because yes, it's true. I mean, most guys we always get more than one. When you get one and it seems all right, then you have some pain later in the week, so you get another one to make sure you didn't miss anything. And so that's what he did, I think, after the Thursday practice.
What is the nature of his injury?
The shoulder.
Kyle, will you be making a move with John Feliciano today?
Yeah, John's going to stay on IR. He hasn't responded the right way, so unfortunately for John and us, but just had a talk with him here a little bit ago, and he's going to have to stay on IR.
Kyle, you talked yesterday. Go ahead.
Kyle, were there issues with the footing yesterday? I mean, Jake Moody from the start of the game slipped on that first kickoff. Were there issues with that was causing some of the missed tackles and whatnot?
Yeah, there was definitely issues with the footing. It happened to our quarterback on a number of plays, but it happened to a bunch of guys throughout the game, and guys were fixing their cleats. Some did in pregame, some did it right into the game, but that's an issue at Lambeau that time of the year.
You talked yesterday about your frustration over the penalties. After watching the film, the video, how can you go about fixing that? Obviously, you still want players to play aggressive, but as you've noted several times, the penalties are really hurting you guys.
Yeah, you look at each penalty, and the ones that you can correct, you correct. Going back to, I think on the second play of the game for offense, Pooney went a little bit early, and that's something he's just got to have better patience with. Changing the cadences are always subtly different when you change quarterbacks, but it's something we harped on hard, especially Thursday and Friday once we realized what was happening. And that got us there. The false start that they called on Jake later in the game, we had been doing it that way all year, so we didn't see anything wrong with it. So we're going to have to check with the league on that because he didn't move or anything. They just said he snapped it too early, so it's some disagreements there. A couple of the holding calls, especially on the long kick return, didn't totally see it the same way, but the other two I did, and we got to be better with that. So, the timing of those penalties, and we didn't overcome either. I think on one drive we overcame the 3rd and 1 penalty, and on other times we didn't. So the pre-snap ones we got to be much better at. Those are the ones we can avoid, but a couple of those I got to talk to the league on.
Hey, Kyle, to clarify, the assumption is that Brock would be available to play against Buffalo if he doesn't have pain this week, and if not, then Brandon Allen would start?
Yeah, to clarify, guys, the Brock shoulder, it's exactly what I've worded to you guys every time. We got the MRI last week. His shoulder was bothering him. We thought it would be all right by Thursday, and it hurt worse Thursday than it did earlier in the week. So we rested it throughout the weekend, hoping that would help. He threw lighter today to see if that rest helped, and the rest did help him. So we'll see again, going through the same things we did last week. We're going to let him rest all the way up to Wednesday. We'll see how it feels on Wednesday, and then we'll take the exact same course throughout the week, and hopefully it responds better this week than it did last week with the rest.
Kyle, with these back-to-back long trips and Thanksgiving this week, kind of what will this week look like in terms of practice and workload, et cetera?
Not much different. I mean, I start a little bit earlier on Thanksgiving. We start earlier so I can get the guys, so the guys guys' families don't have to wait as long for them to get home. My family gets very annoyed with me because I get home pretty late for Thanksgiving, so it ends up being a later dinner, but for the coaches and stuff. But we try to move everything up, get going earlier so the guys can get out, have a Thanksgiving, and then the next day we'll start a little bit earlier to catch up on stuff we didn't finish with the film, and then we'll be on our way to Buffalo.
With the long flights, is there anything you have to do differently in terms of treatment just in having the two back-to-back?
I mean, always when you go on flights, you just, inflammation and stuff like that reacts differently. So those are things we put in a ton of account into. But as far as us just changing things up, we're not going to do that because of the long flights. We got some injuries and stuff we got to deal with this week, so we'll see how our team is on Wednesday and everything as far as reps and stuff. But I'm not going to change anything up just because of the duration of the Buffalo flight.
Are you planning to open the window for Dre Greenlaw this week, or where does that stand?
Yeah, Dre should. We are going to open it this week. He should be able to start practicing on Wednesday.
Kyle, have you had a chance to talk to Nick Bosa and Trent Williams, and how are they doing?
They're in the same boat Brock is, really. We have the MRIs and everything. We kind of understand it, but just waiting to see how they respond. They didn't respond great last week. That's why they weren't able to go. Nick and Trent are both in the same boat. Nick with his hip and oblique and Trent with his ankle. And we'll evaluate as this week progresses, and hopefully it turns a better corner than it did last week.
Now, after seeing the film, how do you view the way Brandon played at quarterback? And if Brock can't go, is he definitely the starter then in Buffalo?
Yes. Unless something crazy happened during the week. But I thought Brandon did some real good things. He had one real bad decision at the beginning of the game early where he threw it to number 7. Unfortunately, that guy dropped it. But I thought he made some big plays in the game that gave us a chance to get back into it. Him going across the board and getting that touchdown to Kittle. He had a couple big third downs. I thought he had a hell of a throw on the one that Debo tipped and ended up being intercepted. I think his 2 toughest plays were a keeper on 2nd and 7 where he slipped right before he threw it. I think the next play was that pick. But what he does have to do better is protect the ball in the pocket. The ball was on the ground too much.
Some updates there from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, and we'll react to that on the other side with Cam Inman. That's all coming up. It's Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tomorrow and see how he feels as the week goes.
Hey, Kyle.
What about Brock Purdy? Did he do any throwing today, or will he do any? And what's the plan for him early this week?
Yeah, he did some light throwing today, and it went all good. He had, we didn't push it that hard, but did some light throwing, which was a good sign that the pain hadn't come back, and we'll rest it tomorrow and see how he feels as the week goes.
Hey, Kyle, to clarify, the assumption is that Brock would be available to play against Buffalo if he doesn't have pain this week, and if not, then Brandon Allen would start?
Yeah, to clarify, guys, with Brock's shoulder, it's exactly what I've worded to you guys every time. We got the MRI last week. His shoulder was bothering him. We thought it would be all right by Thursday, and it hurt worse Thursday than it did earlier in the week. So we rested it throughout the weekend, hoping that would help. He threw lighter today to see if that rest helped, and the rest did help him. So we'll see again, going through the same things we did last week. We're going to let him rest all the way up to Wednesday. We'll see how it feels on Wednesday, and then we'll take the exact same course throughout the week, and hopefully it responds better this week than it did last week with the rest.
Some updates there from Kyle Shanahan, and as Greg sort of teased heading into the press conference, it's not quote-unquote good radio, but it is good information as we needed. And final 8 or so minutes here, we're going to do a short little conversation with our buddy Cam Inman, who has been awesome rearranging his schedule and is kind enough to join us via the UMA guest line. Cam, the reporter for the San Jose Mercury News and also author of The Franchise San Francisco 49ers, a curated history of the Niners. How are you, my friend?
Papa left me in Wisconsin. I'm still here.
You're still there? Where the hell are you, in Appleton?
I'm in Milwaukee. I had a nice little drive down today from Green Bay, and I just got off. I just got into the airport, so I listened to Kyle Shanahan partake in that press conference, which I would guess was positive news. But there's a lot of hope, right? Like we'll see, and there's hope, and but the fact that Purdy threw today and didn't have pain, I think, is a great sign. But again, Kyle was non-committal in terms of whether he would play Sunday in Buffalo.
Yeah, absolutely. And you heard about Dre Greenlaw and his practice window opening. That was kind of one of the more optimistic headlines that Kyle just offered us. And I want to ask you that there's been a lot of injuries. How much would a Brock Purdy availability, a Charvarius Ward availability, Dre Greenlaw, probably hurt Nick Bosa if he were to return? Do you see all of these as major upgrades for a team that's really struggling, even if all of these players, their bodies are not even close to 100%?
Considering what we saw yesterday, yes, because anybody that's new is going to be better rested. I gotta say, it just looks like a bad team, and there's been so many mistakes and injuries and all across the board. I mean, the special teams obviously the first couple months, and that's when you had those really good players. So it's a whole team effort, and the season is not lost, but it's going down fast, and it was going to be a tall order to win in Green Bay and in Buffalo. The fact that you didn't have Purdy really put you behind the eight ball. Same with Trent Williams, same with Nick Bosa. So, I mean, yeah, if you get those guys back, obviously that's going to help. But beating an AFC opponent is not going to necessarily help you in the NFC wildcard pursuit. But anything will help you if you're still alive in the NFC West race, which is nice and bungled right now.
Yes. I'm reading your top 10 things you noticed from yesterday, and the penalties. That's back-to-back weeks, Cam. They've had 9 penalties, and Kyle, you have to go through each one, but it just seems like lately a lot of them are on the offensive line. They had 4 in the offensive line against Seattle. Dom Pooney had 3 alone yesterday. Jake Brendel also had 1. John Feliciano, I was hopeful John would be able to come back and at least be a backup on the interior, but they're not going to get him back. He's going to have to stay on IR. So just when you look at the amount of penalties, all the ones on special teams, I mean, just what are you seeing from this team right now?
Yeah, it's like 3 of the last 4 games they've had the 9 penalties, and it's just Pooney, the third one he got was Banks also jumped, so it could have been on Banks, but Pooney's first 2 were on those first 2 drives, and that really stalled things out right away. And the 49ers offense was basically sitting on those warm benches on their sideline while the Packers played ball hog. Not a great sign. Greg, I wouldn't say they're an undisciplined unit, because it's not like you're getting these unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, but when you're doing false starts or lining up wrong, even the coaches allowing 12 defenders on the field and getting penalties back to back on that. I don't think I've ever seen that in 25 years, and that's they've done that 4 times now this season, and that's inexcusable. And everybody's got to tighten it up and figure things out.
Talking to Cam Inman here on the UMA guest line. And Cam, you posted something from Lambeau before the game with the teams getting into it a little bit. No punches thrown, as you noted in the post, but I just want to ask a little bit about if you got any context behind what that was all about. Usually pregame scuffles involve a Stephon Diggs. He's not on either of these rosters, and he's out for the year. But what was up with the 49ers and Packers getting into it before kickoff even happened?
I think it was just basically a traffic jam, because it's like 2 roads were crossing, and the referees had to just make sure that it was civil and that there were no accidents, so to speak. And so, I didn't see any punches thrown. You just saw a few guys jumping around and talking, and that's normal. It wasn't not like Cleveland a year ago when, Debo and Ayuk and Trent Williams were shoving everybody around. But, I mean, it did show that the 49ers were juiced up and amped, ready to go. Debo looked ready to go, and then as the game got going, everything just kind of went flat. And it was like they rallied a little bit for a second in between the second and third quarters. Then the turnovers destroyed any chance they had at coming back. And the defense has looked out of sorts all season. And, Fred Warner said after the game that Green Bay surprised them with some of the run fits that they had not prepared for, which I think is a pretty damning indictment that, these guys got to be prepared for anything. And they adjusted fine in the second half, but they've allowed so many yards on the ground, and I believe they've allowed 16 rushing touchdowns this year, and that's amazing. If you go back to 2011, I think they didn't allow any rushing touchdowns through the first 15 games.
Yeah, that quote that Fred had kind of caught my eye, and we were talking about it throughout the day. Just what was he referring to in that situation? Some of the actions they were not prepared for. I mean, we've seen teams run that orbit motion. The Niners run it all the time with Debo, but they did a lot of it with Jaden Reed going in orbit motion behind Love and Jacobs. They had the tight end Kraft going the other direction, and it did seem to misalign the Niners. They got caught in a run stunt early in the game, and Devondre didn't fit. Did you get more clarification by what Fred meant in that comment he made?
No, but what I will say is that Fred is not the type of guy that's going to throw a coach under the bus or anything like that. So I think it's more probably of certain new players were in the game that maybe have not played certain spots before or seen that before, and that they weren't necessarily ready for it. Devondre Campbell's defense has not been above average this year. It's been a trouble. But there's also guys on the interior of your line. If you lost Jordan Elliott to a concussion, obviously you don't have Hargrave. And so you have some new bodies in there on the interior, including Yetur Gross-Matos, who's, he's coming off knee surgery, and they're asking him to play a lot and also play on the inside, which, yeah, he's versatile, but that's still, he's playing in there on some rundowns, and that's just not what that guy's meant to do.
Cam, we're in the point of the year where some of our listeners, or definitely some of our listeners' children, are getting ready to take finals. Your report card yesterday gave the coaching staff just a straight F, a big old red F circled in red pen. And personnel obviously is an important part of the game, but still you were not pleased with the penalties, especially the back-to-back 12 men on the field. And we saw a lot of underdogs and teams that have struggled this week really compete. Cleveland, Chicago, Dallas, Tennessee, Carolina, all either pulled off an upset or nearly did when teams were counting them out. What do you need to see from Kyle Shanahan and this staff as they get ready to go and be an underdog in Buffalo this week?
I think Kyle Shanahan gave them an F also, if you saw how mad he was at some point during the game, and not just mad at the officials. There's everybody wants all these coaches fired, right? I think everybody's got to cool that off because I think Kyle is a great coach. It's just they have had so many troubles this year, whether it's off-field issues, whether it's self-interest of certain players, and the coaches have to coach them up better. They got it. A lot of these penalties are because guys are out of place or they're not focused. They got to lock them in, and I would expect that there'll be some coaching changes at the end of the season. I just don't think it'll be Kyle Shanahan, unless he's just too fatigued. He looks so drained with all of these, and I don't take the fact that they've gone to the playoffs each of the last few years. Yes, that's wearing on you, but guess what? That's what you want to do. That's what the Kansas City Chiefs have done. And not everybody on this team has gone through all those playoff runs. That cannot be an excuse whatsoever. George Kittle's been in those playoff runs, and he's been playing great. Mind you, he had the game off against Seattle, but then he comes back yesterday and catches everything thrown to him. So, and Kittle's the kind of guy that they need to, keep the energy up. I looked on the sideline yesterday at one point, and he's clapping his hands, trying to kind of keep everybody awake and energy going while the defense was suffering out on that field.
And it's tiring. You leave Green Bay, come home, have to go right back to Buffalo and travel across country. So you're still in Wisconsin? Are you at Major? If I know Cam Inman, Greg, you're at Major Goolsby's having at Old Milwaukee right now on Kilbourne Avenue. And then you're going to come back. And when are you going to Buffalo? I got the inscription on your book, The Franchise, and Cam made me cry. To my dear pal Greg Papa, Buffalo's best export after, how's your mother? Cam's mother. So I have not been back to Buffalo since I lost my mom on May the 19th of 2022. So where are we going? Anchor Bar, Duff's to get wings. Where are we drinking to honor our moms, Cam?
We should do that. We should have a little time. I did enjoy the only time I've been to Buffalo, that was the last NFL stadium I did, and it was 2016. Kaepernick was the quarterback. And I did hit the Anchor Bar, and it's kind of a tourist trap, but I will tell you, those were the best wings. I don't like wings, first of all, because I think there's way too much mess on your fingers for such little meat. So I'm an anti-wing guy. However, I do enjoy the Anchor Bar. That was pretty good. I think there's Big Ditch Brewery. That's a good place for a beer. Or we can go to Niagara Falls and just enjoy the peace and serenity of beautiful nature.
All right. Horseshoe Fall. Bring your passport so we can go over to the
we're not getting on the Maid of the Mist, though. Yeah, no Maid of the Mist.
It's too cold. It's too cold in late November.
Well, it's about 40 degrees here in Wisconsin still. So it's and it was raining. It was raining all day today. So it's like I know it got a little bit wet last night for the Niners in the second half, but it's been raining all day today. So they kind of dodged a little bit of a bullet. So they can't blame that on the weather yesterday. That was just overall a bad performance all around.
Cam, I hate to cut this short, but we unfortunately are out of time here on our little 10 to 2, and it was great having you on. Safe travels home, and when you do make it back, Greg Papa and I in person will both treat you to some good drinks.
Hey, Friday night, Altamont Brewery in Livermore, 5 to 7. I'm doing a book signing, so beers and books. So that was
when are you going to Buffalo?
Come and join me there.
Saturday? When are you going to Buffalo?
I'm going to that night, Friday night on a red eye.
Oh, red eye? Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be there to pick you up. I'm taking you right to the Anchor Bar.
I love it. All right. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Cam.
Fly
He is
well,
Cam
brother.
Inman, and you can read him in the San Jose Mercury News, 49ers beat reporter. And that's going to do it, Papa. Good Monday, and we got a couple more of these before we do our own Thanksgiving fun.
We do. We got a show tomorrow. We got a show Wednesday, and we're going to have fun, I think, for who or for what is going to join us tomorrow. Ricky Waters tomorrow. He may make the Hall of Fame this year.
I can't wait. And we'll ask him all about it. We'll hand it off to Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach on the other side. Big thank you to Walter. Thanks to Greg Papa. Definitely not thanking myself as the easy weak link of the show, but hey, that's why we grow.
Greg Silver.
Day 6 going on day 1,000 tomorrow. You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brent Jones joined Murph and Marcus to discuss how the 49ers didn't look like a playoff team after the disappointing loss to the Green Bay Packers. Check out that podcast and more on the KMBR app, YouTube, and KMBR Social.
His love of the game brought him to the Bay,
Blank the Dodgers for life.
while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Copeland and Copes.
Let's get it on.
Adam Copeland.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's going on? Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you on a Monday afternoon. We'll be joined today on our guest list by... It's Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach. That's it. Yeah, that's all you're getting today. We're with you till Nobody else. Good work.
808 KMBR. You
Good
can
work,
be our
Derek.
guest.
Good work. You only had a weekend to figure out what was going to happen. Maybe Derek thought the Niners were going to win that game, and then everything went bad, and so now he's like, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't.
He booked a bunch of people from the New Orleans Chamber of Commerce to tell us where we should all go during the Super Bowl, and that's all gone to hell.
You know what we'll hear from is you, the listeners, the callers at 808 KMBR 415-808-5627. It is a Therapy Monday here on the Adam Copeland Show with Dieter Kurtenbach. I don't even know what to call this thing.
We're not licensed, but we will try.
Yeah, no, we're not licensed. Hell of a game yesterday. I mean, we were texting about it. Hell of a game in terms of like I'm such a fan of certain teams. Like the Giants will suck me back in with the slightest glimmer of hope. They're the team where I'm looking at and I'm like, well, they're not mathematically eliminated. You're like,
that's right.
Hang in there. Yeah, dude, still hanging.
You got a bit of Stockholm syndrome with the Giants,
Still
right?
waiting for a signing, by the way. You know, yeah.
4 hours a night every night. Like it's pretty hard to quit.
For 6 months, yeah, it's hard to quit them. You start it in February. There's the slow buildup. You get opening day, which is exciting. Then you get through the season. That to me makes more logical sense. The back and forth, up and down of a 500 football team who is, I think as Tim said it, aggressively mediocre is what the 49ers are, which is, I think, the right way to put it. I think it's the right way to put it. They can't beat a good team. They are better clearly when you see them on the field than a bad team, but they just don't execute enough to be dominant over the bad teams, which is why they're sitting at 5-6. And in any other season, in any other division this season, 5-6 would just about bury you. You'd be out of it. And so what I would say is, in comparison to my Giants line just a minute ago, like when the Giants in the last couple of seasons, even this year maybe, you're looking at them, you're going, oh man, they're still like within 4 games of that third wild card spot. You go, yeah, but there's like 6 teams within 4 games, and 5 of them are above the Giants right now. Like, it's not just about where you are, it's about teams you have to jump and where you have to go. With the Niners, I almost got drawn back into a thought yesterday that they could steal the game. Not that they were a quality football team. But when it's 17-7, and by the way, it really started, the glimmer I think everybody first saw was the Debo Samuel kick return that then gets called back on the Eric Saubert holding penalty. And
start the third quarter,
to start the third quarter. And at that point, and by the way, right after the Niners scored in the late, I mean, what was it, about a minute left, under a minute left? About a minute, I think, when they scored at the end of the first half. The Christian Watson ball through his hands could have made that all go away really quickly. That was a terrible blown coverage. It was a beautifully thrown ball, and he just didn't catch it, just right through his hands. Like, there was nothing wrong with any of that play for the Packers except that Christian Watson didn't catch it and put them up 24-7 before the half. And then I really would have been out. But then even after the Debo kick return that gets called back on the hold, they start to put together a drive. And I was like, okay, they're moving it a little bit. They're looking better than they did. You're hoping that this is more like the third drive you saw at the end of the first half than the first 2 that went for 6 plays and 6 total yards, right? They didn't get a first down until the Kyle Juszczyk play, which was about 5 minutes left, I think, in the first half in total. So when they start to put together that drive, you're going, okay, maybe they are building something. Maybe Allen is hitting a rhythm. And for all the crap that Tom Brady said yesterday that meant absolutely nothing to anything with the game, I mean, it's becoming pretty clear, like, wow.
He's AI.
It's becoming pretty clear.
He's not even there.
The preparation that these guys do actually does matter, it seems like, because when Tom Brady's not allowed to be around some of this, I'm like, he's not saying anything. He's not doing anything or adding anything to this broadcast.
That's a great play there, KB. That's a great play. You want to get it to your playmakers? That's a great play.
The one thing he said,
unbelievable how bad he is.
And the one thing he said that was fairly obvious at the top of the game, or at the beginning of the 49ers' first drive, is how antsy Brandon Allen looked. And he said, look, it's not like playing preseason. You've got a real team out there. He hasn't been in a game in 3 years. And while it's obvious, and it's something that when you think about it, you go, of course, he's going to be rusty. He hasn't been there. When Brady's talking about that point of it, like, it's going to feel different for a minute. When the third drive looked a little bit better, I thought, okay, maybe he's settling down. Then the fourth drive, I thought, okay, maybe they are settling down a bit. And then you get to that 4th and 2. I'm like, all right, I didn't think he was that settled to have an empty backfield for him to drop back, pass it on 4th and 2. Kind of like just hand the ball off there, put McCaffrey next to him or something like that, run some sort of option or play action there. Bottom line is, I for a moment thought there are enough things happening here that they could steal the game despite how bad things have gone. The issue is that for the first time all year, they didn't create a turnover off of a Jordan Love pass, right? They weren't able to pick him off, and they allowed, off of 3 turnovers, 21 points to be scored. They did nothing well at all yesterday, and as one of our callers on the postgame said, and if you're out there, it might have been Ryan or Randy. I can't remember who it was that called.
Shout out to the R names.
It's an R name for sure. He called yesterday, and he had a great line on the postgame show. He said, the biggest problem is that Brandon Allen was not the biggest problem. I was like, yeah.
100%.
And people who think, maybe if Brock Purdy or Josh Dobbs should have been back there, I'm going, they scored 17 points last week with Trent Williams, Brock Purdy, and Nick Bosa all out there against the Seattle Seahawks. I know they're having a great defensive run right now, by the way. They're putting together some good defensive stands. Arizona looked terrible yesterday. But all in all, again, going into this week, it's all I talked about with you last week. You got to start showing me something that we haven't seen this year to allow you to believe they can be something different. And not only are they not showing you anything, they're getting worse in some areas. I know they're hurt. I know they're young. They had 2 starters yesterday in the game that started that game against Green Bay. But things have gone from bad to worse. And I don't know that there's, short of somebody doing something we haven't seen since last season talent-wise, I don't know if there's anything that's going to pull this team out of this.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on any of that. And going back to maybe your Giants analogy here, it's a lot like what we did with the Giants this past season, and we've done with them the last couple of seasons. We just lower expectations as the season goes along. You just keep saying, like, hey, maybe we can compete with the Dodgers. Well, now it's the Padres. And now, hey, maybe we're better than the Diamondbacks. And you just keep lowering the bar and lowering the bar.
Diamondbacks.
And this 49ers team, right, what was the bar? Super Bowl or bust. They brought everybody back. They spent a bunch of money. They pushed through all of the red flags, and they said, we're going one more time, one last dance with this old crew. That's clearly not worked out. So then it was Super Bowl or bust, and now it's, hey, maybe they're one of the teams in the mix for the Super Bowl, and now it's maybe they're in the playoffs. And after yesterday, it's like Jim Mora, right? Playoffs? I don't know what happens in Buffalo. I can't imagine it's anything good. And the one rule coming out of the second half.
Has Dieter ever imagined anything good?
Fair enough. But, like the one rule they had coming into the second half, because they dicked around the entire first half of the season and they didn't make hay with the soft part of their schedule. And they come out of it 4-4, and they go now into the hard part of their schedule. And the one rule was you can't lose back-to-back games. If you just stay 500 for as long. If you need some more time, just stay 500. Just keep your head above water and then make your push late. But you can't lose back-to-back games because there's no 3-game run of wins for this team. There just isn't. It's been obvious since August, if we're being real about it. And
Dieter, they've won back-to-back games once, and they needed a bye week in between.
That's right. So, and it was against a Tampa team that handed them the game and a Dallas team that, save for yesterday's anomaly, might be the worst team in football. The other thing that killed me yesterday is that Green Bay was so unserious about that game. Like, I appreciate a lot of the things that Matt LaFleur did, but Jordan Love had no interest in being a game manager there. You mentioned the near touchdown to Christian Watson right after the 49ers finally score on what was a pretty nice drive. Yeah. He was just like, let's try it again. Let's try it again.
They were just heaving.
They were unserious. And when you compare that to a Niners team that had 9 penalties, couldn't do anything on third downs, was terrible on third down defensively, couldn't stop the run, the Niners were unserious, had 12 men on the field on back-to-back plays. If that isn't unserious, I don't know what is.
That's what I was like. When I saw that, I was like, this is as bad a football as we've seen in this era. And I think I tweeted that out yesterday, and people immediately trying to pick holes in, are you forgetting the Nick Mullins here? I'm like, Nick Mullins held George Kittle set a tight end record for receiving in a season. I'm like,
Nick Mullins had the most passing yards in the history of the NFL through 16 of his first games until Patrick Mahomes came around. Let's cool it with the Nick Mullins slander, eh?
And the difference is those teams were bad. This is supposed, to everything you just said, it's supposed to be a good team. I know 9 of the 11 defensive starters from the divisional round game last year against Green Bay were not on the field either because they're on other teams or they're hurt or they're out, whatever the situation may be. Entering week 12 or coming into this game, it felt that way. It seemed from the opening drive with Josh Jacobs gashing.
Unreal.
He went for an insane day on the ground. And for the Niners to have 44 rushing yards, they put up 169, did the Packers. 3 touchdowns.
Down, to be fair, that's game script, too. They were down 17-0. I don't know if you want to start establishing the run then, but ultimately you are now going with Brandon Allen, who, by the way, just has a broken finger. That was a fun little bit of revelatory news that came out during the game. But this guy with a broken finger is out there, and he's just going to throw it. We have no choice. We're down 17-0. Let it fly. It couldn't have gone better for the Packers. And frankly, any game that would have been more serious. Like, if Brock Purdy's out there, I feel like that game has a chance to maybe go the Niners' way. Not because the Niners are that markedly better of a team, but just because the margin between the unserious Packers and the unserious 49ers is a little bit closer because the quarterbacks are a bit closer. But I agree with the caller. I've said it now a million times too, like where in the 20s or 30s of lists of problems that the 49ers showed yesterday does Brandon Allen fall? Like, what are we talking about here? We can do an entire show and not mention Brandon Allen again and not be derelict in our duties here.
No, and again, based on what we saw yesterday, I'd imagine he's the starter, and Kyle as much said that today in his conference call. We'll play some of that for you. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. Here on,
I hate to say I told you so.
It was not a happy one.
No,
Adam
I don't.
Copeland,
I love saying it.
Yes, well, I was going to say it's probably one of your favorite phrases. That's going to be on Dieter's epitaph. I told you so.
That's right.
Adam Copeland,
so.
Dieter Kurtenbach with you.
Told you I was going to die.
A rainy Monday. Not a good showing for your guy Poon. We'll talk about that next, as well as Brock Purdy.
We love the Poon. We love him.
We got a little bit more on Brock Purdy from Kyle Shanahan after we found out yesterday from Jay Glazer. Hey, he had a second MRI on that shoulder. Always good when first one says,
we're having a great time.
Says nothing's wrong. Then your shoulder hurts more, and they're like, we should probably get another one done. So Brock Purdy did throw a little bit today. I'm not so sure that him playing yesterday would have made an impact whatsoever in this game, except maybe it's 38-17 maybe. Get as many as you got last week. We'll talk more about this one. 808 KMBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader. Look, you already know what the deal is today. The Niners got destroyed by the Packers, 38-10. I'm pissed. You're pissed. Give us a call. You can vent. 415-808-KMBR, 808-5627. We are taking your calls all day on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR, sports leader.
It's a bunch, but he's way behind the line. McCaffrey to the left of Allen. Throw over the middle, through the hands, and intercepted by Xavier McKinney. Running back the other way. Down the sideline, finally pushed out of bounds.
Oh, that is a killer.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. That game might have been a killer for the Niners season, 38-10 the final. Again, still a road to the playoffs just based on how bad the NFC West is, but it would be, I believe it's Murph who used that term, intellectually fraudulent to say you believe that they're a playoff team. They're 1-3 in division. By the way, you see their point differential?
I'm sure it's bad.
They were plus 28 going into yesterday's game, which means they're at an even 0 now. How about that?
They did it, boys.
How about that? We did it, Joe.
Water always finds its level.
We did it, Joe. Did Brandon Allen really play that bad of a game? I mean, I could see some calls coming in, and we'll get to him at 808 KMBR, but I know yesterday in the postgame, a lot of the thought and a lot of the anger was about Josh Dobbs not being out there. And the question you have to ask is, and you can let us know this on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, YouTube, or the phones, do you think the game would have gone that much different if Brock were there?
I think that it at least could have been a little bit more feisty. I think that the ability, and this is also depending on what Brock's available, right? Like if Brock, are we talking if the injury happened and Brock isn't able to push the ball down the field, then no, then it doesn't matter. But if we had optimal Brock, I do think that being able to extend plays with his feet, something that we saw Brandon Allen try to do a couple times, but just doesn't have the ability to do so. Like that might have changed a little bit, right? That maybe saves a drive or two, and now there's 3 or 6 more points on the board. So instead of a game that's 17-7, now it's 17-10 or even 17-13 if we're getting greedy. And now Jordan Love feels a bit more pressure, right? Now Jordan Love, instead of just having this devil may care attitude, might tighten up a little bit, and one of those should be picks maybe does get picked off. Maybe it's in there. But this is, again, a deeply intellectual exercise. This is wish casting, Adam. This is pretending as if reality didn't happen. I will say Josh Dobbs probably would have had more errors in the game. And I would say that the one reason that it wasn't worse for the Niners is because Brandon Allen's one error was Debo Samuel's fault. And I guess perhaps the offensive line's fault, maybe a little bit on him with that fumble. But
a couple other throws that could have been picked. I mean, he made one on maybe it was the second drive of the game that was, it was like he threw it into like quadruple coverage, like right into it.
Yeah, that was early.
That was early. And so there was a couple of throws like that. But besides that, you're right. His one error is a ball that should have been caught by Debo. And I think there was a drop by Juwan that should have been had too.
Right. So what happens if Josh Dobbs, who lived by the Dobbs, die by the Dobbs, what happens if he's in there? I mean, this game might be completely out of control by the end of the first quarter. I suppose that could work the other way. The knife cuts with both sides here. The sword cuts with both sides here, in that he also has the ability to run it around and do things. But I thought Allen was fine. I thought he was average, mediocre, whatever you want to call it. He was serviceable as a backup quarterback. And I know that everyone wants your backup quarterback to go in there and win you a game, go win one for the Gipper. But that was never what he was going to do. He just wanted to. He was in there to ensure that you didn't get blown out, and I think he did his part, and they still got blown out.
Yeah, well, Kyle Shanahan after the game was asked about what was the most disappointing. I think Matt Mayoko first question was, what was the most disappointing part of that game? And he just sort of scoffed because the whole thing was disappointing top to bottom. And he said, there's nothing about it really that went well. He said the whole thing stunk. And then he did immediately focus in on the defense and stopping the run against Josh Jacobs. He said even on that opening drive, you could kind of tell they were getting whatever they wanted in big chunk yardage. And then when it wasn't just Josh Jacobs, when it was, what's his name, Elijah Wilson, is that his name who comes in?
Right.
And he gashed him for a couple of big plays on like back-to-back runs. To the outside, they did it to the inside. So, for me, this game was all about stopping the run. They came in, both teams, pretty comparable in how they ran the ball at yards per carry. Niners were at 5, Packers were at 4.9, and they were comparable in how they stopped the run in yards per carry. I think Niners were at 4.3 and Packers were at 4.5, something like that. But then, it was two different planets, it looked like, these two teams. And Josh Jacobs is fantastic, but the Niners D-line, what does Nick Bosa change in that run game? I don't know that much changes.
A lot.
I know a lot.
If nothing else, if nothing else, you're getting double teamed on every play if you're Nick Bosa, or triple teamed, and now you have more advantage. Not to say that the other defensive lineman would have taken advantage, but things like what the Packers did yesterday, like I thought their run game design was downright brilliant. They did a couple of really interesting things. One thing, they had Reed come in. Niners used to do this all the time with Debo before Debo got slow. They would motion Reed into the backfield. So now the Niners are already in nickel because they were, Packers were in 11 personnel. So now you have a light box, right? Now Diamador Lenore is playing linebacker. And then they would motion to counter with Josh Jacobs. I haven't seen anybody do that. It was really interesting to where Jacobs comes behind the quarterback on motion as the ball is snapped. And in that eye candy that they did, Fred Warner is now moving around. You have Devondre Campbell moving around. You're moving the linebackers as the ball is snapped, and then you're running a counter play into that. That was really good stuff. And because there's no Nick Bosa, the Packers were able to get duo blocks and get to the second level with ease. And then they were doing that pirouette play that you had with Jordan Love where he was just spinning around before handing it off. That was messing up the linebackers like crazy too, in that now you had the edges completely collapse, and the Niners in that wide 9, they're just trying to get in the backfield. By doing that little pirouette, it created a bit of play action for the linebackers. They had to sort of stand their ground. The defensive line completely collapsed in, and then there goes Jacobs with just a giant hole up the middle. It was expert run design by Green Bay, and taking advantage of a defensive line that doesn't have a run stopper in the middle, that doesn't have guys who can set the edge on the outside, and linebackers outside of Fred Warner, who is not his best self after twisting his ankle, linebackers who, frankly, you want in one-on-one situations against your running back, to the point where Josh Jacobs broke 15 tackles yesterday. So Matt LaFleur put on a masterclass. He did it early. They kind of pulled it back out of decency as the game went along. They did less cool stuff as the game progressed. And Jordan Love, of course, did whatever it is he wanted to do in the pass game. They didn't have any problem early on third downs. They didn't have any problems with pass protection. If Nick Bosa's in there, does it change it fundamentally? Probably not, but it's probably not as easy for Josh Jacobs to get, the 15 and 20-yard bursts. Maybe those are 8-9-yard bursts, and maybe that does change the timbre of a game. Probably not, though.
Niners had 5 plays of over 15 yards in the game. 5 of them. That was it. A 21-yarder.
That's the story of the year, though, right?
A 23-yard grab by McCaffrey, a 20-yard catch by Jennings, a 31-yard grab by Kittle. Those are your top 4 passing plays. And then Mason ran for a 16-yard gain. That was the best run of the day. People upset they didn't see more of him. 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. Let's go out to Jay in Gilroy. Jay, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, Jay?
So I just, that I'm not really frustrated with this year. I know a lot of people are. I can hear it. I kind of like what Philadelphia did. They went to a Super Bowl. Yeah, they took kind of a year off, but one thing I like to do is, you got to give general GMs, teams credit when they do a masterful job through the draft. And what they were able to do through the draft, getting those corners, getting new defensive line people, they revamped that defense right back again.
This is the Eagles, we should note. This is the Eagles.
Yes, and it's like I'm not one that's going to be really down if the Niners don't make it to the playoffs. I say get right back in there, and you can build things back through the draft again. So that's my whole. I just wish they wouldn't have went out and got a wide receiver. I wish they would have concentrated. I wish the Niners would have concentrated more on the defense, knowing that they had all these injuries and so on and so forth. But if they don't make it to the playoffs, get right back in there and do a great job in the draft. I mean, Lynch was seen at Ohio State on Saturday, and get right back in there and get going back to the draft again.
Appreciate the call, Jay. Yeah, I mean, I think I know people.
What else can they do?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say it's kind of it's the next thing on the calendar.
They should skip the draft. Give it up.
Well, and I get what he's saying though about like if you don't like the way they've drafted, but they've got some good players in the draft. I mean, that's the thing is it's a fairly potent draft class for the number of guys who've had to be thrust into actual action this year. Dominic Pooney before yesterday had been fantastic all season. Same with Renardo Green. Same with Malik Mustafa. I think people are happy there. Ricky Pearsall. I think
Mustafa had a good game yesterday. All things considered.
Yeah, he's a guy you had to count on in the secondary to try to be a guy to stop the big body of Josh Jacobs. But I think they've done fairly
two
well.
young players at safety, Adam. Like you got a guy who's in his first full year starting in Jair Brown and Malik Mustafa, who's an actual rookie. Like that's a big deal. That's a position where you want veteran leadership typically, and they have two rookies, and again, pretty low on the list of the Niners' overall problems. So. I'm with you on that. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. 415-808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. Mark, Niner Ted, Dwayne, and Paul, I see you guys hanging on the lines. We'll get to more of your calls. We won't do cheers, jeers, and beers today because it's all just jeers, beers.
All jeers.
Or all beers. One of the two.
Hey.
Or just hard alcohol. That's kind of the way it went yesterday. But we'll ask you this. We'll ask you guys this. Are you still holding out hope? Callers, are you still holding out hope for the 49ers? Or are you focused on Dubs Nets tonight and Thunder on Friday? Because
if you're holding out hope for the 49ers, what form of mushrooms or ayahuasca are you currently on?
Yeah,
let us know. 808-KMBR.
Are you holding out hope or are you stoked for a Wednesday night tilt between Shea Gilgeous and Steph Curry going toe-to-toe? 808-KMBR.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Is the number to call. When we come on back, we'll talk about some of the other questionable points in this game. What did you make of that 4th and 2 call? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
On fourth down, they're going to go empty. McCaffrey goes in motion out left. They got three in a bunch formation right. McCaffrey stacked behind third and Jawan. Fourth down here. Allen back, throws out left. Broken up by Xavier McKinney. He slapped the ball away from McCaffrey. Green Bay takes over on downs.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. The day after the Niners lose 38-10 to the Green Bay Packers, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Are you still holding out hope for the Niners, or are you on to Dubs basketball now? Some of the questionable points in this game, Dieter, and on the postgame show, JD and I were talking about this. He wasn't all that up in arms about the 4th and 2 call. I was upset when it happened. I thought, I don't know what this play call is on fourth down. I love that they were going for it. I think that's a place where you have to be aggressive. It was just not a great play call, I thought. I mean, again, if you get it, then you go, okay, cool, you executed. I was surprised they went with Brandon Allen with an empty backfield there. What's your thought on the empty set there on 4th and 2? They weren't running it effectively.
They had just run the exact same play at the about 5-minute mark of the second quarter. Mm-hmm. So it's a stack play where you have McCaffrey behind Jennings. And Jennings, on the play where they had just run it before, it was a 3rd and 7. They got 9 yards with McCaffrey. Throw it to McCaffrey. He's the first read there. They got 9 yards because Jennings is wildly illegally blocking his player. He just set up like an offensive lineman and just started driving. He clears everybody out. It's the pick route of all pick routes. And McCaffrey just comes in behind, open field, turns it up for 9 yards. It was the exact same play, but flipped to the opposite side of the field. And I'm watching it again here, and Jennings just didn't do the thing again. So Jennings runs his normal route. It's an in-breaking route. And instead of clearing out the Packers players, he just breaks in, and he is open. But the first read is McCaffrey, and there's just enough in there for a backup quarterback who doesn't have timing with Christian McCaffrey, because no one does. Christian McCaffrey didn't practice at all. He just tries to squeeze it in there. So that's more on Allen and McCaffrey not getting out of his break fast enough, and Jennings in not fulfilling the mandate of the play in clearing out Xavier McKinney on the snap. They had just run it before. It had been successful. I can see why you go back to a successful play, flip to the other side of the field. But when you don't execute it, when no one executes it, that's what it's going to look like. And you didn't have any room for error on a 4th and 2. And yeah, it makes a lot more sense if you knew all of those things were going to happen to just run the damn ball. But here we are.
Of all the things that frustrated me about this one's maybe the least, but I still would think everybody agreed. I don't know you're going to find anybody that says, no, don't play Mason more. I think that's maybe the one thing, like that could unite the entire fan base of 49er football. Doesn't everybody think Mason should get more carries? If he's healthy and McCaffrey's been as ineffective as he's been, why aren't we seeing more? At this point,
I
it's
saw
happening.
A little juice from McCaffrey. A little.
What did you think?
Not a lot.
Do you think a lot changes if Trent's there yesterday with McCaffrey?
No.
Okay.
No, actually, honestly, the best player on offense yesterday, not named George Kittle, was Jalen Moore.
Who'd have thought?
He was fine.
Is that a PFF rank?
I mean, I don't know what his PFF is, but he had one bad snap. It turned into a turnover, it should be noted. He was just around. I think he was chokeholding Van Ness when that fumble came in. But I think Allen was already fumbling before Van Ness got involved on that play. Regardless, I thought Moore had a really nice, clean game. I thought he was good in the run game. Thought he was good as a pass protector. Typical Jalen Moore comes in, and you're really worried about it, and it's really never that big of a deal. Even those 3 games last year when Trent is out, Trent's out. That feels more of a footnote because Jalen Moore wasn't particularly bad in any of those games. You think about the Week 18 game against the Rams a couple of years back. Trent can't play. Jalen Moore comes in. Niners still win the game. And Jalen Moore plays pretty well. Jalen Moore's a pretty good offensive lineman. I wish they would find a way to make him play guard or something. Maybe he should be the starting right tackle because I didn't think Colton McKivitz had a very good game, though it was better than certainly Brendel or the Poon. So, we're picking here, but Trent not playing wasn't that big of a deal, and I did see a little bit of spark from McCaffrey on a couple of runs, at least early. That faded away. I'm with you though. Why aren't you using Jordan Mason, particularly when you consider that you don't have to use him in the every down back role? In fact, you're using him on a no down back roll currently. When you don't have to use him very much, that's a nice counter punch. That's the changeup to the fastball. And you need to use your changeup more if your fastball doesn't have the same zip it used to. If you used to be 95 to 100 and now you're barely getting to 91, 92, yeah, you better have some good breaking stuff. And frankly, Jordan Mason would be a really good option. Also, zero Guerrero. You can't find a single play for Isaac Guerrero, a game breaker of the highest order, one of the fastest, biggest players in the NFL. You can't find a way to get him on the field in a game that you absolutely have to win. If we want to get into Kyle and play calling, let's not focus on the 4th and 2 where no one executed. Let's focus on personnel, because you do have some dudes in the backfield, and I'm not out here saying play all 3 of them at the same time and build the plane out of the black box. But ultimately, Christian McCaffrey is showing you diminishing returns the more he plays, and I understand the versatility concept is such to where you want to have him on the field so he can open up your offense, but he's not actually doing it. So use the guys who won in Mason, got you to a point where you have a game that matters, even if it is you can't lose it. And in Guerrero, a guy who, if you drafted him, you should at least hold out some hope that he's going to be part of your future. So let's play a little bit of before and a little bit of after, and let's get Mason and Guerrero in there and maybe limit Christian McCaffrey's amount of snaps, because then maybe he might have more juice come the 3rd quarter and the 4th quarter, so that when you run him on an outbreaking route on a 4th and 2, he doesn't look completely spent.
As Buco Sports says, well, the reason is Christian McCaffrey's making $19 million this year, which is fair enough. But at this point, to your point, Dieter, you got to play to win the game. And right now, he's not doing it for you. He's a guy who I thought if we got a McCaffrey game from him yesterday, he put the team on his back, went for a couple touchdowns or put up 100, even if they'd lost. But if he had done that, you'd go, okay, that's an element of the team where you can start to look at it and go, maybe if Brock is there, things are different. But because Brock's not there, because Bosa isn't, and things just fell apart further than they had, it doesn't look like this is a team capable at this point of doing enough things together in one game to turn it around. And then all of a sudden, one of the least penalized teams in football for the first 10 weeks of the season decides they're one of the most penalized teams in football. Where are you on the 12 men on the field? Because this is, I laughed because I was like, this is just this is a microcosm of everything that has happened this season. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said in explaining his take on the back-to-back plays with 12 men on the field.
The first one, they had 12 personnel, 2 tight ends in the huddle, which means we have base defense out. They sent another receiver on the field to sub, which when they sub, they're supposed to allow us to sub. So as soon as they did that, we started to change our personnel, and then they rushed up to the line and snapped it. It was a strategic play by them, but one that I don't feel should have been allowed. They didn't give us time to sub on that, and that's why I was upset on that. And then the next one, because they got away with the first one, they tried to do it again the next play, and that's when I went out there arguing again. This time they did allow us to sub. I was out there screaming the whole time, so I'm not exactly aware of what happened with our 12 guys, but obviously we had 12 guys out there. They gave us time to sub, and we didn't get one off. So the second one was on us.
Yeah, the second one was really bad. The second one was really, really bad.
I've never seen it before.
I mean, it was alarming. Like, I was like, it was the least competent thing we've seen from a Kyle Shanahan team or a 49ers defense in years. We'll get back into this because phone lines are full. Joe, Mark, I told you I'd get to you. I promise I will. You've been waiting for a while. Niner, Ted, Dwayne, Paul, and Noah out in New Jersey. We will get to your calls at 808-KMBR. Yeah, Mort hasn't called in yet, but Mert is hanging on the line. We'll get to him too. 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. Are you still holding out hope for the Niners, or are you on to basketball? We'll get to your calls next on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss what led to the 49ers' embarrassing loss at Lambeau Field. You can check out that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
DNVR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you Monday afternoon. Feels like Monday night with how dark it is outside now with the rain. Careful out there on the roads. 808 KMBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627. Have you lost hope in the 49ers is the question. We'll get to your calls here and your texts on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Let's go out to Niner Ted in Salinas. Niner Ted's been waiting for a while. What's going on, Niner Ted? You're on the Sports Leader. Welcome back to the show, man.
Hey, good to hear you guys again. I just had my dose of lumpia a second ago, but I'm going to tell you something.
Oh, yeah, bro.
I got to tell you something, guys. I don't know where to begin, okay? It didn't matter if Joe Montana was quarterbacking yesterday. The team would have still have lost. There's issues beyond quarterbacking, and quarterbacking is not a problem. I think it's that defense and the offensive line. Those areas need to get fixed. I agreed with a couple callers back that you do have to redo this through the draft. As far as the outlook on the rest of the season, I'm kind of hanging on a thread that maybe they might go 10-7, but I think at best case scenario, I'm looking at maybe 9-8. And that's about it, man, due to everything, injuries, lack of consistent play, penalties. My goodness, man, Niners of old must be scratching their head and rolling around in their beds thinking, what the heck is this team all about, you know? And I've been a fan since 1973, 74, and I'm seeing this. I'm thinking, oh, my goodness, man. It's really heartbreaking to see. But, you know, a couple of callers nailed it, saying, hey, you know what, maybe this is the year that they take the break. Maybe it's a Super Bowl hangover for whatever they say. But it could be fixed if they do it right. But going on the outlook, I'm thinking I'm looking forward to Steph Curry, absolutely. But I'm thinking more or less that the Niners, at best, 10-7, maybe at worst 9-8. Your thoughts?
Well, real quick, Ted, what's for dinner? If you're having lumpia now, dude, I got to know what's on the menu for later.
Check this out, man. I went to a little funeral service, Filipino funeral service, right? No, yeah, it's all good. It was I didn't know them, but I knew a lot of people that were in it, and then I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. But you know me, I seen some lumpia, some pancit. They had some of this, some kind of menudo dish.
Oh,
with
nice.
Vegetables and a thick gravy. I don't know what it's actually called, but I double dosed on that, bro. So it was real good. And then we had this crispy fried chicken.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if y'all seen that, but I had me a good little plate, and I couldn't finish it all, man. But you know what, man? I mean, hey, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, bro, and there's Filipino food the next day, so I'm good.
Appreciate the call, Niner 10. We'll talk to you soon, brother. Let's go to Joe in Manteca. Joe Manteca, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, man, what's going on? Thank you guys for having me today.
Yeah, thanks for calling, Joe. What you got?
Yeah, man, I just wanted to say, you know, it's been kind of a disappointing season. You know, things haven't rolled our way like we would expect. But as long as Kyle Shanahan's living and breathing, I think we have a shot. The other thing, the silver lining of this season has to be this rookie class. Dominic Pooney, Malik Mustafa, Pearsall once he gets going, Renardo Green, all these guys that have hit strides. I think that's going to be a huge building block. As long as they hit it in the draft next year, you know, and Kyle Shanahan's still living and breathing will be good. But as far as this year goes, hey, I'm not giving up yet, man. We could go into Buffalo, shock the world. We'll see what happens. Hopefully Brock gets back. But, you know, part of the thing of being a 49ers fan is the expectation is to win a championship. And we'll see what happens, but I'm not giving up hope yet.
Appreciate the call, Joe. Yeah, it's what Dieter said earlier in the show, and I've been thinking about that, Dieter, is you said something like the goals we've like moved the goalposts,
we
for
just
lack of a
keep
better term.
lowering the bar.
Yeah, what's the bar? Because, again, Steve Young said this to us earlier in the season, too. He goes, it's not about winning the division if you're a 49er fan or if you're a member of the 49ers organization. It's about, like, winning the Super Bowl. Winning the division is just something that has to happen on the way there, and you should be locking that thing up early. And now, no matter what happens, if you're to limp into the playoffs or have some sort of run at this, the last game of the season in Arizona is now one of the most meaningful games in franchise history, it seems like, right?
Yes.
So,
I think they could get in on the third wild card, Adam. I feel like, 82 and 80, they could get in there, you know?
I mean, yeah, but there's 6 teams.
They get hot at the
you.
right time.
And by the way, I totally messed up here, and AJ Cruz on our YouTube chat pointed it out. Thanks to our guy, Niner Ted and Salinas, who I love, one of our great callers, was eaten at that funeral, he said. And
it sounds like he crashed a funeral. That's
exactly. AJ Cruz says he's got a funeral freeloader, which made me laugh, too. But, dude,
that's incredible.
Shout out to our guy, Niner Ted and Salinas, who just picked up a whole meal. And, by the way, couldn't finish it all. He's like, I went and double dipped on whatever that menudo dish was. Some vegetables. Couldn't finish it all, though. Couldn't finish.
Yeah. The term right place at the right time is very rarely used with funerals.
Oh, dude, do that angling accent. What an idiot. He's like, going to crash a funeral. Got to get some sound from Will Ferrell. Yeah. Does he say they get crazy horny at funerals? Let's go to Dwayne in Stockton. Dwayne in Stockton, one of our other longtime callers. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Listen, I hear a lot of delusion out here today, man. There is no light at the end of this tunnel.
I'm sort of with you. It's about D.
I'm not sort of with you.
I don't have.
Come on, you're all Dieter now. You're all down in the darkness with me now.
No, Dieter. No, Dieter. I got something for you. I got a bone to pick with you, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna get to you, man.
What you have at it?
But first thing is, I want to know: was Ricky Pearsall? Was he even active yesterday?
He was.
You see him return those punts?
Yeah, he returned a punt.
Oh no, I must have missed that. I must have went to the restroom or something. But okay,
missed a couple of great penalties on those punts.
Yeah, right. Nothing to show for it.
Yeah, take the right time to go to the bathroom. But don't you think he should start catching balls?
I think that they should throw him the ball. I think it's pretty hard to catch it if you can't get the ball thrown.
I think he had 2 targets last week or 1 target last week. Like they didn't throw it to him at all.
No.
All right. Okay. Leonardo Green couldn't cover or tackle me. Okay. Now, also, did you guys see the game last night? Did you see Cooper DeJean out there balling? Remember last week we called him a nickelback, bro? He's not just a nickelback. That guy's versatile. That guy can play corner. That guy can even return punts. When he gets his hands on the ball, he turns into an offensive guy. He's one of those guys. You tell me the Niners couldn't have used him? Come on, man. Keep it real with me.
Are we arguing?
Revisionist history in the draft now, but in terms of the hope for this season is kind of what we're talking about, Dwayne. Like, again, I'm with you. They've shown us nothing to prove that they can turn this around, and it's gone from bad to worse. I appreciate the call, Dwayne. I think he originally called and wanted to talk Dobbs, but I can't get myself there yet either. I don't know that that's going to change much of anything.
Dwayne.
I mean,
also the Cooper DeJean thing, it's like, what's the one position that they seem solid at? Nickelback. So what are you bringing in? What do you need a Cooper DeJean for? You have a Diamador Lenore. You have a lot of other issues in a lot of other spots. Maybe you don't double down there. Just a thought.
Yeah. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627. Have you lost hope on this 2024 Niner season? Paul is in Sacramento. What's up, Paul? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's happening? Hey, I'm not in the camp at all about getting rid of Shanahan. I think he's the guy. I think it's just a real difficult year. But the one thing I am disappointed with him is that he's got to take the special teams thing much more serious. And he just flat out doesn't and basically kind of says it. So, you know the old adage, there's 3 parts of a game: offense, defense, special teams. You win 2 out of 3, you got a good shot to win. He just dismisses it. And I don't understand why. And that part I would be disappointed with him. Number 2, real quick, Debo's got to make those catches, pure bottom line. I mean, that's just ridiculous. He's got to help out a third-string quarterback, backup quarterback coming in. But the special team thing is the only thing I really am disappointed with Shanahan and his take when he talks about it, that he really doesn't take it that serious. Anyway, that's what I got.
I appreciate the call, Paul. Something I want to point out, dude, because the Debo thing is not just frustrating that he's not playing at the level that he has in the past and that he's supposed to be the Swiss Army knife and this weapon, but he's now locked up beyond where we thought he was going to be. I mean, there was speculation that maybe they drafted Pearsall and Debo could be moved after this year. They restructured some of those contracts. They tried to move him and restructured some of these contracts. And I was asking you this last week, is it fair to debate now whether or not the level of talent is just not at the level of the talent they played with last season? And I think it's without question something you have to consider. Now, I think you still get a window of time into next season to see how some of these guys can bounce back and operate. Can McCaffrey come back on a full season next year? And will we see some of those sparks at the end of this year? All remains to be seen. What's frustrating to me is we go, and I know people are joking about the lock-in thing with Debo. It's not really a joke anymore. He got on a kicker and said lock in and got into the face, and he and Tabor Pepper had that situation. Debo's done virtually nothing, and here's a really infuriating one. He didn't meet with the media yesterday. He refused to meet with the media after the game. That's piss poor, and especially when a kid like Dominic Pooney stands up there after having 1 penalty called on him all year, has 3 in the first half, and they were all disastrous, crucial penalties in big situations, and he's hurt, and he's meeting with the media. That is not leadership. That's not something you want to see. That's a team. That's a guy who's like, Juwan Jennings last week had a huge game. And a huge game in L.A., too, and refused to speak to the media after because he had a big game and they lost. And that's the time where you respect it. You go, he's not going to be bigger than the team and tout his own achievements and show his feathers. But I don't like that that's going on with Debo. Getting on guys, and then that's not being a leader, man.
Last time I checked, Debo Samuel wears a C on his jersey.
That's exactly right.
And he can't talk to the media after a loss. I don't want to see the C on the jersey again. I think you strip it from him. Because he's not been a leader on this team. He's not a leader in the way he plays. He hasn't been a leader in the way he's acted. And I don't want to pretend as if we have some outsized importance here in the media. It doesn't matter.
I don't care. Job.
I don't care that Debo Samuel doesn't talk to the media on the principle of not getting to talk to Debo Samuel. He's a terrible interview anyway, as noted by his podcast, which is just a tough listen.
Way too much Debo in our sound soiree. Yeah, that's what I was saying last week. I was like, is anybody show up in it more who says less?
We're the only people listening to the damn thing. So that is there. But as fans, you guys should be angry because the reason, if media has one role left in this strange, flattened out world, it's that we're in the room and we can get somebody to talk, to answer and have accountability for their play or the play of their team, to get some answers, right? Because not everybody can get in and they're not going to go into a YouTube chat and answer every question. There is still a little bit of a role for the media in this world. And if Debo Samuel doesn't want to talk to the media, that's telling everyone that he doesn't want to hear from the fans. He doesn't want to be accountable for his play. And his play has been awful. And his team's play has been awful. And he's wearing a C. And he has the big money contract. And he's the one calling out teammates. This is a bad look. And it could be step one in this thing starting to unravel well beyond Debo Samuel. So I'm keeping an eye on it. But I don't want to see that C on his jersey again because he's done nothing to deserve it this year.
Fair enough. I don't have anything really to dispute with that take. At 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Where is your hope for the remainder of this season, Niner fans? Let's go to Noah, who's in New Jersey. The power of the flamethrower. Noah, you're on KNBR.
Can you guys hear me?
We got you.
Yes, sir.
So I just like to elaborate off some of the stuff you guys said earlier about Jordan Mason.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A lot of these people who've been calling in seem to have a lot of hope, which is something I don't. One bone to pick I have with the team is Kyle Shanahan's lack of willingness to play the best player. It seems like he always goes with kind of the veteran guy or whoever's been on the team longer and not the best player. An example of this is yesterday he started Brandon Allen over Josh Dobbs. I get Brandon Allen's been on the team for 3 years at this point, and he knows the playbook better. But based on just the preseason, Josh Dobbs is a far better quarterback than him, and even Dobbs has started literally less than a year ago for two different teams, and he performed decently on them. Another example is he's starting Devondre Campbell, who I think is one of the worst linebackers in the NFL. He's slow.
It's a problem. Pass coverage has been terrible.
It's been a problem
horrible
for
coverage.
13 weeks.
Yeah.
13 weeks it's been a problem. They haven't solved it.
Devondre Campbell might be faster than him. I might be faster than him. He cannot
sees the game in slow motion. He plays the game in slow motion.
Hey, Noah, can I give you one piece of good news that might help your Devondre Campbell frustration right now?
Sure.
Drake Greenlaw's practice window has officially been opened.
Thank you, God.
There you go. All right, so now we can. I'm with you. I'm done with it too. I'm done with that. With Devondre starting where he's starting and that end around they run with Debo. I think both those things we're done with.
Debo too. Is it just me or is Debo really slow this year? I don't understand why Kyle is unwilling to play young guys. I want D. Winters to be playing. I see so much in D. Winters. I think D. Winters is a good linebacker. Do I think he's Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw? No. But do I think he's way better than Devondre Campbell? Yeah. He can.
Not a high bar.
He's a better coverage linebacker. He's faster. He's a bit smaller, but I don't think Devondre Campbell's ability in run defense is so much better to the point where he can be such a liability on the pass defense. I really think I put a lot of my blame on this year on Kyle, on things. Not saying I want to fire him. I don't think there's a better coach that we can get out there. I would only take probably three guys over him. So
who are those three guys?
I'd pick Dan Campbell. I'd pick Andy Reid. and then probably
McVay?
maybe just those. I think I'd pick Sean McVay over him too. I think Sean McVay.
And I think the McVay thing is interesting, and I don't disagree with your list or anything, and this is not to single you out, but the McVay thing is interesting because they have the same record. They weren't very good last year. I know they snuck into the playoffs, but they won the Super Bowl. They won that one game, the biggest one, no question.
Yeah.
But what have they really been doing since? They've been trying to rebuild this thing on the fly, and I think they get a lot of credit for something, but they're in the exact same spot as the 49ers record-wise. I suppose their arrow is pointing up and the Niners is pointing down, but, I mean, Saquon Barkley went for 300 yards on him yesterday. That's not a hyperbole or a typo. He went for 300 against a team yesterday. I don't know what sports talk, maybe they don't care about the Rams in LA, so there's no sports talk radio down there talking about them. Maybe they just want to talk LeBron all day, but, can you imagine if Josh Jacobs had gone for 300 yards yesterday, how apoplectic we'd all be right now?
Yeah.
How many missed tackles we had? I'm shocked. And my
15
rebuttal
on
to that
Jacobs alone.
Yeah, my rebuttal to that would be, it seems, first of all, the roster difference. We're a far better roster than LA, and it's sad that we have the same record as them.
But are we?
That's kind of where I'm at. No, that's where the question I'm asking is we kept saying, the roster and on paper, you look at the names and you know the achievements, and because they've been so good in the last few years. But are they? To your point, you're like, is Debo slower this year? I don't know, but he certainly doesn't. He certainly doesn't seem as good. You know what I mean? Like Brandon Ayuk didn't feel as good. The only guy who seems who's getting better is George Kittle. George Kittle's like an all-pro level now.
This has real forever Giants energy right now. Just throwing that out there.
That's kind of where I'm at.
I'm not a Giants fan. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, you're in Jersey. What is your team? You a Yankee fan?
Yeah, I'm a Yankee fan.
Hey,
hang up on him.
Hey, thanks
hang
for
up on him right now.
Thanks for getting that done for us, bro. Yeah, thanks for helping us out with the Dodgers. No, I'm kidding. I appreciate the call, man. He waited for a while. Good call. Good call from Noah. It's a bummer, though. He's a Yankee fan. 808 KMBR.
Bad break.
I mean,
can't be perfect.
He brings up a good point, though. Like he goes, we're better than the Rams roster. And to your point, Dieter, are they?
Are they?
Is the talent as good?
I don't know.
I mean,
I haven't done a deep analysis here, but the defense seems pretty comparable. We are in the realm with the Niners where there are names that carry a lot of weight, right? Debo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa. These names carry weight. Those guys aren't carrying the same sort of impact that they used to. I know a lot of folks out here are saying Kyle needs to do more interesting play calls, right? They need to expand the playbook and get weird with it. And they did. They did a double reverse screen to Debo. That got him 20 yards yesterday. But ultimately, you have to have dangerous, aggressive, powerful, speedy players to do cool stuff. Army and Navy aren't out here doing crazy stuff. They don't have the athletes to do cool stuff.
They're not allowed to.
Ben Johnson can do cool stuff because he's got cool players. And ultimately, these Niners are out here, and you got Debo Samuel, who I don't know if it's the pneumonia or what, but he looks bigger, to say the least. And as a fat guy, maybe I have a little bit more leeway in saying this, but he looks bigger than he did in August. I actually pulled up photos from the Merc on what he looked like in August and what he looked like pregame yesterday. It is jarring how much weight he has put on in season. Okay. And I want to give a lot of deference because he had fluid in his lungs and that had to suck. But he is, and having a little weight on you probably ain't the worst thing in the world in the contact sport. But it is a different football player than the one that we saw in the preseason and in training camp when he legitimately looked spry and good, and we were talking him up like he was about to have a year. And he did for a couple of weeks, play pretty well, and that has all gone to hell. You have Christian McCaffrey, who yesterday I saw 2 runs where I thought, oh, there's a little bit of juice in there. There's a little bit of something. Those were the first 2 I've seen since he's come back. You got Trent Williams, who has just been struggling throughout this entire season. I'm glad the Niners kept him down yesterday. And I think Bosa's played great, but one man can only do so much on a defensive line. These are guys who carry serious weight, who have serious pedigree. They're not playing like that. I called it Forever Giants. This is also getting into something I like to call the Cowboy zone, where you got a lot of brand and people talk about you, but if you don't watch the games, you'd think these guys are a lot better. But if you watch the games, you realize it's not the same player. Something changed, and, marketing is fun, but winning football games is more fun.
Slow Cook on the YouTube chat says, man, Dieter's so melodramatic.
Me? No,
Dude,
I feel strongly.
He's certainly not waxing poetic, I'll tell you that. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Jason, Sam, Marco, Kareem, I see all you guys waiting on the line. We'll get to more of your calls. How we feeling, 49er fans? Is there any hope left for this season? By the way, we're talking about how talented is this roster. People are clamoring for Jordan Mason over Christian McCaffrey. They're clamoring for a quarterback who won two.
He's been a better running back
of his 11 starts last year. But because he did it in exciting fashion on two different teams, I think people just believe he's capable of more. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627. We'll get to more of your thoughts and your therapy with Dieter Kurtenbach next on the Sports Leader. Brent Jones, bros, joined Murph and Marcus this morning and had some criticism of Debo Samuel's performance against the Packers. You can listen to that podcast, KMBR.com and the KMBR app. Oh, I'm hang gliding. Honey, take a good picture. I'm dead.
What a freak.
Shout out Niner Ted. He's out there crashing funerals today, getting his Filipino food on, some pancit, some lumpia. He said a menudo dish. I wonder if he's eating dinaguan. That thing is intense. Chocolate meat's what they call it. Cooked with pig's blood, don't you know? 808 KMBR is the number to call, 415-808-5627. Niners fall 38-10. I don't know that it was that close. I was saying to some guys at the bar yesterday when I was watching up at the Showdown in North Beach. I was like, he was like, what do you think? I was like, I don't know, man, 31-6. It was worse. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Jason is in Visalia. What's up, Jason? You're on KMBR.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, dude?
Yeah. I just want to talk about, really, no one is talking about the true issue. And we've been drafting all these skill players for many years now, and we need to just draft, this coming draft, only offensive linemen and only defensive linemen. You got to go the Bill Belichick way and it starts right at the big boys, and then you draft out, you build out. We've got skill positions. We need to unfortunately let Mooney go. Ronaldo take his spot. Mooney's gonna want too much money. Debo's got to go. He's gotten old. He likes his big fat contract too much. He just doesn't have that fire no more. And unfortunately, it started over the summertime. The fire of the team they look like they're just mentally drained from the last 5 years of NFC championships and Super Bowls. But they got to draft offensive linemen and defensive linemen.
Appreciate the call, Jason. I'm with you. I mean, it's kind of where they drafted Dominic Puni this year, which was a good pick, but they've not done well in their drafting of defensive linemen. I mean, again, you tried to replace, and I don't think you look at like you were going to replace DeForest Buckner with Javon Hargrave with
Javon Kinlaw.
Javon Kinlaw, excuse me. But Kinlaw was an absolute flop. Like, it just wasn't a good pick. It didn't work out. The body, the metrics, everything looked like, hey, if this works, this could be fantastic. And they've been unable since the exit of DeForest Buckner and now Eric Armstead to refill those holes. They get Javon Hargrave, who's been okay, but not at the level that he was in Philadelphia, and then he got hurt. So I'm with you. I mean, defensive line has to be you got to use a lot of these picks, I think, on D-line in the coming draft.
They're going to have 13 picks in the upcoming draft, Adam.
Yeah.
This is, I've already gotten into it because the Niners are not very good, so I've had some time to dive into the draft just a little bit, just dabble, put my toes in the water a bit. This is a great early offensive and defensive line draft. It's actually an absurd defensive line draft, and it should be noted the Niners have taken 3 offense or defensive linemen since they took Javon Kinlaw. You ready for him? Yep. Kalia Davis, Drake Jackson, Robert Beal. Yeah. So that hasn't worked out at all. They've spent a lot of money there. That's over because Brock Purdy's about to take that money. They'll have a little bit of money to sprinkle around in some spots. My issue is, or maybe my concern, is that the Niners put way too much faith in their offensive and defensive line coaches, Chris Verster and Chris Kuceric. They got too much faith in the Chris's to make something out of nothing with offensive and defensive linemen. They feel like their systems, they feel like their schemes, and they feel like their coaches can allow them to get away with less on those fronts. And they're paying the toll for it right now. As for doing it, quote, the Bill Belichick way, what's Bill doing these days?
A lot of TV, a lot of Manning.
He's doing more media than me. Yeah. So let's maybe cool it with the Bill Belichick comparisons here real fast. Bill Belichick hasn't spent 5 minutes away from a camera since he got fired by the Patriots. Good on him. Glad he's in the game. I learned something every now and again from him, and he's unquestionably an all-time great.
As Tim said behind the scenes, as Tim behind the glass just whispered in my ear, hey, no days off, man.
No days off, exactly.
No days off.
But, I've heard a lot of folks say, go get Belichick the hell up out of here. Again, another person riding on name, reputation, and not on output. So get in line with the rest of these 49ers, I suppose.
Let's go back out to the phone line. Sam is in Sacramento. Sam, you're on KMBR. What's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm hitting wiffle golf balls in my backyard today because it's raining. Derek, I love your article today. I read the Mercury every day. I'm 66. I've been retired, and I've been a Niner fan since my dad took me to Candlestick when I was 6 years old. So I believe they can make the playoffs. The division is weak. We have a tough schedule. But here was what I would do. If I was Lynch, I would have been on the phone after the first quarter yesterday and called Robert Saleh and tell him you're coming back.
Well, Sam, you know where Saleh is right now. He's working for the Green Bay Packers. You can't. I mean, he's employed. You can't call him while he's employed with the Packers right now as a consultant.
Send an email. Do it. I don't know. Send him a postcard. I don't care. I know he's with the Packers, but we need him back. The missed tackles just drive me nuts. How come we can't tackle? The schemes, the kid we have now, I don't even know his name. He's not working. Even with Staley up top, the old Charger coach, it's not working.
No.
We got to get Saleh.
Clearly not
Saleh back. Thank you.
I'm not sure Robert Saleh could fix a crappy roster. I'm not sure anyone can fix a crappy roster. I don't think there are clearly some coaching issues. There's no question about that. They had 12 men on the field for back-to-back plays. There was a minute and 20 seconds between those plays because the refs huddled up, they talked about it, and then they still had 12 men on the field. So clearly, Nick Sorensen is not covering himself with glory right now. And I'm not saying Nick Sorensen deserves to keep his job. If you were looking for a sign, you got it yesterday that Nick Sorensen's probably not pretty good at this. But the idea that someone will just come in and magically fix this defense, I think is ludicrous. You need better football players. You don't have good enough football players. It's wildly evident. You don't have a good defensive line. Nick Bosa was the only thing making you passable on the defensive line. You don't have good linebackers outside of Fred Warner. Devondre Campbell is a sitting duck. He makes every offensive coordinator's job dramatically easier. And then in the secondary, you have a bunch of young players who have a lot of promise, don't get me wrong, but you saw Renardo Green. He'd been fantastic. And then he got his ass absolutely kicked yesterday. And you see Jair Brown, who just getting worked in yesterday's game. And Malik Mustafa has a nice enough game, but when's his time going to come where he gets worked? Because there's growing pains when you play in the secondary and you're a young player. When do you get the better football players? Then you're probably going to have a guy who looks better as a defensive coordinator. I'm not sure you can wait and hope it all works out with Sorensen, but the idea that just somebody else is going to come in here and fix all of this seems laughable to me. And also, if I'm Robert Saleh or Matt Eberflus when he gets fired, or so many of the other highly sought-after defensive coordinators, why the hell would I want to take over this 49ers team? Why would I want to come in and take over a team that has high expectations but a very low output on the defensive side of the ball? I guess I'll get autonomy from Kyle Shanahan until I don't, and now Kyle's yelling at me on the sidelines and blaming me for all the losses. Then the autonomy doesn't seem as cool. So clearly there's got to be changes, but it's a lot more than just make a shift at coordinator. They tried that. It's getting worse.
And I got a new favorite writer at the Merc.
Derek, love your
Derek, if you're wondering how Derek got this job, co-hosting. It's apparently riding on my resume.
Derek,
incredible.
Derek, we got you.
I'm sorry, Dieter. I'm sorry.
Derek.
Dude, Derek Kurtenbach is rocking new.
Derek.
It's honest. If we're going to be real, honestly, a better name.
Yeah, Derek Kurtenbach than Dieter.
That's got a little ring to it, eh? Dieter just does not roll off the tongue.
Let's go back out to Marco. Marco's in San
Reads
Carlos.
me every day.
What's
Doesn't
up?
know my name.
What's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How we doing?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, first of all, can you guys tell me Brock Purdy, is he going to be playing this Sunday?
We knew we'd make a lot of money on it.
Yeah, we have an update from Kyle Shanahan. We will get that to you momentarily on what his status is. It's still uncertain if he's playing, but Kyle gave a more elongated answer as to what his status is right now and how he's feeling. So we'll get that to you in just a few minutes here.
All right, well, okay. Well, I hope he's starting. I hope he's going this Sunday. I hope do you think Greenlaw will jump back in or no?
Nah, he won't play for a minute. They got a couple of weeks to ramp him up. There's no way that they could just play him after that long of a layoff.
But they've opened his window, which is good. And by the way, he does need to play. He's a free agent. So he's going to want to be out there to put something
That's on him.
Yeah.
The Niners don't probably want him to play, but he's got to play for himself.
And then my last little thought, why don't they just run with Mason and CMC a lot more? Go back and forth with both of them.
I mean, I'm all in on a rotation and seeing more Mason. The idea of running it more instead of passing it, that's probably going to hit some roadblocks called 10 men in the box. That's why. Kyle can overthink it. There's no question about that. That's not new information. I wish he would overthink it to maybe getting a few more carries for some other running backs, but he's going to try to run his offense, and his offense is all about balance, even if it is run first.
Let's go back out to the phones. Kareem is in Vallejo. What's up, Kareem? You're on KMBR.
All right, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking the call. So, this is my thing. We got to be honest about this Niner team. You can go back to last year in the divisional game against the Packers as well as the championship game against Detroit. They was behind in both of those games. If it wasn't for Love throwing that late pick, who knows how that game would have turned out. You down 24-7 to Detroit, and Campbell made some bonehead calls to have them lose that, help them to lose that game. You get to this year, the Niners, you got Ayuki holding out, Trent holding out. The year just started off tough. Now, you're a 5-6 team, and yeah, we could say they left some games on the field, especially their first Ram game and the first Arizona game, but you are what you are. And, I think people are calling for Shanahan's head, but like you said earlier, who else are you going to get to come in there and bring, some type of creativity to this offense as well as the defense? I think Shanahan presses as a play caller. We've seen that in the Super Bowl against Andy Reid. He was totally outcoached, and he's been doing it this year. He has no creativity to that offense, and it's just a struggle. I think they should focus more on getting Kittle the ball. I know he didn't play last week. I was there at that game. I thought that call playing that Shanahan did was vanilla at best, and there's no way that they should have lost that game to Seattle. Now you're in a situation where, although the division is still close, you find yourself going to be 5-7 after next week because there's no way they're going to beat Buffalo with Purdy or without him. It's just a tough time to watch. And even if they sneak into the playoffs by winning the division, they're going to be one and done because they're not going to beat a Philly team or a Minnesota team. And I just think that, these young teams have lapped the Niners, and I'm just a true Niner fan, and I just see the writing on the wall. Thanks for the time, Phil.
Appreciate the call, Kareem. Let's go back to Diana. Diana's in Gustine. What's up, Diana? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Happy Thanksgiving week. I'm thankful that we have our group here to commiserate with and to mourn with about our Niners on Monday.
It's a Niner funeral. We're about to get crashed.
It is. I told my husband, first drive, I'm like, there's not going to be enough alcohol in this house for me to get through this game today. So really, I just want to make, 3 points. There was a winner out of yesterday's game, and that was Brock Purdy. I think we can all agree on that.
He made some money yesterday, huh?
I think so. I also think that it didn't matter who was quarter. I mean, we could have had 1989 Joe Montana in that game, and we would have not won that game. We didn't deserve to win that game. So I don't think that, it was all on the quarterback's shoulders there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also think it's worth mentioning, when you're watching let's say even the Cowboys, my gosh, right? Dallas Cowboys, they have no running game, but they get that ball to various receivers. You look at Green Bay, right? How many different targets, how many different weapons? They use these weapons. It's not hard for defenses to figure out our scheme when we have two targets, right? We have McCaffrey, we have Kittle. Maybe once in a while we try to throw it to Debo or Jennings, but that creativity, I understand what everybody's saying. Who you're going to replace Kyle with?
Yeah.
That's not the answer. But just like in any employee, you can get really cocky and you can get a really big head. Well, hey, I'm gonna, doesn't matter because who are they going to get to replace me? These conversations, I don't know if they're taking place backstage, but if it was Eddie D, he would have had Kyle's, head already live after that loss. And, there's got to be accountability. There's got to be more creativity. Juice, we don't use him. My goodness, if he was on another team, what would he be doing? He'd be doing a lot more than blocking like he is for us. So it's just frustrating as a faithful for the last 4 years to see and to sit through these years when we know, the team we have and I, kind of disagree a little bit. I know we lack talent in a lot of places. When you're drafting a wide receiver in the first round, I did some numbers. I'm a math teacher. So statistically, if you're looking at Marvin Harrison Jr., he's had about 6.2 targets a game. Ricky Pearsall, 3.2. So we're drafting these first rounders. Okay, let's use them. Let's get them in this game more. It's just really frustrating to watch. I don't know what Kyle's doing, but every defense we play know what Kyle's doing.
Diana, I appreciate the call. Have a great Thanksgiving. Oh, she's gone. And like that, she's gone. It's a frustrating one. I mean, I think this is what happens is the wheels start to fall off and everybody starts to pinpoint and pick apart and look at different things that they've done wrong. You try to figure out how you got here. And I just don't think there's any one answer. The team is getting a little bit older. They're expensive. They've not executed well. They've had a lot of brain trust leave in the last few years, be it coaches and front office staff. So a lot has changed. And the Niners have remained very successful to this point. There is still a path to the playoffs, but it sounds like the hope is running out for the 49er faithful. We got more for you on Brock Purdy. Per our caller was just like, hey, what's going on with Brock? Is he playing this week? I don't know.
I'll let you know.
Neither does Kyle, but we'll tell you where he stands right now. Adam Copeland and Derek Kurtenbach with you on a Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Derek.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you on a Monday afternoon. By the way, you said it's like a Niner funeral.
Yeah.
Rocking on the on the YouTube chat section said, "Not a funeral. Where's my lumpia?"
That's right. Got to put out the Filipino spread.
Pretty good deal there. So we'll get a few more of your calls. I see Michael's hanging on the phone lines here in Sacramento. We'll get to your call, Mike. But first, I want to get you an update on what's going on with Brock Purdy. So Kyle Shanahan met with the media today for his conference call. A little curt at times. He's clearly not happy about what's going on. In terms of some of the injury stuff, by the way, John Feliciano, I saw some people texting in and on the YouTube chat talking about Jake Brendel and wanting to see Feliciano. Feliciano is going to miss the rest of the season. They had to notify him today he's going to remain on IR, that they cannot get the knee working well enough for get him back up to speed. So he's not going to return this season. So that's one negative. There was a little bit longer answer on the status of Brock Purdy and what he went through last week. We did find out, by the way, from Jay Glazer yesterday. It was during the pregame show on Fox. He had said that Brock Purdy actually had a second MRI.
Right.
No worries, Tim. That Brock Purdy had a second MRI, and I don't know if that's a more positive, something that should be feared. Like when you're like, okay, you got one done. It's okay to get a second opinion and all that. Usually you do that when somebody says you need surgery. You go get a second opinion to see, can we do this without surgery? But when you get an MRI done because there's some pain, and they said it ramped up the pain on Thursday last week, they were still hopeful he was going to play. And it turns out when he got pulled from practice or pulled himself out, that was the case. He was in more pain than we'd initially thought. So they get a second MRI. Doesn't sound like anything damaging, but here's Kyle's explanation on all that.
Yeah, he did some light throwing today, and it went all good. He had, we didn't push it that hard, but did some light throwing, which was a good sign that the pain hadn't come back, and we'll rest it tomorrow and see how he feels as the week goes.
It was reported over the weekend by Jay Glazer that Brock Purdy had a second MRI on his shoulder. Is that true? And if so, why a second one?
Because yes, it's true. I mean, most guys we always get more than one. When you get one and it seems all right, then you have some pain later in the week, so you get another one to make sure you didn't miss anything. And so that's what he did, I think, after the Thursday practice.
Hey, Kyle, to clarify, the assumption is that Brock would be available to play against Buffalo if he doesn't have pain this week, and if not, then Brandon Allen would start?
Yeah, to clarify, guys, the Brock shoulder, it's exactly what I've worded to you guys every time. We got the MRI last week. His shoulder was bothering him. We thought it would be all right by Thursday, and it hurt worse Thursday than it did earlier in the week. So we rested it throughout the weekend, hoping that would help. He threw lighter today to see if that rest helped, and the rest did help him. So we'll see again, going through the same things we did last week. We're going to let him rest all the way up to Wednesday. We'll see how it feels on Wednesday, and then we'll take the exact same course throughout the week, and hopefully it responds better this week than it did last week with the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so again, we're just kind of in the same spot. I guess it's a holding pattern. To say he threw light today, I guess, is a positive. I don't know if they ever told us anything like that last week, and parts of the media or parts of practice that were open to the media, he didn't throw, I guess, in front of the media last week, and nobody really saw that. So this is something that cropped up. We don't really know even exactly what play it happened on. He was asked Kyle last week about if it was the diving touchdown play. It obviously just happened in the game. But
who's to say?
Who's to say when it progressively gets worse to the point where they're like, we need to do another scan on this? So, again, I said this earlier. I don't think anything happened yesterday with Brandon Allen that would lead me to believe that if Brock can't go, it won't be Brandon Allen. And I know that people are upset about that, but this happens all the time. Anytime you go to a backup quarterback, then it's kind of, well, if he's not good enough, let's see what the third guy has. There's a reason he's a third guy, right? And people are going, what's Kyle's beef with Dobbs? I mean, I think Dobbs has a skill set, but he's obviously a different skill set than what Brandon Allen brings to Kyle's game planning behind Brock Purdy. I didn't think Brandon Allen was.
Neither of them are winning games.
I didn't think
so it doesn't matter.
They both have 2 wins in their career. Now that's what his 10th start, I think, all time for Brandon Allen. 2-8 in his 10 starts.
Just because we've seen Josh Dobbs play more recently than Brandon Allen doesn't make him a better option. I'm not telling you that he shouldn't be the number 2. I don't care who's back there. They're not winning. It's just if you can get Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen into the fly machine with Jeff Goldblum, then you can have Josh Allen. But until that happens, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're not beating Josh Allen in Buffalo with either of those dudes, even if you run the A11 offense. You remember that when they used 2 quarterbacks at the same time? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The only way you win in Buffalo is if you have Brock Purdy as your quarterback, and not just Brock Purdy as your quarterback, a healthy, capable of pushing the ball downfield Brock Purdy. And I don't think we're going to know if that guy is going to play on Sunday or not until probably Sunday morning.
That's what I'm wondering. Is like, if it's just a pain tolerance thing, then what's he capable of doing if he does play?
Yeah.
808 KMBR, you want to hurt Brock or
Hit the Lumpia?
You want to hurt Brock or a broken finger Brandon Allen? That's what we're dealing with now.
They're gonna want Dobbs, and then they'll see Dobbs, and then they'll want Tanner Mordecai, and then they'll see Tanner Mordecai, and then they're gonna want somebody in next year's draft or Daniel.
And they want
Jones
Dan Jones, yeah, right, yeah. Bring his
somebody
ass
on
in.
the street. The answer isn't out there. The answer is number 13, Brock Purdy, and ultimately, I don't have a lot of faith that we're gonna get that guy again. So. It is what it is. It is what it is. And honestly, it wouldn't shock me at all if at the end of this week, Brock was shut down for the season. The way that this is so touch and go and no one seems to know what the hell's going on, we're all hoping for Brock's sake,
bro,
that he can get out there and the extra week healed him. But
that's the only thing that could make this season worse is if Brock were down for the year and then they signed Dan Jones. That would just be
why would that be bad? That would be wildly entertaining, Adam. At least they'd be entertaining for a week.
Just kick me in the beans, dude. Just into a powder. You know what I mean? Just grind
we
me.
Can start worrying about Giants free agency. That's not a kick in the nards, right?
Yeah, well, you'd have to have something in free agency for it to be a kick in the nards. You know what I mean? There's nothing happening
the
yet.
Dodgers sign everybody.
Saw an athletic piece today on it was like Giants free agent outlook on Hassan Kim, and I was like, did they sign him?
Sad.
I was like, what's this? They haven't signed him. What are we doing a free agent outlook for on this? 808 KMBR is the number to call and to text. By the way, Barb's checks in on the YouTube chat. She says, Adam, where's my tanks? You look great in the tanks last week in Hawaii. Well, we did try for a week to, as our texter said, abolish slavery, but. Back here at the studio, I don't think it's going to fly. There was a guy here, Kyle, at one point, Kyle Hebel, who got big trouble by Lee Hammer one day because he showed up. He was wearing a Kyrie Irving Cavs jersey, just sitting there in the Cavs jersey, like in the bullpen working. He's like, you got to wear sleeves to work. You can't do that. I think Triple E did that one time as well. Let's go to Michael in Sacramento.
That checks out.
What's up, Michael? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Adam, Cup, how you doing?
Good. How are you, bro?
Yeah, I'm calling about Kyle Shanahan. I'm very frustrated with a guy. I mean, for some reason, he cannot adjust during game. Okay, like yesterday, what happened to Correndo? Is he injured or something?
No.
Nope.
Okay, well, you only use McCaffrey and John Mason. Why is he using John Mason as a punt returner or kickoff returner? Why not using Correndo? And then secondly, Shanahan, he got an offensive coordinator. Why doesn't he use the offensive coordinator to call the play? He is overrated. Okay, you look at Andy Reid with KC. He just relaxed on the sideline, okay, and take coach. He let Matt Nagy calling the play. They're utilizing everybody, okay. But Shanahan, he cannot adjust during the game when they're behind. He confused, doesn't know what to do.
Appreciate the call, Michael.
It's a good call. First off, Isaac Correndo is returning kicks. He booted one yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that he fumbled.
They had JP Mason do one last week in Seattle, and he fumbled too.
That's right. So maybe those guys aren't the best options. Just throwing that out there. Maybe Debo full-time back there. Just an idea. Because he had a hell of a return. And that was a BS call, if we're being honest.
That was one of the worst calls of the game, I thought. There were
a couple tough ones. It wouldn't have mattered. They got their ass kicked. But, that was not a good call.
Yeah.
That is a classic you're on the road call right there. And I'm not saying it would have changed the game, but it would have at least made it more interesting for 5 minutes, and we could have all used that. As for Kyle not calling plays, a very sound argument for it is what Andy Reid does with Matt Nagy in Kansas City, right? Andy is the head coach. He lets Matt call, I would say 50, 60% of the plays, but Andy's involved in all of them. I think Nagy also sends the plays into Mahomes. So even if Andy's calling the play, he has to give it to Nagy so that Nagy can give it to Mahomes. I'll say this. People have been talking about Robert Saleh. People have been talking about getting rid of Sorensen and moving on. The brain drain, and we talked about this a little bit last week, Adam, the brain drain from San Francisco over the last few years has been immense. Immense. Meanwhile, Green Bay's out here getting Boston College's head coach to quit his job to be their defensive coordinator. They're getting Robert Saleh to abandon his children there will be blood style.
There's 7 of them. It's easier than we think. You know what I mean? There's 7.
I'll give you that. I wouldn't want to be hanging out with him either. But like, he's abandoning his 7 children and flying from New Jersey to Green Bay, Wisconsin during the week, every week, to moonlight as an offensive analyst. Like, think about the amount of people that have left the 49ers since they got good in 2019, right? It's not just Saleh. It's not just D'Amico. It's not just Slowick. It's not just the other LaFleur. It's not just all these.
LaFleur.
Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
It's lower levels, too. They're getting poached. I'll give you a great example. Mike Clay, okay? Mike Clay was a guy that was on Chip's staff, hung around. Kyle kept him for a year. He was a special teams assistant. Well, now he's the special teams coordinator of the Eagles. He's a hell of a special teams coordinator, former Oregon player. Now, I knew him a little bit, so like I'm a little bit biased towards him here. But like those lower level guys, they're getting poached from San Francisco too. It's not just the big names; it's the lower level ones, and they've run out of Kubiaks. There's not enough Kubiaks to fill the cupboard. And I'll add one more thing on this. It's so difficult to replace people leaving when you're constantly playing until the end of January every year. Because the entire month of January is crappy teams and teams that have fired their coaches going and bringing in new talent, right? And giving guys promotions and talking to those guys and bringing in upgrades or finding young talent. Kyle doesn't have any time to do stuff like that. John Lynch doesn't really have any time to do stuff like that because they have to actively participate in the NFL playoffs every year. So a lot goes out, and they don't have the time, just because of the way the cycles work, to bring back in something better, right? So when do they get time to identify the next great thing in coaching talent? They don't. Yeah. They don't get that opportunity. Honestly, a reset is needed in a lot of ways. Steve Kerr joked after they lost the finals in 2019 that the Warriors should take a year off and we can all go to Italy and we'll come back in 2021.
He made that riff, yeah.
The 49ers feel like they're in that same spot right now. Kyle looks exhausted. He always deteriorates as the season goes along. Like he's getting into dangerous. Like I'm concerned about Kyle. George Kittle had to do a wellness check last week on Kyle. So like we're concerned about that, but they need to obviously rebuild the offensive and defensive lines through the draft. They need to get Brock a new contract. They got to figure out a way to move some money around because they got way too many bills due and not enough money to pay them all right now with some of these veterans. But they also need to just get into the mix for some of the younger, interesting coaches in the league and replenish the talent in the front office and in the coaching staff. They haven't been able to do it for 4 years, and it's really showing now, along with so many other things that are just glaring weaknesses on this team.
I drink your milkshake.
Robert Saleh.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. We'll get to more of your calls and your thoughts on the 49er 2024 season, where we stand with it, and where they go from here. What do you make of what's happened with Debo Samuel? Brent Jones had some thoughts about that this morning on the KMBR Morning Show. We'll get you that next. Adam Copeland and Derek Kurtenbach on these sports.
Come on, man.
I drink it up.
The Warriors take on the Brooklyn Nets tonight, and you won't have to wait long to react. As soon as the game goes final, tune into Dubs OT with John Dickinson and interact on our KMBR YouTube chat, the only place that lets Bay Area sports fans sound off instantly, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun, and they make it easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. You can make a play with only $1, or you can go big. They've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Think Lamar Jackson's going to go for over or higher than a touchdown tonight in tonight's game on Monday Night Football? Well, you can create an entry, and Underdog also gives you power to cash out, get that money in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap Win Now and cash out whenever you want. With Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and have your entry be a win. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost to pump up your winnings with just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries and discounts. You'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W. You can download the app now and sign up with promo code KNBR and deposit. And if you do so right now, you'll get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Again, that promo code is KNBR, like you're listening to right now. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
The sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you on a Monday evening. What do we make of Debo Samuel? We were just talking about this, and Dieter, you were talking about removing the C from his jersey, the captaincy, based on just what's gone on with him this year, not because of performance on the field, but you pair that with his attitude towards Tabor Pepper and Jake Moody, the lock-in situation, which we sort of made. I mean, it wasn't a huge deal because they won the game. If you lose that game, it's a much bigger deal, but who knows if it was a bigger issue behind the scenes. And then, they had a long flight home. You hope that gets squashed. They didn't make much of it. If you lose, it makes a way bigger deal because then he's getting on the kicker who missed 3 kicks and you lose the game. Then he doesn't perform, and he hasn't really performed at all this year. And then yesterday, as a absent performance, a big drop that leads to Brandon Allen's only interception that results in 7 points the other way. All 3 turnovers lead to touchdowns for the Green Bay Packers. And then he doesn't want to meet with the media. And for me, that's less about, again, you said this earlier, it's not about how he needs to speak to us. It's not like that.
Yeah, I don't give a damn.
No, it's more about what does this mean in the grand scheme of being a captain, a leader, and somebody who, when you didn't perform and the team is struggling, your starting quarterback's not there, your best defensive player is not there, or one of them, and Nick Bosa, who's been more of a leader and been more vocal this year. You don't have Trent Williams, who's an offensive leader. It's your job as a captain. These are all guys who are captains. You got to step up.
Right.
You have to be a voice for the team. And so not only are you not performing, but you're not being accountable. And that's the issue. And I think a fear that is a different thing that can trickle through a locker room.
I don't know if it's that big of a deal. I mean, like I'm with you 100%. Right. You're echoing all my sentiments as well.
I don't know that anybody's mad at him for that, but I don't like it. I don't like the way
I'm mad about it. It's a bad look, right? I don't want to see Debo go out sad, right? Debo Samuel is one of the great 49ers in the modern era.
Sure.
His 2021 season is as impressive as I've seen anybody on the football field be ever. That was legendary stuff. I don't want to remember Debo as a guy who didn't perform up to his contract, whined, complained, picked fights with teammates, especially like the weakest of them all, right? He's picking a fight with the kicker and the long snapper.
That's who I pick a fight with. You know what I mean? Like I always say, if I could fight any pro athlete or I had to, I don't know what the scenario would be that this would happen, but they're like, Adam, you must fight a football player. I'd be like, damn, give me the punter. I'd be like, I think I can take a punter.
I don't know. These punters are getting tall these days, but
and they're Ozzy too.
You definitely take an injured Moody and Tabor Pepper.
I'm Adam Copeland. If you're a punter, I want to fight you. Yeah.
Like now he's not talking to the media. He's not accountable. He's not upholding a professional standard, right? Like, why are people wanting to talk to you? Why? They're not asking questions of a Ricky Pearsall after this game. He's a rookie. He's not getting targeted, right? Like, why? No one needs Ricky Pearsall stat. You have a C on your chest. That comes with responsibilities. And even if you are embarrassed or you don't want to talk to anybody about the way that you're playing, you got to suck it up. Fred Warner hasn't been playing well. He hasn't been playing up to his standards lately. You know who stands up twice a week and answers questions about this team's crappy defense twice a week and is accountable for his play and the play of his teammates? Fred Warner, because he's a leader on this team. And anyone who's still holding out hope on this Niners team, part of that hope has to be they have veteran leadership. Even if these veterans aren't playing up to their standards or the standards that their names should carry, at least they're professionals. They know how to comport themselves in the NFL. And if now the going is tough and these guys know how to get through it, and Debo Samuel is given a pretty clear indication that at least you can't include him in that camp. And if you can't include him in that camp, what's the point of a Debo Samuel on the San Francisco 49ers anymore? Because he's not giving it to you on the field, not giving it to you off the field. It's a brutal scene. It's a brutal scene. I don't want Debo Samuel to go out this way. I want to remember Debo Samuel as an all-time great 49er, but it's a what have you done for me lately world, and lately he hasn't done squat, and he's drawing attention to it by not talking.
Well, last 2 weeks he's combined for a total of 5 catches, 43 yards.
Yeah, 20 of those yards came on the trickiest of trick plays. You know, to
Which,
get
by the way,
Debo
I'll take
20
more
yards.
of those. If we're going to lose ball games, I'd rather, give me some more of that. It only took like 4 passes to get Debo a screen. But
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
I'll take it. You know what I mean?
You know, we had a caller previously being like, well, the Cowboys, they're getting the ball out really fast. Great, you get the ball to Debo really fast. So what? He can get a yard? Like, what? You have to have explosive players to do those sort of explosive plays. You have to have cool players to do cool plays. They don't have it. And Debo Samuel is, again, he's a legend. And 19 should be retired. And we should forget that he ever wore number 1 because it is really hurting his legacy.
What's Cowling's like, what about me? I'm in the protocol and you take my number and retire it? You hang it up there?
That's why Cowling isn't playing. They're like, Debo sucks. Don't put 19 on the field. And Cowling's like, whoa, what did I do?
So our buddy Brent Jones, I thought he was our buddy.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Geez, Tom's gone, and then now Brent's out too? What am I doing? What am I? Sitting here all by myself with Dieter like I'm Steven Glansberg?
Easy, Copes. We'll get him next week.
Oh, okay, cool. He'll be back. Here's Brent Jones. He was on the morning show with...
It's a good Glansberg reference. Shout out Superbad.
Murph and Marcus. Here's Brent Jones when he was asked... Well, here was what he had to say about Debo Samuel's performance.
It really is the message. It's a standard that he just hasn't played to this year. And there's been a few guys, and you don't want to make it about one guy. But if you're going to be the guy, getting in the kicker and the snapper's face, who are the least offensive guys on the team 100% of the time, then you better be locked in as well. And I just feel like he hasn't been all year playing to the standard that the 49ers expect. So that's been frustrating. That's been hurting us too, especially once Ayuk went out with the injury. So we needed guys to pick it up.
They're at the point now, Adam, where they can't even run the ball with Debo, right? Like they're not even pretending to run the ball with Debo. So what are we doing here?
Yeah, I don't know.
Here?
Like it was great when he was the creative piece. Like when he was your number one receiver, that wasn't a great situation. But then you have Ayuk, who becomes a more pure receiver, which is fantastic. But then you have Christian McCaffrey. And again, this is why it begs the question, is the talent, are they capable of playing at the level? Are they guys who were hitting 30 homers a year and now they're hitting 17 and 18 and we're 300 hitters and now they're 250 hitters? Like is that where we are? Have they gone? I mean, the shelf life of football players is just much different. But it's weird because the fall off would have been so drastic from one season to the next that it's hard to pinpoint any one thing. As that caller yesterday said, and I stand by it, the biggest problem is that Brandon Allen was not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the personnel on the field, and a lot of it is hurt, a lot of it is young, but even when it's been out there and they've been as healthy as they've been all year, they're not a Super Bowl or a quality team. They are, as Tim Webb said, aggressively average.
They haven't shown anything to this point that indicates that they have the ability to make the playoffs, much less do anything once they're in it. And I just don't know how many times we need to be beaten over the head with the same kind of performance. Even you think about the wins, right? Let's go back to brighter times, like the Tampa Bay game where we all left and needed a cigarette, and the Dallas game where they played one good quarter, the third, or the Seattle Thursday night game that they wanted to choke away a couple times before that. But we'll always have New England and the Jets, right, Adam?
Yep, we'll always have New England and the Jets. And somebody earlier was like, dude, the Niners are 2 games better than the Panthers. I was like, this is a tough deal. It's a tough deal. Is that right? The Panthers have 3 wins?
That sounds right. They almost beat the Chiefs yesterday.
Yeah, I know. Well, that was a fun game for a little while. Let's go back to the football.
Unlike the one we watched.
Actually, let me get you this, Teeter. So, during the draft, you mentioned that the deal was on the table for the Niners to trade Debo to Baltimore. Yeah. Obviously, that didn't happen. And with Ayuk's injury, he may be needed even more for next season. You don't know what Ayuk's going to come back like. But would you say he's the same player he was before in general? Or would it be ideal to try to move off of him when he's got free agency in 2026?
I talked to somebody 2 weeks ago about him. No one's trading for him. Full stop. One of all of the short-sighted, rather silly moves that the 49ers made this past offseason, and let's go over the big 4 ones in terms of contract. Giving Christian McCaffrey a 3-year extension, apparently without they waived the inspection on the house. They apparently just didn't do a physical because at some point they would have been like, I don't know if this is a good investment. This dude's got 2 Achilles that are on the fritz here. Maybe we don't pay him $19 million. But he said he wanted the money, and Kyle Shanahan ran it over to his house. So they give Christian McCaffrey the money. They give Trent Williams everything he wants after a very long holdout. Not sure why we had to wait the entire time of training camp to get Trent Williams everything he wanted, or Brandon Ayuk everything he wanted, to the point where they're saying they were going to put him on the restricted list or trade him that day. The melodrama and the unnecessary angst that the Niners, and listen, Ayuk carries the weight on this one, but the unnecessary everything of that saga. But then in order to get Ayuk and Trent cap compliant as to still roll over the same amount of money into next year so that they can get the Brock Purdy deal done, they extended Debo Samuel. So Debo already had a ton of void years, and they added another year. So they're going to, if they want to do what they did with Eric Armstead this past year, which is cut him after June 1, they're going to have to pay Debo $10 million, not just next year, but the year after that as well. You might as well keep him around. That's where the Niners are at. They're wondering if they can fiscally cut him and if that's the prudent decision. No one's trading for Debo Samuel. Yeah. Nobody. Much less for the first-round pick that you wanted in April. I mean, that is such a far cry from where we're at today. It's incredible that it was ever seriously considered by anyone, least of all a very smart team like Baltimore. But it was considered, it got hung up, and ultimately the Niners walked away because Baltimore didn't give them enough. Now what would they do to have that same deal on the table? They put Debo in the back of a bike and drive him to Baltimore on the bike. They would ride the bike cross country to get Debo on the Baltimore Ravens. Please, anyone, take this wide receiver, and you get any draft pick, much less an early one, my goodness, short-sighted. Easy to say now. Hindsight's always 20/20. But the fact that you were shopping him around.
What would he have netted? What would he have netted if it wasn't? They wanted a first. What would they have? Like, what was Baltimore willing to give up? A third?
No, I think it was a second. I can't lock it down, but I think that they were willing to give up a second and a little something else.
That sounds pretty good now.
It sounds awesome now. It sounds kind of silly they didn't take it in the moment. And again, this is all trickling to me, so it's not as if we can verify it all the way up to the top here. Next time John Lynch is on, ask him specifics. But if it's trickling to me, clearly something's happening. Clearly there's some movement here. Dieter's getting wind of it. So, the fact that they wanted to shop both Ayuk and Debo at the same time to see if they could move off one of them as sort of their mini pivot season to season, the fact that they didn't do either was kind of a red flag going into the year. The fact that they extended Debo to keep Ayuk the same day they signed Ayuk to a deal, they were trying to trade him. Like, all of this screams chaos. All of this screams not organized. Yeah. So is it any surprise they had 12 men on the field on back-to-back plays yesterday? Not really. Kind of par for the course.
Still it was a little surprising it took this long. 808 KMBR. Let's go out to Justin, who's in Vallejo. Justin in Vallejo, you're on the Sports Leader.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, bro?
Hey, I don't think it's not Shanahan. The guy's the winner. I mean, I know that, the league has kind of figured him out and whatnot, but the dude has been in either a Super Bowl or an NFC Championship game every year for 5 years. I mean, I watched the game yesterday. It wasn't Allen's fault. I mean, he delivered the ball. They weren't being caught. The only negative thing I have about Shanny is we know that CMC is not 100% yet. And if we are trying to make a playoff push, let's get him healthy for the playoffs and keep going with the number 3 running back in the league with JP Mason. I mean, that was the only thing I was kind of confused on.
I get that. I understand the Mason thing. I'm not going to disagree with anyone who wants to see more Mason because Mason has earned those touches. We saw how excellent he was in the first half of the year. The idea of saving Christian McCaffrey for the playoffs, first off, fanciful. Like, they're not making the playoffs. But let's just pretend as if they would because Jordan Mason was able to carry him there. Then why the hell do you need Christian McCaffrey? And also, they saved him for half the damn year. One of the reasons they're in this spot right now is because they decided, oh, well, he's not going to play in week 1. Let's put him on ice until the middle of November. And by then he'll be back. And one of the reasons they're playing him so much now is because they need to work off the rust. But they timed it so poorly that they also need to win games. And so they put themselves in a corner. And, okay, you can play Mason, but for what? Like, the whole thing has been screwed since the get-go. And let's not forget, they expected Christian McCaffrey to play in week 1. In week 1, it was a surprise when they came out and said, actually, we're not going to play McCaffrey in this game. Because they shut him down at the beginning of training camp, and they're like, it'll be fine. He'll be back for week 1. And then week 1 comes along, and they go, no, it'll be fine. We'll bring him back in November. And at a certain point, it's like, what are we doing here? This is not normal behavior. This is not week to week. This is now month to month. I've never heard of an injury being diagnosed as such to where one day maybe he can play, but if he can't, we'll keep him out for another month. Maybe next payday we'll come around to it. Like, what do we? This is preposterous. So you need to play McCaffrey to see if there's anything still there, because there might not be, but there also might be. And the only way you're going to find out is if he gets reps, because he needs to get himself up to speed with the NFL game. He hasn't played in a year.
Yeah.
But you're also sabotaging your chances to win in the meantime on this off hope. And right now it looks like off hope that the old Christian McCaffrey is in there somewhere. So it's a catch-22. I don't know the right answer, because you should be getting Mason the ball more. You should have a play or two for Garendo. But you also need to see if Christian McCaffrey's still there. And you need to know if Christian McCaffrey is totally washed before that new contract kicks in, because maybe you can get out of it somehow. I haven't seen the language on it. But, yeah, they're not in a good spot overall as it pertains to CMC.
Appreciate the call, Justin. And by the way, just because we always like to point it out, Derek misspelled Vallejo, 1L. Let's go out to John in Atwater.
Get it together, Derek. I read you every day.
What's up, John? You're on the Sports Leader.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, I got you.
We can.
Okay, so I've been a Niners fan since 1980, and I'm ashamed of our team. I think, honestly, we should be shutting down all these guys that are hurt. Let's see what the youngsters have. Give them some reps, like the old saying goes, right? Give them some reps and they're going to be able to work through some of those pains. But at the same time, we need to be able to win in the trenches. It's a pretty easy game. You win in the trenches on both sides of the ball with the big boys, and then also the special teams. I mean, I think Shanahan, unfortunately, and Lynch have both let the team kind of run them. That's my opinion. And just all this debacle that's been going on, throughout these last couple of years, letting people hold out and all this stuff. I believe in our Niners, but I know we're only going to go 6-11. We're going to win the Chicago game only because Chicago sucks and they drop games.
I'm not so sure about that. They looked pretty feisty the last 2 games.
Well, I'm just saying Chicago knows how to lose a game at the last minute is what I'm saying.
That's fair. That might be a which team knows how to lose best bowl, because
who can lose
God
it? Who can lose it last? Yeah, whoever touches it last loses.
That is one hell of a battle. That is a race to the bottom between those 2 teams. As for the youngsters, like, what youngsters haven't we seen yet? Like, part of the reason that this team is in the position it's in is because they're playing like, this team's leaning on rookies. They're leaning on rookies. Do we want to see more Garendo? Sure. Would we like to see more Cowing? Well, health permitting, sure. But, like, who are we missing in terms of the youngsters? Who's sitting in reserves here that needs to be called up? They're starting 2 young safeties, a young corner. All their young players are in. Like, I don't know who these other young players that are waiting on the sidelines are.
No, I agree with you. There's only a few. I'm just saying, let's play these guys that, we have some value with. And let's shut down some of these guys that we know are hurt because our season's in the tank. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that they'll be very serious about that come Monday.
John, I appreciate the call, man. We got to run, John. I appreciate the call.
Yeah, that plane from Buffalo home, I have a feeling that's a conversation that will be had in earnest.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you, hanging out on a Monday. We will get to a little bit on the Warriors coming up. Also, we've got, per Dieter's request, Tom Brady's best insights.
Incredible.
Best in quotes from yesterday's game. That's coming your way next.
We got another segment coming up, KB. It's a segment. We do them on radio, and that's coming up next.
That's coming up next. Tom Brady's best insights on the Sports Leader. Look, you already know what the deal is today. The Niners got destroyed by the Packers, 38-10. I'm pissed. You're pissed. Give us a call. You can vent. 415-808-KMBR, 808-5627. We are taking your calls all day on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, I know people always have questions about the ERC, the Employee Retention Credit. Tell us about it.
3 things I want to highlight. 1, if you're growing old, growing a long white beard, waiting to get your check, talk to us. There's 3 different ways to hurry them up. And I'm concerned with the new Trump administration. The president might come in, issue an executive order and say, that's it, no ERC, because, he's looking to save the government money. He's looking to cut expenses. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but one of my concerns. Next thing is, you get a nastygram from the IRS that says, you don't qualify. There's that big lawsuit in our very circuit here, the Ninth Circuit, where the IRS is being accused of using AI to do mass disallowances, and they don't even know if you're entitled to it or not, or if you're being audited or they want the money back. And there's so many programs around. For example, there's one program where the IRS says if you absolutely don't qualify, you're entitled to 0. They'll still let you have 20%, but you have to make a deal with them. So the bottom line is, whether you're waiting to get paid, whether the IRS said you don't qualify, or they say, hey, they want the money back, or there's an audit, call us. We have a lot of experience with ERC. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to say is, hey, Steve, get me my money.
Steve can help. 188-TAX-STEAL or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR.
Where'd that come from?
They
You
cut out
found
the
that?
Derek part.
Yeah. It's only been like 10 days and 2 hours, so yeah. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you.
Now.
Dude, the pipes on that guy. Give me one more, Tim.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR.
In a world.
It's wild to go to like another, because that guy, Jim Cutler, he's one of the best voice guys in the country, and he does a lot of stations. He and his wife both, but he does a lot of stations nationwide. He's out of New York, I think. But I've been like back in Philly, and you hear him doing other stations, like in a Uber or something like that, and you hear the radio, and you're like, damn, it's weird to hear him doing other voices. It's like dating somebody else. Now
Exactly.
back to WFAN.
Now.
Keep the now around. That one's funny. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. So Dieter this morning shot us a text and said, hey, can we just get like a cut up or a mashup of all Tom Brady's best insights from yesterday's game? And Derek said, yeah, absolutely. So here you go.
Love working with professionals.
You cannot throw a ball better than that. And Christian Watson coming off his best game of the season last year, 4 for 150. And that is not the highest degree of difficulty catch for his caliber of talent that he has had. And Dobbs thought he had him. Oh, man. What a throw by Love. Challenge, they're learning each other as their first time kind of as a play caller quarterback. This time here at the Niners. They got to tighten up their red area defense, so there are definitely things they need to do to improve. Stop some of this momentum, give their offense a chance to get out there and compete. Let's see if they can hit a chunk down the field. I'd look for some type of deep in-breaking route. Another run.
Oh, give it to Jacobs again.
Again, you got Allen in there who's been a backup to Purdy for a couple seasons, and now he's forced into a fourth quarter game where it's basically a pass-a-thon.
I mean,
that was great. Looking for a deep in-cutting route. Oh, it's another run.
Another run play. It is. I would like to let everybody know that Tom Brady has the second largest contract in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes has a $450 million contract. Number 2 on the list, Tom Brady, Fox Sports, $375 million contract.
I'd look for some type of deep in-breaking route. Another run.
George Kittle's one of their best playmakers, so they're going to try to get him the ball, KB. It's getting worse. It was bad to start, and there was some moments of glimmers of hope where they were doing like Tom Brady story time, and it was like a podcast mid-game, and there was a lot of blowouts, and he's been on a couple of the Niners calls lately, and I watch the TV broadcast when I get home from Levi's before the All-22 comes out, and man, I was watching it last night just on my second watch, and because I turned on Papa and Ryan halfway through the game, I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it anymore with Tom Brady. He was providing me nothing. It's bad. It's really bad.
And he goes on for a long time. Like, he's long-winded, too. You know what I mean?
That's right.
He does it's funny. Like, when you don't have something, oftentimes you just sort of, you say what you got, and then you're done.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Just go back to the play-by-play guy. I mean, Burkhardt's awesome. KB's a pro. Like, he's one of the best in the game. And so to have Brady, who can't be a part of any of the production meetings, which, by the way, when that was all a story and the conflict of interest stuff with him being part owner of the Raiders, I was like, I don't really care. I was like, who gives a damn? What's it going to impact? Except it's going to impact our viewing of these broadcasts where, again, I don't know how much work goes in behind the scenes when they meet with these teams and they get their behind-the-scenes stuff and they talk to guys. But it does sound like he is more absent in what he can say and does say about the games than other color commentators. So I don't know that it all comes from that, or if he's just new at this, but he's certainly not up to snuff. Another run.
$37.5 million a year. Like, I'm not lying when I say I can do it better. I firmly believe that I can do it better. So pay me half. I'll take half.
Dieter can do it better. Fox, call him. Dieter wants to work for Fox.
They already fired me once. They can't do it twice, right?
They could. They could do it twice. They have, I'm sure.
They probably will.
Yeah, I mean, the one that got me yesterday is early in the game when he was doing the cleat breakdown. You see that one? I was like,
hold on. 7 studs. That's how you make good cuts there, KB.
Yeah, receivers, they like this one, but the quarterbacks, they like this. You really plant in the ground, and the receivers want to wear this. But I was like, what are we doing here, Brady?
The best part was Burkhardt at the end of it went, interesting, and moved on.
I was like, and that was my first thought, because I was like, early in the game, it was Niners' first drive, and they're showing Brandon Allen's cleats different than everybody else's. Yeah. And I was like, all right. And he's talking about the difference in the cleats and why you would wear it. And I'm like, this is what he has to do now. This is the stuff he has to break down, because he can't be in the meetings where he's like actually talking to Brandon Allen, because he's not allowed to, because he's part owner of the Raiders. So you're
I'm sure it was worth it, though.
You're into the conflict of interest stuff, though?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You believe there's a conflict of interest?
I think that this is a material breach of his Fox contract, that he can't do the job in full because he's not allowed in these production meetings per NFL rules. If I'm Fox at the end of this year, I'm getting out of this deal. It's been an embarrassment. And this is going to start to snowball. We're not going to be the only sports talk radios. Any team or any market that gets a Tom Brady game at this point is going to be like, this guy, we gave him a couple of weeks, right, to kind of get his feet under him, first time doing it. He's getting worse. It's really unlistenable. And if I'm Fox, not to get into contract law here on the leader, but like, you can't do your job correctly because you have this Raiders conflict of interest that prohibits you from being in production meetings. If I was incapable of talking to Derek or Tim before these shows started, do you think that anyone would bring me on? They're already considering getting rid of me, and I talk to you guys too much.
I don't talk to them before the show. I try to.
But you're
what
that
can
good.
I do? How fast can I get here and get by them without having to make any eye contact?
I'm sending out ideas. I'm going back. If I was prohibited from talking to anybody at the leader until that light went red, do you really think that they would willingly put me on the air? Again, they're barely doing it now. So like,
this is paying you $375 million. It's the Christian McCaffrey problem.
$7.5 million.
It's the McCaffrey issue.
Gig.
They're like, we got to. We're paying him 19. We got to play him. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. By the way, we're only with you till about 5:15 this evening, 5:10 or so, because we're going to get you live to Monday Night Football. It's the Harbaugh. Jim and John Harbaugh going head to head. Fun game too. Chargers and the Ravens. Saw there was a note up there a minute ago on the pregame. I'm watching it here in the studio. Said Herbert's gone 8 straight without a pick. Got him for throwing a pick at even money. I'm going yes.
Even money?
Feeling pretty good about that.
I don't know. He's cooking. He's cooking right now.
Yeah, I figured. Come on, he's not going to go 9 straight, will he? He won't go 9 in a row, right? Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach. Let's get some Warriors thoughts on the other side. Warriors play the Nets tonight, and then a fun game on Wednesday. They take on the Oklahoma City Thunder at home. Thoughts on Saturday's loss to the Spurs? Kuminga now questionable with an illness. He missed Saturday's game. We'll get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Basketball.
back to Adam Copeland on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. Warriors are in action against the Nets tonight and then again on Wednesday, taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. They did lose to the Spurs by 10 on Saturday, 104-94. Jonathan Kuminga, by the way, is questionable for tomorrow's game with an illness. He did miss the game on Saturday against San Antonio. And I just want to get this here. The free throws for the Warriors, yet again,
Yikes.
8 for 13. And this was a huge part of this game. Again, they missed 10 in that loss to the Clippers last week, and then another 7 of them here? 5 of them here. But they're just, in general, not getting to the line a bunch, but they're also not finishing at the free throw line, which I don't know how much that changes the course of this game. Again, you were down Andrew Wiggins. Kevon Looney had a decent game off the bench, but you weren't getting a lot of production there. No real scoring off the bench in this one. Steph only goes for 14 on 5 of 16 shooting. Wiggins 20 on 6 of 16.
Yeah, Pajemski with a big fat nothing burger.
Yeah,
in this
it's been tough for Pajemski.
This comes back to my thesis on the season, which isn't the free throws, but in fact the lack of size for this Warriors team. Like Wemby just took over late, and I don't know where you get one of those, but the Warriors should really look into getting one of those Victor Wembanyama types, because they've lost 4 games now this season, 2 of them to the Clippers.
Get one of those Victor Wembanyama types. Yeah.
I know, right?
Size and size is a problem still, right?
It's a big issue, and I get that you can counterbalance it a little bit, but when the going got tough, they just didn't have an answer for the big man, the slender man. They didn't have any answer. Like, I love Trace Jackson Davis. I think he's having a really underrated season. We're not talking about him enough, and the Loon Dog is a legend. Like, Loon should put a statue up of Loon.
The
like,
Loon
I'm
Dog.
all in.
Is that one? Is that a Dieter special? The Loon Dog?
No. That's a Draymond Green special.
Does he call him that?
I follow 23 Loon Dog. Yeah. It's not a great nickname, but
No,
it is stuck in my head.
It's better than Snellzilla. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? If Blake Snell does in fact leave, I will not shed any tears that we never have to pretend that Snellzilla wasn't totally cringeworthy.
Whatever.
It's brutal.
It's no good.
Regardless, anyway. they don't have enough size, and it showed late in this game. It showed when they played the Cavs, right, when you got Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, 2 actual centers, 2 games against Zubac. Like, it's not going to be a big issue every night because most teams in the NBA are fairly small. But on nights when you play a true center and somebody who can control the paint, control the glass, and can stretch you out a little bit, it's a real issue. So something to keep an eye on. But it was their 3rd game in 4 days and I think 3 different cities. So not terribly surprising they faded late. But they got to get back. Brooklyn's not a very good team tonight. And this is a Warriors team now that has proven that they're of a high quality. They're number 1 in the Western Conference. Like, if they lose this game, now we can start to ask some questions on if the early season was a little bit of fool's gold, right? If they start to fade here, now we can wonder if that was as good as it will ever be. If they can come back with a win tonight, and I expect them to come back with a win tonight, a nice, strong, capable, hopefully 10 to 15-point win, now they're right back on track, and you just chalk that San Antonio game up to being tired.
Just in terms of, have you seen Wembanyama play live?
I have. It is legitimately jarring.
I mean,
to watch him play live.
And his trajectory from last season to this season, I mean, he's already grown a lot. I think having Chris Paul is fantastic for him, having a point guard that knows what to do at all times, that he can play off of and learn what that side of the game is. But he had 9 assists the other night. Like, I mean, he's pulling down. He's. I know the size and the athleticism, and he's an absolute freak of nature in his length and what he can do outside as well as inside. It takes him like 1 step from the top of the 3-point line to get to the hoop. But I don't think we're that far away from him being the best player in the world. Like, I think it's going to be really, really soon.
Adam, he was first team all defense as a rookie.
He's. And he should have.
Over.
It's already, he already figured out one of the defense. Like it's. I don't know where this guy's going to go. Like we talked about this at the draft. Like he may be the best player of all time. I remember thinking that like when they talked about that with LeBron, like when I was in high school, right? And he was coming in and thinking
he's of that caliber.
I didn't realize how insane that was as like a 13-year-old to hear people talk about an 18-year-old like that he's already maybe going to be the best, because that's how media is at times. You just label something in the moment or the recency bias.
You think it's hyperbolic. No, man, you watch this guy play and you're freakish. Like, there's no answer. There's nothing you can do. It is. I'm glad that we all really enjoyed Steph Curry's three-pointer in the Olympics this summer, because Victor Wembanyama's showing up in LA in 28, and I really do fear for what happens to us on the revenge tour. Like, I've been called hyperbolic already once on this show. I'll just lean into it now. I fear that it's over for us. I fear that Victor Wembanyama will run this league with an iron fist for many years to come. And the fact that he's in San Antonio, like, that ain't great for the league. Like, that's going to be a real issue for them in terms of ratings and money and all that. But in terms of basketball, this guy has a chance to absolutely dominate the entire National Basketball Association for 10 plus years. That is a very rare thing to say, and that might be underselling it.
He has 58 rebounds in the last 3 games.
Well, he should get every rebound.
What?
He can jump.
16, 14, 14, 6, and 7. What? This guy's nuts.
Any ball that goes off the rim, he should be the first one to it, because he doesn't have to even be remotely close to the rim to get the rebound. He's playing a different game than everybody else. It is the only concern I have on Victor Wembanyama if he reaches his ceiling is that doesn't look right. Like, his body doesn't look right. Like, no one should be that tall and that athletic at the same time. And we had that concern with Durant, right? You look at Durant and you're like, I don't know how that's going to stick around. Then you hang around Kevin Durant and you realize that he's a lot stronger and heavier built than he looks on TV. Wembanyama's a little bit of the same way, but he's still such a kid. It just doesn't look right. Imagine Kevin Durant with another 5 inches. Like, it's cheating. It's not fair. He's a video game player, and he's putting up video game numbers and having a video game level impact, and there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about it.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. Yeah, on the season, he's averaging 23 points a game and 10.5 rebounds or something like that. So
he doesn't even know what he's doing yet.
What's your? We talked about this last week with Brandon Pajemski. You just mentioned the big zero for him on Saturday. 16 minutes off the bench, 0 for 3 from the field, 0 for 1 from deep. Did have 3 boards and 2 assists. You don't often see a minus 14 for him in the plus minus. And game by game, not all that important, but he's generally a positive player. What do you make of what's going on? Because right now, that's kind of what you're talking about with the fool's gold. We mentioned Melton being out now for the season. Mm-hmm. They would love it if Pajemski could fill that role, but so far, he's not doing anything offensively. He's struggling mightily. Draymond had to say something publicly about it, which I don't know if that helps or hurts the situation, quite frankly, that it's now on everybody's purview that we're like, oh, every shot that goes up, is it going to go in? Like, that's not what you want to have
at least
happening.
He was sliding under the radar
before. For a little while.
Jerks like me, and now Draymond's like, what if I yell about this?
Yeah.
Now everyone notices. The aggregator has spoken. The Warriors have an issue if they're playing Lindy Waters, who's a nice enough player. We all love a little Lindy Waters in our life. 25 minutes of Lindy Waters, probably too much Lindy Waters. So, Pajemski's got to step it up. And I don't know how to get a guy who is clearly both pressing and overthinking, and everything that could be going wrong for him in a psychosomatic way seems to be going wrong for him. But also there's this real thing that I don't think anyone has really lent credence to yet, in that it's not as if he was some athletic marvel. Right? It's not as if this is an undeniable guy like a Kuminga, right? Kuminga goes out there, he's the best athlete on the court. Doesn't matter. Even with Victor Wembanyama out there, like, you'll take Jonathan Kuminga's athleticism.
Yeah.
You never talk about Brandon Pajemski that way. And at what point does the league now just have a book on him, on his offensive moves? They know, just don't buy the pump fake. Stand your ground. Don't buy the pump fake. He's 6'1", and ultimately he's going to have to go into tough shots because now he's contorted himself in such a way that he has no choice but to shoot. He was looking for you to pump fake. He was looking for you to bite on the pump fake so you can get that little up and under. Don't bite on it. Let him shoot. He's not that good of a shooter. It feels like the book's out on him, and it's on him now to develop something else beyond that. But I'm not sure he has the athleticism to take his game to the next level. And it's something that's going to have to be worked out here in real time, with the Warriors needing to win games to maintain this perch atop the Western Conference. Like, this is a dangerous spot. And the more they play Lindy Waters, the more likely it is that the book comes out on him too. This is the problem with depth. All these guys have ceilings, and if you're asking them all to play a little bit more, the chances of them reaching the point of diminishing returns increases greatly. And I fear that we've already reached that with Pajemski. I hope that he has enough guile and creativity and ingenuity to prove us wrong. And you know what? He's a sharp kid. He's clearly a very hard worker. I was surprised by what he did last year. Maybe he's got another bit of surprise in for us, but right now it looks like a guy who's kind of already hit his ceiling, and that's really dangerous for the Warriors because, again, they turned down superstar players because they thought Brandon Pajemski, I quote Joe Lacob, is a future all-star. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, that at some point the sum of all the parts, or the parts of all the sum that they're building here with the depth that they have, is not going to reach that of the level of a superstar caliber player, which is why we're asking the question last week, if and when a player like that becomes available again, should they be in, or do you not want to mess with team chemistry? What I would say is look at the teams that are winning right now and look at the superstar caliber talent that they have. The depth is great. But when you get to the playoffs, you don't play with depth. You play with superstars. You play with like 8 or 9 guys, and you try to get it done that way. 8's probably light. 9 guys usually are what you're running with on a rotation, and it's not going to be game to game like they're doing now. You may plug and play one guy here or mix up the minutes with the guys you're running with, but you want to have thoroughbreds. You want to have guys that are out there and are going to play a majority of the minutes where you're not having the discussion of, well, who starts and who closes? Because that's a depth conversation. That's not a superstar championship team conversation.
Well, the good news is that the Warriors are getting the best version of Andrew Wiggins right now.
It's true.
And that is a reasonable facsimile for a superstar wing.
The good news is
you could do a whole lot worse than the current edition of Andrew Wiggins, right? Because he's out there every night. He's giving you solid two-way play. Sometimes he's filling it up. Sometimes he's not. No doubt about it. But I think he's been the Warriors' best player over the last 4 or 5 games. And they have won a title with Andrew Wiggins being their second best player before. If Draymond Green plays elite level defense, and right now he should be the front runner for defensive player of the year. If Steph Curry is still Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins is the best version of himself, that's enough with the depth that they have to get it done. My concern with a guy like Pajemski is, do you trade him for another role player right now? Because you fear that he can't get to the next level. And I'm talking about a guy in Dante DiVincenzo who effectively Pajemski filled that role. Get this, they found another white guy to fill the role of the white guy who plays off of Steph. But they lose DiVincenzo to the Knicks in free agency. They didn't have enough money to keep him around. They bring in Pajemski. They play Pajemski in the DiVincenzo role. It works great for a year. It's not working so great right now. Do you go back to the DiVincenzo bucket now that you do have a little bit of room that you can manipulate with the Melton contract? You can trade that after December 15th, toss in a draft pick or two, and maybe you can pry DiVincenzo, who's already been traded from Minnesota. That's something that I'm thinking about. Not the Jimmy Butlers, not the Paul Georges, not even the Miles Turners. I'm just thinking about White Dante here, and if a reunion is in the cards, because if Pajemski keeps playing like this, you have to have somebody to play off of Steph. This is just a fundamental tactical basketball issue. Not having a viable 2-guard is going to burn you, not just in the playoffs, but in the regular season.
Okay, now I know you're riding with Draymond on Loon Dog. There's no way Draymond called him White Dante.
No. That's a Dieter Kurtenbach. That's a Dieter Kurtenbach.
That's a Dieter special. White
Do you know
Dante.
any other white guys named Dante?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
actually,
and so we call him White Dante.
Yeah, shout out the Inferno. Adam Copeland and White Dieter with you on Monday evening.
All the Dieters are white. Thank you.
Taking on the Nets tonight at Chase Center, and then they'll get OKC on Wednesday before they travel to Phoenix, and then Denver Saturday, and then Tuesday of next week. We are going to throw you to Monday Night Football, Chargers and the Ravens in about a half an hour at 5:15. When we come on back, we'll get into a little bit more what happened in the NFC West games yesterday and how it affects the 49ers, and really, do you have confidence in anybody winning this division? We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Disband.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss what led to the 49ers' embarrassing loss at Lambeau Field. You can check out that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Adam Copeland on KNBR.
Right back to the line of scrimmage on 4th and 1 at the 40. Murray under center this time. Play fake. Murray's going to try to get it. He's going to run far side. He's going to dump it over the top. Intercepted. Kobe Bryant. Far sideline. He's got the blockers. 30, 25, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown! Seahawks!
Third down at 6. Here's a handoff. Barkley left side finds a hole. 40 to the 50. Saquon Barkley is gone. 20, 10, 5. Touchdown Eagles. An exclamation point for Saquon Barkley. A 72-yard touchdown run, and the Eagles are on their way to win number 7 in a row.
So if there's any silver lining, and it has nothing to do with anything the 49ers did for themselves yesterday, it's just what happened across the NFC West. I mean, I guess best possible scenarios if you want to still have a path, and there is still a path, but again, it feels, as I said earlier, as Murph said to me before, intellectually fraudulent to say that they're capable of going on this run because of the teams that are in front of them. Now, you still get to face two of them one more time. So you get the Rams one more time and the Cardinals last game of the season, but you also, in between those, have the Detroit Lions, you've got the Buffalo Bills, you have the Bears who, again, at this point, I think they're better than the Bears, but that's not some game that you look at and you go, well, they're going to bulldoze that team. Because it doesn't feel like they can bulldoze anybody at this point. So can you say
at Miami? Miami's won 3 straight.
Would you say the Niners are completely done based on what's happened in the NFC West still?
I mean, no.
I mean, mathematically, of course not.
But they're done.
I'm no mathematician, but they're not eliminated.
I'm certainly no one to be talking about math here, but just which way are the arrows pointing, right? You say the Seattle Seahawks, right? They have 1-1. They have the better divisional record, so they'd have the tiebreaker as it stands now. If we're going to play the game, like, what about the Niners versus these guys? Seattle's arrow is pointing up. They just beat the 49ers 2 weeks ago. Their defense is coming together under a great defensive coordinator, their head coach, Mike McDonald. Like, the Seattle Seahawks have reasons to be optimistic. Doesn't mean they're going to do anything. They have reasons to be optimistic. Arizona, which way is their arrow pointing? It was a bad game yesterday against Seattle, but in general, their arrow's pointing up. And we'll see if Kyler Murray can maintain his level of play as the season progresses. Typically, that has not been the case, but he's also had the whole Cliff Kingsbury of it all, and we know how he fades late in the year. And the Rams, the Rams got their ass kicked yesterday. Get in line with the Niners. Like, maybe they're better than the Rams. Maybe we're shooting for third place here, Adam.
They have a quarterback.
They do have a quarterback, and maybe the Niners have a quarterback too. We'll find out come Sunday, probably at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon our time. They might take it all the way up to Christian McCaffrey zone. Just drop that in there right before inactives are necessary. Like, they do have a quarterback. I'm not sure how good Matt Stafford is anymore, but they have a quarterback. They have 2 good wide receivers, a good running back, an offensive line that's got a little something. Their defense, there were reasons to be optimistic about them. Then Saquon Barkley exposed them for what they were worth. So maybe LA bounces back, maybe they don't, but third place doesn't get you squat. Second place doesn't get you squat in the NFC West. It's first or nothing. And ultimately, is it even in the Niners' best interest to win the NFC West? I'll tell you this, Adam. In the 49ers locker room, they have banners for when they've won the Super Bowl, and when they've won the NFC, and when they've won the NFC West. And they had won like 4 division titles in a row before they updated the banner. I made such a stink about it that they finally updated the banner a couple of weeks ago. It had taken years to update they don't care.
It's not important to win the division. It's important to win in the playoffs and get to the NFC Championship game.
There's only one number that matters, 6, and they're not winning 6 this year.
Yeah, and that's the thing is at no point in this season is it like we asked this early on when they were struggling and couldn't win 2 in a row. Could you comp it to the 2021 year? Right, when they went to the NFC Championship against the Rams, started 3-5. Hell, Trey Sermon was starting games for them that season. Do you know what I mean? Like Elijah
I
Mitchell.
watched a lot of that 21 tape for the Jets game, and it was, I have no idea how that team made the playoffs, which speaks to how great Debo Samuel was.
I mean, he was fantastic that year, but the team it operated differently. I don't know why it was so much better. The defense was better, certainly, than this defense is. I think that's probably where you start, is that team could get to the quarterback. That team could stop the run. And they ended up playing a really tight game and played their best football at the end of the season against a division opponent. They won some huge games in clutch situations, and they got some big plays. That was more like team of destiny type stuff. But you don't start 3-5 often and go to your conference championship game. And again, that team had a turnaround. That team had like a definite, okay, they have clicked into place. They're starting to figure it out after 2020 was a really weird and rough year with injuries, coming off of a Super Bowl loss and having to go play part of their season in Arizona. It wasn't a huge surprise to me that they started as poorly as they did, except Mostert goes down like first game of the season, right? He got hurt. I think they won the first couple, Detroit and Philly, and they almost coughed that Detroit game.
Oh, man, that was going to be...
They posted like taking his tape off, like they pulled the starters out, and they almost
gave up like
down.
28 unanswered or something.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
It was incredible. But
yeah, they were 2-0 that year.
Again, all I've said is they've shown nothing to prove that they can turn things around. And the weirder part about it is the teams in the division are so inconsistent. Like the Cardinals were playing the best. So yesterday they looked awful. Lose 16-6. Now credit the Seahawks, but Seahawks didn't look like world beaters. They didn't against the Niners. They stole that game. You know what I mean? Niners gave it away. They stole it. Now, they didn't put up but 17 points, but there's many reasons they lost that one, and any one of them could have prevented that from happening last week.
So when did the Niners stolen one?
They haven't.
If the bar is this low to where it's like, oh, we think Seattle's going to win the division because they've been able to be feisty and steal a couple, the Niners can't even reach that bar anymore. At least I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, so let's presume they lose in Buffalo.
Come on. I mean, yeah, they're going to.
What happens after that?
Then we all come together and we discuss how we're going to talk Warriors basketball.
It still won't be eliminated. I mean, like schedule-wise.
Yeah, but okay, so you were saying if this season, early this year, we were asking if this is 2021 all over again. May I remind you in 2020, and let's remove the pandemic and the Arizona from it all. In 2020, they were 5-6 going into Week 13 nationally televised game against Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. And all I heard the week going into that game, beyond the whining and complaining, which was justified that they had to go live in Arizona for the rest of the season. But beyond that, all I heard is, if we just win this game, we're right back in it, you guys. If we just win this game, we're right back in it. And we're going to go make a statement. And then Josh Allen kicked their ass. And that wasn't even the fully fledged Josh Allen. That was like new, just figuring it out Josh Allen. They say history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. It might just kind of repeat itself. They might be underselling it. Because Week 13, 5-6, if we just beat Buffalo, we're right back in it. I've heard this before, and it didn't work out well the last time.
The Buffalo, I mean, the weirder part about how it stacks up for me after the schedule, because I'm not assuming they win this game in Buffalo, whether Brock Purdy's healthy or not. They're not doing enough in the last couple of games against teams that are inferior to Buffalo. That's a Super Bowl contender, right? That'll show you maybe exactly where you stand. But they haven't played to risen to the level of their opponent, where they play a quality opponent. They got killed by Kansas City, and give credit to Kansas City. They're a Super Bowl contender, which is why you can see where the Niners stand relative to those teams. Like Papa was talking about them beating the Lions at home. Sure, I think anybody can beat anybody at any point. It can happen. You can run into a game like that. But to say like, yeah, they can beat that team. Sure, anybody can beat anyone, but they're not a team that's going to match up well with the Lions, with the amount of points they're able to put up, with the defense that the Niners have played to this point, the inability to stop the run. They've got two guys who can kill you in Montgomery and in Jahmyr Gibbs. So
what are we talking about with the Lions and the Bills? I don't know if they can beat the Rams. I don't know if they can beat the Dolphins. I'm not certain they're going to beat the Bears. What are we talking about with two teams that could very reasonably meet in the Super Bowl? The Niners are 6.5-point dogs as of right now. It's only going to get worse if Purdy goes out. That's the spread. So they were 6.5-point dogs at kickoff in Green Bay. They lost by 28 points. We are being intellectually dishonest if we even engage in the what if. If they beat Buffalo, we'll have ample time to go mea culpa and say, hey, maybe there is something. But ultimately, I got 12 weeks of evidence that there is no juice left in the box for this team. So I don't know why we're squeezing it anymore.
So, wait, what was that, Tim? What did you say, Maya? In terms of who can win the division then, because that's the other thing, is it's less to me even about if you're looking at what happens in the West, it's less, or where they finish. It's less about what we think they're capable of doing because of everything you just said. I agree with you.
Right.
But it's also about what everybody else seems incapable of doing, and that's running away with this. Like, I don't believe 9 wins is going to win the division, but it wouldn't shock me at this point. And by tiebreak, I'm not talking about the Niners. I'm talking about whoever wins the NFC West. If Arizona wins it at 9-8, would anybody be shocked?
No. Not this division.
And by tiebreak. And like it's if Seattle backs in at 9-8 or something because they win some games at the end. Like to me, it's so bad. And it's why I just think there's so much volatility. But it's also why the Niners have even less of a shot to be involved in that. Like if it's 9-8, there's a chance that any three of those teams, Rams, Cardinals, or Seahawks, could win it. If it's 9-8, the Niners can't because they've lost too many of those games.
That's right, because of the division record. Yeah. And even if they get 2 back here at the end, it doesn't really matter because at best you're 3-3 and someone's going to be 4-2. Going into that game against Seattle, I called it the 9-8, 8-9 bowl, and whoever won was going to turn out to be 9-8, and whoever lost was going to be 8-9. I stand by my prediction.
Which game? The Arizona game?
No, the Seattle game
Seattle
in Week 11. That was just the Niners have turned into the Seahawks. Right. Everything the Niners are doing has turned into, they got kind of a scrappy, annoying quarterback. They're deficient on the lines. They're well coached, but they don't have a good enough roster. Every game is agony, even the wins. This is the classic Seattle Seahawks template in late stage Russell Wilson and maybe even continuing into Geno Smith. And that's what the Niners are these days. The kick in the nards of it all is that the Niners didn't actually win a Super Bowl in their time at the top.
Right.
But on the way down, this looks an awful lot like what we've seen from the Seahawks the last 4 or 5 years with Russell Wilson and now Geno Smith.
You buying the Eagles as contenders now?
I have to give it more credence. I still feel like the Sirianni of it all is going to show up in a big moment.
Yeah.
At a certain point, they're going to run up against a defense that just says, you know what? I'm going to let Jalen Hurts beat me with his arm. And that plus Sirianni in crunch time moments, it's going to be an issue. But Vic Fangio has that defense flying, and damned if Saquon isn't putting up an MVP caliber season. So got to take them seriously. But in terms of ranking them as contenders in the NFC, I have a hard time putting them in that tier 1 right now.
They're 9-2. I mean, it's on the table. They're still the 1 seed in the NFC and end up with a bye. Now, if that happens, I mean, they're absolute contenders. They're playing one less game, and it goes through Philly.
And Goff gets to play on the road. I mean, you want Goff. The Green Bay game they played a couple weeks back was his first game outside of a dome all year. Like Jared Goff.
They only play 3 all season, Dieter. It's Lambeau, it's Soldier Field, and it's here. The only 3 outdoor games the Lions play all year.
Right. So they really do want home field advantage. Like I know that I'm sure Goff could get it done. He got it done in Green Bay a couple weeks ago, all that, but that team is built for speed. That's like greatest show on turf stuff. You need to be on turf. You need to be indoors. Like the Rams back in the St. Louis heyday, they didn't want to play outside. They wanted to be inside where the field is fast and you could run. I still feel like the Lions are the team to beat. I don't feel like they're a flawless football team. I don't feel as confident in this year's Lions as I did in like last year's 49ers, for instance.
Yeah.
And I definitely don't feel as good about this year's Eagles as I did about last year's Lions. Did everybody get that? We all have that rubric there?
You don't feel as good about this year's Lions as you did about last year's 49ers. Is that right?
Correct.
But you also don't feel as good about this year's Eagles as you did about last year's Lions?
Correct. Maybe I just don't feel good.
Okay, so you're not quite as bullish, but I get what you mean. Yeah,
I feel like the Lions and the Niners last year were a stronger 1-2 overall than this year's. The Eagles 2, is that where you would put them right now?
I mean, they
2
are
in the NFC.
They are the 2. They're 9-2, and in terms of quality,
if you had to power rank it though.
Yeah, if I were going to power rank the NFC, I mean the Vikings are 9-2 as well. They've fallen off a bit though.
Right.
Like the quality of their wins just doesn't seem. They're not the quality team that beat the Niners or through the first early part of the season. I don't think. Sam Darnold hasn't been as good. Commanders also hadn't really beaten anybody either. The Commanders, like they were playing well, but I didn't think they were that quality of a team or that good of a team. Yeah, I think I'm Lions 1, Eagles 2. There's a question of like who's 3.
Yeah, it might be the Packers.
Packers, and I mean, would you go Packers over Vikings?
I would right now, and I don't think that's being a prisoner of the moment. I think that the Packers have a higher ceiling than the Vikings. They also have a lower floor. I think that the Vikings are a very capable, competent football team that should probably win a playoff game. Yeah, but ultimately they're limited by a run game that hasn't really gotten going yet. I know Aaron Jones, they're trying with them, and it just doesn't feel like they have that run game solidified. And Jordan Addison had an awesome game yesterday, and they took away Justin Jefferson, the Bears did, and So Addison stepped up. That's great. And Darnold threw for 300 yards, but you can't trust that guy. I'm not saying he won't win a playoff game or two, but when the going gets tough, much like Jordan Love last year, you can't trust him. And I'm not sure you can trust Jordan Love this year, but I do think that the Packers have much more talent than Minnesota. It's just volatile because they're all like 24.
What you got, Derek? Not Kurtenbach, Papa.
Oh,
just to be clear. Dieter, did you watch most of the Rams-Eagles game last night?
Yeah, I'd say I caught about 70% of it.
Okay, we were having debate in the back studio here. Did you see the moment where the Rams were going to go for it on 4th and 3, and the Eagles declined whatever penalty it was going to be?
This was weird. Yeah, this was wild. Yeah.
So then Sirianni saw they were to go for it on 4th and 3, and then decided to accept the penalty. But there was a long amount of time where he was allowed to do that. Should that be allowed?
No.
Like, you have to see him set up and then accept the penalty.
You don't.
Yes, basically.
Had the whistle blown?
No. Well, they did. So he didn't officially decline it, correct?
The refs assumed he did.
There was speculation whether or not the refs had made the call that they was just going to decline to make it 4th down. He didn't really say anything, but there was so much time that passed that the team got up, lined up to go for it. Then Sirianni runs on the field and goes, no, I'll take it. Now it's 3rd and 13, and they get a sack and force a long field goal.
I've never seen that before until last night. It definitely should not be allowed. So that's much like the referees yesterday not allowing the 49ers to substitute after the Packers made a shift and then letting them do a sugar huddle and get right to the line and get 12 men on the field with Devondre Campbell not getting off. I think the refs blew that one.
Yeah, it was a 3rd and 3 with 2:26 left in the third quarter. Matt Stafford hit Puka Nacua. He threw to him. It was incomplete. Rams were called for holding. So initially Sirianni declined it. When he saw that the Rams were going to go for it on 4th and 3 and not kick a field goal, Sirianni changed his mind and accepted it, and the ref allowed it.
You don't get that. This is what happens when all the refs start doing TV. We're losing our best refs. We're losing recipes. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. They're on the Brady path right now, the NFL referees. Maybe we should make them full-time.
Well, the same thing happened last week. Last Thursday, this happened with the Steelers. Mike Tomlin went back and forth on whether to accept or decline the illegal touching foul that was called on 3rd and 2 from the Pittsburgh 25. Tomlin wasn't I'm not trying to play games, I'm sure is what he said afterwards. I'm not playing any games. We're just playing football. That's the only game I'm playing.
It seems like you're playing games.
He said, I thought it was grounding initially. I couldn't hear the officials. I thought it was grounding. When I realized it wasn't ruled for grounding, I got the right information to them. So Sirianni, in contrast, he changed his mind after seeing what the Rams were going to do.
Right.
And if the penalty, after he had declined the penalty. So it's like, if I decline, you're going to do this. I don't know why the refs would allow that. They're saying that Clark, the refs, should not have allowed that to happen.
And if it is within the bounds of the rule book, like if Nick Sirianni accidentally did find a Belichick or Vrabel-like loophole, which Belichick was classic for this, right? He'd find the loopholes in the rule book, and then the rule book would be amended on Monday so that you couldn't do it anymore. If that's the case, maybe we just need to start putting the coaches on a clock for after a penalty is called, and you get 10, 15 seconds, whatever, to make your decision, yay or nay, on accept or decline the penalty. And once that is officially put in, you don't get to change your mind.
Yeah, it's just yes or no. If I walk up to you, if the ref walks up to you after the penalty, you just have to say decline or accept in that moment. I'm not sure why you get tons and tons of. I mean, you can think about it for a sec.
It feels like there's a gray area there. Like it's just like this informal conversation.
Nobody's allowed to change their mind. It's not that hard. You just once you tell me what's in, it's in. It's like you saw when Eric Spoelstra cost the Heat a game last week when he called a timeout when they had no timeouts. You can't be like, oh, well, I don't call the time. Once you do that and you signal for the timeout, it's been called. That's a technical foul. Like, once you decide it's declined, that's it. We're moving on. It's over.
Yeah.
Go home.
I'm with you. Get it together, NFL refs.
Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach. We're going to wrap things up here a little bit early today. We'll get you over to Monday Night Football. It's about to kick off in about 5 minutes. It's the Ravens taking on the Chargers, the Harbaugh. Dude, we're going to get some good Harbaugh, I think, for Coach Speak this week.
My God.
I love Play My Brother.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody!
It's because we're getting off early. Thanks to Derek. Thanks to Tim. Let's thank our guests.
Which Derek?
I was thinking Papa, but now I won't because we'll thank the guests. I said, by the way, Derek Papa is your KNBR Tonight host tonight following Monday Night Football. So Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock only on the YouTube stream today. So check out the Niners Nightly YouTube and then check in with Derek Papa following Monday Night Football on KNBR.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Or Sports Phone KNBR.
Probably should.
Whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, you don't have to.
Sell there, buddy.
Get some reps in.
Winning endorsement.
Get some reps in, Derek.
It's going to be radio.
It's going to be radio. All right, Dieter. I will. I'll talk to you later, man.
Sure. Let's talk later.
Kerry Crowley joins me tomorrow, and then Dieter and Kerry back on Wednesday. Until then, be kind to your neighbor. He knows where you live.
Derek, love your article.